Chapter 1. Oh no, it seems I am unable to endure. On the first floor, Su Yuan's expression fluctuated wildly, alternating between laughter and tears. The good news was that he had been transmigrated to become the patriarch of a family, destined to live a life of luxury without the slightest concern for food or clothing. The bad news, however, was that he had a son who had inexplicably become a wastrel 3 years prior. Faced with such a familiar narrative, even as a clan leader possessing the strength of the Sky Ascendancy realm, he found himself thoroughly flustered. It is essential to understand the perilous nature of this world. A single Sky Ascendancy cultivator might reign supreme in Xian City, but beyond its borders, they would be no more than an ant. Su Yuan had no desire to provoke any formidable figures who could effortlessly crush him with a mere finger due to his son's recklessness. Fortunately, the compassionate father system had bound itself to him just in time to as a devoted father. His primary duty was to safeguard his son. Should his son offend an invincible powerhouse, he would gain equal cultivation strength and become invincible among peers. Moreover, he would randomly trigger various tasks with a high probability of receiving additional rewards. Thus, Su Yuan resolved to be a responsible and caring father for the rest of his life. Of course, his intentions were purely to protect his son. Any enhancement of his own cultivation was merely incidental. However, he soon realized that the unfolding events diverged significantly from his expectations. His foolish son was excessively timid, constantly meek, and even hesitant to lift his head while walking, let alone stir up trouble. He was far too obedient to be the destined child of fortune. As the clan leader, Su Yuan found that no one was foolish enough to seek trouble with his timid son. How, then, was he to nurture his son? This simply would not suffice. A man who does not weather storms cannot hope to grow. Even if he were to mature, he would merely be a flower in a greenhouse. Therefore, he resolutely devised a plan. He pretended to lose all his cultivation, orchestrating a scheme over the course of a month, culminating in his successful ousting from the position of clan head today. Throughout the month, Su Yuan endured ridicule and oppression. Yet, for the sake of his son's growth, what did such suffering amount to? The heart of a parent is truly pitiful. Su Yuan approached the window, slowly lifting his gaze to the distant horizon, his eyes reflecting a profound depth and Piety that moment. His silhouette bore a weighty heaviness, yet his gaze held an inexplicable anticipation. As the sun began to set, Su Xiaofan lowered his head and silently entered the gates of the Su family. The two gatekeepers looked on, their faces devoid of expression. Initially, they may have felt disdain. How could the esteemed young master of the Su family be so cowardly, sneaking into his own home like a thief? However, as time passed, they grew numb to such displays. Su Xiaofan paid no heed to the two gatekeepers and continued to lower his head, hastening towards his courtyard. He did not wish to linger outside for long for him. Remaining in that clean, tidy little room was the epitome of happiness in this world. Yet he had not walked far when several individuals obstructed his path. Arrived at the threshold, yet still so timid, like a dog you were bringing shame upon the Su family. To be fair, the term dog suits perfectly to a wave of derision erupted nearby. Su Xiaofan instinctively lifted his gaze, his curiosity piqued that he discerned several peers from his family clan. Simultaneously, a few lines of text materialized before his eyes. You have been subjected to the mockery of your fellow clan members. You have two choices. 1. With a thunderous approach, vanquish those who ridicule you and redeem your honor. Reward: elevation of cultivation to the innate realm. 2. Choose to remain aloof and avoid trouble, embracing the philosophy of less conflict. Reward: innate Tao body. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Xiaofan opted for the second choice, seeking to maintain peace. Subsequently, he lowered his head and circumvented the group. Unbeknownst to others, a hint of amusement danced in his downcast eyes. While many perceived him as a failure, the truth was far from it. His path diverged from the norm. 3 years prior, he had garnered the endorsement of the venerable system. Throughout these years, the system had been his guiding light in cultivation, revealing to him the existence of a principle known as survival Tao. This philosophy emphasized caution and valor, advocating for a humble demeanor and a discreet approach, steering clear of contention. Even when compelled to engage, one should extricate oneself with the most astute tactics, observing the tempest from a distance. Adhering to these principles, Su Xiaofan had made modest progress along the path of survival Dao. Coupled with the system's guidance and support, his prowess now eclipsed that of his peers. Yet, he remained unassuming, steadfast in his commitment to this path. He aspired to attain immortal enlightenment in due course. Lost in thought, Su Xiaofan suddenly sensed an unsettling shift. He quietly raised his gaze, only to find himself encircled by a group. Confusion washed over him. Typically, these individuals would merely jeer why were they acting so unusually today. He turned his attention to the leader, a young, portly man clad in brocade, whose stature was unremarkable and whose demeanor was somewhat unsavory. Su Xiaofan meekly inquired, "Is there something amiss?" Su Chun grinned, his gaze fixed upon the boy who seemed to be as humble as dust, jealousy almost spilling from his eyes. "I just spoke, did you not hear me?" Su Xiaofan lowered his head further. "I was momentarily distracted." "Distracted?" Su Chun arched an eyebrow. "Su Xiaofan, while I'm conversing with you, you're distracted? How dismissive. Do you not realize that your father is no longer the clan leader, and your position as heir is soon to be in jeopardy? It would be prudent to temper your aspirations." Upon hearing this, Su Xiaofan's understanding crystallized. No wonder these individuals sought to trouble him. He was acutely aware of his father's plight over the past month, seriously injured, and his cultivation rendered null. Like a wounded wolf king cast from his throne, the loss of his position was only a matter of time. That a power transition could occur without bloodshed was, in fact, a blessing. Sighing inwardly for his father, Su Xiaofan felt no trepidation. He believed his future achievements would be considerable. In time, he would find ways to aid his father in restoring his cultivation, perhaps even advancing further. Thus, there was no need for concern. Yet he feigned the appearance of a devoted son, anxious to visit his ailing father. After all, disguise is an essential lesson for those who tread the path of survival. Thinking of leaving? Su Chun sneered once more, as several individuals stepped forward, effectively sealing off any escape route. "What is the meaning of this?" Su Xiaofan inquired anxiously. With legs spread apart, Su Chun pointed downward, laughing with reckless abandon. "If you wish to leave, it can be done. From here." Chapter 2. Su Xiaofan, do you understand your crimes? How is my son's condition? The young master is gravely injured. To preserve his life, sacrifices must be made. However, he may never be able to perform again. The night was exceedingly deep in the ancestral hall of the Su family. The newly appointed head of the family, Su Feng, who had just paid homage to the ancestors, should have been basking in the glory of his position. Yet, upon hearing the physician's diagnosis, his expression turned ashen with fury. He never anticipated that his son would be rendered incapacitated so soon after taking office. He nearly ground his teeth in frustration. Where is he? Why hasn't he been brought back yet? His voice, filled with desperation, echoed within the ancestral hall. The elders of the clan fell silent, unable to fathom the despair and rage of a middle-aged man rendered powerless upon learning his only son had become a cripple. "He's here." Shortly thereafter, several family guards escorted Su Xiaofan into the hall. Head of the family, this boy fled at dawn, and we pursued him for dozens of miles. Several brothers were injured by him. Su Xiaofan remained composed. Although he was surprised by the Su family's deployment of such formidable forces to capture a mere child, he had effectively returned of his own volition. As for the imminent crisis before him, Su Xiaofan was unfazed to him. It was merely a trivial matter. Contemplating this, a translucent panel materialized before his eyes, adorned with numerous small squares. This was a gift from a senior system acquaintance, which he referred to as the system space, containing various rewards bestowed upon him. After a brief search, he swiftly located what he needed, a teleportation talisman. This item, once activated, would allow him to instantly transport himself 100 miles away. The reason he hesitated to use it immediately was due to his lingering concerns for his father. If circumstances permitted, he would prefer to take his father along. That would be ideal. If that were not feasible, as long as he himself remained unapprehended, his father would undoubtedly be safe. Once he had matured, he would certainly rescue him. Lost in thought, Su Xiaofan suddenly sensed an overwhelming aura of murderous intent locking onto him. "Su Xiaofan, do you acknowledge your crimes?" Su Feng gazed into the calm eyes of the boy before him, feeling a sudden urge to eliminate him on the spot. Nevertheless, he restrained himself, aware that the clan elders were watching and recognizing the precariousness of his newly acquired. The foremost rule of the Su family is the prohibition against fratricidal conflict among its members. You have acted with such cruelty towards my son, rendering him a mere shadow of his former self. What crime do you claim to have committed?" Upon hearing these words, Su Xiaofan felt a surge of anger within, yet he masked it with a hasty shake of his head. "This is a grave injustice. What we engaged in was merely a scuffle. How can it be termed as mutual slaughter?" Su Feng nearly succumbed to his fury. The boy had been incapacitated, and he dares to dismiss it as a mere brawl? "Nonsense!" he exclaimed. "Bring forth this wretch and sever his meridians." Su Feng declared decisively. He resolved to take action, collecting a toll before proceeding further. To sever one's meridians is to impose the most brutal punishment upon a martial artist. Hold on. Just as Su Xiaofan prepared to utilize a teleportation talisman to flee, the elder emerged unexpectedly. This was a kindly-looking old man, yet the gathered crowd appeared perplexed. They struggled to comprehend why the elder, who had always conspired with Su Feng, now took the lead in opposition. "Elder, what do you mean by this?" Su Feng inquired, his brow furrowed. The elder, with his head crowned in silver hair, slowly rose from his seat and replied in a measured tone. "This approach seems rather inappropriate. Regardless of circumstances, he is still the young master of the Su family. Should there be punishment, it must first be deliberated upon by the Council of Elders before any decision to strip him of his title." Su Feng's demeanor darkened, his rage palpable as he trembled. "Very well, elder. Are you openly defying the orders of the family head?" His hands clenched tightly behind him, nails digging into flesh, yet he felt no pain. Were it not for the elder's superior cultivation, he might have lashed out in that moment. The elder, however, paid him no heed, leaning closer to Su Xiaofan's ear and whispering, "Young man, relinquish your fortune to me, and I shall ensure your safety." Su Xiaofan paused momentarily, then understood with sudden clarity. He thought to himself, how shameless this old man is. Naturally, he would never divulge the existence of the system's predecessor. It was his most guarded secret. Thus, he feigned ignorance, retorting loudly, "Elder, what are you speaking of? What fortune?" The onlookers regarded the elder with strange expressions. Such brazen attempts to seize the young one's fortune seemed rather shameless, although they dared not voice their thoughts. Presently, the Su family was under the dominion of the elder and Su Feng, with others lacking any real voice. Despite this, the elder remained incensed, muttering under his breath, "Do not mislead yourself, boy." Su Xiaofan sighed. "I truly possess no fortune." "Very well. I've been pretending all this while in truth, I am a genius, always playing the fool to catch the tiger." The elder scoffed, utterly disbelieving. "I have offered you opportunities." With that, he disregarded Su Xiaofan entirely and addressed the assembly. "Today, we shall strip Su Xiaofan of his title as young master. Elders, who is in favor and who is against?" The second elder, feeling a pang of compassion, opened his mouth to dissuade the decision, only to be silenced by a fierce glare from the elder. The atmosphere grew cold, with no one daring to voice their opposition. Su Xiaofan observed the indifferent expressions around him, and the last vestiges of his attachment to the Su family evaporated into nothingness. "Very well, today I shall strip you, young master Su Xiaofan, of your position." With those words, the grand elder stepped aside, relinquishing the stage to Su Feng. The latter shot a furious glance at the grand elder, snorted coldly, and approached Su Xiaofan, his tone chillingly frigid. "You have rendered the clan's disciples incapacitated. Thus, I shall also render you incapacitated today. That not the essence of the matter." Though he spoke of reason, he himself exhibited none, which ignited a flicker of anger within Su Xiaofan, who prided himself on his exceptional cultivation skills. He could not help but question, "Do you truly lack discernment, wielding your power against the weak? Is this how you treat your own kin?" Su Feng scoffed dismissively, murmuring, "You still possess the temperament of a child. If you had the strength, you too could take action." As he spoke, he prepared to strike. "Master, elder, Su Yuan has arrived." At that moment, a trusted aide rushed in to report. Upon hearing this, everyone turned their gazes towards the entrance. As anticipated, a figure clad in a green robe entered the ancestral hall, hands clasped behind his back. To everyone's surprise, Even at this juncture, his expression remained as calm as still water, as if nothing in the world could stir even the slightest ripple within his heart. Chapter 3. Do not fear, my son, your father shall intervene. Father. Upon seeing his father's arrival, Xiaofan felt no joy. Instead, a wave of guilt washed over him, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Not only had he failed to maintain composure, but he had also inadvertently implicated his father. At his age, to still be weeping in such a manner, how unbecoming. Yuan cast a fleeting glance at his son, his eyes betraying a subtle glimmer of approval. Oh, my dear son, I have not misjudged you. In the next instant, several lines of text materialized before Yuan, detected a disparity in strength between the two and the host, triggering a special random mission. Feng and the Grand Elder have developed murderous intent towards your son. Eliminating them will yield the Qingxian sword, rank unknown, along with a sword technique inherent to the spirit sword. Upon witnessing this, Yuan felt a surge of elation. Amid his joy, he maintained an impassive expression as he turned to face the Grand Elder and Feng. What shall be done about the fact that my son has lost a single hair? The crowd was left in stunned disbelief at his unyielding audacity. The Grand Elder himself would have to bow to such an assertion. What did you say? Your son has crippled mine, and now you dare question me? Feng, driven by fury, unleashed a punch without a second thought. The force of his innate realm erupted, the wind from his strike causing pain to the faces of those nearby. This punch, however, was not meant to kill. It was aimed at Yuan's shoulder. Clearly, Feng did not wish for Yuan's demise just yet. He intended to capture and torment him slowly. Yet, just as Xiaofan prepared to use a teleportation talisman to flee with his father, Yuan raised a hand, extending a single finger to firmly intercept the blow. The onlookers were rendered speechless, yet the ensuing spectacle left them even more bewildered. Yuan flicked his finger slightly, and in an instant, Feng's entire arm erupted into a mist of blood. As the crimson haze dispersed, Yuan materialized before Feng, his hand gripping the latter's throat, lifting him effortlessly into the air. Throughout this ordeal, Feng displayed no capacity for resistance. Silence, an oppressive, deathly silence. The spectators gazed in disbelief at the unfolding scene. What is happening? Wasn't it said that his cultivation was utterly depleted? Why you've regained your powers? Feng's gaze fell upon his now empty right arm, his eyes bulging with rage as he stared at Yuan. He attempted to articulate a response, but the suffocating grip around his throat intensified, rendering him incapable of uttering even a single word. No, Yuan shook his head decisively. Initially, I was merely feigning weakness. The crowd stood frozen, aghast. Feigned weakness? We are all kin. I beseech you to show mercy. I recognize my transgressions. At that moment, the Grand Elder, sensing the impending doom, fell to his knees with a thud. Bang, bang, bang. He continued to bow, his head striking the ground, leaving a pool of blood in his wake. He understood that all was lost. Yuan was a formidable figure, a master of the Void Realm. If he had not lost his powers, then none in the Su family could contend with him. Rather than engage in a futile struggle, it would be wiser to admit fault. Perhaps then he could preserve his life. However, just then, an elder abruptly appeared beside the Grand Elder. You worthless fool, the elder cursed, kicking the Grand Elder to the ground. The Grand Elder quickly turned around, and upon recognizing the Supreme Elder, he joyfully scrambled to his feet. I have encountered the Supreme Elder. I implore you to uphold justice for us. He bowed deeply, his face flushed with excitement. The elders present changed their expressions dramatically, hastily offering their respects, not daring to be remiss. The Supreme Elder, as the clan's elders recounted, had entered seclusion 20 years prior, striving to reach the peak of the Void Realm. Now that he had emerged, it was evident that he had achieved a breakthrough. At that moment, the Grand Elder hurriedly rose, pointing at Yuan with a demeanor of bullying, and shouted, You unfilial wretch, kneel and accept your punishment. However, the Supreme Elder paid no heed to the others, furrowing his brow as he fixed his cold gaze upon Yuan. Are you not going to release him? Yuan remained unmoved, coldly staring back at the Supreme Elder. Are you showing favoritism? He has no ties with me, thus I owe him no courtesy. The Supreme Elder shook his head. I'm not partial to anyone. It is merely that your actions disrupt the unity of the clan. Yuan merely scoffed. What a coincidence. This old fool has likely been watching the show since he emerged from seclusion. Disrupting clan unity? Where were you when I was ousted from my position as clan leader? Why did you not intervene when my son was about to be discarded? At that moment, Su Xiaofan had quietly freed himself from his restraints. He approached his father and softly urged, "Father, let it go." He thought that since his father still possessed his cultivation, perhaps today he could save a precious teleportation talisman. Such items were rare treasures. Even the system's predecessor had only bestowed one upon him. Unless absolutely necessary, it would be best not to use it. Su Yuan turned to glare at his timid son, sighing inwardly. My son is still too cowardly. However, it was precisely this cowardice that compelled him not to retreat. If he were to back down today, his son would forever remain mired in fear. As a father, he had to lead by example. With this in mind, Su Yuan summoned his strength. With a sharp crack, Su Feng's neck twisted, his breath extinguished, and his body was carelessly discarded like a dead dog. You dare. The Supreme Elder's expression changed dramatically. He had never anticipated that Su Yuan would actually dare to strike. In the next moment, his aura erupted as he charged at Su Yuan, delivering a palm strike aimed directly at his face. Killing the clan leader was tantamount to betraying the clan. Death awaited. Yet, Su Yuan did not evade. With astonishing speed, he seized the Supreme Elder's arm and pulled him towards himself. The Supreme Elder was yanked uncontrollably by the immense force, and Su Yuan drove his knee upward. With a muffled grunt, the Supreme Elder staggered back several paces, clutching his abdomen, and spat out a mouthful of old blood. Su Yuan wore a disdainful expression. 20 years in seclusion for nothing. The Supreme Elder's face darkened considerably, and he was secretly alarmed. At the same level of initial Void Realm, he found himself at a disadvantage against Su Yuan. However, he soon found solace. After all, standing before him was the most formidable prodigy in the history of the Su family, who had once emerged from Qingzhou. Yet, due to injuries sustained in a fierce contest, he returned to his clan to assume the role of patriarch. But that was in the past. Moreover, in these times, one cannot thrive alone. He had the entire Su family backing him. Thus he felt no trepidation. He boldly called out, "Where are the black armored guards?" In no time, dozens of towering figures clad in black and gold armor rushed in. The black armored guards, meticulously trained by the Su family at great expense, were lethal enforcers. Each possessed at least peak postnatal strength. Their combined battle formation, augmented by a secret technique that consumed their essence to enhance their power, could contend with those at the Ascendant Realm, and the command to mobilize them rested squarely in his hands. By this calculation, he had 2 ascendants on his side. Su Yuan's expression remained unchanged as he quipped, "Old man, aren't you being a bit shameless?" The elder said nothing, yet wore a smug expression. In this era, the victor claims the throne. How could they possibly lose when outnumbering their opponent by a considerable margin? A sardonic smile crept across Su Yuan's lips. In the next moment, he appeared before the Grand Elder like a specter, delivering a swift kick. Su Yuan, do not overstep your bounds. The Grand Elder could only gasp in shock as his head soared into the air. Su Yuan scoffed, "At your age, you still possess the heart of a child. You have strength. You could have acted too." The crowd fell silent, astonished by his speed. The Elder's pupils constricted, and without hesitation, he commanded, "Kill him." Upon hearing the order, the black armored guards immediately formed a battle array and surged towards Su Yuan. The Elder followed suit, joining the fray. Yet, Su Yuan remained unfazed, his demeanor steady. Before him, an ethereal sword manifested. The task had been accomplished. He silently acknowledged the system for the reward, feeling a sense of gratification. In the next instant, a sword materialized in Su Yuan's hand. An ancient longsword inscribed with mysterious runes. As the sword emerged, a chilling aura pervaded the air. Suddenly, Su Yuan's mind was flooded with knowledge. Invincible sword path. Invincible one sword. Su Yuan felt a surge of joy. A sword cultivator. Millions of years ago, the lineage of swordsmanship had inexplicably been severed, leading to the near extinction of sword cultivators in the present day. Undoubtedly, every sword cultivator was an invincible force among their peers. They could even slay adversaries of higher rank with ease. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Yuan unleashed the invincible one sword. Stripped of flamboyant techniques and unnecessary movements, he simply struck with a single, decisive blow. The sword's energy swept through, shattering formations and sending heads flying. They were all slain, not just the black armored guards, but even the Ascendant Elder, under the might of this one sword. They had no chance to resist. A sword cultivator. He was a sword cultivator. The onlookers gazed in disbelief at the scene before them, the sound of collective gasps echoing throughout the venue. They never anticipated that Su Yuan not only retained his cultivation but was also the legendary sword cultivator. The expressions of the crowd turned grim. It was only at this moment that they realized what the Su family had truly lost. If there existed a remedy for regret, they would have eagerly consumed it like candy at this very instant. Why are you standing there in a daze? Finish the fight and be done with it. Su Yuan, however, nonchalantly sheathed his sword, called out to his son, who was momentarily stunned, and then departed without a backward glance. Su Xiaofan remained engulfed in shock, yet instinctively followed suit. After their departure, chaos erupted within the ancestral hall. The clan leader was dead. The elder was also deceased. Even the grand elder was gone. Furthermore, the black armored guards, cultivated over generations at great expense, had perished entirely in this battle. The Su family was finished. This was the shared sentiment of everyone present. In this critical moment, the typically silent second elder stepped forward, exclaiming loudly to the crowd, "What is there to panic about? What is there to panic about?" With these words, the atmosphere quickly stabilized. The crowd turned their gazes towards the second elder, as if he provided them with a pillar of support. Without further ado, the second elder stated, "How could the foundation of our Su family, built over so many years, simply vanish? As long as we can contain the news, our family still has time to continue developing." Upon hearing this, many nodded in agreement, acknowledging the necessity of this approach. At that moment, a different voice emerged. "Second elder, why don't we invite Su Yuan back and have him reclaim the position of clan leader? He is a sword cultivator, and with him, our Su family is bound to thrive." The second elder's eyes brightened as he cast a look of appreciation at the speaker. After all, Su Yuan was a member of the Su family. Could he truly abandon his kin? Contemplating this, the second elder was struck with an idea. The crowd seemed to come alive, engaging in animated discussions on how to mend the rift between father and son. Chapter 4. Father, let's annul the engagement. I am unworthy within the confines of the room. Su Xiaofan regarded his somewhat unfamiliar father with a look of bewilderment. "Father, what on earth is going on?" Su Yuan pondered for a moment, inadvertently casting a glance at his perplexed son. Subsequently, he resolved to weave a fabric of deception, one that he deemed to be of utmost benevolence. "In truth, I was gravely injured by a demonic beast and lost my cultivation. However," Su Xiaofan interjected, "however, you later stumbled upon fortuitous luck and acquired the legacy of a sword cultivator, enabling you to regain your powers and emerge even stronger than before." Su Yuan blinked, his expression momentarily dazed. This foolish son certainly had an overactive imagination. He silently criticized but nodded in agreement. He had initially intended to concoct a more grandiose narrative, perhaps claiming to be a peerless warrior from the upper realms, currently merely recuperating from wounds, or even suggesting he was a reincarnation of a great emperor. However, reflecting on Su Xiaofan's nature, he feared such declarations would render his son utterly despondent, let alone instigate any proactive endeavors. Thus, a gradual approach was necessary. At that moment, a smile graced Su Xiaofan's lips. "Father, I wish to cultivate the sword too." His intentions were quite simple. He merely sought additional means of self-preservation. Yet, upon hearing this, Su Yuan maintained a facade of calm, while internally, a wave of apprehension washed over him. The sword path imparted by the system could not be shared with others. He was incapable of teaching it. However, he could not voice this truth. After some contemplation, Su Yuan replied, "Your current strength is insufficient. You cannot cultivate yet, at least not until you reach the Lingkong stage." Su Xiaofan, though somewhat disappointed, did not press the matter further and promptly shifted the conversation. "By the way, father, since we have severed ties with the Su family, why do we linger here?" Su Yuan chuckled softly. "It is too late now. We shall depart tomorrow morning." After a brief moment of silence, Su Xiaofan said, "Then, father, I will go to my room to pack. Shall we leave at dawn?" Su Yuan bestowed upon him a gentle smile. "Go ahead." Once Su Xiaofan exited, Su Yuan opened the window, relishing the cool evening breeze as he stretched languidly. It had been some time. The Shuoyuan sect should have received word by now, and individuals would likely arrive by dawn. He gazed at the full moon hanging high in the sky, murmuring to himself. The following morning, as dawn broke, Su Xiaofan slowly opened his eyes from meditation. Sensing the changes brought about by his cultivation's advancement, he wore a frown. Though elevation in realm was indeed a favorable development, he had lost his innate Tao body. While he did not fully comprehend the nature of this physique, it was well known that anything associated with the term Tao was no trivial matter. With a deep sigh, Su Xiaofan tidied himself and opened the door. Upon witnessing the scene before him, he could not help but feel astonished. The courtyard was densely populated with individuals kneeling in unison. Please, master of the house, reclaim leadership of the Su family. The second elder proclaimed, bowing his head heavily to the ground. Immediately following, a group of clan elders, accompanied by numerous family descendants, began to weep and confess their errors. Meanwhile, Su Yuan stood before them, his expression impassive as he observed the scene without the slightest hint of emotion. Su Xiaofan approached Su Yuan and whispered, "Father, what is happening?" Su Yuan raised an eyebrow, replying, "They wish for me to reclaim leadership of the Su family." Su Xiaofan gasped in disbelief. The audacity is truly terrifying. Su Yuan scoffed, casting a condescending glance at the assembly of Su family members, his heart filled with disdain. "Now you realize your mistakes? Where were you when it mattered?" With this thought in mind, he calmly declared, "Since I left the ancestral hall yesterday, I am no longer a member of the Su family. From this day forth, the affairs of the Su family are no longer my concern." Upon hearing these words, the room fell silent, the cries abruptly ceasing. It seemed they had come to the harsh realization that they could no longer retain this formidable head of the family. At that moment, Su Xiaofan spoke up, "Father, everything is packed. Shall we depart?" At this, the spirits of the assembly plummeted. Su Yuan glanced at the sky, pondering, why have they not yet arrived? Just as he contemplated delaying for a moment, a feminine voice called from outside, "Sister Guanyin from the Shuiyun sect has come to pay her respects." Su Yuan turned with a beaming smile, casting a glance at his son, then instructed the second elder, "Please, let her in." The second elder paused for a moment in surprise before hastening away. Su Xiaofan, deep in thought, mused, "Sister Guanyin from the Shuiyun sect, that name sounds vaguely familiar." Su Yuan, with a playful smile, remarked, "She is your fiancée." At these words, Su Xiaofan's eyes widened in shock. What is she doing here? This marriage had been arranged in their childhood. His father had been quite powerful then, and various factions had sought to curry favor with him. Thus, an engagement had been established with a prominent sect, the Shuiyun sect, near Xuanqing. So many years had passed, and he had nearly forgotten. Su Yuan chuckled. "She must be here to discuss your wedding." Su Xiaofan fell silent. As the two conversed, the second elder returned, leading a group toward them. At the forefront walked a young man and woman. The young man, clad in white, was handsome and tall, while beside him stood a woman of striking beauty, exuding an air of cool elegance. Following them was an elderly woman. The trio appeared as though they were a young master and his lady out for a leisurely stroll. As they approached, the woman glanced at Su Yuan, displaying no inclination to bow, and arrogantly declared, "I am Guanyin, daughter of the Shuiyun sect, and I greet the head of the Su family." The young man merely cast a fleeting glance at Su Yuan before turning away. The elderly woman remained silent, standing quietly beside them. Su Yuan sensed for a moment and realized he could not gauge the elderly woman's strength, indicating she must possess formidable abilities. However, he remained unperturbed, dismissing Guanyun's arrogance with a smile. "Ah, Guanyun, it has been a while, but I am no longer the head of the Su family. Just call me Uncle Su to avoid any awkwardness. Are you here for the wedding? The wedding is still 3 years away. There is no need to rush." Hearing his father's words, Su Xiaofan took a few steps back, retreating behind him, his heart a mix of emotions. Could it be that my charm is truly this formidable? How peculiar it is that an unseen fiancé occupies my thoughts so. Yet, I have no desire to marry. I am but a child. Moreover, the burden of a family would only add to the encumbrance of an already arduous path. Shangguan Shouyue was momentarily taken aback, struggling to keep pace with the unfolding events. Nonetheless, she was acutely aware of her purpose in coming here and was determined not to squander her time. Casting a glance at the handsome man beside her, she stamped her foot in frustration and declared, "There is no need for such courtesy, Master Su. We are not acquainted, and my sole purpose here is to annul the engagement." Upon her pronouncement, the members of the Su family did not react with shock or anger. Instead, they regarded Shangguan Shouyue with pity, their expressions tinged with incredulity. Although Su Yuan had anticipated the day's developments, he still feigned a furious demeanor, committed to his performance. In an instant, the oppressive aura of the Lighthearted realm bore down upon Shangguan Shouyue. At that moment, an elderly matron stepped forward, effortlessly blocking the oppressive force. The handsome man then spoke with a resonant voice, "At your age, is it not shameful to bully the younger generation?" Su Yuan replied with a cold smile. "And you are?" The handsome man, with an air of arrogance, proclaimed, "I am Yang Feiyun of the Deer Hunting Academy." Su Yuan shook his head and raised an eyebrow. "I have heard of the Deer Hunting Academy, but I do not know you, Yang Feiyan. Yang Feiyan snorted disdainfully. Of course, you wouldn't know me. A small family from a humble locale like yours is hardly worthy of my attention. He waved his hand dismissively. Enough of this pointless banter. After casting a lingering glance at Shangwan Qiuyue, he fixed his gaze upon Su Xiaofan and spoke coolly. Qiuyue has already been chosen by a senior mentor from my academy as a direct disciple. Her future is boundless, and you, a mere waste heir from a small family, should realize you are unworthy of her. I advise you to gracefully accept the annulment. Otherwise, you shall face dire consequences. Upon hearing this, the father and son of the Su family remained largely unfazed, yet the expressions of the others in the Su family grew even more peculiar. Was Su Xiaofan truly a waste? Perhaps they had once thought so, but since the previous day, their perceptions had shifted. Reports from family members present at the time indicated that Su Xiaofan had effortlessly incapacitated Su Chun, a practitioner at the 5th level of Qi induction. This was ample proof that, over the years, he had either concealed his prowess or had come upon extraordinary fortunes. Regardless, Su Xiaofan could not possibly be deemed a waste. He possessed at least the strength to contend with a 5th level Qi induction practitioner. What was more critical was that Su Yuan was a sword cultivator. True, Shuiyun sect was a renowned major sect in Qingzhou, and the deer hunting academy was even more prestigious, often heralded as the foremost holy ground of Daiyu. However, in the presence of a sword cultivator, such accolades held little weight. Sword cultivators were exceedingly rare, and once they matured, their strength was formidable. With a sword cultivator for a father, even if Su Xiaofan did not become a sword cultivator himself, the backing he possessed was not something a mere Shuiyun sect could contend with. The mere legacy of sword cultivation would elicit reverence from all major powers. What could a mere direct disciple of a small mentor possibly offer in comparison? In this world, one rises through the ranks by virtue of their connections. Upon this realization, the crowd suddenly experienced a peculiar pleasure, akin to the joy derived from witnessing another's misfortune after having faced their own. At this moment, the focal character, Su Xiaofan, felt none of his usual discomfort. Instead, he was utterly engrossed, his excitement palpable as he gazed at the words suspended before him in midair. You have been rejected by the saintess of the Water Cloud sect. You now have two choices. 1. With the utmost arrogance, strike back at the saintess, demonstrating what true genius is. Reward, power pill, along with the recipe for the 3rd grade power pill. 2. Humble yourself, accept the annulment, and navigate this conflict in the safest manner possible. Reward, heavenly grade artifact, the Purgatory Tower. Without the slightest hesitation, Su Xiaofan chose the second option. It was evident to any fool that the 3rd grade elixir, comprising both the formula and the heavenly grade artifact, was the superior choice. Should he successfully navigate this trial, Su Xiaofan felt that he would undoubtedly take a significant step forward on the path of survival. With this thought in mind, Su Xiaofan glanced at the ethereal beauty before him, his eyes sparkling. She was unquestionably the most exquisite woman he had ever encountered. However, he quickly steadied his mind, acutely aware of the dangers this world harbored. Sometimes, the difference between life and death lay merely in the presence of a notably beautiful spouse. Thus, with unwavering determination, Su Xiaofan proclaimed, "Father, I truly am unworthy of her. I agree to the annulment." Chapter 5. Are you and your son taking turns to dress up? Su Yuan was taken aback. Observing the tremors coursing through his son's body, he felt a pang of discomfort. Was this extreme humiliation of breaking off the engagement too harsh? However, given the circumstances, my son, can you truly endure this? After a moment of silence, he spoke, "Xiaofan, do not be afraid. If you're unwilling, I shall stand up for you." Su Xiaofan shook his head, resolutely asserting, "I am indeed unworthy of her." Su Yuan could only let out a long sigh. After some contemplation, he realized that raising his son was a gradual process, one that could not be rushed. Yet, this left him uncertain about how to proceed. Su Xiaofan extended his hand eagerly, saying, "Father, the marriage certificate, please." After a brief moment of reflection, Su Yuan nodded and retrieved the marriage certificate from his storage ring. According to the customs of this world, to annul a marriage, both parties simply return the marriage certificates. Shangwan Qiuyue smiled and also produced her marriage certificate, but after a moment's hesitation, she retrieved a jade porcelain vial and handed it to Su Xiaofan, saying, "This is an expansion pill, which can enhance one's aptitude and expand the meridians. Consider it compensation." Upon hearing this, the second elder stared intently at the small vial. Swallowing hard, he even felt a surge of desire to seize it. One expansion pill was worth the entirety of the Su family's resources. Who could resist such temptation? Of course, desire does not equate to action. Su Xiaofan blinked, hesitating over whether to accept the pill. Would there be any risks in doing so? Ultimately, he resolved to accept it. To refuse would come across as overly proud, which was contrary to his humble philosophy. It was better to graciously accept it, as it posed no harm and only benefits. Moreover, the immediate priority was to send this group away and then see what treasures the system had bestowed upon him. With this thought, Su Xiaofan smiled and nodded, reaching out to accept it, saying, "Thank you." Shangwan Qiuyue's hand lingered in midair. Whether the youth accepted it or not would not elicit any emotional response from her. Yet, why was this young man, who was currently undergoing the humiliation of a broken engagement, smiling? She could see that this was a genuinely heartfelt smile. It seemed as though it was not she, Shangwan Qiuyue, who had initiated the annulment, but rather the young man before her who was dismissing his wife. This left her momentarily stunned. However, in that brief moment of surprise, the hands of the young man and woman inadvertently brushed against each other. This was undoubtedly the first time in Shangwan Qiuyue's life that she had physical contact with a male aside from her father, even with her beloved Yang Feiyan. Such an occurrence had never transpired. Shangwan Qiuyue instinctively took a half-step back. Behind her, Yang Feiyan witnessed this scene unfold, and in an instant, a fierce killing intent erupted within his eyes. He had always looked down upon the Su father and son, and now he saw Su Xiaofan shamelessly flirting with his woman. Moreover, in his eyes, the Su family was akin to mere ants. How could he tolerate such repeated provocations from these ants? "You scoundrel, you have some nerve," he bellowed, unleashing a powerful punch that struck Su Xiaofan squarely in the chest. Under the gaze of all present, Su Xiaofan was struck by a punch, sent flying, and crashed against the courtyard wall. In the face of this sudden upheaval, everyone wore a look of bewilderment. How could the situation escalate so quickly? Shangwan Qiuyue turned to Yang Feiyan. "Brother Feiyan?" Yang Feiyan retracted his fist with a cold snort. "This boy is ungrateful. He deserves to die." Shangwan Qiuyue paused for a moment, then suddenly broke into a sweet smile, akin to glaciers melting. As for Su Xiaofan, he remained indifferent. Whether he lived or died was of no consequence to her. Not far away, Su Yuan finally regained his senses, observing the couple with an unprecedented surge of murderous intent. A pair of despicable individuals. Human nature can be quite peculiar at times. He was contemplating how to toughen his son, wishing for him to endure more hardships. Yet if his son were truly harmed, it would weigh heavily on his heart. The old crone seemed to sense something, abruptly appearing before Yang Feiyan, her gaze icy as she locked eyes with Su Yuan. Meanwhile, Su Yuan was preparing to draw his sword for bloodshed. Even though this old crone was unfathomable, he remained unperturbed. For a sword cultivator could indeed slay opponents beyond their rank. Just then, a curse erupted from the edge of the courtyard wall. Everyone turned in unison. There stood Su Xiaofan, slowly rising from the ground, and as soon as he regained his footing, he spat out a mouthful of blood. This was partly due to his injuries, but primarily a result of his fury. Su Xiaofan glared at the now dimmed second option suspended before him, nearly grinding his teeth in frustration. He had come so close, just a hair's breadth away from seizing the artifact. His gaze turned icy as he regarded Yang Feiyan. The latter wore a perplexed expression, scrutinizing Su Xiaofan from head to toe. Indeed, he still appeared to be at the first level of qi gathering. Yet how could he still be alive after taking a punch infused with such rage? However, after a brief moment, Yang Feiyun's expression reverted to disdain. What if he survived a punch? It merely meant another punch awaited him. After all, he was at the 9th level of postnatal cultivation. What storm could he possibly stir? Slap. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Yang Feiyan suddenly felt an intense pain on his face. His body uncontrollably propelled backward. While still airborne, he felt a foot crushing his head into the ground. The earth filled his mouth and nose, and the sensation of suffocation grew stronger. Soon, his consciousness plunged into darkness. This transpired in the blink of an eye. Only when Su Xiaofan lifted his foot from Yang Feiyun's head did the onlookers react. Gazing in astonishment at Su Xiaofan, whose cold demeanor bore no trace of his former timidity. At that moment, the aura emanating from the youth was anything but that of a mere first-level qi gathering waste. He was clearly a congenital practitioner who had refined his internal organs to perfection and opened his qi si. The old crone, who had been fixated on Su Yuan, gaped in disbelief. She had failed to discern the true cultivation level of this individual. He was an extraordinary genius, possessing hidden treasures of cultivation. How could such a figure emerge from a mere small family? Shangguan Xiuyue stood frozen, her heart a tumult of emotions. A congenital practitioner. How could this be possible? After a long while, she finally regained her composure. With a gasp, he dashed to Yang Feiyun's side and checked for his breath. Realizing that he was still alive, he let out a sigh of relief. He then turned his gaze towards Su Xiaofan, his brows furrowing in disapproval. "What are you doing?" Su Xiaofan scoffed, retorting with a question. "What do you mean by that? Are you implying that it's acceptable for him to act against me while I am not allowed to retaliate?" Just as Shangguan Xiuyue was about to reprimand him, the words caught in her throat, leaving her momentarily speechless. If one were to reason this out, they indeed found themselves at a disadvantage. At that moment, Su Yuan had just regained his composure from the shock of discovering that his son was an innate realm cultivator, and upon hearing this exchange, a look of satisfaction spread across his face. Indeed, a tiger begets no dog. You shall perish. However, at that instant, the elderly matron suddenly erupted in fury and took action. As a guest elder of the Yang family, should anything happen to Yang Feiyun today, she would likely face dire consequences from the family. How could she not be enraged? Such a wrath-fueled killing strike was not something a mere youth could withstand. Su Xiaofan felt as though death was imminent. Being targeted by a formidable opponent several realms above him was an unsettling experience, leaving him utterly defenseless. He had never felt so close to death before. Beep. Detected that your son has offended a Divine Concealment Realm expert. Host cultivation automatically elevated to Divine Concealment Realm, rendering him invincible within the same realm. Su Yuan's eyes narrowed as he sensed the sudden surge in his cultivation. Divine Concealment. If the innate realm involved solidifying the Qi and the soaring realm entailed projecting true essence beyond the body, then Divine Concealment was the transformation of inner true essence from gaseous to liquid form, permitting a slight manipulation of the forces of nature. This was an entirely different and immensely powerful realm. With a cold snort, Su Yuan's figure vanished from his position. The next moment, the elderly matron's gnarled hand halted just an inch from Su Xiaofan's head, unable to advance further. Su Yuan chuckled coldly, tightening his grip on her wrist. The matron's pupils constricted, and she retreated in haste. Su Xiaofan exhaled deeply, feeling the dampness behind him and experiencing a surge of relief. As though he had escaped a calamity, he then turned to Su Yuan with a face full of guilt, saying, "Father, I am sorry. I have caused trouble again." Su Yuan discarded the severed arm in his hand, patted his son's shoulder, and chuckled softly. "If you had chosen to endure in silence today, I would have been truly disappointed. Xiaofan, remember, a man must be resolute." Su Xiaofan. The elderly matron's face, lined with wrinkles, betrayed no emotion. Yet her body trembled slightly. Despite having forged her Qi into divine concealment, she remained immortal, subject to the pains that come with being human. However, more than the pain, she was filled with dread. Who could have imagined that a mere small city like Xian City not only harbored a peerless prodigy but also concealed a Divine Concealment Realm expert? Moreover, their battle prowess was far beyond that of an ordinary divine concealment cultivator. The matron took several deep breaths before she managed to speak. "What if we let this matter rest?" Su Yuan remained silent, merely offering a cold smile. Let it rest? They had beaten his son to the point of spitting blood and struck with lethal intent. Did they truly expect him to let it go? Not a chance. In the next moment, he made his move. Suddenly appearing before the old woman as if teleporting, a resounding slap struck her wrinkled visage. The old woman remained motionless. Yet the distant courtyard wall collapsed with a thunderous crash. Upon closer inspection, blood streamed from her 7 orifices. This blow harnessed true essence, inflicting damage upon her internal organs. Smack! Another slap followed. This strike relied solely on brute strength, yet it was still beyond the old woman's capacity to withstand. Alas, who could contend with him? An invincible foe of the same rank? Boom. The aged body was sent hurtling like a spinning top, embedding itself into the courtyard wall. Amidst the swirling dust, the old woman instinctively spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with shattered teeth. She felt her very soul quaking. A profound fear surged within her heart. Having traversed the realm of divine concealment for decades, she found herself utterly powerless today. Flee. She had to escape. Otherwise she would perish. Trembling with terror, the old woman wasted no time and instantaneously appeared beside Shangguan Xioming and the others, swiftly shattering a piece of jade slip. Almost in the blink of an eye, the 3 vanished from this space. Their speed was astonishing. Naturally, Su Yuan had no intention of obstructing them. Otherwise, they would surely meet their demise. His reasoning was simple. He believed some matters ought to be resolved by his son himself. With this thought in mind, Su Yuan turned his gaze towards Su Xiaofan. He noticed the latter's expression was dazed, his demeanor blank. It was understandable, having not yet recovered from last night. Today's unfolding drama was overwhelming. The relentless storms and tumultuous events were simply too much for an unblossomed flower to bear. Su Yuan, concerned, inquired, "Are you all right?" Su Xiaofan blinked, pointing to the spot where the individuals had just vanished, asking, "Father, did you just drive away someone from the realm of divine concealment?" Su Yuan nodded, "Indeed." Su Xiaofan inhaled sharply. A sudden sense of unreality washed over him. "Father, you just sent a divine concealment practitioner fleeing with 2 slaps?" Su Yuan raised an eyebrow. "What? Do you think your father is weak?" Su Xiaofan's expression turned bewildered as he realized he could not fathom this father of his. "Father, what is your true strength?" Su Yuan's expression returned to calm. He slightly lifted his gaze towards the distant horizon. After a moment of silence, he replied, "Your father's strength is beyond your current imagination." Su Xiaofan was left in a daze. What he truly wanted to ask was, "Father, what kind of inheritance have you obtained, that your cultivation has ascended so rapidly?" Yet, Su Yuan's statement implied that the inheritance was extraordinarily potent. The father and son departed without looking back. The members of the Su family watched them leave in silence, no one daring to speak. It was only after their figures completely vanished from view that an elder approached the second elder, asking, "Should we remove this father and son from the family tree?" The second elder glared fiercely, retorting, "If anyone should be removed, it should be you. Grant them a separate page in the family record." The elder appeared troubled. "This may not be appropriate, according to family regulations." Smack! The second elder delivered 2 resounding slaps to the elder's face, causing blood to trickle from the corner of his mouth. The onlookers were left in stunned silence. The second elder bellowed, "This father and son duo, one is an unparalleled sword cultivator of the Divine Concealment Realm, while the other is a prodigious talent at the tender age of 15, are destined for extraordinary achievements. Although we may not benefit from their glory at present, surely, in a century or 2, we shall find ourselves linked to their legacy. At that time, our Su family will surely thrive." The elder who had been chastised suddenly came to a realization, his face lighting up with joy as he exclaimed, "Second elder, your wisdom is truly remarkable." The second elder, with a deep sigh, gazed skyward and muttered, "A congregation of fools. What a travesty." Chapter 6. The overwhelming pressure. Father will bear it in the vast emptiness. A small spiritual vessel, carrying 3 individuals, sped towards the imperial city. Yang Feiyun had already awakened and stood at the bow of the ship. His face contorted as he cursed vehemently. "Damn it, I must kill that brat." Shangguan Shiyue listened silently, her expression complex and her gaze vacant, as if still reeling from the shock. That Su Xiaofan had actually attained the innate realm, a 15-year-old innate warrior. It was unlikely that one could find another in the entire DU. Such talent was utterly terrifying. Contemplating this, Shangguan Shiyue glanced once more at Yang Feiyun, feeling a distinct absence of the fluttering sensation she once experienced. Yang Feiyun was also a prodigy, a pinnacle of the acquired realm at 20, remarkable in any context. However, in comparison to Su Xiaofan, he seemed to fall significantly short. This stirred a tumult of emotions within her, a vague sense of regret emerging. At that moment, the elderly matron, who was fervently steering the vessel, divided her attention and remarked with indignation, "Rest assured, young master, when we return to the family, the master will undoubtedly dispatch unparalleled experts to tear that father-son duo to shreds." Yang Feiyun scoffed, not bestowing the matron with a pleasant demeanor. The blame for inadequate protection would be addressed upon their return. The matron chuckled awkwardly, choosing not to speak further. Just then, Shangguan Shiyue suddenly inquired, "Elder, is Su Yuan truly a powerful figure in the Divine Concealment Realm? Is he so easily slain?" The matron sneered, "Merely a trifling figure in the Divine Concealment. In the face of the Yang family, he is nothing. In this world, talent alone holds little value. It all hinges on one's connections and background." Shangguan Shiyue pondered this, and after a moment, nodded earnestly. She then grasped Yang Feiyun's hand, tears brimming in her eyes. "Feiyun, I had no idea that the Su father-son duo could be so treacherous. Seeing the girl's expression of guilt, Yang Feiyun's anger subsided somewhat. He turned to comfort her. "It's all right, this is not your fault, and those 2-1T last much longer." On a broad official road, a horse-drawn carriage sped along. Inside, Su Xiaofan regarded his father, who was driving, with a complex expression. How could he explain the matter of his cultivation? He neither wished to speak falsehoods nor could he divulge the truth. Yet, remaining silent was certainly not an option. At that moment, Su Yuan seemed to sense something amiss. He cast a glance at his son, who appeared hesitant to speak, and his gaze inadvertently fell upon the ring in his son's hand. Suddenly, understanding dawned upon him, and his lips curled into a slight smile. Though the specifics differed somewhat, was the essence not the same? It was merely the old grandfather's doing. Su Yuan felt he had seen through everything and grasped the situation entirely. It was simply that the grandfather had instructed his foolish son to keep a secret, while the naive boy was consumed by guilt and self-deception. The child was good-hearted, albeit a bit foolish. With a silent chuckle, Su Yuan spoke. Everyone harbors their own secrets, including myself. You need not disclose anything. Nor shall I inquire. There is no need for you to be troubled. Upon hearing this, Su Xiaofan nodded earnestly, his expression finally easing. Only at this moment did he find the leisure to ponder other queries. Father, where shall we go next? Su Yuan turned his gaze to the north and replied. To the imperial capital, to the Zhulu Academy. Su Xiaofan was instantly taken aback. He was somewhat aware of the Zhulu Academy, renowned as the foremost institution of higher learning in the Dayu Empire, a haven for prodigies. Most crucially, the injured young Yuan, whom he had recently bested, was also a disciple of the Zhulu Academy. It appeared that the forces backing him were far from simple. If they were to encounter him, would it not be inviting trouble upon themselves? With this thought, Su Xiaofan hastily shook his head, asking, what purpose do we have in going there? Su Yuan, having anticipated his son's na-ve reaction, countered with a question. Have you heard of the Yang family? Su Xiaofan shook his head once more, furrowing his brow. Is the Yang family formidable? Although Su Yuan was uncertain of the Yang family's true strength, he nodded affirmatively. Indeed, they are exceedingly powerful. Su Xiaofan grew anxious. Should we not flee? We must run as far as we can and find a place to hide. Yet Su Yuan sighed. There is no escaping. If the Yang family truly wishes to pursue us, we cannot evade them. Su Xiaofan forced himself to regain composure, rapidly contemplating as he inquired. What then shall we do? Su Yuan lifted his gaze towards a certain direction and stated calmly, though the Yang family is strong. As long as you can join the Zhulu Academy, not even they would dare to touch you. This is currently our sole recourse. After a lengthy contemplation, Su Xiaofan let out a deep sigh, resigning himself to fate. If given a choice, he would prefer to avoid such a perilous place. However, refraining from going seemed to present even greater complications. This time, he found himself with no alternative. In that fleeting moment, Su Xiaofan acutely recognized his own frailty. Observing his son, Su Yuan maintained his calm demeanor. Do not dwell on these matters excessively. Focus on your cultivation instead. Besides, you still have your father by your side. Su Xiaofan nodded earnestly. 3 days later, the father and son continued their journey as usual until dusk. Suddenly, Su Yuan reined in the horse, frowning at the figure of a cloaked elder in the shadows not far ahead. After a brief pause, and seeing the elder remain motionless, he finally spoke up. Excuse me, elder, could you please step aside? The cloaked elder, however, showed no intention of moving. Instead, he fixed Su Yuan and Su Xiaofan with a penetrating gaze, as if appraising two corpses. Su Yuan narrowed his eyes, the corners of his mouth curling slightly. Yet his voice carried a chill. Are you a member of the Yang family? The cloaked elder gave a slight nod but did not make an immediate move, remaining alert and observant, with not a hint of complacency. Father. Su Xiaofan felt a pang of panic. This individual was evidently more powerful than the old crone. Faced with such a formidable opponent, he felt utterly powerless. Even the teleportation talisman granted by the system might prove useless. Xiaofan. It was only when his father's voice resonated that Su Xiaofan felt a modicum of reassurance. Xiaofan, listen to me, Su Yuan said calmly, patting his son's shoulder. You must run at the opportune moment. I believe you possess the means to escape. Once safety is assured, you shall proceed to Qizhou City, taking the spirit vessel directly to the imperial capital. Should you not wait for me, you must independently partake in the entrance examination for the Hunting Institute. Once you become a disciple of the Hunting Institute, tranquility shall surely follow. However, as Su Xiaofan listened, an unsettling feeling arose within him, prompting him to interject. Father, what about you? Su Yuan, without glancing at his son, slowly rose and replied, I shall buy you time. Dad. Su Xiaofan's eyes reddened instantly, and he exclaimed, "I won't leave." Su Yuan turned back, casting a glance at his son. His gaze remained calm, even exuding a hint of pride. "Do not worry, I will be fine. Your presence here would only hinder me." In that moment, his seemingly frail figure appeared to shield against all storms ahead. Yet, Su Xiaofan shook his head resolutely. "No, father. We shall bear this together. Get lost." Su Yuan retorted sharply, turning and delivering a kick. Su Xiaofan was sent flying, vanishing into a black void high in the air. A swift teleportation through the realm of divine concealment. "You two share quite a profound bond," the old man in the black robe teased with a smile. "Indeed," Su Yuan acknowledged, nodding in agreement. "However, today, both of you must perish. There shall be no escape." With a sigh, the old man added, "I truly did not wish to kill you, for I too have a son. Yet, you have gravely offended the Yang family. They possess but one precious son, and I cannot allow outsiders to bully him." Su Yuan responded with understanding. "I comprehend." The old man in the black robe expressed surprise. "You should be able to sense my realm, yes?" Su Yuan nodded. "Naturally." The old man's expression turned perplexed. "Then why are you so calm? The higher the realm, the greater the disparity in power. You must have only recently entered the realm of divine concealment, correct? A novice facing a pinnacle expert. Do you truly believe you can prevail?" Su Yuan raised an eyebrow, and the Qin Xian sword abruptly appeared in his hand. The old man scoffed. "Do you think brandishing a sword will intimidate me? What do you take yourself for, a sword cultivator?" Su Yuan smiled and replied, "Indeed, how did you know?" In the next instant, the invincible sword technique was unleashed. A formidable and murderous sword aura instantly enveloped the entire space. A streak of sword light, imbued with overwhelming might, cleaved directly towards the old man in the black robe. The old man was caught off guard, exclaiming, "Damn, you really are a sword cultivator." Taken by surprise, he found himself unable to evade, forced to withstand the blow. However, that sword light sliced through him as effortlessly as cutting through tofu, evenly severing his body in two. The old man in the black robe met his demise. Su Yuan sheathed his sword, surveying the chaos strewn about, utterly astonished. Indeed, sword cultivators are terrifyingly formidable. Yet, a question lingered in his mind. Given the might of sword cultivators, what could have possibly led to the severance of their lineage in the past? Chapter 7. This time, I shall bear the burden for you. One cannot help but wonder how my father is faring. The torrential rain poured down relentlessly. Su Xiaofan navigated swiftly through the curtain of rain, his eyes filled with an overwhelming sense of worry that seemed inescapable. He yearned to return. Yet the path home eluded him. Moreover, returning now would likely lead to a grim fate. At this juncture, the only option was to head towards Qingzhou City 3 hours later. Amidst the raging storm, Su Xiaofan abruptly halted, fixating his gaze on a cave not far ahead. Observing that the downpour showed no signs of abating and realizing that the vital energy within him was nearly depleted, he resolved to seek refuge inside for a brief respite. However, as he approached the entrance, hesitation gripped him. A flicker of light emanated from within, clearly indicating the presence of others. If they were members of the Yang family, he would be walking into a trap. At that moment, laughter resonated from the cave. "Esteemed brother, the rain outside is quite relentless. Why not step inside for a moment of shelter?" After much contemplation, Su Xiaofan decided to enter the cave. He needed a place to replenish his vital energy. Otherwise, he risked becoming a midnight snack for the beast of the mountains. Furthermore, he still possessed the teleportation talisman granted by the senior of the system, allowing for a quick escape should the situation turn dire. With these thoughts in mind, Su Xiaofan stepped inside. The cave was not particularly large, and upon entering, he spied a young man clad in splendid attire alongside an elderly figure in dark robes, both roasting the meat of an unknown beast. Su Xiaofan introduced himself. "I am Su Chun." The young man paused momentarily before warmly responding. "Ah, you are Su Chun. I am Li Bao, and this is my master, Mr. Ranli." Su Xiaofan smiled and replied, "I apologize for intruding upon you both." Li Bao waved his hand dismissively. "Not at all. This is a land without a master." Su Xiaofan returned a polite smile, preferring to remain reticent. He then found a spot as far from the two as possible and sat cross-legged to restore his vital energy. Of course, he remained vigilant, dividing his attention to observe them. Not long after, Li Bao called out while holding a skewer of meat, "Su brother, would you care for a bite?" Su Xiaofan opened his eyes and politely declined. "I have already eaten. I appreciate your kindness, Li brother." Li Bao chuckled awkwardly, clearly eager to continue the conversation. "Where might you be headed, Su brother?" Su Xiaofan answered without hesitation, to the northern continent. A slight twitch appeared at the corner of Li Bao's mouth. The northern continent was over 10,000 miles away. Even a master of the Divine Concealment Realm, at great cost, would take at least a month to arrive there. Nevertheless, Li Bao gritted his teeth and said, "What a coincidence. My master and I are also bound for the northern continent. It would be fortuitous if we traveled together." Su Xiaofan increasingly sensed something amiss. Their enthusiasm felt excessive. He declined without hesitation. "I have pressing matters to attend to." Li Bao, understanding, did not press further. "In that case, it's best to leave it at that." A silence ensued. Soon, after less than 2 hours had passed, Su Xiaofan felt that he had sufficiently restored his energy. He stood and cupped his hands in farewell, saying, "Esteemed sirs, I have urgent matters to address and must take my leave." Li Bao seemed to wish to hold on, but ultimately said, "We shall meet again." Upon hearing this, Su Xiaofan did not look back and swiftly exited the cave. He discovered that the rain had ceased and the sky was gradually brightening. Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed forward, all the while internally grumbling, "Damn, why does it feel like there are only bad people out here these days?" Inside the cave, Li Bao gazed in the direction of the cave's entrance and remarked, "This young man's courage is rather lacking. Not a single word of truth escapes his lips. If it weren't for my earlier investigations, I might have truly been deceived by him. Could it be that the rumors about the master are erroneous?" Ranli opened his eyes and pondered, "I too find him somewhat inscrutable." Li Bao was taken aback. He was acutely aware of the prowess of his master. How could such a figure fail to see through a mere youth from a small family? He cautiously inquired, "You too cannot discern him?" Ranli stroked his beard and nodded. He must possess some hidden aura or treasure. However, judging by his speed when fleeing, he is undoubtedly of innate talent. Li Bao pressed on, "And his age?" Ranli clicked his tongue, 15. At this revelation, Li Bao suddenly sighed. "I heard that the elder of the Yang family left the capital yesterday. It is likely he intends to eliminate that father and son duo. With the boy's father absent, he may already be lost. If only we could have arrived sooner." Ranli fell silent for a moment before suddenly stating, "That may not necessarily be the case." Li Bao appeared momentarily dazed, confusion etched across his face. Just then, a handsome young man clad in a green robe entered the cave. Li Bao was even more bewildered. However, the young man paid him no mind, turning instead to Ran Li and asking, "How did you discover my presence?" Ran Li smiled and clasped his hands. "Though I am unaware of how Taoist Su has concealed his cultivation to this extent, you have only masked your realm and not your breath." Upon hearing this, Su Yuan felt relieved. The system indeed had the capability to hide one's cultivation, yet it could not conceal one's aura. This was easily detectable by those of profound cultivation. Reflecting on this, Su Yuan felt somewhat embarrassed, having eavesdropped on their conversation. Ran Li, sensing the awkwardness, interjected, "We harbor no ill intentions. We merely seek to ally with you. For the enemy of our enemy is our friend." Su Yuan inquired with a grin, "Do you have a vendetta against the Yang family?" Ran Li shook his head. "It cannot be termed a vendetta, merely differing stances, or more accurately, different factions." Su Yuan, squinting in contemplation, then scrutinized Li Bao with a hint of surprise. "The fortune of the dynasty is upon you. Such a blessing is typically reserved for the royal bloodline. Could it be that he is a prince?" The latter seemed to grasp the situation as well. Noticing that his master treated this individual with such respect, and that he bore the surname Su, he began to speculate on the other's identity. Thus, he did not dare to be remiss. "I am Li Bao, the 6th prince of the Du, and this is my esteemed mentor, Mr. Ran Li. It is an honor to meet you, Senior Su." Su Yuan nodded, his demeanor remaining unchanged. Indeed, he held no particular sentiment towards royal authority. However, Su Yuan's eyelids drooped, and his mind began to stir. The differing positions they had just discussed likely pertained to the struggle for imperial power. Throughout history, such conflicts have often been rife with treachery and bloodshed. If his foolish son were to become embroiled in this contention, would it not serve as an excellent trial? With this thought in mind, he spoke. "The 6th prince is young yet accomplished. When we arrive in the imperial capital, I shall ensure my son forges meaningful connections." Indeed, Li Bao was momentarily stunned by the unexpected delight, and after a lengthy pause, he quickly clasped his hands in gratitude. This enigmatic elder was unfathomable, and his son, Su Xiaofan, was a prodigious talent. With the two of them as allies, ascending to the throne was merely a matter of time. Su Yuan smiled and turned to Ran Li, inquiring, "By the way, Our family has now become irreparably entangled with the Yang family. Might I ask what their background is? Ranli gathered his thoughts before responding. The imperial capital boasts 4 paramount families, and the Yang family is one of them, aligned with the crown prince, making them the most formidable of the 4. Understanding dawned upon Su Yuan, and he pressed further. What of their foundation? Ran Li's aged visage grew solemn. Their depth is immeasurable. Merely considering the current head of the Yang family, Yang Wudi, his strength is unfathomable. Su Yuan furrowed his brow. Yang Wudi? What a domineering name. To bear such a title, one must possess commensurate power. It appears the Yang family is indeed formidable. Yet, the stronger they are, the more exhilarated Su Yuan became. He continued to inquire, what is his specific cultivation level? Ranli pondered before answering. It is rumored that he has already transcended the Purple Mansion realm, making him one of the top-tier powers within the Great Yu. A hint of surprise flickered across Su Yuan's otherwise impassive face. A mere Purple Mansion dares to claim the title of invincible? How has he managed to survive this long? Upon hearing this, the 2 other individuals present exchanged bewildered glances. How could it be that he is merely at the Purple Mansion level? The Purple Mansion represents the pinnacle of power in Great Yu. How could it seem so trivial in your words? How audacious! How could one so arrogant raise such a stable son? After a prolonged silence, Ranli tentatively ventured, could it be that your true cultivation level is Purple Mansion? Su Yuan replied, do you consider the Purple Mansion to be formidable? Ranli felt a touch of strangeness, but nodded nonetheless. I have witnessed a Purple Mansion practitioner in action. It is an unforgettable experience. Su Yuan dismissed him with disdain. The Purple Mansion is but an ant. With that, he took his leave, his robes billowing as he departed. Only the elder and the youth remained, standing in stunned silence against the chill of the morning breeze. Chapter 8. Cautious and honest individuals should never seek the limelight. Before arriving at Qingzhou City, Su Xiaofan, despite considering himself a person of the dogma, harbored an underlying sense of pride. After all, he hailed from a prestigious family. Although often subjected to scorn and ridicule, it could not alter the fact that he had enjoyed a life of luxury since childhood. However, at this moment, Su Xiaofan abruptly recognized himself as a frog at the bottom of a well. Initially, he had thought that the so-called spirit ship was merely a flying vessel, but it appeared to be far grander than he had imagined. Standing amidst the throng of people boarding the ship, he tilted his head to gaze at the vast spirit vessel, feeling as insignificant as an ant. It was difficult for him to fathom the kind of power that could propel such a colossal entity through the skies at an altitude of 10,000 meters. As the crowd surged forward, Su Xiaofan was soon to board the ship. However, he was halted by the guards stationed at the entrance, who demanded a fee of 100 gold coins. Su Xiaofan was perplexed, unsure of the meaning behind this demand, and hesitantly inquired, 100 gold coins? The guard, with a stern demeanor, replied, indeed, pay now and receive your identity token to board. Su Xiaofan fell silent. What did 100 gold coins signify? As far as he knew, the Su family's assets spanned Xian City, and their total annual income barely reached 500 gold coins. And here, merely to embark upon a ship required 100 gold coins. Was the cost of living in this city truly so exorbitant? Without a moment's hesitation, Su Xiaofan turned to leave, realizing he had forgotten his money and would return the following day. As a state capital, Qingzhou City was bustling and vibrant, filled with an array of novel wonders that dazzled the eyes. Even the women here seemed to possess a beauty that surpassed those in Xian City. Yet, as he strolled through the lively marketplace, Su Xiaofan's thoughts were consumed by one pressing concern, the need to acquire wealth. In these times, one could scarcely move without money. But how to obtain it? At that moment, a middle-aged man dressed like a vendor approached Su Xiaofan, cautiously retrieving an item from his bosom while whispering, "Friend, would you care to examine this exquisite qi gathering pill?" A first-grade qi gathering pill. It was a commonly used elixir during the qi attraction stage of cultivation, known for its ability to accelerate training speed. Of course, to him at present, this item was of no use whatsoever. Nevertheless, he instinctively inquired, how much? The vendor beamed with a friendly smile and replied, not expensive, just 10 gold coins each. Su Xiaofan's eyes widened in disbelief. So costly? The vendor's expression soured, and his tone lost its warmth. But this is a superior qi gathering pill. If you were to purchase the same quality at Wanbao Pavilion, it would cost at least 12 gold coins. Do you understand the market? With that, he tucked away the pill and turned to seek out another potential buyer. Su Xiaofan stood there for a moment, lost in thought, and suddenly a revelation dawned upon him. Selling elixirs. The third-grade elixir, the strength pill, which the system had previously rewarded him, could easily fetch 100 gold coins. If that failed, he could simply sell the formula. This item was undoubtedly worth a fortune. With this thought in mind, Xiaofan altered his appearance and made his way directly to Wanbao Pavilion. 15 minutes later, Xiaofan entered the Wanbao Pavilion. Approaching him was a man dressed like a squire, his demeanor cold. He promptly inquired, "Are you buying or selling?" Xiaofan hesitated for a moment before replying, "Selling." The man pressed further, "What do you wish to sell?" Xiaofan answered, "Dan medicine." The man's expression grew even more frigid as he nodded and said, "Follow me." Though puzzled, Xiaofan complied. Navigating around the counter, the man led him to a grand hall where a queue had formed. The appraiser was Elder Qin, our finest evaluator. Once the appraisal is complete, you may proceed with the transaction. Should you find the price unsatisfactory, you are free to leave. Wanbao Pavilion does not entertain haggling. With that, the man retraced his steps. Xiaofan clicked his tongue, thinking, such arrogance at Wanbao Pavilion. After waiting approximately another 15 minutes, it was finally Xiaofan's turn. The elder, presumably Elder Qin, glanced at Xiaofan and directly commanded, "Present your item." Xiaofan produced the power pill he had prepared in advance. Instantly, the fragrance of the pill filled the hall. A third-grade pill. Elder Qin's indifferent gaze suddenly shifted. Yet, it quickly returned to calm as he picked up the pill for a meticulous examination. After a considerable time, Elder Qin set the pill down, pondering momentarily before stating, "This third-grade power pill can augment strength tenfold for the duration of half an incense stick. I shall offer 70 gold. Before Xiaofan could express his delight, a gasp of disbelief echoed from the crowd behind him. "Is this for real? That's outrageous. Even the lowest quality third-grade pills start at 100 gold in the market. The power pill, which can be a lifesaver in critical moments, should be valued at least 120 gold. And now he's slashing it by nearly half." Enraged, Elder Qin slammed the table and stood, rebuking, "Are you questioning the integrity of Wanbao Pavilion?" The hall fell into an immediate silence. Some individuals were so startled they quietly slipped away from the throng. Wanbao Pavilion, a renowned establishment across the entire Great Yu, possessed a profound heritage, and naturally, no one dared to offend it. Xiaofan, though bold, preferred to avoid trouble as a cultivator. If he had to take a loss, so be it. Thus, he smiled and replied, "Then 70 gold it is." Upon hearing this, Elder Qin resumed his seat, his previous ire dissipating as a smile replaced it. "You're a wise young man. Next time you sell, feel free to seek me out." After settling the transaction, Xiaofan did not leave, but instead took out the recipe for the power pill. This was a reward from the system along with the pill. And since he did not know how to refine pills, he decided to sell it as well. This recipe held significant value, and he feared it might not fetch a good price elsewhere. Although Wanbao Pavilion had its pitfalls, the circumstances were exceptional. Who could predict whether the Yang family would suddenly arrive? Elder Qin examined the recipe with a puzzled expression, wondering, what sort of recipe is this? Xiaofan replied, "It is for the third-grade power pill." Old Qin sprang up once more, his words tumbling forth at a rapid pace. "Wait a moment." With that, he dashed away. Xiaofan, though puzzled, chose to exercise patience. At that juncture, a commotion erupted behind him. "Brother, are you foolish? How can you engage in transactions with Wanbao Pavilion after they've treated you with such disdain? Indeed, this establishment is notorious for exploiting its customers and will inevitably face ruin." The price of third-grade elixirs has been slashed to half, and the formula itself is worth a fortune. I wonder what the asking price will be shortly. Xiaofan turned to the group behind him and offered a smile, refraining from uttering a word. Outside, a single misstep in speech could lead to an irreversible disaster. He certainly would not commit such a blunder. Before long, Old Qin returned. The hall fell into an instantaneous silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard, as if nothing had transpired. Yet, Old Qin's mind was elsewhere. He stated plainly, "Follow me. Master Su wishes to see you." Xiaofan, curious about the identity of Master Su, refrained from probing further and followed the elder out. Of course, the life-preserving teleportation talisman remained securely tucked within his sleeve. Chapter 9. But I thought there were no connections? Before long, the two arrived at a concealed chamber. Master Qin rapped upon the heavy stone slab and declared, "The master has arrived." In the next moment, the stone door began to ascend slowly. They stepped inside, and Xiaofan's gaze was immediately drawn to a massive alchemical furnace. Upon a second glance, he noticed a middle-aged man clad in a Taoist robe, sitting cross-legged before the furnace, sporting a pair of goat-like whiskers. This must be Master Su, an alchemist. Although Su Xiaofan had seldom ventured outside, he had heard of the rarity of alchemists. Given that martial practitioners often relied on elixirs to aid their cultivation, their status naturally soared. Thus, Su Xiaofan felt a surge of respect and inquired, "The master must have appraised the formula. May I ask how much it is worth in gold?" Master Su stroked his goat whiskers, remaining silent as he scrutinized Su Xiaofan from head to toe. His attire was tattered, and his appearance disheveled, yet despite his handsome features, there lingered an unmistakable trace of sorrow in his brow. Aha! It was evident he was a small fry without any backing. With this realization, Master Su felt a secret delight within, though he maintained a sardonic smile, retorting, "How much is it worth? You bring me a counterfeit formula and expect me not to take your life? You've fared well enough." His voice carried a sharpness that was distinctly discomforting. Su Xiaofan was taken aback. In an instant, he comprehended the ulterior motive. He was being swindled. This scoundrel had no intention of paying. Time and again, this provocation nearly compelled Su Xiaofan to roll up his sleeves and retaliate. However, at that moment, a few lines of text materialized before his eyes. "You have been humiliated by the master alchemist. You have two choices. 1. Avenge your humiliation by eliminating those who insulted you, rewarded with a random battle skill. 2. Endure and navigate this crisis without bloodshed, rewarded with a Purple Mansion Realm experience card." Faced with the choice between a mysterious battle skill and the experience card, Su Xiaofan unhesitatingly opted for the latter. There was no contest. The Purple Mansion Realm represented the pinnacle of known realms for him. A single experience card for the Purple Mansion Realm equated to a chance at survival. Such temptation was simply irresistible. In comparison, a third-grade formula was nothing at all. In the next moment, Su Xiaofan adopted the expression of a fraudster caught in the act. His face etched with terror. His voice trembled as he stammered, "And no. It can't be. It doesn't seem fake." Master Su, perplexed, mused, "Is this lad truly so easily deceived?" Nevertheless, he glared and asserted, "As a second-grade alchemist, could I possibly deceive you?" Su Xiaofan promptly admitted his fault. For the sake of the Purple Mansion experience card, he was willing to risk it all. Master, I was wrong. This formula was something I stumbled upon by chance, and I cannot ascertain its authenticity. Hence I specifically came to the Wanbao Pavilion for an evaluation. I truly had no intention of deceiving you." With a cold snort, Master Su replied, "If that is the case, be gone. Do not waste my time." Su Xiaofan feigned relief and hurriedly exited. Once he had departed, Master Su retrieved the formula and began to peruse it once more. After a considerable time, he burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Once I thoroughly research this formula, I shall undoubtedly become a third-grade alchemist." In a moment of joy, Master Su turned his gaze towards Elder Qin, acknowledging his commendable performance. "Once I achieve a breakthrough, you shall not be neglected," he promised. Elder Qin, filled with delight, hurriedly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Master Su." However, Master Su's demeanor shifted suddenly, his expression darkening. "Do you not find that young lad to be somewhat peculiar?" he inquired. After a moment's contemplation, Elder Qin hesitantly replied, "Perhaps he is a bit too submissive." Master Su nodded gravely, voicing his concerns. "This boy possesses an alarming capacity for restraint. The fact that he has not displayed a hint of dissatisfaction is unsettling. If I were in his position, I could not possibly endure such a situation. Individuals like him are frightening and must not be offended." Elder Qin, cautious, asked, "Are you suggesting?" Master Su interjected, "Once such a person is wronged, they cannot be allowed to remain. If he lives, it will weigh heavily on my conscience." In a hushed tone, Elder Qin replied, "I shall arrange for his demise at once." He was well acquainted with such matters, having engaged in them on more than one occasion. Master Su nodded in approval. "Go then. Ensure the boy does not escape." "Understood," Elder Qin responded, bowing as he took his leave. Meanwhile, Su Xiaofan exited the Wanbao Pavilion and promptly ventured into an alley. After meandering for a full half-hour, he finally shed his disguise and emerged from another exit, blending into the throngs of bustling people. With 70 gold pieces from selling pills, coupled with his previous assets, he now found himself in a position to afford a spirit vessel. However, he did not intend to do so just yet. He chose to take a risk and wait until the morrow, harboring a glimmer of hope to catch another glimpse of the figure in the azure robe. Thus, Su Xiaofan sought refuge in a nearby inn. Yet, he found himself perplexed. Even at this moment, the system's predecessor had yet to respond. Until the experience card was credited, he could not find peace of mind. Nevertheless, he settled into a lotus position on the soft couch, compelling himself into a meditative state. His current strength was not solely due to the predecessor's assistance, but also a testament to his own diligence. In a world like this, one must have a solid foundation. Without it, one could only rely on oneself. As nightfall descended imperceptibly upon the realm, the room remained dim and silent, save for the faintest whisper of breath. A cool evening breeze nudged the partially open window, ruffling Xiaofan's hair. He slowly opened his eyes, frowning as he gazed out the window. The moon hung full and luminous in the sky, yet at this moment, the true protagonist of the night had become merely a backdrop. For there, suspended in the air, stood a figure cloaked in black. In midair, Xiaofan's brow furrowed deeper. His initial thought was that the Yang family had come for him. But then, that notion was swiftly dismissed. Based on his father's words, the Yang family was immensely powerful. If it were one of their members, they would never descend in such a manner to commit murder. It was utterly unnecessary. Who could it be? Countless thoughts flitted through Xiaofan's mind, ultimately settling upon the face of the alchemist surnamed Su from the Wandao Pavilion. Indeed, it must be this individual who is causing the turmoil. No wonder the system has refrained from dispensing rewards. The issue lies here. Taking a series of deep breaths to quell his anger, Xiaofan turned once more to the masked figure in the air, offering a hearty smile as he spoke. I am aware of your intentions. Shall we converse? The cloaked figure did not immediately engage, but rather responded with intrigue. Very well. How do you propose we negotiate? Xiaofan rose and positioned himself by the window, stating, I possess a formidable backing. Should you harm me, it would spell trouble for you. The dark-clad figure mercilessly countered. You cannot possibly have any support. Otherwise, you would not remain silent after having your third-grade formula stolen. Xiaofan cleared his throat, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Yet he remained resolute in his desire to resolve the situation amicably. I am quite wealthy. I can offer you money. Simply inform your employer that I am deceased, and you shall profit twice over. What do you say? The masked individual fell silent, seemingly contemplating the proposal. Sensing potential success, Xiaofan eagerly continued. I will provide you with double the sum. The masked figure chuckled. However, as far as I am aware, you are quite impoverished. Otherwise, you would not have sold a third-grade pill for merely 70 gold. Xiaofan fell silent. With a continued smile, the masked figure proposed. I shall grant you an opportunity. Take your own life. I am disinclined to act myself, as it would weigh heavily on my conscience to slay a mere youth. Xiaofan's expression turned pensive, contemplating whether he should eliminate his adversary. To kill beyond one's rank. Although he had never engaged in such perilous endeavors, he felt a surge of confidence, bolstered by years of mentorship from the system's predecessor, believing that even transcending ranks was worth attempting. Yet, if he were to act, would the system's predecessor deem it an automatic selection of the first option? After all, the elder had mentioned bloodless warfare. The interpretation of this phrase remained uncertain. To gamble? Xiaofan dared not take the risk. For a Purple Realm cultivation experience card was of immense value. Since fighting was not an option, fleeing became his sole recourse. With this thought, Xiaofan prepared to shatter the teleportation talisman concealed within his sleeve. At that moment, the cloaked figure, growing impatient, demanded, Have you made your decision? Xiaofan remained silent. Sensing something amiss, the dark-clad figure bellowed, Die. However, just as the masked individual launched an attack and Xiaofan readied his escape, a figure suddenly appeared upon the eaves not far away. It was a man clad in a blue robe. He stood upon the corner of the flying eaves, with hair fluttering in the wind, his expression calm and his gaze profound as an abyss. Xiaofan, filled with surprise, instinctively shouted, Father. The cloaked figure was momentarily stunned. The god concealment. The masked individual could no longer maintain his form, succumbing to an overwhelming force that sent him plummeting from the sky. He landed headfirst, dazed and disoriented. Damn it. You said you had no backing. The cloaked figure cursed in indignation. Xiaofan looked down at the once mighty figure now prostrated before him, blinking in disbelief. Feeling somewhat aggrieved, I did say so, but you did not believe me. The man in black felt a deep sense of grievance, cursing inwardly the employer who had summoned him with a hefty purse. It was promised to be merely a task involving a young lad of no significant background. Yet, what was this situation unfolding now? He yearned to articulate more, but in the next instant, he sensed a palpable aura of murderous intent locking onto him. Undoubtedly, this ominous energy emanated from the mysterious powerhouse that had just appeared. He dared not lift his gaze, fearing that if he did, he might never again behold the sun of tomorrow. The only recourse available to him was to relinquish his pride and repeatedly bow in supplication. Esteemed senior, spare me. I am merely a hired hand. I can provide information about my employer. Indeed, I am willing to surrender all my savings. If only you would grant me my life. Su Yuan cast a fleeting glance, and with the parting of his thin lips, uttered 3 words, "Take your own life." The man in black trembled, for with his head bowed, no one could discern the expression etched upon his face. It was one of sheer terror and despair. Die. In the next moment, the man in black suddenly surged forward, launching an attack on Su Yuan. Yet, at that very instant, he felt as though the world was spinning around him, tumbling several times, until he beheld a headless corpse. After taking a few steps forward, it gradually collapsed. As his consciousness began to fade, he cast one last glance at the moon. Since the sun of tomorrow would remain unseen, he would settle for gazing at the moon tonight. Chapter 10. Today, I shall no longer be honest. The masked man in black has perished, and so too has the spirit of Su Xiaofan. However, his sorrow is not for this unfamiliar individual. Rather, it stems from the second option displayed on the panel before him, which has suddenly dimmed. The perplexing aspect is that he had not lifted a finger throughout the ordeal. In his heart, he cried out, "Senior, is this truly the case?" The senior, aloof and unyielding, offered no response, leaving Su Xiaofan's expression one of despondency. Su Yuan, unbeknownst to Su Xiaofan, had approached his son's side and observed his dazed expression with keen scrutiny. He had witnessed the entire conflict unfold and now realized that his intervention had come too late, resulting in his son harboring a heavy heart. If this knot remains untied, it may fester into a malevolent spirit in due course. As he pondered, words materialized before him. Detected that your son has suffered unfair treatment. A random quest has been triggered. Eliminate the Qingzhou branch of Wanao Pavilion within 1 hour. Rewards are random. 1 hour? Su Yuan scoffed, a smirk playing on his lips. Who does this underestimate? It won't take that long. However, as he contemplated the random rewards, a silence enveloped him. He had not anticipated that the system favored this lottery-like approach. Dismissing the panel before him, Su Yuan placed a reassuring hand on his son's shoulder. Expressing his regret, "Father has arrived late." Su Xiaofan, regaining his composure, felt his eyes welling up, shaking his head. "As long as you are unharmed, father." Su Yuan chuckled softly. "You have endured quite a bit of hardship these past few days, haven't you?" Su Xiaofan replied, "It's nothing, really. Yet." Su Yuan's demeanor grew icy as he queried, "Who sought to take your life?" Su Xiaofan cast a glance at the first option. Avenge past grievances by eliminating all who have wronged you. Reward, random combat skill. He sighed. "It is likely an alchemist from Wanbao Pavilion." Su Yuan pressed further. "Why would he wish to harm you?" Su Xiaofan recounted the events leading to their entrance into Qingzhou City, and with each word, Su Yuan's expression darkened. Of course, this was merely a performance, after all. He had been trailing closely behind his son. Nevertheless, he grasped Su Xiaofan's arm and led him toward the door. Su Xiaofan, puzzled, questioned, "Are we fleeing?" In truth, he had been contemplating a covert revenge, and if they ran now, such a plan would be thwarted. Su Yuan glanced at his son, reassuringly stating, "Fleeing? That word does not exist in my vocabulary." Su Xiaofan uncertainly replied, "Then where are we headed?" Su Yuan calmly declared, "To Wanbao Pavilion." Su Xiaofan fell silent for a moment before exclaiming, "Father, I believe we must not act impulsively. Wanbao Pavilion wields significant power. If we are to confront them, we should not do so openly." Su Yuan huffed dismissively, "It is merely Wanbao Pavilion." Shortly thereafter, the father and son entered Wanbao Pavilion. As they walked inside, Su Yuan inquired, "Do you know the name of that alchemist?" Su Xiaofan shook his head. "I do not know, only that his surname is Su." Su Yuan nodded, indicating his understanding. At that moment, a man dressed like a small merchant approached and inquired, "Gentlemen." Before he could finish his words, he was struck down by Su Yuan's overwhelming pressure, blood streaming from his 7 orifices, leading to his untimely demise. Ah, what? The surrounding patrons did not react with panic. Instead, they stood frozen in place. Some rubbed their eyes vigorously, repeatedly confirming the 3 bold characters on the plaque that read Wanbao Pavilion. They were incredulous. Who would dare commit murder in the Wanbao Pavilion? Su Xiaofan was also somewhat bewildered. Thinking, "Father, what is happening?" Su Yuan casually remarked, "It is evident that this merchant is merely a sycophant. He deserved his fate." Su Xiaofan fell silent. The two continued onward, as guards clad in short shirts began to appear around them. However, These men were swiftly struck down by Su Yuan's oppressive aura. Su Xiaofan clicked his tongue in amazement. Father, what kind of ability is this? Su Yuan, not one to withhold information, explained, when a person's realm is significantly superior, they can utilize their pressure to directly annihilate those of lower realms. Su Xiaofan, embodying the curiosity of a child, pressed further, what exactly is this pressure? Su Yuan elaborated. The so-called pressure is an aura emanating from a higher realm, combined with spiritual energy. It is utterly ineffective against those of higher realms, but it can decimate the lower ones in droves. As he finished speaking, an elder burst forth from the crowd. It was none other than the familiar Qin Lao. At that moment, he bellowed, "You scoundrel, do you know where you are?" The elder's imposing presence swept across the area, but upon spotting Su Xiaofan, his pupils constricted. "It's you." Su Xiaofan recognized him as well, having been deceived by this man just that morning. Without hesitation, he charged forward. Su Yuan did not intervene, rather. He watched with keen interest. Qin Lao was taken aback. What was he planning? A mere novice in the innate realm challenging an established elder like himself? However, in the next instant, a powerful gust of wind struck, causing Qin Lao to tilt and stagger. Instinctively, he raised his arms to shield himself. Crack! The sound of bones breaking echoed. Qin Lao was violently propelled backward, his hands flailing helplessly at his sides. His eyes were bloodshot, disbelief etched across his face. Yet Su Xiaofan offered him no time to react. A torrent of violent true essence coursed through his body. As his joints ground together, they emitted a sound akin to a roaring tiger or a dragon's roar. With a fierce stomp of his foot, a small crater formed beneath him. Su Xiaofan's figure shot forth. His fist collided with Qin Lao's horrified visage. The elder's head flew backward, crashing against the wall, creating the illusion of a vibrant flower blooming upon impact. After glancing at his handiwork, Su Xiaofan quickly retreated behind Su Yuan, adopting an innocent demeanor. Su Yuan turned back to look, somewhat speechless. As for his foolish son possessing the strength to defeat opponents far beyond his level, he was not surprised. Although the old man's skills could not compare to his own system, achieving such a feat was merely a fundamental exercise, was it not? However, Su Yuan, still somewhat curious, inquired, "Xiaofan, what martial arts are you majoring in that are so formidable?" Su Xiaofan hesitated for a moment, feeling somewhat apprehensive, and replied, "I found it outside and attempted to cultivate it. To my surprise, I actually succeeded. It's called the Divine Demonic Qi Refinement Technique." Divine Demonic Qi Refinement Technique? Su Yuan clicked his tongue, thinking to himself, what a domineering name. He then ceased his inquiries, adopting an enigmatic demeanor as he proceeded to the second floor. Observing this, Su Xiaofan sighed in relief and followed closely behind. Meanwhile, the onlookers were left dumbfounded, staring at the retreating figures of the father and son. Upon reaching the second floor, they encountered no obstacles, for all the guards of the Wanbao Pavilion had just been dealt with by Su Yuan. The second floor was adorned with independent rooms designated for receiving esteemed guests. At that moment, a group of individuals was hastily descending the stairs. Su Yuan made no effort to stop them. At this juncture, Su Xiaofan pointed out a middle-aged man with a goatee amidst the crowd, declaring, "That is Master Su." Startled, Master Su turned to Su Xiaofan, his expression turning peculiar. "How has this brat not perished yet?" "Never mind. I've just heard that a powerful figure is causing a stir below. I must make my escape." With that thought, Master Su attempted to flee downstairs. However, a young figure suddenly blocked his path, obstructing his escape route. Furious, Master Su exclaimed, "What do you want, brat? I've already let you off once today. Are you seeking death now?" Su Xiaofan merely sneered, saying nothing, and launched a punch towards Master Su's face. Given the latter's innate cultivation, this strike would have left him severely injured. Yet, in an instant, a protective barrier of true essence manifested around Master Su, deflecting the blow back at Su Xiaofan. With a slight frown, Su Xiaofan retreated several paces to dissipate the force of the rebound. He gazed intently at Master Su, his expression grave. Was that a protective magical artifact? Enraged, Master Su bellowed, "You wretched creature, you are finished. Do you know the consequences of offending an alchemist?" With that, he pulled out a vial of pills from his pocket and consumed it in one swift motion. Instantly, his aura surged. But he did not stop there. He continued to retrieve and swallow more pills. A frail Taoist transformed into a burly man in an instant. This hulking figure moved with incredible speed, launching a fierce assault towards Su Xiaofan. Su Xiaofan furrowed his brow. Goodness pills, magical artifacts, martial arts techniques, and palm techniques, all of considerable caliber. Alchemists truly are wealthy. Yet, he remained unfazed. Who steps out without a few aces up their sleeve? Chapter 11. The triviality of the Wanbao Pavilion could be annihilated with a snap of the fingers. Xiaofan fervently urged the inner workings of his martial arts. The divine demon chi refinement technique consists of 9 tiers, each possessing a unique enhancement form. The first tier, Mighty Bull Transformation, greatly amplifies physical strength. Soon, mysterious black and white runes began to manifest around his body. These runes appeared as if inscribed upon his skin, or perhaps deeply embedded within, creating a sensation of unity. In an instant, both Xiaofan's speed and strength surged remarkably. At that moment, Master Su's massive hand came crashing down. Xiaofan met the strike with a powerful punch. The tremendous force collided with the air, producing a resounding sound that shattered the silence. Master Su was sent flying, crashing into several supporting pillars before staggering to his feet. He glanced down at his battered hand, a look of lingering trepidation upon his face. Had it not been for his protective artifact, that punch would have surely rendered his hand unusable. However, he still had allies to call upon. With a thought, Master Su bellowed, quickly summoned the manager. His voice, imbued with true essence, resonated like a thundercloud. Xiaofan was taken aback. He had not anticipated such a tactic from his opponent. He hurriedly looked towards Yuan, his father. Beside him, Yuan had taken a seat upon a stool, calmly observing the battle. With a confident smile, he replied, "Focus on your fight. I shall handle everything." Reluctantly, Xiaofan charged once more at Master Su. The two resumed their fierce confrontation. Before long, a furious roar echoed from the heavens, followed by an overwhelming pressure descending from above. Master Su rejoiced, laughing maniacally. "The manager has arrived. Your fate is sealed." In the next moment, a figure clad in a purple robe suddenly appeared on the second floor of the Wanbao Pavilion. His face was as dark as the bottom of a cauldron. The newcomer was none other than Sun Juda, the esteemed manager of the Wanbao Pavilion in Qingzhou. With a single punch, Master Su sent Xiaofan reeling. Seizing the opportunity to declare, "Manager, these two are causing trouble." Sun Juda surveyed the scene but disregarded Master Su, instead fixing his gaze upon Yuan. His brow furrowed in concentration. He could not discern the depths of his opponent's strength. Thus, he refrained from immediate action. Suppressing his fury as he inquired, "Might I ask who you are, and why you are causing a disturbance in my Wanbao Pavilion?" Yuan continued to observe his son. Having learned from past experiences to exercise caution during such trials, while training was essential, injuring oneself was unacceptable. In response to Sun Juda's question, he merely scoffed, "You are unworthy to know my identity. As for causing a disturbance, it is your Wanbao Pavilion that has overstepped its bounds. And you dare to question me?" Sun Juda's frown deepened. Yuan's tone was decidedly irksome. Yet, he managed to contain his anger, stating, "We can discuss matters amicably." Yuan let out a cold laugh. "Discuss amicably? If you had the strength, perhaps we could negotiate. Without it, I would likely be dead by now." Sun Juda had never before been subjected to such derision, leaving him momentarily rattled. "I have come to resolve this issue, and I have spoken to you in a calm manner. Do not push me too far. If you truly wish to resolve the matter, do not approach me first, but rather seek him out." Yuan pointed towards Master Su and continued, "Enough. If you wish to avoid death, silence yourself, old fool, and do not disturb my observation." Sun Juda could no longer contain himself and charged at Yuan, exclaiming, "How dare you be so ungrateful? Prepare to meet your end." In the next moment, the two figures appeared in the void several thousand meters above Qingzhou City. The two silhouettes transformed into a blue and a purple blur, continuously intertwining in the void, their speed nearly reaching that of sound. Moments later, Sun Juda was sent flying several hundred meters, spitting out blood mixed with a few shattered teeth. He covered his face, his eyes wide with disbelief. Just moments ago, they had exchanged blows evenly. How could it feel as if his opponent had suddenly grown stronger? He shouted at the figure in the blue robe hovering in midair, "You demon, what sorcery have you employed?" Yuan, appearing utterly unamused, replied, "I was merely warming up. Did you really think I could not best you? Frankly, you are rather weak. You are only slightly stronger than that old woman's guardian from the Yang family, but you lag far behind their esteemed elder." To kill him, Yuan would not even require his sword. This realization drained his interest, prompting him to declare, "You may now perish." With that, he advanced towards Sun Juda. The latter, taken aback, hesitated for a moment before resolutely biting down, shattering a jade pendant at his waist. In an instant, his figure vanished from the spot. Yuan felt the spatial fluctuations gradually dissipating and remarked, "The distance of this teleportation is rather absurd. He has directly transported to the imperial capital. Indeed, the people of Wanbao Pavilion possess some remarkable skills." In the next moment, Yuan reappeared on the second floor of Wanbao Pavilion. Glancing at the lifeless form of Master Su, he then turned to his somewhat disheveled son and inquired, "Well, how does it feel?" Experiencing such a balanced confrontation for the first time, Xiaofan felt a twinge of fear and instinctively replied, "I believe it would be wise for me to maintain a lower profile. Lately, I feel as though I am dancing on a tightrope, which is quite irresponsible to my life." Yuan was momentarily at a loss for words. After a brief silence, he stated, "You have completely misunderstood. Xiaofan, do you not grasp it yet?" Xiaofan, puzzled, asked, "Understand what?" Yuan spoke earnestly. "There are times when one must endure. But there are also times when one must not. Tolerance can lead to even greater provocation. Taking a step back may result in irreversible consequences. This predicament arose from your excessive forbearance, repeatedly yielding, which has led to the current situation." Xiaofan fell silent, his previously resolute heart wavering. Suddenly, a panel appeared before him. "You have been humiliated by a master alchemist. You now have two choices. 1. Avenge your honor by eliminating all who have wronged you. Reward, random combat skill. 2. Endure and navigate this crisis without bloodshed. Reward, Purple Mansion Realm Experience card." Gazing at the two contrasting options, his resolve solidified once more. Indeed, only by surviving can one truly thrive. With this thought firmly in mind, Xiaofan shifted the conversation, asking, "Father, what of the shopkeeper of Wanbao Pavilion?" Yuan cast a glance at his son and replied, "He has fled." Xiaofan let out a deep sigh. "Father, we have attracted another formidable power." Yuan replied, "Thus, you must strive diligently to successfully join the Hunting Institute. Otherwise, it is likely that we, father and son, will meet our demise upon arriving in the imperial capital." Upon hearing this, Xiaofan nodded solemnly. Before long, the father and son exited the Wanbao Pavilion. The night had grown late, yet numerous watchful eyes lurked in the surrounding darkness. After all, the commotion had been immense. The entire city of Qinzhou had just witnessed the clash between two powerful beings in midair. Yuan, however, paid them no mind. Instead, he cast a glance back at the Wanbao Pavilion and unleashed a powerful punch. With a resounding crash, the magnificent structure of the Wanbao Pavilion collapsed, instantly reduced to a heap of ruins. Xiaofan turned back in bewilderment, his expression one of confusion. "What is father doing?" Yuan chuckled lightly. "Since we have already made enemies, we might as well go all out." Xiaofan remained speechless. As the two departed, a series of gasps erupted from the shadowy corners. "Goodness, who is this formidable individual who has just obliterated the Wanbao Pavilion? I just received word that this father and son hail from the Su family of Xuanqing." "What? Xuanqing? How could such a remote place produce such fierce individuals?" In a matter of a night, the names of the father and son swiftly spread throughout Qinzhou, garnering widespread notoriety. The following day, the father and son boarded a spirit ship, setting their course directly for the imperial capital. Chapter 12. A young boy must protect himself outside. In the cabin, within a double room, Xiaofan glanced at his father, who was immersed in his cultivation, and said, "Father, I am going out for a moment." Yuan, somewhat taken aback, noted that his son typically preferred to remain indoors. Yet today he seemed to have changed his disposition. Nevertheless, he nodded and continued with his meditation. Once Xiaofan departed, he finally opened his eyes, shifting into a more comfortable position on the bed. What a jest it would be for Yuan, the protagonist of a system flow narrative, to engage in cultivations. Such an endeavor was utterly improbable for him. Why toil away when he could effortlessly reign supreme while reclining? With this thought, he activated the system panel, eagerly stating, "System, I wish to claim my reward. Random reward extraction in progress. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the innate sword body." Innate sword body, the supreme physique for the practice of swordsmanship. In an instant, Yuan felt a significant enhancement in his comprehension of swordsmanship. He even experienced a novel insight regarding the sword technique invincible sword. Previously, he had not been a genuine sword cultivator. Without the Qingxian sword, he would have been incapable of executing any sword techniques. However, now everything had transformed. Meanwhile, after Xiaofan exited his room, he wandered through the expansive cabin. After some time, he finally discovered a secluded spot. He then closed his eyes in concentration, activating the system panel to claim his reward of random combat techniques. The semi-transparent panel began to flicker incessantly, ultimately revealing a few prominent characters. Void Step Fist, rank unknown. In an instant, various details about the Void Step Fist surged into his mind. Upon absorbing this information, Xiaofan's face lit up with exhilaration. This combat technique was truly extraordinary. The Void Step Fist allowed for instantaneous movement over a distance to strike an adversary, qualifying it as a remarkable skill. Moreover, the distance of the instantaneous movement was determined by one's reserve of true essence. This meant that he could possess abilities akin to the spatial teleportation of the Divine Concealment Realm even in the innate realm. Exhaling deeply, Xiaofan closed the system panel, preparing to return. Just then, several burly men clad in red approached him, their demeanor fierce. As they walked, they knocked on the doors lining the corridor, incessantly driving people outside. Xiaofan furrowed his brow and changed direction, opting for an alternative route to return. To his dismay, he encountered more fierce red-clad individuals along this path, also herding the crowd. Just as he contemplated turning back again, a red-clad man blocked his way. "You there? If you wish to live, comply without resistance." Xiaofan chuckled sheepishly, scratching his head. "Understood, big brother." He then merged with the throng of people being driven forward, heading towards the gangplank. Curiosity piqued, Xiaofan observed the anxious faces around him before fixing his gaze on a portly young gentleman in splendid robes beside him. This lad appeared to be the most composed among them. Either he was in league with the red-clad men, or he possessed a powerful protector, rendering him unafraid of the situation. Such individuals typically held the most knowledge. Thus, Xiaofan quietly initiated a conversation. "I am Su, a humble soul. May I inquire your esteemed name?" The plump youth muttered softly, then introduced himself. "I am Zhang Hualong, from the Zhang family of archers." Xiaofan then inquired, "So you are Brother Zhang? May I ask what is the current situation?" Zhang Hualong cast a glance at the red-clad individuals behind him and replied, "They are members of the Red Robe Society." "The Red Robe Society?" Xiaofan expressed his confusion, instinctively asking, "What kind of organization is this Red Robe Society?" Zhang Hualong, with a look of disdain, remarked, "You do not know? The Red Robe Society consists of bandits that roam around the Yangzhou area, engaging in acts of robbery and plunder." Xiaofan grew more perplexed. As far as he knew, he was aboard an official vessel. Were these bandits so audacious as to brazenly attack an official ship? Why hadn't the court dispatched soldiers to eradicate them? Zhang Hualong explained, "Because they have powerful backing and their influence runs deep." Xiaofan pressed further, "What backing?" Zhang Hualong shook his head, saying, "I cannot divulge that information, or I would invite trouble upon myself." Xiaofan nodded in understanding. "I see. But I must thank you for sharing this knowledge. I owe you a favor." Zhang Hualong glanced at the somewhat tattered youth beside him, not placing much importance on the favor owed. As the two conversed, a throng of people had exited the cabin and gathered on the expansive deck. At this moment, the area was densely populated with individuals, and the guards had vanished, replaced by numerous members of the Red Robe Society, who were maintaining formation and keeping watch. Xiaofan finally comprehended why there were so many cultivators aboard, yet no one dared to resist. It turned out that these individuals had seized control of the ship's protective formation. Under such a colossal array, unless one was a formidable expert at the Divine Concealment level, there was no chance of survival. This left Xiaofan somewhat speechless. He realized that ever since he had set foot outside, trouble had been incessantly manifesting, each instance more perilous than the last. At that moment, a red figure shot up from the bow of the ship, ultimately hovering in a visible position above all. It was a striking woman clad in red, with red hair and exceptionally fair skin. As the woman's alluring red lips closed, she uttered a chilling voice, "You all should be aware of my Red Robe Society. Now, what you need to do is present all your money, and do not attempt to conceal any, otherwise." As she concluded, the woman in red let out a cold smile, a gesture that sent shivers down the spines of everyone present. Simultaneously, an elder soared into the air, fixing his gaze upon the woman. What if the Yuan family refuses? The Yuan family, one of the 4 prominent families in the imperial capital, was also a household of merchants. A significant portion of the goods aboard this vessel belonged to the Yuan family. If they were lost today, it would result in tremendous losses for the family. Upon hearing the name of the Yuan family, the woman's expression softened slightly, We will only take 30% of your goods. Hearing this, the elder from the Yuan family furrowed his brows. If they took 30%, it would likely render this trip futile after a moment of hesitation. The elder gritted his teeth and nodded. There was no choice. When under someone else's roof, one must bow their head. Soon after, merchants began to step forward, eager to negotiate. Yet, without exception, all were reduced to mere remnants by the formidable shipguarding formation. The four prominent families of the imperial capital, particularly the Crimson Garb Society, are not to be trifled with. But what of the others? Do they still dare to haggle? The woman in the crimson dress sneered coldly. At that moment, below, Xiaofan pointed at the woman hovering in the air and, with a hint of confusion, inquired of Zhang Hualong. Brother Zhang, who is this person? Zhang Hualong cast a fleeting glance at the woman before swiftly averting his gaze, replying in a hurried tone, the leader of the Crimson Garb Society, Huawanxian. Huawanxian. Xiaofan silently committed this name to memory. After the crimson-clad woman's words echoed through the air, a number of individuals in red began to search through the crowd, or took out bags to collect storage rings and similar items. When Xiaofan witnessed a burly man in crimson using his coarse, dark hands to thoroughly search the delicate female cultivators, leaving no inch untouched, he felt no significant reaction. Even as those female cultivators screamed while being dragged into the ship's cabin, he remained unfazed. As for the notion of a hero rescuing a damsel in distress, Xiaofan had always regarded such tales with disdain. However, when he observed one of the red-clad brutes brushing against a man's groin and rear, subsequently lifting that man into the cabin as well, Xiaofan felt a chilling dread. This world appeared to be even more frenzied than he had anticipated. Soon, individuals began to resist, yet the outcomes were predictably grim. However, Xiaofan quickly discerned that among those who dared to oppose, those with seemingly notable backgrounds were merely beaten, while the inconspicuous ones, devoid of any apparent connections, faced decapitation, their heads discarded from the spirit ship. He couldn't help but voice his frustrations to Zhang Hualong, who he had just met. Why do these bandits also indulge in such discrimination? Zhang Hualong rubbed his fair, plump face and retorted mockingly, "This is only natural. It is precisely why they have endured for so long, with so many people aboard, including numerous scions from influential families. If they were to kill them all, the united families would have obliterated the Crimson Garb Society long ago." Xiaofan conceded, "That does make sense." Zhang Hualong nodded, then glanced at Xiaofan's appearance before suddenly sighing. "Thus, Brother Su, I advise you to refrain from any resistance later on. Even if they treat you most unjustly, you must endure it. As the saying goes, while the Green Mountains remain, one need not worry about firewood. Though my background is substantial, I can ultimately only safeguard myself." Xiaofan fell silent. He suddenly felt that being exceptionally handsome might not be such a blessing after all. Nevertheless, he was grateful to Zhang Hualong, for although the latter could not assist him directly, he had already shown considerable kindness. At that moment, several lines of text materialized before Xiaofan. "You have encountered a robbery. You have two options. 1. Act heroically and bravely resist these bandits, becoming a warrior, with the reward of advancing one minor realm in cultivation. 2. Comply and become a pitiful victim of theft, with the reward of advancing one major realm in cultivation." This time, Xiaofan did not rush to make a choice, as he was quite aware of his own striking appearance. If this were to be, at this point, Xiaofan could no longer dare to contemplate further. It was simply too terrifying. Chapter 13. The Emergence of Mysterious Powerhouses. "Gentlemen, look. There are two exquisite individuals approaching. A few burly men clad in red, their eyes ablaze with intensity, advanced towards Xiaofan and Zhang Hualong. Zhang Hualong scanned the surroundings, his expression stiffening, and spoke rapidly. "Did Brother Su just mention two exquisite individuals?" Xiaofan nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, Brother Zhang." Zhang Hualong continued, "One exquisite individual must be you, but the other one." Xiaofan scrutinized Zhang Hualong closely, then remarked, "Taste vary widely. Some prefer women, others favor men, some lean towards the slender, and naturally, there are those who appreciate the more robust." Zhang Hualong's complexion suddenly drained of color. Noticing this, Xiaofan inquired, "Brother Zhang, don't you have a formidable background? Why the concern?" With a bitter smile, Zhang Hualong responded, "Though my background is strong, there are occasions when certain individuals act irrationally, disregarding consequences." Xiaofan glanced at the approaching red-clad men and inquired, "Are you referring to them?" Zhang Hualong was about to nod when he felt a sudden slap on his backside. causing him to tremble uncontrollably. Yet, he maintained his bravado, exclaiming, "Who dares to touch me? I am Zhang Erniu's son." Behind him, a robust man with a bushy beard chuckled, "Zhang Erniu? You hail from the Zhang family of the imperial capital?" Zhang Hualong, with an air of pride, replied, "Indeed." The bearded man retorted, "And what of that? We do not seek your life. Do you truly believe your father would risk everything to confront us for such trivial matters?" After saying this, the bearded man turned to his companions and added, "Allow me to savor this exquisite individual first. The scrawny one is yours to toy with as you please. Should he perish, it matters not." The others nodded with amusement and approached Su Xiaofan with lewd grins. "Do not move, or we shall end your life." Su Xiaofan felt a wave of dread wash over him, wishing nothing more than to rend these vile beasts into pieces. However, in light of the system rewards, he restrained himself and urged Zhang Hualong, "Run, you fatso." Despite the discomfort of being called fatso, Zhang Hualong made a swift decision to follow Su Xiaofan in flight. The two sought refuge among the crowd, yearning to distance themselves from these repugnant predators. The bearded man rubbed his hands together, leering, "You know, this is quite intriguing." He then led his companions in pursuit. Meanwhile, within the cabin, it seems there are still people here. Bang! The door was suddenly kicked in with a resounding crash, and several red-clad men stormed into the room. At that moment, Su Yuan retracted his fierce sword energy and opened his eyes, furrowing his brow at the intruders, remaining silent. The red-clad men began cursing, "Are you deaf, boy? We called for you to come to the deck. Hurry and bring out everything valuable, or you'll soon learn how to spell death." Robbery? Su Yuan had a general understanding of the situation. He casually glanced at a few individuals, and in an instant, a surge of sword intent erupted from his eyes, reducing the people before him to a mere pile of flesh. With a cold snort, Su Yuan's figure swiftly appeared at the bow of the ship. At that moment, the deck was crowded with people, including many detestable individuals clad in red. As his gaze swept across the scene, he finally spotted Su Xiaofan, who was being pursued by the red-clad figures. Relieved to see his son unharmed, he allowed the boy to create a commotion, recognizing this as a valuable opportunity for experience. True strength, after all, is forged amidst mountains of corpses and seas of blood. While he pondered, a gust of wind, accompanied by a waft of floral fragrance, approached from behind. Su Yuan's form vanished in an instant, only to reappear several meters away. He fixed his gaze on the spot where he had just stood, where a woman in a red dress now stood gracefully. She was a vision of both allure and coldness, yet Su Yuan remained unmoved. Having seen countless beauties in his past life, he had developed a certain resistance. The woman in red scrutinized Su Yuan, her frown deepening with every passing moment, for she found it utterly impossible to see through him. Since her breakthrough into the Divine Concealment Realm, there had been few individuals within the Great U territory whom she could not perceive. Yet, here stood one. Moreover, if she was not mistaken, he had just employed a technique of spatial teleportation. In an area already confined by a protective formation, he could still execute such a maneuver. His prowess was undeniable. Yet, why had she never heard of such a formidable expert before? With her mind in disarray, she felt compelled to issue a warning. "I do not know who you are, but I advise you to refrain from harboring any ulterior motives. Otherwise, even in the ship protection formation, the Divine Concealment Realm will not fare well. Besides, offending the Red Garment Society will surely lead to dire consequences." The Red Garment Society? Su Yuan raised an eyebrow, but did not take action. He held no fear of the ship protection formation, nor did he feel inclined to spare any sympathy. He believed it was not yet necessary to resort to violence, as fundamentally, there existed no conflict between them, and he would gain nothing substantial from engaging. At that moment, an ancient voice echoed within his mind. "Senior, it is possible that we should convene at room TNZA for an urgent matter to discuss. A communication through secret means?" After a moment of contemplation, Su Yuan's figure vanished once more. Hua Wanxian narrowed her beautiful eyes into a slit, attempting to trace the aura with the ship protection formation. However, once his figure disappeared, she could no longer sense even the slightest trace. This left her heart, already somewhat perturbed, even more anxious. Anyone would feel unsettled with such uncontrollable factors lurking beneath their very eyes. Impatiently, she waved her hand, summoning several red-clad individuals to her side, and commanded, "Search. Dig 3 feet into the ground if you must, but find that person from just now, and tell them to hurry. Delays could lead to unforeseen changes." The red-clad individuals complied and set off. Hua Wanxian then ascended once more, surveying the scene below, seeking to intimidate the masses. Su Yuan's figure appeared outside room Tianziye. Before he could even knock, the door swung open. Inside, several individuals were seated, all adorned in luxurious attire, exuding an air of refinement. The one who opened the door was an elder clad in a cloud-patterned brocade robe. Upon seeing Su Yuan, he bowed and said, "I am the fifth elder of the Yuan family. Honored to meet you, senior." Senior? Su Yuan cast a glance at the elder's partially white hair, non-committal in his response. Meanwhile, the expressions of the others in the room were peculiar. Although the fifth elder of the Yuan family lacked formidable prowess, his business acumen was unparalleled. His standing within the Yuan family was remarkably high, and those present had, to varying extents, engaged in commercial dealings with him. When had they ever witnessed him being so obsequious, especially towards someone so youthful? Indeed, Su Yuan, despite being in his 30s, retained the appearance of one in his early 20s due to the effects of his cultivation, which led these individuals to underestimate him. However, Su Yuan remained unfazed. Intrigued by the Yuan family's fifth elder, he inquired, "What brings you here?" The fifth elder bowed once more before stating, "Our Yuan family possesses an excess of goods of considerable value, yet the Red Robe Society demands 30% without lifting a finger. I implore you to assist our Yuan family this time." Su Yuan merely smiled, remaining silent. Assist? With no apparent benefit to himself, why should he lend a hand? In these times, being a good Samaritan is indeed a daunting task. The fifth elder seemed to grasp this reality and promptly declared, "I am willing to relinquish that 30% to you. Should you prefer not to take the goods, we can exchange it for more portable gold coins. Furthermore, our Yuan family will owe you a favor." This statement left everyone present, including Su Yuan, astonished. This was tantamount to the Yuan family incurring a loss while simultaneously accruing a debt of gratitude. Why would the Yuan family engage in such a disadvantageous deal? Moreover, such words were uttered by the normally shrewd fifth elder of the Yuan family. Su Yuan furrowed his brow and asked, "Does this not seem to offer any advantage to your Yuan family?" The fifth elder shook his head and smiled. "The Red Robe Society is backed by the Hua family, one of the four great families of the imperial city who have always been at odds with the Yuan family." At this, Su Yuan remained puzzled. If they were adversaries, why then did they only demand 30%? And, considering the Hua family's stature as one of the four great families, how could they possibly be linked to an organization like the Red Robe Society? The fifth elder scoffed. "We, too, are one of the four great families. If they dared to act in such a manner, it would ultimately undermine our fundamental interests. Should they encroach upon those interests, a full-scale war between our families would be inevitable. Thus, they would not risk overstepping their bounds. As for the Hua family's scheming, it is simply in their nature. Their ancestor was a bandit before following the founding emperor to establish our realm." With this revelation, Su Yuan's doubts dissipated. After a moment of contemplation, he decisively stated, "I shall assist you." The fifth elder was overjoyed, exclaiming, "Thank you, senior." In the next instant, Su Yuan's figure vanished from the spot. The others in the room were left in stunned silence. Divine Concealment? Chapter 14. The unparalleled strongman is your father? Indeed, it must be so, otherwise such feats would be unattainable. Did we just overlook something? The leader of the Red Robe Society is also a hidden god, and they control the ship's protective array. Do you think we can defeat them? I doubt it at this moment, Lord Yuan unexpectedly remarked. The elder from just now is surnamed Su. As soon as he finished speaking, the expressions of those present changed dramatically. Is he the one who annihilated the Wanbao Pavilion last night along with his son? Damn, I saw him engage in battle with Manager Sun, who was utterly defeated. This one must possess at least mid-stage hidden god cultivation. I knew we missed something. What shall we do now? Should I offer 50% to have him safeguard my goods? It is likely too late now, damn. I regret my earlier decisions. Lord Yuan absorbed these words, feeling inexplicably refreshed. What exactly are you planning? At the bow of the ship, Hua Wanxian's expression was exceedingly grim. For the mysterious strongman had once again appeared silently. Dressed in a green robe, he faced away from her, seemingly gazing at the scenery thousands of meters above. Without turning, he replied coolly, "I will protect the Yuan family." Hua Wanxian's eyes narrowed. "Are you from the Yuan family?" Su Yuan turned to face her and stated, "No. I merely accepted their benefits." Hua Wanxian's expression soured. "Does that mean you intend to fight?" Su Yuan shook his head, saying, "If you do not move against the Yuan family, I will not strike." Hua Wanxian sneered. "Oh, you think I am afraid? With the protective array in my hands, I am completely untroubled." In an instant, A luminous barrier illuminated the surroundings, followed by a bolt of lightning, imbued with overwhelming power, striking down towards Su Yuan. Yet, Su Yuan merely glanced at the lightning, and an invisible sword intent effortlessly shattered it to pieces. Hua Wanxian was momentarily stunned. That bolt of lightning would have required considerable effort for her to face alone, yet he dispelled it with such ease. Moreover, she had distinctly sensed that he did not utilize true essence. It was something even more terrifying than true essence. It resembled the legendary will. This will is profound and unfathomable, but once comprehended, it can elevate one's combat prowess significantly. The stronger the will, the more pronounced the enhancement. Hua Wanxian could not discern what will he had comprehended, but without a doubt, he was formidable. She suddenly regretted her decision to attack. He was far more terrifying than she had anticipated. However, there is no turning back once the bow is drawn. Hua Wanxian charged directly at Su Yuan. Simultaneously, a sword appeared in her hand, long and with a blood-colored groove running through its entire blade. A sword cultivator? Su Yuan was slightly taken aback, but the next moment he shook his head. Wielding a sword does not necessarily mean one is a sword cultivator, for she had not cultivated the sword path. His figure appeared beside Hua Wanxian, and with a swift hand strike, he aimed for her neck. So fast, Hua Wanxian's pupils contracted as she rapidly summoned the erased power. Yet she was still struck, spitting blood as she was sent flying. Su Yuan chuckled softly, remarking, "Such a fine sword in your hands is a sheer waste." He then contemplated striking down the woman before him. At that moment, a familiar cry echoed from afar. "Father, help." Instinctively, his gaze shifted, revealing Su Xiaofan being pursued by a throng of red-clad assailants. Instead of feeling anger, Su Yuan's spirits lifted, his eyes sparkling with delight. Although the system had not triggered a task this time, it appeared to be a serendipitous opportunity. His son needed to witness the harsh realities of life. It was still too soon for him to intervene directly. After all, he was confident in his ability to control the situation. Contemplating this, he addressed the red-dressed woman who had just regained her footing. "Come, let us continue the battle." This time, he intentionally restrained his strength, allowing the tide of the conflict to shift from an absolute dominance to a subtle advantage in Su Yuan's favor. Hua Wanxian, perplexed, sensed a diminishment in her opponent's prowess. Yet, this was fortuitous. Her mind began to race with possibilities as she caught sight of the fleeing youth among the crowd. This was a father-son duo. If I can capture the son first, I could leverage him to threaten this enigmatic powerhouse. With this thought, she, despite her injuries, pointed at Su Xiaofan and coldly commanded, "Capture him alive." In an instant, a swarm of red-clad figures surged towards Su Xiaofan, while Su Yuan let out a symbolic cold snort, seeking death. Meanwhile, Su Xiaofan stood in bewilderment. Beside him, Zhang Hualong glanced up at the figure in the azure robe with astonishment, exclaiming, "Is that your father?" Su Xiaofan nodded helplessly. Zhang Hualong's expression darkened. "Your father is an unparalleled powerhouse? What is this? Playing the fool to catch the tiger? Su, you have concealed this from me far too well." Su Xiaofan glanced back at the sea of red figures forming behind him, quickening his pace and breathing rapidly. "Zhang, you never inquired before." Zhang Hualong urged. "Su, quickly call your father to save us." Su Xiaofan replied, somewhat exasperated, "I did call. Did you not see my father entangled in battle? He cannot extricate himself." Zhang Hualong's expression turned desperate. "Then we are doomed." Su Xiaofan, surprised, asked, "Aren't you from the Zhang family of the imperial capital? Don't you have bodyguards or elders accompanying you?" Zhang Hualong appeared constipated, pausing before admitting, "I sneaked out." At that moment, an elderly figure in red descended from the skies, positioning himself before the two. Coldly, he declared, "Surrender now, or face the severing of limbs." In response, Zhang Hualong fell to the ground. Su Xiaofan looked down at him, puzzled. "What are you doing?" Zhang Hualong's face was etched with unprecedented despair. "A being at the void ascendancy level has intervened. We are finished." He then shouted, "I am from the Zhang family," and promptly closed his eyes. After all, he reasoned, his life was assured, and as for dignity, it was certainly less vital than survival. Su Xiaofan fell silent. Opening the system panel, he fixated on the second option. Option 2. Be a compliant victim of robbery. Reward: 1 major realm advancement in cultivation. He could not help but lament within. Hope for the void ascendancy is but a distant dream. Subsequently, the divine and demonic chi refining technique was activated to its fullest extent, unleashing the might of the barbaric bull transformation. Boom! A formidable force propelled Zhang Hualong's robust figure several meters sideways. Damn! Zhang Hualong opened his eyes, momentarily frozen in place, staring at Su Xiaofan, whose body was adorned with intricate black and white patterns. Playing the role of a fool to ensnare the cunning? He swallowed hard, uncertainly exclaiming, "Damn. Brother Su, are you truly at the innate realm?" At that moment, Su Xiaofan had no time to engage with him. Instead, he remained vigilant, fixating on the elder not far away. Blocking his path was Ling Kong, while a throng of red-clad individuals with varying levels of cultivation loomed behind him. A desperate situation, a dead end with no path to heaven and no door to earth. Yet, within Su Xiaofan's heart, there was not a shred of despair, but rather an overwhelming surge of indignation. What grievance have I, Su, unwittingly provoked? You rabid hounds, do you seek to trouble me? Very well, bring it on. Chapter 15. A father of such caliber, I demand a dozen. After a few breaths, Su Xiaofan spat blood and was sent flying. The elder in red snorted coldly. The boy possesses considerable talent. If I were to wait a few more years, I might not be your match. But for now, you are no rival of mine. He glanced down at the concave region of his chest. You would do well to surrender the combat technique you just employed, otherwise, you shall witness the measures I am capable of. Meanwhile, in the skies above, Su Yuan, having noticed his son's predicament, was engulfed in a flicker of murderous intent. He launched another punch towards Hua Wanxian. The latter sneered, raising her sword to defend herself. Yet, in the next moment, both she and her weapon were sent spiraling through the air. In the sky, Hua Wanxian coughed up blood, crashing violently to the ground, her sword embedding itself into the floor beside her head. She attempted to rise once more, but her body refused to obey her commands. Even igniting her essence and forcibly employing void teleportation proved futile. How could this be? Why has he suddenly grown stronger again? Her face was a mask of disbelief. At that moment, Su Yuan had already reached her side. Grasping the sword with a blood-red groove, emanating an eerie crimson glow, he held it aloft. As his hand brushed against the spirit sword, a resonant sound echoed throughout the heavens. It was as though the sword was jubilantly proclaiming its existence. The innate sword body could compel all swords to submit. Holding the sword, Su Yuan looked down at the woman and inquired, "What is the name of this sword?" Hua Wanxian, blood continuously pouring from her mouth, gazed despairingly at the figure in the azure robe and replied, "The sword is named Hua Chun." Hua Chun, moonlit blossoms at dawn. Su Yuan pondered the name momentarily before shaking his head. Too unappealing. From now on, it shall be called Bloodslaughter. The Bloodslaughter sword trembled once more, emitting a sound as if to express its satisfaction with the new name. Hua Wanxian stared incredulously at the sword. Does it possess a spirit? She had wielded it for years, taking countless lives, yet had never realized this. Su Yuan chuckled. All swords have spirits. You simply do not deserve to command it. With that, he swung the sword down. Hua Wanxian met her untimely demise. Before he could lament, Su Yuan's figure had already appeared before Su Xiaofan. At that moment, the elder in red was preparing to strike. But suddenly, another figure emerged beside him, leaving him frozen in shock. You, Su Yuan frowned. You just declared that someone should suffer a fate worse than death? The elder in red felt the aura of the azure-robed man before him and trembled with fear. A swift glance at the corpse at the bow of the ship caused him to stagger. Damn, the captain is gone. However, before he could kneel and beg for mercy, Su Yuan had already drawn his sword. With a single stroke, he cleaved the elder in two. In the presence of true strength, even the chance to kneel was denied. The elder, bisected below the waist, lay convulsing on the ground. Within a few breaths, he ceased to move, having succumbed to excessive blood loss. Gazing at the elder's lifeless body, Su Yuan felt a twinge of melancholy. Even those at the Ascendant Realm could perish so easily. After all, they were merely flesh and blood. He understood well that even those in the Divine Concealment Realm were not much different. In pondering whether attaining the Purple Mansion would enhance one's vitality, Su Xiaofan staggered to his feet and approached Su Yuan, casting a glance at the elderly man before saying, "Father." Su Yuan, unable to contain his concern, inquired, "How severe are your injuries?" Su Xiaofan assessed his condition and replied, "It is somewhat grave. I must refrain from engaging in combat for the time being, lest I incur hidden wounds." Is it truly that serious? Su Yuan's countenance darkened, and in a fit of rage, he unleashed a sword strike upon the deceased elder in crimson garb, reducing the corpse to a mere puddle of flesh. Not even a complete corpse left. Su Xiaofan could only watch in silence. Nearby, Zhang Hualong observed this spectacle with envy, teetering on the verge of tears. What a father! I wish I could have a dozen like him. At that moment, Su Yuan contemplated briefly before stating, "Follow me." Su Xiaofan, though puzzled, complied. As they departed, he discreetly retrieved a spatial ring from the remnants of flesh on the ground. It was only after venturing far from home that he grasped the significance of wealth. Living in poverty was unbearable. Having endured the hardships of a meager existence, Su Xiaofan had naturally developed a habit of scavenging corpses. As the fragrance of Wanshan faded into oblivion, the cultivators aboard the vessel began to organize a rebellion. An increasing number of individuals banded together to confront the crimson-garbed society head-on. The deck resonated with the cacophony of battle cries. Unperturbed by the chaos, father and son proceeded directly to the Tianzi Jiahao room. Upon knocking, Lord Yunwuye promptly opened the door. Upon seeing Su Yuan, his demeanor shifted from mere respect to outright flattery. He had observed the entire preceding battle without blinking, now harboring immense admiration for Su Yuan's prowess. Inside the room, other merchants under the Yuan family's protection adopted a subservient attitude. However, Su Yuan paid them no mind and addressed Yunwuye directly. "Please convert 30% of the Yuan family's goods into cash for me, and if you possess any healing elixirs, bring them forth." Yunwuye nodded, and after issuing instructions, turned to Su Xiaofan, inquiring, "Esteemed guest, who might this be?" Su Yuan replied, "This is my son." Yunwuye's eyes brightened, and he exclaimed with a smile, "Ah, so this is young Master Su. Rest assured, our Yuan family possesses a plethora of valuable goods that will surely aid in your swift recovery." Su Xiaofan merely smiled and nodded, somewhat bewildered by their discourse. After a prolonged period of contemplation, he began to grasp the general idea. Soon, an array of healing elixirs and herbs was presented. Even the spiritual energy within the room seemed to elevate. Yunwuye then handed several storage rings to Su Yuan, saying, "Here are the remaining gold coins from the conversion, along with a token of gratitude from the merchants for your assistance in mitigating their losses." Su Yuan nodded and, without hesitation, accepted the items along with the elixirs and herbs. This left Su Xiaofan in a state of astonishment. Is it truly this effortless for the strong to accumulate wealth? He mused. Yet, it appeared that he had inadvertently struck gold. His father's wealth was, after all, his inheritance. Even before consuming any elixirs, Su Xiaofan felt his legs no longer ached and his arms were no longer fatigued. No one could fathom the exhilarating sensation of a destitute couple suddenly acquiring a fortune worth millions. The most crucial aspect was that this wealth was legitimate, devoid of any cause for concern. Soon, the father and son were respectfully escorted out of the room, and the Yuan family kindly arranged for them to have two new, exquisite chambers. Upon returning to their quarters, Su Xiaofan immediately claimed his cultivation rewards. In an instant, his aura surged, elevating him from the early stage of innate abilities to the mid-stage. However, much to his disappointment, despite the enhancement of his cultivation, his injuries did not heal immediately. Reluctantly, he was left with no choice but to diligently consume medicinal pills to mend his wounds. Outside the window, the sounds of battle occasionally echoed. Yet, Su Xiaofan remained remarkably at ease. Who wouldn't he feel secure with a formidable ally residing nearby? It was uncertain how much time had passed when a sudden knock resounded at the door. Su Xiaofan furrowed his brow and rose to open it. There stood Zhang Hualong, looking disheveled and bearing numerous injuries. Su Xiaofan, taken aback, exclaimed, "Brother Zhang, what has befallen you?" Zhang Hualong lamented, "Su, we have faced life and death together. Have we not?" Su Xiaofan nodded earnestly, affirming the truth. Zhang Hualong continued, "Then do we not consider ourselves brothers?" Su Xiaofan nodded once more, undoubtedly. Having met each other in such dire circumstances, they were indeed brothers forged in the fires of adversity. With a face full of sorrow and indignation, Zhang Hualong retorted, "Then how could you indulge in comfort while disregarding your brother's fate?" Hearing this, Su Xiaofan scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed, and quickly responded, "Brother Zhang, do come in. Let us share this night as brothers, side by side." Chapter 16. If one must pretend, let it be an unassailable pinnacle. In the imperial capital, at the docking point for spirit vessels, the sixth prince, Li Bao, felt an overwhelming sense of trepidation. As he gazed upon the formidable figures who often regarded him with disdain, his legs trembled uncontrollably. He could not help but feel intimidated by their formidable presence. Were it not for the support of his mentor, Ranli, he would have surely collapsed to the ground by now. Like others who were equally oblivious to the situation, he was engulfed in confusion. What brought these eminent personages here? Yang Wudi's presence was somewhat justifiable, given that a certain elder from the Su family had slain the grand elder of the Yang clan. Such a blood feud necessitated an explanation. Yet, what of the Hua family, the Yuan family, the Zhang family, and the Wanbao pavilion? Particularly perplexing was the pavilion master of Wanbao, who wielded a knife. This was clearly not a welcoming gesture. Li Bao turned to his teacher, Ranli, and whispered, "Teacher, what is the situation here?" Ranli sighed in resignation, shaking his head. "We shall know in due course. My informants have yet to return." Li Bao nodded, bracing himself for the wait. Before long, a paper crane fluttered towards them, landing delicately in Ranli's hand. Upon unfolding the crane, he discovered it covered in densely packed script. Rapidly, Ranli read the information, and his expression darkened considerably. Noticing this, Li Bao inquired with concern, "What troubles you, teacher?" Ranli handed him the note, his voice trembling slightly. "You ought to see for yourself." Li Bao took the paper and began to read. With each line, his countenance grew increasingly grim, until, upon finishing, his face was as dark as pitch. After several deep breaths, he finally managed to utter, "This is utterly insane." Ranli nodded in agreement. "Indeed. There is no one else. Offending the Yang family was one thing, but annihilating the Wanbao Pavilion's branch in Qizhou City is another. Moreover, they directly murdered the leader of the Crimson Garment Society. Who does not know that the young girl belongs to the Hua family? Truly, there is no one else. The great, you can scarcely find another individual bold enough to act in such a manner." Li Bao could only manage a wry smile. The Su father and son have made themselves enemies of the world. Who could have foreseen such ferocity from them? Ranli sighed. "Are you having second thoughts?" Li Bao shook his head, resigned. At this point, there is no choice but to forge ahead into the abyss. Ranli expressed his approval. "Well said. After all these years, you have indeed learned something." Li Bao continued, "But what is the purpose of the Zhang and Yuan family's presence?" Ranli shook his head. "We shall see. It is not for vengeance, that much is certain." Li Bao rubbed his temples. "Teacher, I feel as though my mind is insufficiently equipped for this." Ranli replied, "Fear not. Return home and consume some pig brains to replenish your wits." Li Bao was somewhat speechless. This was hardly the time for jest. Ranli insisted, "In times like this, maintaining composure is paramount." Li Bao pressed his temples with increased intensity. "What do you think these father and son will do in the face of the impending situation?" Ranli stated firmly, "Unless there are unexpected developments, they are doomed." Li Bao remarked, "I believe that Senior Su is exceptionally powerful." Ranli countered, "Indeed, he is formidable, but it depends on whom he faces. Yang Wudi and the master of Wanbao Pavilion possess unfathomable cultivation. The ancestor of the Hua family is at least a known entity, yet he is a peak expert of the divine concealment stage. Even if Su Yuan can contend with one, the three of them united would likely overwhelm him in an instant." Suddenly, Li Bao inquired, "What if you were to intervene, teacher?" After a brief silence, Ranli replied, "You overestimate my capabilities." Li Bao persisted, "No, I meant the sect behind you." Without hesitation, Ranli declared, "Impossible. Even if I were to agree, they would never offend the Yang and Hua families, or Wanbao Pavilion, for someone entirely unrelated." Upon hearing this, Li Bao appeared somewhat dejected. "Then it's futile." Yet, Ranli remarked, "Not necessarily. Do you think Senior Su is a fool?" Li Bao pondered this question for some time before shaking his head. "He does not appear to be one bit foolish." Ranli continued, "Do you think he is unaware of the consequences of his actions?" Li Bao responded without hesitation, "That goes without saying. Even a fool would know." After saying this, Li Bao stood in astonishment, then suddenly felt a surge of joy. Indeed, if even a fool understands the implications, how could someone of Senior Su's caliber be oblivious to the repercussions? Moreover, after committing such acts, he still dared to boldly approach the capital on a spirit ship. This could only imply two possibilities. First, Senior Su is a simpleton. Second, Senior Su possesses a contingency plan, or rather, he has absolute confidence in his ability to resolve the situation. The first possibility has been dismissed, thus, it must be the second. With this thought, Li Bao looked up to see, in the distance, a colossal spirit ship hastening towards them. Su Yuan stood at the ship's bow, gazing at the vast architectural expanse of the capital, feeling a sense of nostalgia. Although this world lacks the technological advancements of his previous life, its productivity is undeniably impressive. Within the capital, towering skyscrapers abound, and the number of anti-physical structures is overwhelming, dazzling the eye. Beside him, Su Xiaofan appeared even more out of place, resembling a rural dweller in the city. This elicited a look of disdain from Zhang Hualong. "Look at your pathetic demeanor. Fear not. Once we arrive in the capital, your brother Zhang will show you a good time." Upon hearing this, Xiaofan quickly shook his head. It's best we maintain our distance. Zhang Hualong was puzzled. Why? Xiaofan replied earnestly, I am a man of integrity. Zhang Hualong skeptically asked, Are you certain you are a man of integrity? Xiaofan confidently asserted, You will find no one more honest than I in this world. Zhang Hualong's mouth twitched slightly. I'll take your word for it this time. While the two conversed, Fifth Master Yuan also arrived at the ship's bow. His expression tinged with concern. After a moment of silence, he addressed Su Yuan. Many individuals from the Red Robe Society escaped yesterday. The Hua family has likely received the news. Su Yuan remained remarkably calm and asked in a subdued tone, What is the identity of the leader of the Red Robe Society? He perceived that the identity of the other party was undoubtedly significant. After all, an individual so young possessing the God Concealment Realm was indeed a rarity. As expected, Master Yuan sighed and remarked, That person is the heir cultivated with utmost dedication by the Hua family. If you were to kill her, it would lead to an irreconcilable enmity with the Hua family. Su Yuan, unfazed, replied, It is merely the Hua family. I do not regard them as a threat. In truth, having already offended the Yang family and Wanbao Pavilion, adding the Hua family to the list was of no consequence. Master Yuan fell silent, glancing at the Su family's son, eager to witness any signs of dread, but was soon disappointed. The father and son remained remarkably composed. With a sense of resignation, he sighed and departed. Soon, only the two of them remained at the bow of the ship. Su Xiaofan gazed into the distance towards the imperial capital, his eyes filled with guilt. Father, it is all my doing. Su Yuan discreetly cast a glance at his son, his heart a tumult of emotions. In truth, he was the one who should feel remorse. Yet, there were many matters he could not disclose. Some secrets must be concealed for a lifetime. Patting his son's shoulder, Su Yuan smiled and said, You have done nothing wrong. I know you have never wished to stir up trouble. Yet, trouble seems to seek you out relentlessly. If we must speak of your faults, Xiaofan, your only mistake is that your fists are not strong enough. With a thunderous roar, the spiritual vessel landed steadily under the control of the formation. The atmosphere in the open space suddenly turned tense. Li Bao, anxious, felt sweat bead on his palms. It is coming. The ensuing moments could very well lead to an epic battle of 1 against 3. Although it was explicitly stated that the use of force within the imperial capital was forbidden, with violators facing execution, one must not forget that those present were the architects of these very rules. They could easily disregard all regulations. Ranli had already prepared. Once the fighting commenced, he would flee with Li Bao without hesitation. Such battles among the powerful would overwhelm Li Bao, who could not endure even a fraction of their residual might. At this moment, the enormous spiritual vessel had come to a complete stop. Su Yuan stood at the bow, looking down at the groups gathered on the ground, and said to his son, I shall descend first. You wait until it is safe to follow. Su Xiaofan frowned. Father, I want to go with you. Su Yuan chuckled lightly. You are not yet qualified. He then delivered a swift kick. Another one? Su Xiaofan was bewildered, sent flying backward, momentarily unable to regain his footing. However, Su Yuan's kick was measured, resulting in no more than superficial injuries, certainly not damaging his bones. Subsequently, he appeared directly on the open ground. After surveying the scene, Su Yuan expressed his surprise. Young man, what brings you here? Li Bao bowed respectfully and replied with a smile. Naturally, I am here to welcome the esteemed elder. However, Li Bao soon felt an overwhelming aura of malice enveloping him. It was Yang Wudi who was staring at him. Yet, this murderous intent was quickly dispelled by Ranli, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Su Yuan glanced at Li Bao, nodding in satisfaction. He understood that the young man was standing firm under pressure. At this moment, Yang Wudi, clad in a scholar's robe, coldly inquired, Are you Su Yuan? Su Yuan nodded in affirmation. Yang Wudi continued, Where is the elder of the Yang family? Su Yuan replied with a hint of indifference. He is dead, his body unrecognizable. Yang Wudi sneered and nodded. Very well. Yet, he refrained from making an immediate move, for he was aware that others were also seeking vengeance today. Next to speak was a middle-aged woman dressed in red. Her gaze chilling yet possessing an undeniable charm. Hua Yaolao, the matriarch of the Hua family. Is it you who killed Hua Wanxian? Su Yuan candidly admitted, Indeed, it was I. And I left her intact. A chilling smile graced Hua Yaolao's lips, but she remained silent. Beside her, an elderly man in black, his expression as frigid as ice, queried, Did you annihilate the Qingshou Wanbao Pavilion? He was Chang Tianshui, the master of the Wanbao Pavilion. Su Yuan cast a glance at the exquisite blade in the man's hand, an unparalleled weapon, meticulously forged. Nevertheless, he remained unmoved, responding coolly, "It was indeed my doing." Without waiting for a reply, Su Yuan shifted his gaze to two other individuals, an elderly man with white hair and an ethereal demeanor, and a robust middle-aged man dressed in a short shirt. He surmised their identities, considering that they stood alongside the Yang and Hua families. One was likely from the Yuan family, while the other belonged to the Zhang family. Having conversed with the fifth master of the Yuan family in recent days, he had become somewhat acquainted with the affairs of the imperial capital and the intricacies of the four great families. The Yuan family was known for commerce, while the Zhang family was celebrated for their loyalty to the Dayu dynasty. However, he still inquired with a smile, "Gentlemen, are you here seeking retribution as well?" The white-haired elder shook his head with a smile, stating, "I am merely here to collect goods for my Yuan family." Su Yuan was unconvinced. Such mundane matters would not warrant the family head's personal involvement. He suspected the elder was merely here to observe. Turning his attention to the burly man, he asked, "Are you here for vengeance?" The man shook his head, replying, "I am simply here to retrieve my son." Su Yuan nodded in acknowledgement. Then his gaze sharpened as he addressed the representatives of the Yang family, Hua family, and Wanbao Pavilion, stating calmly, "Shall you come one by one? Or shall we engage together?" In the next moment, the Qingxian sword appeared in Su Yuan's hand. A terrifying sword intent erupted, filling the heavens and the earth. This time, it was not merely the sword intent unleashed by the Qingxian sword, but the very essence of Su Yuan himself. He embodied a sword, indeed, the sharpest sword in existence. When sheathed, its brilliance was contained. When drawn, its radiance was revealed. A sword cultivator? The crowd stood in stunned silence. The three individuals locked in the sword's intent felt their scalps tingle. He is a sword cultivator. A sword cultivator who has manifested sword intent. What does it mean to be a sword cultivator? In all of Dayu, there has never been one. Such beings exist only in the more developed martial realms of the Central Plains. In a remote corner like Dayu, the emergence of such a figure is utterly inconceivable. Moreover, even in the Central Plains, sword cultivators are exceedingly rare. But without a doubt, they are immensely terrifying, because their combat prowess is unparalleled. They slay their foes with the ease of eating and drinking. The Hua family once sought a place marked by the fall of a sword cultivator. The ancestor of the Hua family was slain by a remnant sword intent that had lingered for an unfathomable time. This piece of history is well known among the upper echelons of the Dayu, and now, before them stands a living embodiment of a sword cultivator. They finally comprehend why this individual dares to act so arrogantly. Yang Wudi gestured to the two individuals beside him. Who will take the first step? The master of Wanbao Pavilion discreetly concealed his blade, while the leader of the Hua family began to waver in his resolve. Although the opponent's cultivation was weaker, he was, after all, a sword cultivator. In the face of uncertainty regarding the opponent's strength, the first to act would be a fool. For a moment, the atmosphere grew rather awkward. Undoubtedly, the most exhilarated among them was Li Bao. He felt as if he were in a dream. It was akin to winning tens of millions of gold coins in a single day at the casino. Today marked the most astute decision of his life. Aligning himself with Senior Su was indeed the right choice. His son is a genius prodigy, and his father is an unparalleled powerhouse. This time, they have struck gold. However, just as Li Bao reveled in his excitement, an overwhelming aura suddenly enveloped the venue. Everyone instinctively lifted their gazes toward a singular direction. There, four palace maidens of the Ascendant Realm were seen carrying a dragon palanquin, soaring toward them. The crowd was left in astonishment. Chapter 17, This Father and Son Pair. Both are unparalleled. Li Bao is utterly stunned. Today's events were indeed a bit too lively. It was one thing for the heads of the four great families and the master of the Wanbao Pavilion to be present, but how on earth did his dear father, the Emperor of the Great Yu, also come to join the commotion? Amidst the astonishment of the crowd, the dragon carriage came to a steady halt. "We pay our respects to your majesty. We pay our respects to the Emperor." The crowd bowed in unison. Before the Emperor, even someone as proud as Yang Wudi had to bow in deference. In the assembly, only two individuals remained unmoved. One was Chang Tianxue, the master of the Wanbao Pavilion. He had no need to bow. Even the Emperor did not possess the authority to compel him to do so, for he stood backed by the Wanbao Pavilion. The Great Yu's Wanbao Pavilion was merely a branch of the main pavilion, which, even in the Central Plains, was a colossal entity. Thus, he had the confidence. The other was Su Yuan. He harbored no particular regard for imperial authority. Naturally, One could hardly expect an individual skilled in the art of dragon slaying to hold any reverence for the throne. Su Yuan's gaze was fixed, scrutinizing the dragon carriage. Through the gauze curtains, he could vaguely discern a figure lazily reclining on a soft couch, attended by several charming figures who were massaging his shoulders, tending to his legs, and offering him fruits, each fulfilling their role. He couldn't help but click his tongue. Truly a wicked feudal society. At that moment, a hearty laugh rang out, followed by the curtains of the dragon carriage being drawn apart. A middle-aged man, wearing a robe and lounging attire, emerged with a languid gaze. This middle-aged figure lacked the imposing dignity befitting an emperor and appeared rather dissipated and frivolous. He bore no resemblance to a sovereign, seeming more like a middle-aged man who had achieved nothing and only knew the pleasures of life. He did not carry the airs of royalty and did not reproach Su Yuan for his lack of deference. Instead, after glancing at the crowd, he waved his robe and cheerfully remarked, "It's quite lively today. There's no need for such formalities. Please rise." "Thank you, Your Majesty." The crowd responded in gratitude before straightening up. At that moment, every gaze was laced with confusion, as they could not fathom the emperor's purpose for being there. Frankly speaking, this individual was undoubtedly the most peculiar emperor in the annals of the Great Yu. One could find no trace of regal dignity in him whatsoever. Yet, this very emperor had governed the Great Yu for a remarkable 60 years. Moreover, he had fostered the country's burgeoning prosperity. Truly extraordinary. At this juncture, the eccentric emperor approached Su Yuan, carefully inspecting him from head to toe. After a while, he stroked his chin and inquired, "You are Su Yuan?" Su Yuan was also examining the emperor, remaining silent and merely nodding. This was not merely a lack of deference. It was an outright declaration to all present. An emperor is no different from an ordinary person. In truth, Su Yuan had no reason to be overly concerned. After awakening his innate sword body, his strength had surged several levels. Slaying someone of a higher realm posed no challenge at all. Thus, he remained entirely unfazed. Furthermore, having comprehended the invincible sword intent from the unrivaled sword, he had become even bolder than before. Even if a celestial being stood before him, he would dare to wield his sword. However, to everyone's surprise, the emperor displayed no anger, but rather a sense of curiosity. "Do you perhaps have a prodigious son named Xiaofan? I have heard that he has only reached the tender age of 15, yet has already attained the innate realm. Might I have the honor of meeting him? I wish to witness what unparalleled talent has emerged from our Dayu." Su Yuan hesitated for a brief moment before vanishing from his spot. 3 breaths later, he reappeared, accompanied by a strikingly handsome youth in his early teens. Yet, the boy wore a rather bewildered expression. The emperor gently inquired, "Are you Su Xiaofan?" Su Xiaofan cast a glance at the middle-aged man before him, clad in undergarments, and his expression turned peculiar. In Dayu, venturing out in such attire was akin to walking outside in mere underwear in modern times. Nevertheless, Su Xiaofan nodded in affirmation. The emperor's gaze remained fixed on Su Xiaofan, and the more he looked, the deeper his frown became. He realized he could not discern even the cultivation level of this young lad. This was indeed strange. The emperor approached Su Xiaofan and grasped his wrist. This action caused Su Yuan to furrow his brow slightly, though he quickly relaxed. He could sense that the emperor bore no intention of harm. The emperor, with a hint of astonishment, exclaimed, "Innate mid-stage." Upon uttering these words, the room fell into a profound silence. All the prominent figures turned their attention to Su Xiaofan. An innate mid-stage at the age of 15? Such a talent would be exceptional even in the legendary Central Continent. How could both father and son from the Su family be so extraordinarily gifted? It was simply outrageous. At that moment, Su Xiaofan felt no fondness for this freak before him. After all the effort he had put into concealing his cultivation level, this one remark had thrust him into the limelight. He had no desire to play this role. With a swift motion, he shook off the emperor's hand and retreated behind Su Yuan, refusing to even peek out. This action deepened the silence among the onlookers. Indeed, like father, like son, both exhibited no inclination to show deference to the emperor. The emperor chuckled awkwardly, then nodded, saying, "Truly, you are the future pillar of our Dayu, a person of character." As these words left his lips, the expressions of Yang Wudi, Hua Yaolao, and even the master of the Wanbao pavilion darkened considerably. It was evident that the emperor intended to protect this father-son duo, and no one dared to act against those whom the emperor wished to shield, at least not openly. However, the emperor's next words plunged several hearts into despair. With an affable smile, he looked at Yang Wudi and, as if discussing trivial matters, remarked, "Isn't this Yangqing? I heard that your family lost a dog a few days ago." Yang Wudi forced a smile, replying, "Indeed, that dog has been with my Yang family for many years, and we are quite attached, yet it has not been found." The emperor sighed, saying, "That was an old dog, indeed. It likely sensed its time was near, and, not wishing to see its owner grieve, chose to wander off. It will be difficult to find it now. However, there are many dogs on my side, and I can send you a few puppies later." Yang Wudi's mouth twitched, yet he replied, "If I cannot find them, then so be it." The emperor nodded, then turned his curious gaze towards the head of the Wanbao pavilion. "I heard that your esteemed establishment in Qizhou has collapsed." Chang Tianshui's face also twitched as he responded, "I believe it was torn down by nefarious individuals. I have been searching for these culprits in recent days." The emperor shook his head, visibly displeased, and said, "What do you mean by that, old sir? Do you think under my governance, the great you still harbors villains?" Chang Tianshui fell silent. The emperor continued, "It must have been during the construction that those individuals cut corners. Of course, this is also my responsibility. How about this? I shall assist you in rebuilding an even grander one." The emperor offered him considerable respect, and Chang Tianshui felt he could not say more. Thus he replied, "Your Majesty speaks wisely. However, I possess some modest wealth and shall not trouble you with such matters." The emperor nodded with a smile, then turned his attention away from Hua Yaolao and fixed it on Su Yuan, saying, "I have heard you killed the leader of the Red Robe Society?" Su Yuan had been silently observing, curious about the emperor's intentions. He had not anticipated being called out. Nevertheless, he replied, "Indeed." The emperor chuckled, "Well done, well done. I have long found that Red Robe Society displeasing. Su Yuan, you have rendered a service. I must reward you suitably." Upon hearing this, Hua Yaolao's expression darkened considerably. This was a direct reference to her. Su Yuan felt somewhat speechless. Why did the emperor always prefer to speak in such roundabout ways? The meanings behind his words seemed to require considerable contemplation for anyone not particularly astute. At that moment, the emperor tapped his head and declared, "Then I shall reward you with a set of residences. Do not think me stingy. Real estate in the capital is quite expensive." After some consideration, Su Yuan ultimately decided to accept the emperor's goodwill. "Thank you, Your Majesty," he expressed, still refraining from bowing, merely offering verbal gratitude. In response, the emperor inexplicably burst into hearty laughter. After a fit of laughter, he said nothing further, mounted his dragon carriage, and departed directly. Once the dragon carriage was no longer visible in the sky, Yang Wudi and the others snorted coldly and left. There was no choice. The emperor was no longer merely protecting people, but was backing Su Yuan. In such a situation, they dared not act recklessly. It was only at this moment that Su Xiaofan, with a look of shock, pointed at the sky and asked, "Father, was that pervert just now the emperor?" Su Yuan nodded. Su Xiaofan appeared utterly disillusioned. Chapter 18. The Imperial Capital, the Su Family, the Empress's Chamber. The emperor entered with a hearty laugh. At that moment, the dignified Empress Sun lounged in a rocking chair, engrossed in a book. Empress Sun, with her exquisite features and fair, rosy complexion, possessed an enchanting beauty that could hardly be concealed even without makeup. It is the emperor's belief that the most exalted individuals should possess the most beautiful women in the world, and he has indeed achieved this. Curious, Empress Sun inquired, "What is it that brings you such joy?" Having been his junior disciple during his formative years, their bond was profound, and they shared everything without reservation. The emperor, not one to withhold, replied with a smile, "Today, I discovered an exceptional vessel, merely 15 years of age, who has already attained the innate realm." Empress Sun was somewhat astonished. Such a prodigy exists? The emperor chuckled. "Indeed, if we employ the sect's secret methods to seize this vessel, we could certainly advance further." He paused before continuing. "However, there is a slight complication. The father of this vessel is a swordsman." Upon hearing the term swordsman, Empress Sun was taken aback, sitting upright. A swordsman is rare even in the Central Plains. Could he be from the sword sect? Mentioning the sword sect caused her body to tremble once more. The sword sect, even in the Central Plains, it is one of the most formidable factions. Their backing is incomparable to that of the sword sect. The emperor shook his head. "No, I have already investigated. He is merely a rustic from a small locality, and his swordsmanship is likely an accidental acquisition, lacking any substantial support." With this, Empress Sun finally exhaled in relief. The emperor continued, "However, the trouble lies in the fact that we cannot fabricate an identity. If we are to seize this vessel, It must be made to become my son and ascend to the throne. He was unwilling to relinquish such a vast territory. Emperor's son reassured him. There is no need to rush. First, we shall eliminate the swordsman, and then employ a few subtle tactics to claim this son. The emperor pondered for a moment and nodded. Indeed, there is no need for haste, and I possess ample experience in such matters. Emperor's son shot him a playful glance. At last, you have found an outsider, sparing my sons from misfortune. The emperor chuckled. Though your vessel is beautiful, the sons it produces may not be as gifted. Emperor's son pouted. Then you must find me a better one this time. The emperor laughed heartily, his hands wandering mischievously. As you wish, as you wish. Meanwhile, on another side, it is time to depart. The emperor's birthday banquet is approaching, and you have much to attend to. Hearing Ran Li's words, Li Bao could only nod in resignation. He then approached the father and son, clasped his hands in greeting, and said, Senior Su, Brother Xiaofan, I have urgent matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Su Yuan nodded in acknowledgement, while Su Xiaofan, with a look of astonishment, inquired, How do you know my name? He indeed remembered the peculiar youth he had encountered in the cave, though the name he had provided then was not his true one. Li Bao chuckled lightly, introducing himself, I am Li Bao, the sixth prince of Diyu. In an instant, Su Xiaofan comprehended the implication. If the other party was indeed a prince, their previous encounter could hardly be deemed coincidental. This was a blatant attempt at recruitment. Thus, upon his arrival in the imperial city, he had already been marked by the sixth prince's influence. Su Xiaofan felt an urge to adjust his sleeves. However, Li Bao had already vanished like a whirlwind. Simultaneously, a familiar scream echoed nearby. Turning his head, Su Xiaofan beheld a burly man hoisting the corpulent figure of Zhang Hualong as if he were a mere chick. The man's other hand was not idle either, delivering resounding slaps to the fleshy posterior, causing it to jiggle. Zhang Hualong begged for mercy. Father, I was wrong. I promise I won't run away from home again. The burly man retorted, You won't get the chance. Today, I must break your legs. The scene was rather gruesome. Seeing that pleas for mercy were futile, Zhang Hualong switched to cries for help. Su Lao Shi, save me. Su Xiaofan turned a deaf ear. The burly man, discarding Zhang Hualong like a rag doll, approached Su Yuan and patted his chest, stating, I am Zhang Erniu. My son mentioned your kindness. Thank you for saving him. Should you ever need assistance, do not hesitate to seek me out. Su Yuan, somewhat surprised, noted the audacity of the man to speak thus despite having offended many. Such character was commendable. Though he likely wouldn't require aid from others, Su Yuan smiled and replied, It is but a trivial matter. However, as my son and I are new here, our families could certainly look out for one another. Zhang Erniu nodded earnestly, naturally. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Zhang Erniu dragged Zhang Hualong away like a lifeless dog. Witnessing this, Su Xiaofan felt a sense of relief. He was fortunate to have a good father. At that moment, Master Yun Wu, accompanied by Yun Miaohe, the head of the Yun family, approached the two. Master Yun Wu spoke first, Esteemed elder, this is my elder brother. Upon hearing the term esteemed elder, Yun Miaohe felt a bit awkward. Su Yuan responded, There is no need for formality, we can discuss matters separately. I apologize for the jest. Yun Miaohe smiled, handing over a property deed, and continued. This is a residence recently bestowed by His Majesty. I am instructed to deliver it to you. Su Yuan accepted it, thanking him before departing with his son. Master Yun Wu furrowed his brow and remarked, Elder brother, we should seize such a good opportunity to cultivate relations. Su Yuan, a sword cultivator, made him feel his elder brother was being short-sighted. However, Yun Miaohe replied, Do not rush to make a commitment. Let us observe further. After all, this father and son have offended far too many. Moreover, I believe that given Su Yuan's character, he may very well provoke greater troubles in the future. Xiao Wu, remember? When it comes to investment, one must not only consider current strength but also future potential. The most crucial aspect lies in a person's disposition. Thus, for now, we merely need to maintain a cordial relationship with him and avoid hostility. Upon hearing this, Master Yun Wu stroked his chin, deep in thought. In the imperial capital, outside a grand mansion that sprawled over several dozen acres, a eunuch awaited with a group of palace maids. Upon seeing a young man clad in a blue robe accompanied by a fair-skinned youth in white, the eunuch stepped forward, raising his head high and inquired in a sharp tone, Are you Su Yuan and his son, Su Xiaofan? In response, Su Yuan affirmed, Yes. The eunuch continued, These palace maids are a gift from His Majesty. They will henceforth belong to the Su residence. The father and son exchanged puzzled glances. The eunuch pointed to the plaque above the vermilion gate, stating, "This plaque was personally bestowed by His Majesty." As they looked, they saw the plaque had already been hung. Inscribed in gilded characters with the word Su Residence, Su Yuan then nodded and turned to the beautiful palace maids, telling the eunuch, "I do not want these palace maids. Send them back." Upon hearing this, the eunuch, who had maintained a calm demeanor, was struck with disbelief. His eyes widened, and he exclaimed, "This is a gift from the emperor. It is a favor bestowed upon your Su family." Su Yuan, somewhat at a loss for words, replied, "What he offers, I do not desire. Is there a problem?" The eunuch, flabbergasted, shouted, "You dare!" This exclamation triggered a chain reaction, causing all the palace maids to kneel. In response, Su Yuan swiftly delivered a slap, not with great force, yet it was more than the eunuch could endure. The latter cried out in agony, tumbling sideways. And by the time he hit the ground, he had lost several teeth. Su Yuan and his son entered the Su residence, and a faint voice echoed from afar, "Clean the floor, or face dire consequences." Shortly after, the gates of the Su residence closed. The eunuch remained frozen in place for a long while, feeling an overwhelming urge to weep. After years of servitude, he had never been treated with such indignity. However, he ultimately restrained himself, kneeling to wipe the blood from the ground with his sleeve while carefully collecting his fallen teeth. There was no other choice. Su Yuan's last words had genuinely frightened him. He had no doubt that the other party was capable of killing him. He had also heard of Su Yuan's fearsome reputation. Thus, he had come this time, breaking tradition, without asking for money. Yet, he never anticipated such an outcome. All he could do was embellish the events of today when reporting to the emperor and silently hope for the day the Su family would encounter misfortune. Upon entering the Su residence, one was greeted by a winding corridor adorned with exquisite decorations, pebbles strewn across the path, and artificial hills rising majestically. A sight of utmost opulence. However, the father and son paid little heed, tending to their own tasks of cleaning the yard and rooms. As Su Xiaofan tidied his room, he pondered aloud, "Father, is it that you fear the palace maids might serve as the emperor's spies? But what about that eunuch you struck? Was it merely a matter of personal disdain?" Su Yuan cast a surprised glance at his somewhat dim-witted son, noting a hint of intelligence in him today. After a prolonged silence, Su Xiaofan resolved to steer clear of that topic and said, "Father, now that we have secured the emperor's protection, may I not be required to join the hunting institute?" "Absolutely not," Su Yuan replied with grave seriousness. "Do you think they will simply let us be? Do not entertain such naive notions. They may refrain from acting overtly, yet in the shadows, they possess countless methods to ensure our demise." Su Xiaofan felt a twinge of confusion. His usually arrogant father had become unexpectedly cautious. He inquired, "But father, are you not a sword cultivator?" Today, it seemed they held a certain fear of you. Su Yuan scoffed, "A sword cultivator? What do you believe that signifies? It merely denotes a practitioner of formidable strength. Might, however, does not equate to invincibility. Should a conflict arise today, I cannot guarantee victory. The only one I can see through is that member of the Hua family. The other two may possess even greater prowess. One-on-one, there might be a chance of success, but if they unite against us, next year on this day will mark the anniversary of our demise." He intentionally exaggerated the gravity of the situation. Upon hearing this, Su Xiaofan recognized the seriousness of their predicament and chose to refrain from further discussion. His decision to join the hunting institute was no longer solely for his own sake, but also for his father's. He understood that he was a burden. Only by securing the protection of the hunting institute could he allow his father to act freely, without the constant worry for his safety. Chapter 19. Farewell to Shangwan Xiuming. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. These were the most tranquil days that Su Xiaofan had experienced in a long while. No one cast him disapproving glances for inexplicable reasons, nor did the Yang and Hua families come seeking revenge. His sole task was to remain diligently in his room, cultivating his skills, and awaiting the day of enrollment at the Deer Academy. If possible, he wished for such peaceful days to linger a while longer. However, on the morning of the 3rd day, an unexpected visitor arrived. Indeed, it was that detestable 6th prince. If he were to compile a list of people he despised, Li Bao's name would undoubtedly occupy the top position. Thus, when he opened the door, Su Xiaofan's countenance was far from pleasant. He coldly inquired, "What do you want?" Li Bao, unfazed, wore a smile as he replied, "Is Su Xianbei available? I have an important matter to discuss." Su Xiaofan curled his lip and said, "Follow me." They traversed the winding corridors and stepped along the small stone path until they approached the courtyard, at which point Li Bao resumed speaking, "Brother Xiaofan, I did not intend to deceive you. I genuinely wanted to save you but was unable to reach you in time. Su Xiaofan snorted. No need for further words. I wish to have no entanglements with you. I merely desire to live an honest life and do not wish to partake in the struggle for imperial power. Li Bao sighed. Brother Xiaofan, we are ultimately in the same boat. We are both enemies of the Yang family. Even if our relationship is strained, it does not alter our positions. Our stances remain unchanged by personal likes or dislikes. Calming his tone, Su Xiaofan replied, I am fully aware of that. You need not remind me. I simply find you disagreeable. Li Bao fell silent. In the midst of this prolonged silence, they arrived at the front courtyard, where Su Yuan was seated beneath a large locust tree, meditating with his eyes closed. Li Bao remarked, Does the elder practice so diligently every day? Su Xiaofan responded, I neglect sleep and food, working tirelessly day and night. Li Bao felt a twinge of shame. Indeed, there was wisdom in strength. At this moment, Su Yuan opened his eyes and turned his gaze toward Li Bao, asking, What is it? Li Bao produced an invitation from his robe and respectfully handed it over, saying, Elder, this is an invitation to the Emperor's 80th birthday celebration. If you're interested, you may take Brother Xiaofan along. Su Xiaofan was somewhat taken aback. The Emperor was already 80 years old. Li Bao chuckled. He possesses the secret to maintaining youth. Su Xiaofan clicked his tongue. Wealth does have its advantages. Just then, Su Yuan smiled and said, I shall not attend. Xiaofan, you should go. Su Xiaofan quickly shook his head. No, I absolutely will not go. Su Yuan's expression turned serious. Xiaofan, do you think this is merely an inconsequential banquet? Su Xiaofan, puzzled, asked, Is it not? Su Yuan shook his head. It is certainly not. Su Xiaofan pressed on. Then what is it? Su Yuan replied earnestly, We, father and son, have offended too many people and too harshly. Yet, we are but two individuals. We must rally some allies to stand with us. At the Emperor's birthday banquet, all the nobility of Daiyu will undoubtedly gather. This presents a splendid opportunity. Your task is to win over these individuals, even if you cannot fully sway them. You must ensure they harbor some goodwill towards the Su family. Su Xiaofan was momentarily taken aback, and after a prolonged pause, he finally spoke. Wait, father, wouldn't it be more effective for you to handle this? Su Yuan drew the Qingxian sword, embedding it into the ground, as an indomitable, unyielding sword intent filled the air. He then pointed at the sword and declared, A sword cultivator must not engage in such affairs, for it may affect one's Dao heart. Su Xiaofan's lips twitched. Su Yuan had already risen, patting Su Xiaofan's shoulder with solemnity. Xiaofan, our Su family now relies on you. Having said this, Su Yuan sheathed the sword and returned to his chamber. Su Xiaofan fell into silence. Meanwhile, Li Bao cautiously inquired, Will you go? Su Xiaofan sighed and asked, Where will it be held, and when does it commence? Li Bao exclaimed with delight. In the imperial city, at the hour of the dog. At the hour of the dog, Su Xiaofan stood at the gates of the imperial city, and before him appeared a few lines of text. You have attended the Emperor's birthday banquet. You have two choices. 1. Become the focus of the banquet, receiving a Skyward Realm experience card. 2. Remain low-key until the banquet concludes, receiving a 1,000-mile teleportation talisman. Su Xiaofan felt that this time, he must strive to survive. The 1,000-mile teleportation talisman represented another life-saving trump card. As for the first option, he was utterly indifferent. The first choice was worthless. Moreover, he sensed that surviving this time would not be difficult, given the presence of so many prominent figures at the banquet. For a minor character like him to become the center of attention was an insurmountable challenge. This was practically a reward given without effort. With this thought, Su Xiaofan produced the invitation and presented it to the guard at the entrance. The guard, not showing any sign of neglect due to Su Xiaofan's humble attire, instead wore a broad smile. Who does not know that in this age, those true big shots, the scions of influential families, often prefer to play the role of the underdog? Therefore, the more tattered the attire, the more the guard dared not to be inattentive. Even the body search was conducted by palace maidens specifically summoned for the task. Su Xiaofan spread his arms, feeling two delicate hands, as soft as clouds, roaming across him. His face slightly flushed. Su Xiaofan, how on earth are you still alive? However, at that moment, a furious roar erupted nearby. Su Xiaofan turned to look, momentarily speechless. The voice belonged to none other than Yang Feiyun. Su Xiaofan had no desire to engage with him and turned to leave. Yet, at that moment, another command rang out. Halt. This time, It was not Yang Feiyin, but Su Xiaofan's former fiancée, Shangguan Shouyue. With a sigh, Su Xiaofan turned around. Impatience evident in his voice. What do you both want? At the same time, many onlookers had been drawn to the unfolding scene, pausing to observe, ignoring all around her. Shangguan Shouyue exclaimed with palpable anger, Su Xiaofan, I have made myself abundantly clear. Our engagement has been dissolved. Why do you persist in this relentless pursuit? Is this truly amusing to you? Su Xiaofan was taken aback, realizing only then the audacity of this woman. In response, he produced an invitation, declaring, Please do not misconstrue my intentions. I am here at the behest of the sixth prince. Shangguan Shouyue scoffed, Su Xiaofan, there is no need for such theatrics. Have you gone so far as to forge an invitation to follow me? Su Xiaofan fell into a profound silence. At that moment, Yang Feiyin unleashed the formidable aura of his innate realm, his eyes gleaming with menace. Today marks the emperor's birthday banquet, and I shall allow you to leave unscathed. However, mark my words, after this day, your demise is inevitable. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Was this truly Yang Feiyin of the Yang family? At such a tender age to have reached the innate realm? He was destined to be the next Yang Invincible. The Yang family would undoubtedly flourish for another century. Yang Feiyin, pleased with himself, smiled smugly. After suffering a setback previously, he had secluded himself, leveraging the vast resources of the Yang family to pursue fervent cultivation until he achieved his breakthrough. Now, Su Xiaofan, what prowess do you possess to act so arrogantly before me? In terms of lineage, you cannot compare to me. In terms of strength, you are still inferior. Even your fiancée belongs to me. Yang Feiyin chuckled coldly within. Then, like a triumphant general, he took Shangguan Shouyue's delicate hand and, amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers, strode into the grand gates of the imperial city. At that moment, Shangguan Shouyue glanced back at Su Xiaofan, who stood amidst the crowd with a calm demeanor, as if observing a farcical spectacle. Any lingering sense of regret within her dissipated entirely. Su Xiaofan, rendered speechless, watched their retreating figures. After a brief moment, he blended into the crowd and made his way into the banquet. Chapter 20. The Old Father's Contentment. His son has finally achieved success. Wandering aimlessly through the secluded and open areas of the imperial city, Su Xiaofan traversed small bridges and flower clusters, deliberately choosing places with fewer people to avoid the bustling crowds. As for the task assigned by his father, it had long since faded from his memory. Presently, the rewards from the system were of utmost importance to him. Making friends and establishing connections was fraught with risk, and as a diligent practitioner of the art of survival, Su Xiaofan sought to ensure absolute safety. Moreover, should the Su family encounter any peril, possessing a long-distance teleportation talisman would prove far more advantageous than anything else. In this age, reliance on mountains could lead to their collapse, and depending on people could result in their flight. Suddenly, as he passed through a grove, Su Xiaofan heard a faint cry for help, seemingly from a woman. He remained indifferent to the potential danger she faced, choosing to turn a deaf ear and walk away. The notion of a hero rescuing a damsel in distress? Nonsense. Only a fool would engage in such folly. However, before he could take 2 steps, several imposing armored warriors emerged from the shadows, blocking his path. The leader, a particularly burly man, coldly inquired, Boy, what did you just see or hear? Feigning confusion, Su Xiaofan replied, What are you talking about? I don't understand. The robust man, filled with suspicion, commanded one of his companions, retrace the path that boy just took. The soldier nodded and walked the same route. What did you hear? The leader asked. The soldier candidly responded, I heard cries for help. Su Xiaofan's expression froze. The burly man sneered. Are you attempting to deceive me? With an awkward smile, Su Xiaofan replied, Brother, I believe we can negotiate. Just pretend you never saw me. I assure you, I want to speak of today's events. The burly man shook his head, stating bluntly, No, today you must die. If you do not perish, we will face dire consequences should anything unexpected occur. With that, he and his subordinates charged at Su Xiaofan, weapons drawn. Military formation. Su Xiaofan's expression turned grave. He knew that such formations were terrifying. The Su family possessed a military formation, and several postnatal cultivators could wield it to strike from midair. The individuals before him were all at the peak of the postnatal stage, with their leader being an innate master. This was indeed a tricky situation. Determined not to underestimate them, Su Xiaofan unleashed all his cultivation power. Upon activating the bull transformation, he was pleasantly surprised to discover that his power amplification had doubled. becoming extraordinarily formidable. He charged directly at the burly leader, intent on challenging the military formation head-on. With a single punch, the leader was sent flying. The formation collapsed instantaneously. The remaining postnatal cultivators were no match for him. In mere moments, Xiaofan dispatched them effortlessly and clapped his hands, ready to leave. "Stop right there." Xiaofan turned to look, only to see a disheveled man with unkempt hair and a cold expression. With a tone of resignation, he asked, "What do you want?" The man replied, "If you dare to speak of today's events, you will surely perish." Xiaofan cast a disdainful glance at the man and retorted, "Rest assured." He then turned to leave. However, the man, incensed by that look, drew a knife from his boot and lunged at Xiaofan's lower back. With a swift and decisive turn, Xiaofan executed a powerful kick, sending the man flying. After a long moment of silence, the man remained motionless. Xiaofan approached him in astonishment, sighing. "Is he dead?" Xiaofan's mouth opened in disbelief. From the earlier encounter, he sensed that the man was at least a practitioner of the acquired realm. He had intentionally moderated the force of his kick, yet the man could hardly withstand it. Was it due to his inadequate cultivation, a frail physique, or perhaps a combination of both? At that moment, a disheveled woman emerged from the woods. She was stunningly beautiful. Yet the remnants of tears at the corners of her eyes, her swollen face, and the evident handprints marred her beauty, adding an air of fragility. Xiaofan stole a glance before hastily averting his gaze, for the woman was clad in tattered rags that barely concealed her modesty. This scene profoundly shocked the still youthful Xiaofan. The woman, however, stared in horror at the corpse on the ground, disbelief etched across her face. Sensing the gravity of the situation, Xiaofan's heart raced as he inquired, "Who is this man?" The woman's expression shifted, and after a moment, she replied, "It's nothing. Just a lecherous scoundrel." She then bowed and said, "I am Duanmu Ro, and I am grateful for your life-saving intervention. May I inquire your name, noble sir?" Upon hearing this, Xiaofan exhaled with relief and replied, "One does not change their name or surname. I am Su Laoshi." Su Laoshi? Duanmu Ro's expression turned peculiar, for the youth before her did not appear particularly honest. Yet, her curiosity compelled her to ask, "I believe there are no prominent families with the surname Su in the imperial capital?" Xiaofan rose and waved his hand dismissively, "Just a humble household." With that, he turned to leave. After Xiaofan departed, Duanmu Ro did not follow suit. Instead, she crushed a talisman in her hand and waited quietly. Moments later, a middle-aged man rushed over, visibly anxious. He exclaimed, "Xiao Ro, what are you doing here? What happened? Who did this?" Duanmu Ro replied flatly, "It was a failure." Upon hearing this, the concern in the man's eyes vanished, replaced by a grim demeanor. He demanded, "What transpired?" Duanmu Ro explained, "An unexpected event occurred. At a crucial moment, a young man passed by and saved me. Damn it, that scoundrel has thwarted my plans for the Duanmu family." The middle-aged man's face darkened with fury. After a prolonged silence, he managed to calm himself slightly and asked, "Is your maidenhood still intact?" Duanmu Ro lowered her head and replied, "It is no longer." The middle-aged man exhaled in relief, saying, "It is better this way. Even if we cannot catch the culprit red-handed, there remains a chance for maneuvering. Rest assured, my dear Ro, I shall ensure your ascension as the crown princess. I shall even assist you in claiming the position of empress. At that time, our Duanmu family shall rise to become the 5th prominent family in the imperial capital." Duanmu Ro remained silent, her head bowed lower. The middle-aged man sensed something amiss and inquired, "Where is the crown prince?" Duanmu Ro stepped aside, revealing the lifeless body on the ground. The middle-aged man was struck with terror, collapsing onto the ground, trembling all over. "What? The crown prince is dead? Who in the world dared to kill the crown prince? Am I losing my mind? Or is he?" Time passed without him noticing, and the middle-aged man rose again, his voice quivering as he asked, "Was it that passing youth who did this?" Duanmu Ro nodded. The middle-aged man gasped for breath. "What is his name?" Duanmu Ro replied peculiarly, "Su Laoshi." The middle-aged man scoffed coldly. Yet Duanmu Ro asked, "Father, what shall we do next?" He glanced at his daughter with a hint of regret. Had she not been a woman, her composure alone would have guaranteed her the helm of the Duanmu family in the future. But alas, she was female, and thus deemed ineligible to inherit the Duanmu legacy. Such is the custom. He sighed and said, "This matter is exceedingly troublesome. With the crown prince deceased, it cannot remain concealed. His Majesty will undoubtedly investigate. If our family is implicated, then the Duanmu lineage faces annihilation. Even if we did not slay the crown prince, we cannot escape the association with his demise. Even if his majesty spares us, the Yang family, loyal to the crown prince, will certainly not let us off the hook. Therefore, we must ensure that this incident does not touch our Duanmu family. We need a scapegoat. Duanmu Ro pondered. Father, are you suggesting that youth? The middle-aged man nodded. Precisely. He must be used as a scapegoat, and we must eliminate him immediately, ensuring he reveals not a single detail. The two conspired quietly in the woods. At that moment, perched high upon a towering tree, Su Yuan listened with great interest. He had been trailing Su Xiaofan all along. With his current strength, no one could detect his presence. Initially, he had feared his son would falter, hoping to seize an opportunity to intervene. Yet, unexpectedly, his son had acted decisively, achieving something monumental. The crown prince had been dispatched. The repercussions of slaying a prince were immediately apparent. He would undoubtedly face the full wrath of the entire Dayu dynasty. However, Su Yuan remained unperturbed. This was precisely what he had desired. Standing upon the leaves, he gazed up at the exceptionally round moon, feeling a deep sense of satisfaction. His son had finally come into his own. Chapter 21. So you all bully the honest ones, do you? Su Xiaofan made his way to the vicinity of the palace where the birthday banquet was being held. The place was bustling with people. Yet he felt a twinge of anxiety. He was reluctant to encounter another incident like the previous one. In truth, he harbored a sense of unease. The individuals he had harmed undoubtedly possessed connections, and such connections could lead to scrutiny. If an investigation were to unfold, the visage of the enchanting woman named Duanmu Ro flashed through his mind. He shook his head, reasoning that she likely wouldn't expose him after all. After all, he had saved her life. A debt of gratitude, even if it did not lead to romantic entanglement, surely warranted her discretion. With this thought in mind, Su Xiaofan soon encountered a familiar face. However, the nature of their meeting felt somewhat awkward. In a corner of the palace, a rotund individual was being assaulted by a group of young scions of similar age. At that moment, Su Xiaofan felt a flicker of relief. It was fortunate he had not allied himself with that fellow earlier, otherwise, he would likely share in the beating. After a moment's hesitation, and ensuring it would not interfere with his system tasks, he resolved to lend a hand. After all, they shared a bond of life and death. With that determination, Su Xiaofan strode forward and called out, "Brothers, let us not act impulsively." The group of elegantly dressed youths turned their attention toward him, and the battered rotund man glanced over, tears streaming down his face. One of the youths, perplexed, asked, "Who the hell are you?" Su Xiaofan pointed to Zhang Hualong and replied, "I am his friend. Perhaps you could show him some grace?" "Show grace?" The youths exchanged knowing looks, and one inquired, "Which family do you hail from?" Su Xiaofan clasped his hands respectfully and stated, "The Su family." The youths exchanged glances. Had they ever heard of the Su family? They shook their heads. One scoffed, "What significance does the Su family hold? Should this young master show you grace?" Su Xiaofan replied earnestly, "Our Su family has only recently arrived in the capital." Upon hearing this, the group erupted in laughter, save for Zhang Hualong, who looked upon them with pity. The Su family. How could they not know its reputation? In these times, anyone who offended the Su family was destined for misfortune. The Su father and son were not to be trifled with. At that moment, the group of young scions, having finished their laughter, charged towards Su Xiaofan. Yet, in the blink of an eye, they were sent reeling backward with even greater speed. Zhang Hualong sprang up with a deft motion, first offering Su Xiaofan a grin before unleashing a series of powerful kicks that sent each scion's face deep into the hard earth, not relenting until they were thoroughly subdued. Then, he enveloped Su Xiaofan in a tight embrace, his voice choked with emotion as he said, "Thank goodness you arrived in time, or I might have been beaten to death." Su Xiaofan forcibly extricated himself from the embrace and continued walking, remarking, "Brother Zhang, your situation appears rather dire. Are you not a member of the Zhang family, one of the 4 prominent families of the capital? How is it that you are being assaulted in the streets without anyone intervening?" Zhang Hualong followed, sighing as he replied, "My Zhang family is rather sparse in numbers, and I have few friends, thus, no one comes to my aid. As for my father, he believes that youthful vigor and impetuosity render such events commonplace. All he cares about is urging me to cultivate diligently." Su Xiaofan felt a twinge of sympathy and remarked, "Fear not, Brother Zhang. Should any trouble arise in the future, you shall have me by your side." Upon hearing this, Zhang Hualong was somewhat moved, yet chose to remain silent. Sometimes, thoughts residing in the heart need not be vocalized. Actions alone can attest to one's sentiments. Regardless, he had acknowledged this brotherhood. The two strolled leisurely, and after roughly half an hour, the banquet commenced in earnest. The air resonated with melodious tunes. Naturally, individuals of their standing, like Su Xiaofan and Zhang Hualong, were not permitted entry into the hall. They could only take their seats at the banquet outside, observing the performers on the open stage, synchronizing their dances with the festivities within. Before long, the gift-giving segment began. A tradition of the royal family of Dayu. Whether it be a birthday celebration or a wedding feast, such a ritual was customary. It allowed esteemed and powerful families to present gifts, expressing their loyalty and showcasing the royal grandeur. Within the royal court, the higher the status of the attendees, the more influential the families offering gifts. The emperor's position was, of course, self-evident. Following the traditional order, the royal princes and princesses presented their tributes first, succeeded by the four great families, and eventually by powerful officials and lesser families. This segment, though lengthy, was typically the most captivating, for each item presented was a treasure of immense value. However, today, the segment stalled at the outset. The eunuch repeatedly bellowed, "We beseech the crown prince to present his gift." After several calls, his voice grew hoarse, yet the crown prince's presence remained elusive. At this moment, both the crowd inside and outside the hall began to stir. In such a formal setting, especially involving the crown prince, any mishap could lead to severe repercussions. The supporters of the crown prince now found their palms sweating in anxiety. Meanwhile, Zhang Hualong, munching on sunflower seeds, turned to Su Xiaofan and remarked, "I reckon the crown prince will soon find himself in quite the predicament." Su Xiaofan, also nibbling on seeds, appeared disinterested in the unfolding drama. The affairs of the royal family were of little concern to him. He merely wished to remain seated and enjoy his meal. Suddenly, Zhang Hualong pointed excitedly in a direction, exclaiming, "Look, Su Laosher." Instinctively, Su Xiaofan turned to look. In that instant, he froze. Before him was a familiar figure, the very woman he had rescued not long ago. Duanmu. She had not donned a new attire, but rather appeared in a more disheveled state, with scant fabric adorning her form. As she moved, her beauty was accentuated, drawing attention for perhaps the most critical reason. Duanmu walked along the red carpet of the banquet, barefoot, revealing her long toes and fair instep. She ascended the cold steps, making her way toward the brightly lit, ancient, and solemn hall. The gazes of the onlookers greedily swept over every inch of her exposed skin. Akin to ravenous wolves, tears cascaded down Duanmu's face, yet her steps remained resolute. The crowd buzzed with speculation. Was this not the cherished jewel of the Duanmu family? What affliction had befallen her? It could not be more apparent. She had been wronged. Surely, she intended to seek justice. Who among them would dare to lay hands on a daughter of the Duanmu clan, especially in such a public setting? Such an act would warrant 100 heads. Not enough to appease the wrath. This was akin to an old man consuming poison, courting death. As the murmurs swelled, Duanmu reached the entrance of the grand hall, only to be halted by the guards. She did not press forward, but instead knelt down. Her voice, frigid as ice, pierced the air. "I, Duanmu, have urgent matters to discuss with your majesty." In that instant, the melodious and jubilant music within the hall ceased. Following a flurry of commotion, the Emperor of Dayu appeared at the grand entrance. On this day of his birthday, he eschewed the dragon robe, adorning instead a loose, scholarly robe that exuded an air of elegance, though its partially open front hinted at a touch of wildness. At this moment, the sovereign squinted, gazing down at the kneeling Duanmu, devoid of reproach. Instead, he inquired calmly, "What is it that you wish to convey?" Duanmu bowed deeply, unable to rise, and with a trembling voice began her account. As her words unfolded, the lively atmosphere in the hall diminished to an unbearable silence, ultimately descending into a chilling stillness. Gasps filled the air, some wept, others collapsed onto the ground, and many stood in stunned silence. Even the high-ranking dignitaries, those typically imbued with authority, displayed expressions of stark horror. In the end, even the current Prime Minister, Yang Wudi, could not contain his outrage, exclaiming, "Have you lost your senses, you wicked woman? To utter such nonsense in this place? You shall pay dearly for this." "Calm yourself, Yang Qing," the emperor interjected with a smile, maintaining his composure as he addressed Duanmu. "Are you suggesting that someone dared to commit an act of impropriety against you during my birthday banquet, and that my beloved son, the crown prince, happened to intervene, only to fall victim to this villain? Is that the tale you weave?" Duanmu trembled. Her forehead pressed firmly against the ground, struggling to utter two words. "Indeed. Indeed it is." With that, a breath of relief escaped her. After all, Deceiving such a monarch was a daunting prospect. She realized that even as she revealed the crown prince's demise, the emperor remained unperturbed, as if his son's death were merely a distant notion. The emperor's earlier tone provided ample insight into his state of mind. At that moment, he posed the most critical question. Then, according to your account, who is it that took my beloved son's life? Duanmu Ro inhaled deeply, summoning her courage once more to respond. He claimed to be Su Laoshi, though I suspect it to be an alias. I recognize him well. I can vividly recall his face. Even if he were reduced to ashes, I would still identify him. Oh? The emperor pointed towards the crowd below and the ministers behind him, stating, then assist me in uncovering this murderer. For I too wish to see who possesses the audacity to commit such an egregious act. Duanmu Ro rose, her gaze sweeping across the assembly of ministers, who were all filled with trepidation. Yet, her eyes did not linger. Instead, she turned to the crowd gathered in the hall. Soon, her expression brightened as she pointed decisively in a direction, exclaiming, it is him, indeed, Su Laoshi. Everyone turned to look. Amidst the crowd, Su Xiaofan's eyes had lost their focus. He stared at the extinguished second option in midair, his lips twitching uncontrollably. How could such an absurdity occur? Chapter 22, I am eager to see who dares to harm my son. What in the world have you done, Brother Su? Zhang Hualong was utterly stunned. According to the words of that woman just now, his brother had not only violated a young lady, but had also inadvertently eliminated the crown prince. That was the crown prince, the future ruler of Great Yu. Is it so simple as to kill? At this moment, Su Xiaofan was equally bewildered. Wait, did I kill the crown prince? How was I unaware of this? After a lengthy pause, he forced himself to calm down and said, Brother Zhang, would you believe me if I told you that things are not as they seem? Zhang Hualong's eyes flickered, and he nodded. I trust you, Brother Su. He then pondered for a moment and added, but you must hold on for a moment. I will call my father for assistance. He is occupied with important matters at the military camp outside the city. With that, he dashed away in a flash. Su Xiaofan watched his retreating figure, feeling a twinge of gratitude. However, at that moment, he found himself encircled by a group of armored soldiers clad in golden armor. The emperor's personal guard, the Yuan guards. Undoubtedly, this was the most elite force of Great Yu, as each member boasted the prowess of the Linkong realm. When combined with their battle formations, their strength was staggering beyond belief. Faced with such a formidable army, Su Xiaofan had no means of resistance. Any act of defiance would merely lead to one inevitable outcome, death. Thus, Su Xiaofan surrendered without a struggle. Before long, he was escorted before the emperor. Su Xiaofan was suddenly struck by an overwhelming sense of deja vu. He cast a glance at the emperor, who inquired curiously, is your childhood name Su Laoshi? Su Xiaofan nodded. After uttering this one line, the emperor fell silent, choosing to wait in quiet contemplation. Su Xiaofan then turned to the side, looking at Duanmu Ro with confusion, and asked, I saved your life. Why do you accuse me? Duanmu Ro responded with venom, shameless. Su Xiaofan felt his breath quicken involuntarily. Miss Duanmu, we should have no past grievances, should we? Duanmu Ro let out a bitter laugh. No past grievances? You depraved scoundrel. You have defiled me and still claim there are no grievances? I wish to devour your flesh and drink your blood. Upon hearing this, Su Xiaofan frowned. He sensed that this person before him was entirely different from the lady he had just encountered. The disparity was immense. Is this truly how women are? Moreover, he could not comprehend why she would act in such a manner. Even if he had indeed slain the crown prince, why then would she label him a scoundrel? It made no sense whatsoever. Was it to protect her own reputation? Yet, appearing in such a manner here was clearly self-destructive. To preserve herself? But she was evidently the victim. Or could it be that all of this was orchestrated by the emperor to uphold the dignity of the royal family? As he contemplated from a personal perspective and considered the potential conspiracies, his thoughts grew increasingly muddled. Su Xiaofan felt his mind was overwhelmed. At that moment, a few soldiers hurriedly approached the emperor, carrying a lifeless body. The leader trembled, stammering, Your Majesty. His throat felt constricted, rendering him speechless. Yet, many had already discerned the identity of the lifeless body on the ground, the crown prince. A gasp rippled through the crowd. The emperor cast a fleeting glance and inquired of Su Xiaofan, Did you do this? Su Xiaofan felt a considerable dampness spreading across his back, regardless of the circumstances. The enmity of killing one's own son is a grudge that cannot be settled lightly. Even if there were reasons, even if it were unintentional, the truth remained undeniable. Thus, he candidly admitted, it was I. He understood that arguing would be futile. others could investigate. So it was better to simply confess. At that moment, his mind was consumed with thoughts of whether his teleportation talisman would suffice. Would he be able to escape? The heinous crime of slaying a crown prince would undoubtedly lead to the extermination of his entire family. Meanwhile, Yang Wudi, standing beside the emperor, trembled not from fear, but from rage. The Yang family had been ruined. The countless resources expended over the years to nurture the crown prince were now wasted. The Yang family would need to support another royal heir. This would require an immense amount of resources again. Xiaofan hadn't merely killed the crown prince. He had dealt a grievous blow to the Yang family. Yang Wudi glared at Xiaofan, his eyes icy. You wretched boy. Even the King of Heaven could not save you today. Nearby, the heads of the Hua and Yuan families remained silent, their smiles betraying their thoughts. With the demise of the crown prince, the royal heir they supported naturally stood to gain opportunity. Xiaofan, it seemed, was destined to perish. The emperor observed their expressions closely and waved his hand at Yang Wudi, saying, Why does it seem that my son's death pains you more than it does me? Yang Wudi quickly stepped back, choosing silence. At such a moment, it was prudent not to waver, for Xiaofan was doomed, and the Su family would inevitably face annihilation. The emperor's tone remained indifferent as he addressed Xiaofan. Do you understand the consequences of killing a royal? Xiaofan licked his parched lips and replied, Total extermination of my family. The emperor, intrigued, asked, Aren't you afraid? Xiaofan answered, Naturally, I am afraid. The emperor narrowed his eyes. Then why do you appear so unperturbed? Is it because of a favorable father? Xiaofan replied, Not at all. It is because I know I am destined to die. Resistance is futile, so I await my fate with honesty. The emperor smirked slightly. How very candid of you. At that moment, the sixth prince, Li Bao, rushed forward. Kneeling before the emperor, Father, I believe there is more to this matter. I implore you to allow me to investigate thoroughly before making a decision. Just 3 days. I asked for only 3 days. Li Bao was beset with regret. He never anticipated that events would escalate to this extent. Had he known, he would never have summoned Xiaofan. Initially, he felt a flicker of satisfaction upon learning of the crown prince's death. Yet, he was astonished to discover that the culprit was Xiaofan. The emperor finally displayed a look of impatience, saying, You wish to plead for someone who has slain his own kin? Li Bao bowed deeply. Not at all, your majesty. I merely believe this matter warrants a thorough investigation. We cannot allow my brother's death to remain shrouded in mystery. The emperor scoffed. With both witness and evidence present, what more is there to investigate? Li Bao retorted. The so-called testimonies are merely one-sided. How can one trust such partial accounts? The emperor chuckled coldly. You dare to lecture me? Enough. I have no desire to engage further. Begone. Li Bao was forcibly removed. The emperor then turned to Xiaofan and commanded, Given the circumstances, you shall elucidate the events that transpired. Xiaofan nodded. Acknowledging that the crown prince had indeed been murdered, yet he sought to prove his innocence against any accusations of debauchery. I can admit to what I have done, but I shall not be falsely accused of what I have not. Just then, Duanmu Rou abruptly drew the hairpin from her hair and thrust it directly towards Xiaofan's chest. All present were skilled fighters. Had anyone wished to intervene, Duanmu Rou would not have moved an inch. Yet, no one stopped her. Thus, everyone watched in astonishment as the silver hairpin pierced Xiaofan's chest. However, after puncturing his clothing, it abruptly halted. Duanmu Rou's expression froze. Despite her efforts, she could not penetrate his skin. Xiaofan, restrained by 2 imperial guards, was unable to move, his face paling in fear. Yet, upon realizing that the silver hairpin could not breach his flesh, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Marveling at the formidable strength of the divine and demonic qi refinement technique. Of course, it was primarily due to Duanmu Rou's relatively modest prowess. She was merely at the 3rd level of the acquired realm. Noticing her continued attempts to jab at his chest, Xiaofan remarked with some exasperation, Although this garment is somewhat worn, it is quite expensive. Please do not ruin it. Before his words had fully escaped his lips, another figure surged forth from among the ministers behind the emperor. The crowd gasped. It was Duanmu Shan, the deputy minister of revenue. Duanmu Shan approached without any weapon, delivering a direct palm strike aimed at Xiaofan's face. The full force of a peak sky realm expert was evident in the blow, and even the gust from it made Xiaofan's skin ache. Yet again, no one intervened. Gritting his teeth, Xiaofan prepared to crush the teleportation talisman hidden in his sleeve, but at that very moment, a familiar voice echoed from the heavens. Who dares to harm my son? Before the words faded, a blood-red longsword grazed Su Xiaofan's cheek, swiftly piercing through Duan Mushan's body. Duan Mushan collapsed, breathless. The sword lodged itself firmly in the ground just a step away from the emperor. The crowd was astounded. The imperial guards immediately surrounded the emperor, forming a defensive stance. Hua Yaolao's eyes sparkled as she appeared before the bloodied sword, attempting to seize it. However, no matter how she tried, it would not budge. Her face contorted with fury. This sword was a treasured heirloom, obtained through the sacrifice of her family's ancestor. At that moment, someone exclaimed, "Look over there." Everyone turned their gaze skyward. In the far distance, a man clad in a blue robe soared through the air on his sword, arriving in an instant. The majority of those present wore expressions of shock. A swordsman? Who was this individual? Yet Su Xiaofan turned his head to look, a hint of concern flickering in his gaze. This was the imperial palace, teeming with formidable experts. Father, can you truly confront them so boldly? Chapter 23. The treacherous Su deserves execution. Who is this sword cultivator? Could he be from the Central Plains? The crowd was filled with confusion. Thus far, apart from those who had interacted with the Su family, no one in the imperial capital recognized this father and son duo. At that moment, Yang Wuti soared into the air, sneering, "Su the traitor, your son has slain the crown prince. You have just murdered a high-ranking minister. Such treasonous crimes. Today, both of you shall meet your end. It would be wise for you to surrender." Su Yuan, however, chuckled coldly. "My son acts with his own justification for his actions. As for my own deeds, it was merely that old fool's lack of discernment. Have you not heard the saying?" Yang Wuti frowned. "What saying?" Su Yuan retorted with a smirk. "When the Son of Heaven breaks the law, he is no different from a commoner." The crowd erupted in uproar at these words. The audacity! The Son of Heaven is supreme. This kingdom belongs to him alone. How could he be at fault? How could he be equated with commoners in guilt? The emperor's lips twitched as he gazed at Su Yuan suspended in midair, a glimmer of amusement flickering in his eyes. "Su, you are exceedingly bold." Simultaneously, Hua Yaolao ascended as well, fixing a cold smile upon Su Yuan. Su Yuan glanced at the two of them, instinctively inquiring, "What of the third?" Yang Wuti, his robes billowing, scoffed. "The former pavilion master is preoccupied today and could not attend. However, even without him, you shall still perish." With that, he surveyed the crowd below, only to furrow his brow slightly. Aside from the experts from the Yang and Hua families, none among the imperial guards, the feathered forest guards, or the other families showed any inclination to engage. It was clear to all that the Yang and Hua families bore animosity towards this enigmatic sword cultivator. Why should they lend assistance? Killing this sword cultivator would bring them no benefit, but only serve to jeopardize their own interests. Most critically, the emperor had not issued any orders. Yang Wuti's expression darkened as he discreetly cast a glance at the emperor. After so many years by his side, he still could not decipher the emperor's thoughts. Truly frightening. Thus, their two families would have to unite. Yet at this moment, Hua Yaolao pivoted her stance, declaring, "Return to me the treasure of the Hua family, and I shall withdraw today." Yang Wuti, pointing an accusatory finger at her, erupted in fury. "Foolish woman. We shall join forces to eliminate this scoundrel, and the treasure will still belong to you." Hua Yaolao countered, "Without absolute certainty, I am unwilling to engage the sword cultivator." She then turned to Su Yuan and asked, "What say you?" Su Yuan smiled, replying, "You may both come at me together." Hua Yaolao's expression turned icy. "How audacious of you." In the next moment, the blood-slaughter sword and the azure profound sword flew to either side of Su Yuan. Sword control technique. This was a swordsmanship Su Yuan had comprehended over the past few days. With the ability to wield swords autonomously, his hands were liberated. Hua Yaolao ceased her words, exchanging a glance with Yang Wuti before charging towards Su Yuan. Su Yuan cast a glance at the two of them. At the pinnacle of the Divine Concealment Realm stood one, while the other had indeed ascended to the Purple Mansion realm, just as the legends foretold. The Purple Mansion. The liquid essence within the Divine Concealment once again condensed, transforming into a grand abode forged from the very essence of energy. This magnificent estate possessed the power to commune with the forces of heaven and earth. Thus, upon transcending the Purple Mansion, one need no longer fret over the reserves of energy. Every move, every technique, drew upon the might of the cosmos. This delineates the fundamental disparity between great realms, a gap that only widens as one progresses further. Yet, in this world, exceptions inevitably arise. Such was the case with the sword cultivators. Two blades, imbued with an invincible sword intent, manifested as two streaks of crimson and azure, hurtling towards the two adversaries. Yang Wudi barely managed to conjure the purple mansion to fend off the onslaught, while Hua Yaolao sustained injuries in an instant. The shockwaves of their clash sent both formidable figures reeling and spitting blood. In that fleeting moment, the outcome became unmistakably clear. The two exchanged glances in midair, both perceiving the astonishment reflected in each other's eyes. The sword cultivators were astonishingly formidable. Not only did they transcend their own limits, but they also engaged in a 2-on-1 confrontation, dominating the engagement. It was utterly frustrating. This sentiment resonated within the minds of both individuals. Meanwhile, Yuan, while warding off the enemies, remained acutely aware of his son's plight below. His concern was warranted. The imperial city harbored many formidable experts, any one of whom could easily eliminate Xiaofan. Even with the old man's protective presence, Yuan still felt a twinge of unease, primarily due to the enigmatic and unsettling demeanor of the cunning emperor. Nevertheless, the lack of an immediate threat indicated that the emperor had not yet harbored intentions of executing Xiaofan. At this moment, Yang Wudi and Hua Yaolao were seething with rage. Their opponent dared to be distracted. Such insolence was a clear affront to their prowess. In an instant, their offensive became even more ferocious. At the entrance of the grand hall, Duanmu Rou gazed at Xiaofan with wild fervor, her mind racing with thoughts of his demise. Why was he not slain? Yet, no one paid her any heed. The emperor had not issued a command, and thus, no one moved. He abhorred those who acted on their own volition. They were merely to execute orders. Meanwhile, the emperor's thoughts were not fixated on Xiaofan, but rather intrigued by the unfolding battle in the sky. Observing the scene, Duanmu Rou seized a long sword from a nearby soldier and aimed it at Xiaofan's neck. However, the blade merely grazed his skin, leaving a mere scratch, while Xiaofan's neck bore only a faint white mark. Even so, Xiaofan shuddered in disbelief. How absurd. As a practitioner of the survival path, could there truly come a day when he would offer his neck for the blade? This was quite the development. Xiaofan no longer wished to squander time with this madwoman. He activated his void step. In the next instant, his figure vanished from sight. The two airborne feathered guards were left bewildered. Where had he gone? The emperor also cast his gaze downward, his eyes narrowing into slits. No one could discern his thoughts. Only those close enough could observe the emperor's fingers fidgeting. Only those intimately familiar with the emperor's demeanor would recognize this as a subconscious gesture of surprise. Several members of the Imperial Guard intended to recapture Xiaofan, but the emperor declared, "Let him be." Without hesitation, they returned to their ranks. After a moment's contemplation, the emperor transmitted a command. Those of the older generation, do not move. This message resonated distinctly within the ears of every cultivator above the Lighthearted realm in the imperial city. A wave of astonishment swept over them. The faction loyal to the crown prince, who harbored deep-seated animosity towards Xiaofan, found themselves compelled to remain still, fearing the consequences of disobedience. Despite the emperor's usual affability and lack of imperial demeanor, his seriousness commanded absolute obedience. Defiance would lead to certain death, a lesson learned in blood. When Xiaofan reappeared, he stood at the foot of the palace steps, several hundred meters away, panting heavily, utterly drained. A brief assessment of his energy reserves revealed that his vast dantian had been depleted by more than half. This indicated that his maximum teleportation range was merely 200 meters, a staggering consumption of spiritual energy. With this realization, Xiaofan refocused his thoughts, determined to vacate this perilous location. In the current situation, his departure would alleviate pressure on his father. "Little thief, where do you think you're going?" Yet, fate was unkind. Xiaofan's path was soon obstructed by a group of individuals. Their attire revealed them to be young scions of noble families, with the leader being a familiar face, Yang Feiyun. A surge of murderous intent ignited within Xiaofan as he fixed his gaze upon them, declaring, "Step aside now, and you may yet preserve your lives." Chapter 24. Could Xiaofan possibly be a bastard? Xiaofan was now consumed by thoughts of becoming a fugitive. After all, killing a prince is akin to killing a young master of the Yang family. There is little distinction between the two. Yang Feiyun, however, pointed at himself and laughed, saying, "What? Kill me? Little thief Su, have you lost your mind? What gives you the right to kill me?" The crowd behind him erupted in laughter. Yang Feiyun was a prodigy of the Yang family, having recently attained the innate realm just days prior. This news had sent shockwaves through the imperial capital. Such a young innate practitioner is indeed a rarity. Yet, in the next moment, Xiaofan appeared before Yang Feiyun. Without hesitation, He delivered a powerful kick to Yang Feiyun's chest. A sickening crack echoed in the air. Yang Feiyun collapsed to the ground, his chest shattered, lifeless and beyond recovery. Instantly killed? The expressions of the gathered aristocrats froze in disbelief, their mouths twitching uncontrollably. Some even wet their pants on the spot. This was the young master of the Yang family, the heir of the foremost clan in the imperial capital, the sole son of Yang Wudi. And just like that, he was dead? The crowd was in a state of incredulity, some convinced they were trapped in a dream. The most astonishing part was that Yang Feiyun was an innate practitioner, yet he was dispatched so effortlessly. Su Xiaofan, unfazed by their thoughts, charged into the crowd with reckless abandon. He was not foolish. He understood that he was racing against time. Failure meant death. What he did not anticipate was that upon entering the throng, he had not yet struck anyone, and the noble youths were already fleeing in terror. This, however, made things easier for him. Ignoring the furious shouts of Shangguan Qiuming, he sprinted towards the gates of the imperial city. Yet, just a few steps in, he was intercepted. Li Bao. Su Xiaofan furrowed his brow and inquired, "Are you going to stop me?" Li Bao shook his head and replied, "Brother Su, even if I don't stop you, you won't be able to leave." Noticing the lack of hostility, Su Xiaofan relaxed his brow, perplexed, and asked, "Why?" Li Bao sighed. "The entire imperial city is now surrounded by the feathered guards." Su Xiaofan pondered for a moment and asked, "How many feathered guards are there?" Understanding Su Xiaofan's concerns, Li Bao responded, "Each feathered guard possesses the strength of the sky realm, and they are trained in military formations. Most crucially, there are 3,000 feathered guards outside the city. Anyone who attempts to leave will meet their demise." 3,000. Su Xiaofan inhaled sharply. This meant that there were 3,000 trained and strategically adept sky realm warriors outside the city. Was there truly no escape? Moreover, he was uncertain whether the teleportation talisman in his possession could circumvent the military formations. Such a level of blockade would likely be impenetrable, even for someone of Zifu's caliber. Su Xiaofan instinctively glanced at his father, who stood nonchalantly in the air with his hands clasped behind his back, and felt slightly reassured. He then asked, "Is there any way out?" Li Bao sighed once more. "There is only one method available. Otherwise, if we continue to dawdle, something terrible will surely happen." Su Xiaofan spoke rapidly, "Stop keeping me in suspense." Li Bao Dao, "I am certain that Brother Su would not kill without reason. Thus, the only course of action is to explain myself to my father, the Emperor." Upon hearing this, Su Xiaofan's expression darkened. "Explain? He has slain the Emperor's own son. What rational individual would listen to his explanation?" Su Xiaofan retorted directly, "You cannot be serious in thinking I could convince your father. He must surely despise me to the core." Yet, Li Bao suddenly chuckled self-deprecatingly. "Brother Su, you are jumping to conclusions. Have you never heard the saying?" Su Xiaofan, perplexed, instinctively inquired, "What saying?" Li Bao, with an air of profundity, responded, "The most ruthless are the families of emperors. In the imperial household, emotions hold no sway. Only interests matter." Su Xiaofan fell silent. Li Bao continued, "My father possesses unfathomable strength, surrounded by countless experts. If he wished to kill you, you would never have reached this place. Of course, I do not know why he has spared you. Perhaps it is due to your father, or for some other reason. In any case, as his son, I can faintly perceive a fragment of his thoughts. My father is awaiting you." Su Xiaofan listened, feeling somewhat bewildered. "Awaiting me? For an explanation? Why would he wait for me?" This seemed illogical. Li Bao glanced towards the direction of the grand hall and suggested, "Brother Su, you should attempt it. This may be your only path to survival." After a moment's hesitation, Su Xiaofan ultimately turned and raced toward the Emperor. Before long, he was intercepted by several imperial guards. The Emperor, after a brief glance at Su Xiaofan, commanded, "Let him approach." Su Xiaofan felt a surge of anxiety as he stood before the Emperor, who wore a smile that only intensified his unease. Just an hour prior, he had killed the Emperor's son. After a prolonged silence, observing Su Xiaofan's reticence, the Emperor said, "Please, explain yourself." Su Xiaofan exhaled deeply and began his account. Meanwhile, Duanmu Ro attempted to rush forward to silence him, but this time, she was mercilessly halted by several imperial guards. All she could do was watch in despair, listening intently. As anticipated, the Emperor's expression grew increasingly dark, and by the end, he shot a glare at Duanmu Ro. The Emperor remarked, "Your Duanmu family certainly harbors ambitions, do they not, Crown Princess?" Duanmu Ro's complexion fluctuated, and she fell to her knees, sobbing softly. With the Emperor's keen perception, he quickly discerned the Duanmu family's hidden motives. This revelation struck Su Xiaofan like a lightning bolt. He reflected on the events and finally unraveled the illogical threads. Duanmu Ro had intentionally allowed herself to be humiliated by the crown prince. Her ultimate goal was to ascend as the crown princess. Once the emperor passed away and the crown prince took the throne, she would naturally become the empress, elevating the Duanmu family to prominence. The intricacies of their schemes ran deep, even extending to the emperor himself. While they sought to use the Yang family as a stepping stone, after all, the crown prince had originally been supported by the Yang family. The Duanmu family aimed to gain everything without cost. As for Su Xiaofan, he had unwittingly stumbled into this web of deceit and inadvertently overturned the chessboard as a mere bystander. Indeed, the notions held by the Duanmu family are remarkably naive. The consequence of such naivety is inevitably their downfall. It is merely a question of time. After coming to terms with these revelations, Su Xiaofan found himself at a loss, unsure whether to weep or to laugh. Regardless of whether this calamity was unwarranted, the inevitable outcome remains. The prince is dead. He was slain by none other than a commoner devoid of any noble lineage. No matter the rationale behind such an act, the outcome is unequivocal. He shall meet his demise. Even if this emperor before him chooses to disregard emotional ties, the prince is nevertheless of his own blood. Yet, the emperor's fury echoed, the Duanmu family deserves death. They have dared to scheme against my son. This rebellious wretch must perish, utterly foolish. While the emperor condemned the Duanmu family and the prince, he made no mention of Su, the thief. The courtiers behind him chimed in. Your Majesty speaks truth. The Duanmu family merits punishment. Yet the prince has fallen victim to a conspiracy. The emperor, however, retorted with a scornful laugh. A conspiracy? If that wretch truly harbored no ill intentions, how could he have been ensnared? Since the sovereign is subject to the same laws as the commoners, if I am to be judged alongside them, then does not the prince's vile actions warrant his execution? The courtiers implored, Your Majesty, do not heed the ramblings of that thief. The dignity of the imperial family must not be trifled with. Indeed, in my view, Su, the thief, who has slain a court official, deserves to be torn apart by horses. As for this young thief, who has audaciously slain our prince, he merits death by 1,000 cuts. The emperor, once more, let out a cold laugh, a formidable aura enveloping the assembly. He spoke slowly. The dignity of the royal family? I embody that very dignity. As long as I am here, the royal dignity remains intact. I declare that this father and son are blameless. Thus, they shall be exonerated. Proclaim my decree. Su Yuan has slain the treacherous Duanmu Shan and is to be rewarded with a fortune of 10,000 gold pieces. Su Xiaofan's act of killing the prince is justified. He bears no fault and shall not be held accountable. Upon hearing these words, the hall was engulfed in shock. Such unprecedented favor. What is the true standing of the Su family? Could it be? A sudden realization swept through the minds of the assembly as they glanced between Su Xiaofan and the emperor, leading to a conjecture. The illegitimate son. Could Su Xiaofan be the emperor's illegitimate offspring? Such favor could not be bestowed without a significant connection. With this thought, the courtiers fell silent. At that moment, two figures suddenly plummeted from the sky, crashing to the ground and creating two large craters. The assembly gazed in astonishment, retreating in alarm. Yang Wudi and Hua Yaolao had both met their match. Before the crowd could fully comprehend the situation, two sword shadows, one red and one blue, surged toward these two individuals with lethal intent. The resounding clang of swords reverberated through the heavens. Chapter 25. A display of divine power. The emperor felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. He had truly not anticipated that these two would suffer defeat. The prowess of the sword cultivators was indeed formidable. Despite his astonishment, he did not hesitate, swiftly raising both hands to block the two swords. What a remarkable maneuver! In the next moment, Su Yuan appeared a short distance before the emperor. Meanwhile, the swords, Qing Xian and Bloodkill, stood guard beside Su Xiaofan. Su Yuan furrowed his brow, gazing intently at the emperor, unable to fathom his true strength. Thus, he decided to abandon his scrutiny. However, a premonition stirred within him, suggesting that the emperor was far stronger than he appeared. At that moment, the emperor spoke. Did you hear my decree just now? Su Yuan nodded, expressing his gratitude. The emperor replied with a smile. No need to thank me. You have once again contributed greatly. The courtiers present were left speechless. Su Yuan narrowed his eyes, pondering the emperor's intentions. Today he and his son had caused quite a commotion at the birthday banquet. His son had slain the crown prince, and the father had killed the minister of revenue before the emperor's very eyes. Logically, they should be facing relentless pursuit. Yet, the emperor's demeanor was decidedly peculiar. When circumstances deviate from the norm, there must be something amiss. Su Yuan sensed the faint whiff of a conspiracy. However, he could not yet discern the emperor's true motives. Nevertheless, he felt little concern, believing that he could counter whatever challenges arose. Little thief Su, you have killed my son. Today, let him accompany him to the grave. A furious roar echoed through the hall. Without hesitation, Su Xiaofan swiftly retreated behind Su Yuan. The onlookers turned towards the source of the voice, revealing Yang Wudi, whose face was contorted in rage and despair. Then, they turned their astonished gazes back to Su Xiaofan. It was already a grave affront to kill a crown prince. Yet this audacious individual dared to slay the heir of the Yang family? Had this little thief lost his mind? Yang Wudi, disregarding everything, charged directly towards Su Xiaofan. At that moment, a smile curled at the corner of Su Yuan's mouth, for before him appeared a line of text. Ding. Detected that your son has offended a cultivator at the initial stage of the Purple Mansion realm. The host's cultivation level automatically rises to the initial stage of the Purple Mansion realm, rendering him invincible among those of the same realm. Su Yuan regarded Yang Wudi, who was desperately burning his Purple Mansion energy as he rushed towards him, and sneered disdainfully. With a single slap, he struck Yang Wudi's face. In the next instant, Yang Wudi was sent hurtling backward, crashing into the hall. Moments later, the structure collapsed entirely. Yang Wudi was buried beneath the ruins, disappearing from sight. Once more, the onlookers stood frozen in shock. What just transpired? A momentary defeat? Hadn't they just been exchanging blows? Not far away, the newly risen Hua Yaolao collapsed once again. There was no remedy. Her legs had turned to jelly. The emperor glanced back at the debris, his eyes twitching uncontrollably, fingers fidgeting anxiously. A cultivator of the Purple Mansion realm, this individual was indeed a sword cultivator of that caliber. No wonder he dared to act so brazenly, treating me with such disdain. It was all an act of feigned humility. Su Yuan took in the expressions of those around him, secretly reveling in their astonishment. Yet maintaining an outward calm as he stated, I apologize. Whatever the cost, I shall compensate you. The emperor donned a congenial expression and chuckled, Friend Su. It is merely a palace. It is not worth such discussions. Discussing money can harm our sentiments. The courtiers were taken aback. Although the emperor typically exuded a gentle demeanor, he had never spoken in such a manner before. Was this the treatment afforded to the strong? At that moment, Su Yuan smiled and replied, Indeed. Discussing finances can be detrimental to our feelings. The emperor's smile faltered slightly, but he nodded in agreement. Su Yuan continued, by the way, regarding the Duanmu family. The emperor's countenance darkened, and he declared, From this day forth, the Duanmu family shall no longer exist in Deyu. The implication was clear. The emperor intended to eradicate the entire clan. Su Yuan nodded in satisfaction and then remarked, Everything should be in order now, right? If so, my son and I shall take our leave. The day grows late. The emperor waved cheerfully, Friend, please depart. There is nothing amiss here. Su Yuan nodded and walked towards the city gates with his son. The courtiers watched the father and son retreating, speechless. They felt as though they were living a dream. At that moment, the emperor, somewhat irate, exclaimed, You fools, what are you standing there for? Go fetch my prime minister. The courtiers finally came to their senses. Meanwhile, Su Xiaofan followed closely behind Su Yuan, puzzled. Father, don't you wield a sword? Why are we walking? Su Yuan, not wishing to reveal his intent to maintain an air of mystery, replied, Flying with a sword consumes a great deal of energy. Do you really think I possess boundless vitality? Su Xiaofan fell silent for a moment. After a while, he asked, Father, when you fought Yang Wudi, it seemed quite taxing. How did you just now send him flying with a single slap? He felt that his father was concealing his true strength. It appeared as if his father had activated some invincible power. Each time he encountered a formidable enemy, he effortlessly triumphed. Su Yuan chuckled. I achieved a breakthrough in the heat of battle. Su Xiaofan blinked. You can break through every time? Su Yuan explained. My path of swordsmanship is that of the invincible sword. I grow stronger with each battle. Su Xiaofan, hearing this, became somewhat exhilarated, so powerful. Su Yuan poured cold water on his enthusiasm. Indeed, strong, but should one suffer defeat, one's heart can shatter in an instant, leading to the loss of all cultivation. Su Xiaofan gasped, contemplating, Then we should flee if we encounter an unbeatable opponent. Su Yuan shook his head. As a sword cultivator, one must advance without retreat. To flee from strong foes or to hesitate to draw one's sword will also lead to a shattered heart. Su Xiaofan muttered, if I cultivate the sword in the future, I shall not pursue the path of the invincible sword. As father and son conversed, they had already reached the gates of the imperial city. Death awaits those who approach. At the entrance, 3,000 feathered guards formed a military formation, sealing off the entire city. Su Xiaofan furrowed his brow. The emperor has permitted our departure. Why do they not let us pass? Someone responded, we have received no orders. Approach and perish. Su Xiaofan's lips twitched. Everyone, clear the way. At this very moment, two figures surged from the distant horizon, charging directly towards the military formation. A resounding boom echoed as the formation trembled. Yet it swiftly regained its composure. The two figures halted just beyond the imperial city, none other than Zhang Hualong and Zhang Erniu, clad in formidable black dragon armor. Zhang Erniu exuded an imposing presence. Upon spotting Su Xiaofan, Zhang Hualong's eyes brightened, and he waved his hand, exclaiming, do not worry, my friend Su. I have summoned my father to your aid. Ah, even Su Qianbei is here. At that moment, the military formation coalesced into a colossal, golden-armored giant wielding a long sword. The giant's voice resonated deeply. General, what are your intentions? Zhang Ernie twisted his neck and declared, to save. He then turned to Su Yuan, who stood a mere distance away, and proposed, shall we join forces to break the formation? Su Yuan merely smiled and remained silent. One hand behind his back while the other formed a sword gesture, directing it towards the massive golden figure with a flourish. The blood-slaughter sword soared forth, cleaving the giant in two. In an instant, the military formation crumbled, and the 3,000 feather forest guards collapsed, spitting blood, all grievously wounded. A profound silence enveloped the crowd. Zhang Erniu suddenly glanced at Zhang Hualong, smacking his own head in exasperation, and chastised. Did you truly think it necessary to call me here? Zhang Hualong appeared aggrieved, but dared not retort. At this juncture, Su Yuan and his son approached, with Su Yuan expressing his gratitude. Thank you, brother Zhang. Zhang Erniu, with a wry smile, shook his head. No need for thanks. My presence or absence makes little difference. However, Su Yuan insisted, regardless, I shall remember this favor. Zhang Erniu could only nod in resigned acknowledgement. After exchanging pleasantries, Su Yuan ascended into the sky with his son, their figures swiftly vanishing into the night. In the air, Su Xiaofan stood upon the blood-slaughter sword, uneasily voicing, Father, is this truly the end of this matter? A lingering unease gnawed at him. After all, he had slain two of the most significant figures of the younger generation from the great Yu today. Surely, the repercussions would not merely manifest in this superficial chaos. To say he had no regrets would be disingenuous. He prided himself on being a survivor in this perilous world. Yet by some twist of fate, he had committed acts befitting a madman. It was utterly absurd. Su Yuan glanced at his son and chuckled. Certainly not. This affair is far from over. The Yang and Hua families have now become our mortal enemies, a vendetta that will not cease until one party is extinguished. I can shield you from the older generation, but the matters concerning the younger generation must be resolved by you. Su Xiaofan licked his parched lips, his expression one of despondency. Father, I just wish to be an honest man. An honest man? Su Yuan replied, half in jest. The honest are the most easily victimized. Chapter 26, Schemes of the Su Family, a Crisis Looming? The following day, the notorious name of the Su family echoed throughout the imperial capital. Simultaneously, the Yang and Hua families jointly issued a bounty. Anyone who could slay the Su family thieves would be rewarded with a scroll of celestial-level martial arts. Celestial level. There are 4 tiers of martial arts: Heaven, Earth, Mystery, and Yellow. Even the 4 great families of the imperial capital possess only a handful of celestial-level techniques, typically reserved for lineage inheritance. Such techniques are undeniably precious. The 2 families have truly invested heavily. In no time, countless individuals responded to the call. Even various assassination organizations hastened to the imperial capital. In the queen's chamber, deep in the night, Empress Sun gazed at the emperor's hands, marred by countless sword scars, and exclaimed in anger, "Who did this?" The emperor retracted his hand, a bitter smile gracing his lips. "Sister, it seems we have underestimated the situation. Su Yuan is not as simple as we had imagined." Su Yuan. A glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Empress Sun's beautiful eyes as she declared, "A swordsman, even if formidable, cannot be invincible, can he?" The emperor sighed. "True, he is a swordsman, but he is a swordsman of the Purple Mansion realm." Empress Sun narrowed her eyes. "Even so, with the fortune of the nation aiding you, brother, you can surely eradicate this scoundrel." The emperor replied, while I can indeed engage him. The circumstances have taken an unexpected turn. I had originally thought Yang Wudi would suffice, yet he proved disappointingly ineffectual. It seems acquiring Su Xiaofan's vessel will not be an easy endeavor. Empress Sun inquired. If that is the case, should we not reach out for assistance from above? The emperor shook his head. Such trivial matters are not yet necessary. The situation remains within our control. Moreover, unless it threatens this position, they would not intervene. I believe that given the Su fathers and sons' modus operandi, they will inevitably bring about their own downfall. Empress Sun remarked, so you have a plan in mind? The emperor nodded, a smile playing on his lips. The Su father and son shall not escape my grasp. On another front, in a dimly lit alley of the expansive imperial capital, Qiu Yu, with Yang Shao deceased, you shall follow me from now on. Rest assured, I will treat you well. Song Qinshan, you should give up. There is no possibility for us. Why not, Qiu Yu? Have you not forgotten Yang Feiyan? Or do you believe I am inferior to him? Or perhaps you think my backing pales in comparison to the Yang family? No, I am not the woman you think I am. It's just that, Qinshan, do you know someone named Su Xiaofan? Su Xiaofan, the one who killed the crown prince and Yang Feiyan? Indeed, he is my former fiancé. I do not love him, so I sought to annul our engagement. But he has persistently pursued me to the imperial capital, even slaying the crown prince and Yang Feiyan, who harbored affections for me. What, are you afraid? I knew it. You men never speak the truth. And no, Qiu Yu, allow me to explain. I truly love you. For you, I would sacrifice everything. Then would you be willing to kill Su Xiaofan for me? Naturally, I would. Qinshan, I know you love me. Once you eliminate Su Xiaofan, I shall marry you. However, Qiu Yu, I fear I may not have the chance. As long as that rascal Su remains sheltered at home by old Su, I will be unable to vanquish him. Qishan, fret not. Su Xiaofan will undoubtedly participate in the upcoming assessment at the Hunting Academy, and as the senior brother, you will certainly have your opportunity. In that case, rest assured, Qiu Yu, I shall ensure Su Xiaofan meets his end. At that moment, no one will stand in the way of our union. Qinshan, I await your proposal. The man named Song Qinshan exited the alley with great enthusiasm, but soon after, his expression darkened. A few youths approached from nearby. One inquired, Song Shixian, are you truly willing to kill Su Xiaofan for this woman? Song Qinshan scoffed, certainly not for her. Such a woman is merely a fleeting indulgence. The youth pressed on. Then why should we take action against Su Xiaofan? He is no trifling opponent. Song Qinshan retorted disdainfully, precisely because I find him irksome. That little rascal has completely overshadowed me during this time. I must see what he is truly made of. Days passed. At the Su residence. After instructing his son not to disturb him, Su Yuan settled cross-legged beneath the grand banyan tree, attuning himself to the essence within his purple mansion. His mind delved into the depths, realizing it was but an unconstructed foundation. Yet, the materials and stones were already prepared nearby. Generally speaking, the breakthrough to the purple mansion stage involves establishing a solid foundation, followed by the refinement of bricks and stones. Once the purple mansion is fully constructed and resonates with the heavens, it signifies a complete breakthrough into the purple mansion realm. Among these stages, establishing the foundation is the most arduous, representing a watershed moment. The deeper the foundation is laid, the more stable the realm becomes. After this foundation is established, one may be deemed to have reached the half-step purple mansion stage. Thereafter, it is a matter of diligence. The cultivator must utilize their vital energy to refine bricks, tiles, and timber to construct the purple mansion. This process inherently involves the Tao, as it is essentially an enhancement of the path. The larger the purple mansion constructed, the stronger the Tao. Yet, Su Yuan need not concern himself with such matters. His breakthrough occurred as effortlessly as eating and drinking, not a mere metaphor, but a genuine description. The foundation was pre-prepared, the bricks and tiles were provided, and he did not even need to lift a finger to construct the purple mansion. He merely needed to direct the process. If all cultivators in the world are akin to self-sufficient farmers, Su Yuan was a landlord, a nefarious capitalist, a foreman, and a heartless employer. When Su Yuan was a self-sufficient farmer, he had loathed landlords. However, upon becoming one himself, he found it quite enjoyable. Perhaps this is what they mean when they say the dragon-slaying youth ultimately becomes the dragon itself? After relishing this thought, Su Yuan wasted no time and began to construct his purple mansion. Observing the empty space, bricks and timber soared into the air, dancing about as the structure began to take form. They transformed in accordance with Su Yuan's intentions, the process flowing seamlessly without the slightest pause. For an ordinary individual, it might take a month to barely construct a small wall, as their path is still far from perfected. Yet, Su Yuan's path was remarkably complete, leading directly to the other shore, an invincible path. Thus, within a quarter of an hour, a quadrangular courtyard had emerged upon the vacant land. Su Yuan had deliberately excavated a spring in the courtyard. As his mind sank into the vitality condensed within the spring, he felt an overwhelming sense of refreshment. From this day forth, he too was a man with a home. At that moment, a sudden knock at the door interrupted his reverie. He wished to ignore it and remained immersed in the spring. However, the knocking persisted, growing increasingly urgent. Only then did Su Yuan rise to answer the door, revealing Zhang Erniu and his son Zhang Hualong standing outside. Curiosity piqued, Su Yuan inquired, "What brings you here?" With a beaming expression, Zhang Erniu replied, "Dear brother Su, have you forgotten? Today marks the opening day of the Deer Hall." Upon hearing this, Su Yuan recalled the occasion, nodding as he called out to the interior, "Xiaofan, come out quickly." After a brief moment, Su Xiaofan emerged. The onlookers exchanged curious glances, for Su Xiaofan was clad in coarse linen, adorned with patches. Zhang Erniu, recalling a recent rumor, leaned in and whispered, "Brother Su, let me in on a secret. Could it be that Xiaofan is the emperor's illegitimate son? Are you, in fact, the chosen protector of the emperor?" Su Yuan appeared bewildered. What was this all about? After a moment of confusion, he asserted seriously, "Xiaofan is undoubtedly my biological son. With both memory and system as proof, how could there be any doubt?" Zhang Erniu remained somewhat skeptical, glancing again at the poorly dressed Su Xiaofan, and with a twinge of sympathy remarked, "All right, brother Su, I want to pry further into this matter. But do remember, if you're short on funds, just let me know. No matter how difficult the situation, the child must not suffer." Su Yuan shot a glance at Su Xiaofan before responding, "It's nothing to worry about. I'm actually not lacking in money. It's just that this child prefers these garments, and there's nothing I can do about it." Upon hearing this, Zhang Erniu refrained from further discussion on the topic and turned to Su Xiaofan with a warm smile, saying, "Xiaofan, you and my son share a deep bond. Once you enter the Deer Hall, be sure to look after each other." Su Xiaofan replied earnestly, "Rest assured, Uncle Zhang." Zhang Erniu nodded in satisfaction. The two families then proceeded towards the Deer Hall. Chapter 27. The Old Me Fights, the Young You Resolves. The streets were bustling with a throng of youthful individuals, all gravitating towards a singular destination. Raising his gaze, Su Yuan beheld a mountain, a majestic peak, towering like a cloud, situated at the very heart of the imperial capital. In truth, the entire city was constructed around this formidable mountain. Despite the considerable distance, Su Yuan could still perceive the escalating fluctuations of vitality in the atmosphere as he approached the mountain, prompting a sense of curiosity within him. He inquired of his companion, "Zhang Erniu, should not such a place be under royal dominion? Why has it become the entrance of the hunting academy?" Zhang Erniu chuckled. "The hunting academy is far more complex than it appears." Su Yuan, perplexed, pressed further, "What do you mean?" Zhang Erniu continued, "The hunting academy is on par with the Wanbao Pavilion." Su Yuan nodded, attempting to maintain an air of composure, though he was not entirely certain of the Wanbao Pavilion's stature. After all, in a place like Xuanqing, information was scarce, and such matters were beyond his reach. After a moment's hesitation, he queried, "Is the hunting academy exclusive to Deyu?" Zhang Erniu affirmed, "Indeed, it is widespread across various nations. And it seems to be even more intricate than that. It is said to originate from the central continent. Beyond that, I am not well informed." The mention of the central continent piqued Su Yuan's interest. "I must visit the central continent one day," he declared. Zhang Erniu responded, "You have lofty aspirations, Su brother." Su Yuan, puzzled, asked, "Do you not wish to go?" Zhang Erniu shook his head, "I will pass. Though the central continent is vast, the competition is fierce. I would be out of place there. It is wiser to remain here as a great general." Su Yuan pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement. After all, everyone had different aspirations. Seeking comfort was not inherently wrong. Su Yuan himself yearned for a life of ease. However, contemplating his son, a seemingly unremarkable character with a penchant for deception, appearing honest while harboring cunning intentions, he abandoned that thought. His son embodied the archetype of a protagonist, while characters like him often met with unfortunate fates. Thus, he resolved to attain invincibility. Only through invincibility could he ensure his safety. As the two conversed, they led their young prot-gs toward the hunting academy. Suddenly, Su Yuan furrowed his brow. There was an aura of danger, His gaze instinctively swept across the surroundings. Patrons on the second floor of an inn enjoying the view, vendors peddling candied hawthorns, and beggars beneath the eaves, clutching battered bowls for alms. Su Yuan's eyes passed over them, a subtle smile gracing his lips, yet he refrained from alerting anyone, betraying no hint of unease. Behind him, Su Xiaofan seemed to sense something amiss, vigilantly scanning the area. Her gaze finally settled on a woman selling candied hawthorns, but it quickly shifted away. At that moment, Zhang Hualong, oblivious to the tension, remarked, "What's wrong, Su Laosher? Do you fancy such a woman?" With a look of distaste, Zhang Hualong added, "She appears rather aged, over 40, if I'm not mistaken." Su Xiaofan remained silent. Zhang Hualong continued, "Well, it's really not a big deal. Everyone has their own peculiarities. Right? I simply prefer those younger than myself." Su Xiaofan twitched his lips and replied, "Brother Zhang, I feel something is amiss." Zhang Hualong, intrigued, asked, "What seems to be the issue?" Su Xiaofan responded, "I sense that many eyes are watching me." Zhang Hualong's expression darkened immediately as he exclaimed, "I must say, Su, how can you be such a person? Have you no shame? Why would anyone gaze upon you? Do you think they admire your looks? Can you even rival my handsomeness? If anyone is to be looked at, it should be me." Before he could finish, Zhang Hualong was suddenly sent flying, and in his place stood a woman. The woman cast a cruel smile at Su Xiaofan, brandishing a dagger, and lunged forward with intent to stab. Simultaneously, several burly men leaped down from the inn, and a beggar by the roadside, cursing, tossed aside his broken bowl and rushed forward with the others. The crowd instantly scattered. Amidst the chaos, a youth emerged from the throng, charging towards Su Xiaofan. Su Xiaofan first kicked the woman charging at him to the ground, then delivered an elbow strike that shattered the skull of the youth behind him, before swiftly surveying his surroundings. Spotting assailants closing in from all directions, his heart raced. Without a moment's hesitation, he sprinted towards Su Yuan, knowing that as long as he stayed close to his father, he would be safe. However, just as he dashed forward, Su Yuan had already teleported several dozen meters away, holding on to Zhang Erniu. Su Xiaofan was left bewildered. Then, Su Yuan's voice drifted back to him, "You can handle these minor scoundrels on your own." Sighing, Su Xiaofan had no choice but to press forward while fending off the attacks. Su Yuan showed no intention of intervening. Zhang Erniu positioned himself protectively behind his son and furrowed his brow, asking, "Brother Su, what is happening?" Su Yuan replied plainly, "He needs to undergo some trials. I can assist him against the more formidable foes, but against the lesser ones, he must manage himself." Zhang Erniu expressed his disapproval. "Isn't this a bit too cruel? He is still just a child." Su Yuan replied earnestly, "Brother Zhang, I cannot always be by his side. There are burdens he must bear alone." Upon hearing this, Zhang Erniu sighed and refrained from further argument. "Is it harsh? Indeed it is. But, is it wrong? Not at all. In fact, it is profoundly right. No one can shelter you indefinitely, not even a father." With this thought, he glanced at Zhang Hualong, who was trembling in fear. At that moment, Su Yuan frowned, his figure vanishing from sight, only to reappear an instant later, this time holding a cloaked figure from the realm of divine concealment by the throat, lifting him into the air. The figure struggled desperately, kicking wildly, but could not escape the grip of that iron-like hand. Su Yuan inquired calmly, "Who are you?" The man in black, resigned, could only respond earnestly, "Senior, spare my life. I am the leader of the blood-killing pavilion." Upon hearing this, Zhang Erniu turned his gaze sharply. Was that not the foremost assassin organization of the Great Yu? The man in black nodded, yet Su Yuan remained unfazed. Inquiring further, "Who sent you?" The man in black, with great difficulty, replied, "The Yang and Hua families have issued a bounty to kill you and your son, promising a celestial-level martial arts manual as the reward." As soon as he finished speaking, Su Yuan casually tossed him aside. The man in black, overjoyed at his newfound freedom, attempted to flee. However, before he could even touch the ground, he transformed into a mist of blood. Zhang Erniu, witnessing this scene, trembled slightly. To effortlessly eliminate a peak cultivator of the Divine Concealment Realm. Indeed, as the rumors suggested, this Su was at the Purple Mansion level. Yet, his murderous intent was excessively heavy. He had thought himself a seasoned killer, only to realize that this individual beside him was even more ruthless. After calming his emotions, he remarked, "These people truly have no regard for their lives. How dare they come here to make a move?" Nevertheless, both families have invested heavily, offering a celestial-level martial arts manual. Su Yuan let out a cold laugh, remaining silent. Then, glancing at his son, the blood-killing sword soared from within his purple mansion. In an instant, all the assassins above the Ascension realm were pierced through their foreheads. The rest, terrified, scattered like frightened birds. Su Xiaofan, gasping for breath, approached Su Yuan, his clothes now resembling a bloody garment. Su Yuan asked, "How do you feel?" Su Xiaofan, with a hint of melancholy, replied, "I feel that I am still too weak." Nearby, Zhang Hualong, trembling with fear, could not help but roll his eyes. 15 years old, yet at the innate realm? He had never even heard of such a thing. Weak? What did he mean by that? Of course, he dared not voice these thoughts. Su Yuan calmly said, "Compared to your peers, you are already quite remarkable. But it is still insufficient. You must understand that your father cannot always be by your side." Upon hearing this, even Zhang Erniu fell silent. Insufficient? What level of cultivation would be deemed sufficient? Unexpectedly, Su Xiaofan nodded earnestly and said, "Father, I understand." Chapter 28. A catastrophe unfolds, unintentionally breaking a record. It is indeed Su Zhe. Why is he covered in blood? For heaven's sake, can you keep your voice down? Do you wish to perish? Upon stepping into the domain of the hunting academy, the last thing Su Xiaofan wished to encounter occurred. He had become the center of attention. Simultaneously, a few lines of new text appeared before his eyes. You are about to participate in the entrance examination of the hunting academy. You have two choices. 1. Join the hunting academy with the first place score, rewarded with Ascend 1 level in minor realm. 2. Join the hunting academy with the last place score, rewarded with Chaos Divine Body. Su Xiaofan's gaze was completely captivated by the second option. The Chaos Divine Body, by its very name, promised to be extraordinary. It seemed to surpass the innate Tao body he had previously missed by a considerable margin. After several prior setbacks, Su Xiaofan's confidence as a practitioner of the survivalist path had waned significantly. Yet this time, his confidence was rekindled. If the system were to present another task about not being the center of attention, it would surely be futile. However, with the rankings established, the operational space within the task broadened. Achieving first place might be a challenge, considering that all present were the most talented youths from the entirety of Daiyu. But last place? Surely, one merely needed to put in the effort. Upon contemplating this, Su Xiaofan's heart began to race once more. Meanwhile, Su Yuan observed his son's sudden excitement with a touch of confusion. The former Su Xiaofan had consistently expressed reluctance regarding this examination. The entrance examination was about to commence. All bystanders, please withdraw. Lost in thought, he heard a voice from the air announcing the impending start of the examination. Thus, he refrained from further contemplation and said to Su Xiaofan, "Xiaofan, I shall be waiting nearby." Su Xiaofan merely nodded and assured, "Father, rest assured, I will not disappoint you." Upon hearing this, Su Yuan smiled with appreciation and then instantly moved aside. Soon, the elder in the air spoke again. "I do not care who you are, what your status is, or what background you possess. Today, you all share one identity, that of examination candidates. Set aside your arrogance. Here, talent, effort, opportunity, and strength dictate everything. Do you see the long staircase leading up the mountain before you? You have a time limit of 1 hour. Reach the summit within this hour to pass the first round of the examination." Upon hearing this, the youths displayed a hint of disdain. What? Merely climbing a mountain? Only Su Xiaofan, gazing at the staircase that stretched skyward, furrowed his brow. The examination of the hunting academy could not possibly be this simple. As anticipated, a mere 15 minutes into the ascent, Su Xiaofan began to feel a subtle pressure. The source of this pressure was undoubtedly the grand formation surrounding him. The higher he climbed, the greater the pressure became. Instinctively, he glanced back. The youths behind him were laboriously ascending each step. Some continued to sprint upward. Yet, many others had begun to falter, coming to a standstill. These individuals are destined to be eliminated. Su Xiaofan felt a sense of contemplation. Yet he continued to ascend steadily. His pace was neither hurried nor sluggish. He aimed to hit the mark. He intended to be the last to arrive. He must be. Thus, time passed, second by second. Su Xiaofan deliberately regulated his speed and, in the final moment, successfully reached the last step. He finally exhaled a sigh of relief. The first round was secure. At this moment, only about 100 individuals had successfully passed the initial assessment. The selection process at the Academy of the Stag was indeed stringent. Those who had passed were now casting their gazes upon Su Xiaofan. Is this the infamous little Su thief? He does not appear as formidable as the rumors suggested. The last to arrive, nearly failing. Surely he is just a useless individual? It seems the tales are unreliable. Do you think he resembles His Majesty? Well, there is a slight resemblance. But why is he covered in blood? What a strong scent of iron. Could it be that he harbors a penchant for murder? Hearing these whispers, Xiaofan felt rather speechless. Silently, he approached the elder in charge of the assessment to register his name. This first round was merely a filtering process. Only those who passed this initial stage would be eligible for name registration and identity recording. Of course, if they failed in subsequent evaluations, their names would be stricken as well. At this moment, Xiaofan had yet to announce his name when the elder countered. Xiaofan? Xiaofan was momentarily taken aback but nodded in affirmation. The elder continued, 15? Xiaofan's expression turned to one of surprise, yet he nodded again. The elder pressed on, you just hit the mark? This time, Xiaofan hurriedly shook his head, declaring, absolutely not. The elder frowned and admonished, do not feign ignorance. Others arrive drenched in sweat, yet you show no signs of exertion. This is an assessment intended to gauge the student's true abilities, not to encourage deceit. Xiaofan. The crowd, not far off, absorbed every word. A moment of silence ensued. Hit the mark? Preposterous. Each step they took was fraught with difficulty. And yet he could merely hit the mark? Xiaofan found himself at a loss for words in the face of such rebuke. Perhaps there was some merit to their claims. Zhang Hualong, sensing an opportunity, remarked, my brother Su is a good person. He hit the mark to spare you the burden. The crowd's lips twitched in response. The assessment elder pointed towards the ground and stated, return and take the test again. This time, do not conceal your prowess. The crowd was once again astounded. A retest? Such a thing had never been heard of at the Academy of the Stag. This was an exception. The assessment elder shot a glare at the onlookers and added, what? Do you have objections? If you are dissatisfied with your performance, you may join him. The crowd dared not retort. Another attempt? Who possesses such capability? This path of ascent is known as the path to heaven. And the gates of this academy are also called the Dragon Transformation Gate. It embodies the essence of ascending to the heavens and transforming into a dragon. Is it truly so simple to ascend? This long staircase consists of a total of 1,008 steps. With each ascent, a modicum of pressure increases. It tests one's innate talent, potential, temperament, endurance, and even physicality. These individuals may succeed in climbing once, but they cannot guarantee a second attempt. Moreover, they are already utterly exhausted. Observing the silence among the crowd, the elder in charge of the assessment found it rather dull and then turned his gaze towards Xiaofan, urging him, why do you hesitate? Do not squander my time. Xiaofan felt a twitch at the corner of his eye, sighed, and reluctantly began his descent. The way down was effortless, devoid of any pressure. He soon reached the base of the mountain and then commenced his ascent once more. This time, he contemplated and resolved to increase his pace slightly, though he refrained from exerting his full strength. Half an hour later, drenched in sweat, he once again crossed the Dragon Gate. The assessing elder glanced at the hourglass on the table, slammed his hand down, and sprang to his feet. The crowd was once again startled. They heard the elder exclaim in astonishment, by heavens, you've broken the record. The onlookers stood aghast. Has the record been broken so easily? Is it truly that simple? Xiaofan, equally bewildered, pondered, broken the record? I have yet to exert my full strength. How could this be? In the next moment, a chill ran through his heart. Could it be that the task is in jeopardy? He hurriedly accessed the system panel and saw the second option still glowing brightly, which relieved him. It seemed that the system had not engaged in any more wordplay this time. The so-called first place must refer to the overall score. After all, entering the Deer Academy is merely the first test. It appears that as long as he perseveres, he should face no significant issues. With this thought, Xiaofan cautiously inquired, Elder, which record have I broken? The elder, regaining his composure, replied, the record of our Deer Academy, established over several centuries. The crowd collectively gasped, stunned into silence. How many prodigious talents has the Deer Academy nurtured over the years? Which of them is not an unparalleled powerhouse in their own right? This individual has, in terms of innate talent, directly overshadowed this group of elites. Meanwhile, not far behind the crowd, a commotion erupted within a grove of trees. Old dog. This disciple is mine. Do not attempt to snatch him from me. You claim him? Do you think you are worthy? Can you nurture such a genius? Silence. This person belongs to me. Simultaneously, at the foot of the mountain, Yuan gazed up at the location of the Deer Academy. His expression tinged with worry. Beside him, Zhang Erniu asked in confusion, what troubles you? Yuan withdrew his gaze, his expression serious. My senses are obstructed by the Academy's formations. I cannot discern what transpires inside. Zhang Erniu responded, that is only natural. Are you concerned about Xiaofan? Su Yuan offered a wry smile. It is impossible not to worry. Our Su family faces enemies everywhere. Zhang Erniu chuckled and remarked, are you apprehensive that the Yang and Hua families might act against him within the Deer Academy? Su Yuan nodded. Zhang Erniu responded, there is no need for concern. The Yang and Hua families, no matter their capabilities, cannot extend their influence into the hunting lodge. Su Yuan continued, what of the Wanbao Pavilion? My family has grievances with them as well. Zhang Erniu waved his hand dismissively, saying, that is even less of a concern. The Wanbao Pavilion is currently preoccupied and has no time to deal with you. Su Yuan, perplexed, inquired, what do you mean by that? Zhang Erniu chuckled. The Wanbao Pavilion operates through various branches, each required to submit a fixed revenue to the main pavilion annually, a burden that accumulates as it ascends. At this moment, Chang Tianxue is overwhelmed with difficulties. Upon hearing this, Su Yuan felt a measure of comfort. Chapter 29. Alas, my son is in peril. The elder in charge of the assessment led the crowd to a lush bamboo grove. At that moment, a young man stood at its entrance. Clad in a flowing robe of moonlight white, he turned his back to the assembly, seemingly indifferent to the world around him. Upon witnessing this scene, many young women felt their cheeks flush and hearts race. Zhang Hualong sneered, muttering under his breath, what a show-off. Su Xiaofan remained silent, observing the unfolding events. The elder then gestured towards the young man, declaring, this is Song Qingshan, the current master brother of the Deer Chase Academy. He will preside over this round of assessments. The mention of master brother Song Qingshan stirred the crowd into a frenzy. The position of master brother at the Deer Chase Academy is not determined by age or the length of time one has been admitted. It is reserved for the most capable. In other words, only the strongest among them can bear this title. Song Qingshan's name resonates at the pinnacle of the younger generation in the Great Yu, and his prowess is unmatched. Su Xiaofan, however, appeared bewildered. Turning to Zhang Hualong and inquiring, who exactly is this Song Qingshan? Zhang Hualong responded with disdain, he is merely the foremost among the youth of the Great Yu. A 21-year-old at the Skyward Realm. Su Xiaofan was taken aback. A 21-year-old at the Skyward Realm possesses truly terrifying talent. Just then, Song Qingshan turned to face the assembly and spoke in a calm tone. This round of assessment is quite simple. You need only traverse this bamboo grove to complete the evaluation. The expressions of the crowd grew serious. Having experienced the first mountain climb, they were acutely aware that this round would likely be far from straightforward. The names were then called, and one by one, individuals entered the bamboo grove. Some were swiftly ejected, while others managed to endure for a brief period before being expelled. Only a select few remained inside, suggesting they had successfully passed the assessment. Those who had failed reported that a formation within the grove caused the bamboo to attack, resulting in their expulsion. Soon, it was Zhang Hualong's turn. Su Xiaofan patted him on the shoulder, saying, I believe in you, brother Zhang. Zhang Hualong nodded and plunged into the bamboo grove. As time passed and Zhang Hualong did not re-emerge, Su Xiaofan felt a sense of relief. After a moment, he heard Song Qingshan call out his name. He was the last. Su Xiaofan. Approaching the bamboo grove, Su Xiaofan nodded at Song Qingshan, signaling his readiness. However, Song Qingshan smiled and asked, are you the little thief, Su? Su Xiaofan bristled. It is hardly polite to call someone a thief to their face. Nonetheless, he scratched his head amiably and replied, I am Su Xiaofan, master brother. He did not wish to stir up trouble or offend anyone. Yet, Song Qingshan suddenly scoffed, indeed, breaking records. Your reputation as a prodigy is well-deserved. Su Xiaofan felt a twinge of confusion, sensing an odd tone in his voice, tinged with a hint of hostility. After a moment of silence, he, wishing to avoid excessive interaction with the other party, pointed towards the bamboo grove and inquired, may I enter? Song Qingshan glanced behind him and replied, go ahead. Su Xiaofan nodded and stepped into the bamboo forest. Once he had entered, Song Qingshan turned and walked towards an elderly man clad in purple, stating, he just mentioned wanting to challenge the Nine Heavens mysterious array. Upon hearing this, the purple-clad elder displayed a look of astonishment, asking, are you certain? Song Qingshan, visibly displeased, responded, of course, why would I deceive you? The purple elder chuckled awkwardly, shaking his head, no, I merely find it surprising. It has been many years since anyone dared to confront this array. Song Qingshan shrugged, saying, there is nothing I can do. This young rascal is exceedingly audacious. and I could not dissuade him. The purple elder hesitated, recalling the old rascal's protective nature if something were to happen. Yet Song Qingshan asserted, if this young rascal chooses to confront it, he must bear the consequences himself. Old rascal Su would certainly have no complaints. At this, the purple elder nodded in agreement. In the next moment, a formation pattern appeared in his hand, which he inscribed into a special black bamboo. Instantly, a beam of white light surged skyward. Countless dignitaries within the imperial capital turned their gazes towards it. The nine heavens' mysterious array had not been dared to be challenged for many years. Meanwhile, at the foot of the mountain, Su Yuan pointed at the white light, questioning, "What is that?" Zhang Erniu, with a grave expression, replied, "That is the nine heavens' mysterious array." Su Yuan furrowed his brow, asking, "What is the purpose of this array?" Zhang Erniu explained, "This array was left by a former dean of the Stag Institute, intended to attract talent. Anyone under the age of 20 who can break through this array, regardless of their talent or status, will be eligible to join the Stag Institute and receive its protection and full cultivation support. Naturally, many aspiring individuals come seeking fame." Su Yuan felt a lingering unease and inquired, "Is this array difficult?" Zhang Erniu nodded, "Very difficult. To this day, no one has succeeded in breaking it. There was once a fallen prince, opposed to the great Yu, with extraordinary talent. He aimed to conquer this array to join the Stag Institute and gain protection. However, he ultimately never emerged." Su Yuan pressed further. What was his age and cultivation level? Zhang Erniu took a deep breath, 20, in the sky-piercing realm. Su Yuan narrowed his eyes, his apprehension intensifying. "Do you think it is possible that my son is attempting to challenge the array?" Zhang Erniu shook his head decisively. "Impossible. That lad is quite honest, and he is only 15, in the innate realm. Even with exceptional talent, would he dare to confront the array? Brother Zhang." Su Yuan's brow furrowed deeply, "But my intuition is quite strong at this moment." After a brief silence, Zhang Erniu asked, "What do you intend to do?" Su Yuan declared straightforwardly, "I shall enter and take a look." Zhang Erniu frowned. The Stag Institute never permits outsiders, even to enter. One must receive an invitation from a vice dean or higher. Su Yuan inquired, "Do you have any connections, Brother Zhang?" Zhang Erniu forced a bitter smile, saying, "Though I hold the title of general, I hail from a humble background and possess no connections." Su Yuan nodded and soared into the sky. Startled, Zhang Erniu hurriedly followed, exclaiming, "I believe we should first assess the situation. What if it isn't that rascal Xiaofan?" Su Yuan shook his head, replying, "It's not the 1 in 10,000 that worries me, but the 10,001. Zhang Erniu was taken aback. After a moment of silence, he gritted his teeth and declared, "Su, I shall accompany you." Yet, Su Yuan shook his head once more, stating, "There's no need for you to join me, Brother Zhang. Your strength may not suffice." Though this remark stung, it seemed to ring true. With the strength of the Ziliyuan, adding one more person from the Divine Concealment Realm would be of little consequence. Zhang Erniu rubbed his forehead and contemplated before saying, "In that case, I shall refrain from intervening for the time being. Su, do be cautious." Su Yuan nodded affirmatively and took flight towards the Ziliyuan. Before he could draw near, an invisible force obstructed his path. The Guardian Array. Without hesitation, Su Yuan unleashed a powerful punch. The array remained unyielding. How formidable! Su Yuan felt the recoil, and his hand grew slightly numb. Simultaneously, a commanding voice resonated. "Who goes there? Why do you trespass upon our Ziliyuan?" Su Yuan clasped his hands in salute and inquired, "May I ask who is responsible for breaching the nine heavens' mysterious killing array?" The voice scoffed, "What concern is it of yours? If you wish to live, be gone." Su Yuan furrowed his brow. He found this attitude quite unsatisfactory. In the next instant, blood slaughter and the Qingxian sword flew forth from his purple palace. A formidable sword intent enveloped the entire mountain. "Damn, a sword cultivator." The voice spoke rapidly. "Wait a moment, I shall investigate." After a brief pause, the voice returned. "The intruder is named Su Xiaofan." Su Yuan narrowed his eyes and asked, "Why has he entered the array?" The voice responded, "Of his own volition." At this, Su Yuan let out a cold laugh. Volition? He knew his son all too well. There was no way this was voluntary, unless something had transpired. Recalling Zhang Erniu's earlier words, Su Yuan spoke swiftly, "Let me in." The voice inquired, "Who are you?" Su Yuan replied, his tone tinged with impatience, "I am his father." The voice hesitated briefly before refusing. "No, the Ziliyuan is not a place that just anyone can enter." Su Yuan nodded, and in the next moment, two swords shot directly towards the Guardian Array. If that is the case, then he would not hesitate to employ force. Boom. Under the assault of the two spiritual swords, the array trembled violently. Within a chamber of the Ziliyuan, an elder suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Muttering to himself, he said, "Where did this freak come from?" Chapter 30. Are you bullying honest people? Upon entering the bamboo grove, Xiaofan sensed that something was amiss. 9 individuals, strikingly identical to him, were coldly staring him down. The aura emanating from them left Xiaofan feeling breathless. They were all at the Void Realm. Xiaofan was stunned. Is the entrance examination for the Zhulu Academy set at such a daunting difficulty? Wait a moment. He suddenly recalled the descriptions of those who had previously navigated the array, which seemed entirely different from his current predicament. Where were the bamboo stalks that were supposed to strike? Something was definitely amiss. The formations are inanimate and would not target him. Only sentient beings would do so. In that instant, Xiaofan's mind raced. He ultimately focused his attention on the chief examiner of the second round, Song Qingshan. Yet, he couldn't fathom why he would bear any grudge against him. The other party was clearly trying to ensnare him. It was utterly unfair to bully an honest person. Xiaofan felt a surge of anger. Just then, the 9 figures charged at him simultaneously. Xiaofan produced the treasured teleportation talisman and infused it with his vitality. But it bore no response. This indicated that the space had been sealed. He attempted to use the Void Step Fist, but his reserves of vitality were limited, and the distance was too short to escape. Helpless, he activated the bull transformation and fled at full speed. Taking on 9 with 1 was evidently unrealistic. Yet, this was a mere stopgap. The space was too confined. In less than 15 minutes, he would be surrounded. Xiaofan steeled himself, gritted his teeth, and directly utilized the Void Realm experience card previously granted by the system. In an instant, a tremendous force erupted within him. Soon after, Xiaofan was elated. Not only had his own realm advanced, but his demonic energy refinement technique had also ascended to the second tier. He felt an unprecedented surge of strength coursing through his body. Without hesitation, he turned and unleashed a punch upon one of the Void Realm doppelgangers. The latter was sent sprawling, his face contorted from the blow. Xiaofan felt a rush of excitement and activated the second tier's divine ability of the demonic energy refinement technique, Tiger Transformation. The runes on his body turned a faint yellow, coalescing into the character king above his head. In the next moment, the Tiger Transformation's innate divine ability, the Tiger's Roar, was unleashed. A resounding roar erupted from Xiaofan's lips. The invisible sound wave sent the 9 doppelgangers flying. Xiaofan glanced down, clenched his fist, and savored the unprecedented power accumulating within him. Then, he activated the Void Step Fist. His form teleported several meters, appearing before one doppelganger, and with a single punch, shattered the energy-formed body to pieces. He lunged forward with ferocity. A sweeping kick obliterated another doppelganger. The opponent stood no chance of resistance. The tide of battle shifted instantly. The hunter had transformed from being besieged by wolves to becoming the sole predator. Even Xiaofan was momentarily dazed. After activating Tiger Transformation, his strength, perception, speed, and every aspect of his being had been amplified tenfold or more. In a swift turn of events, several avatars at the celestial realm were ruthlessly slaughtered. Simultaneously, a narrow path emerged within the bamboo grove. Xiaofan followed this path for a brief moment before stepping out of the thicket. Before him lay an open space where several students, having passed their assessments, were resting. Upon seeing Xiaofan's current demeanor, they were momentarily taken aback by the palpable aura of murderous intent surrounding him. "Where is Song Qingshan?" he demanded, his voice laced with fury. "I need to settle a score. This time, it won't affect my mission. Perhaps my father's words ring true. Enduring for a moment leads to greater torment. Taking a step back invites irreversible calamity. This time, I refuse to tolerate any further injustice against the innocent." At that moment, Song Qingshan emerged from a gathering of female students, his expression a mixture of confusion and apprehension. "You're looking for me?" he queried, eyeing Xiaofan warily. Xiaofan's voice turned icy as he retorted, "Did you do it?" A flicker of panic crossed Song Qingshan's eyes as he vehemently denied, "No." With a sardonic laugh, Xiaofan scolded, "You wretched cur. I have yet to speak of what you've done, yet you deny it outright." Song Qingshan's expression hardened. "What did you just call me?" The surrounding female students glared at Xiaofan, indignation evident on their faces. "How dare you insult our senior brother Song? You must be seeking trouble." "Indeed." Xiaofan, kneel and apologize to senior brother Song. "Are you out of your mind?" Su Xiaofan? What has senior brother Song done to provoke you? Ignoring their shouts, Su Xiaofan fixed his gaze on Song Qingshan. Me insult you? Are you not a wretched cur? Enraged, Song Qingshan's eyes glimmered with malice. You're courting death. Yet before he could react, Su Xiaofan appeared before him in an instant. With a resounding slap, Song Qingshan was sent spiraling like a whirlwind into the group of female students, causing several of them to cry out in agony as their bones shattered and tendons tore. The onlookers, still uninitiated in their training, were left dumbfounded. The revered senior brother of the hunting academy was utterly defenseless? What was happening? As Song Qingshan staggered to his feet, disbelief painted his face. Celestial realm! How is this possible? He glared at Su Xiaofan, teeth gritted. You've employed some secret technique to elevate your realm. Without engaging in further discourse, Su Xiaofan surged forward with the force of a released arrow. His fist shot out, veins bulging, the wind from his strike causing the air to crackle ominously. Startled, Song Qingshan hesitated but, unwilling to lose face, met Su Xiaofan's blow with his own. Bang! Crack! The earth-shattering collision was accompanied by the sound of bones fracturing, meridians tearing, and anguished cries. Once again, Song Qingshan was propelled backwards. When he finally regained his footing, one of his arms hung limp and lifeless at his side. Pain etched across his face. Song Qingshan glared at Su Xiaofan with malice. Su Xiaofan, you shall die today. Su Xiaofan charged forward once more, this time aiming a punch directly at Song Qingshan's forehead. Just then, a low voice reverberated through the air. You little beast. Do you dare? Su Xiaofan paused momentarily, then propelled himself backward at a speed surpassing that of his arrival, crashing to the ground and sliding several meters before finally coming to a halt. In that instant, a middle-aged man clad in splendid attire appeared. Wretch. The middle-aged man glanced at Song Qingshan, his gaze fixating on the severed hand, his tone tinged with displeasure. How could the esteemed senior brother of the Hunting Institute be bested by a mere novice? Song Qingshan lowered his head and murmured, Father. At that moment, Su Xiaofan slowly rose, spitting out a mouthful of blood. He fixed his gaze upon the middle-aged man and inquired, Who are you? The man replied coolly, Deputy Dean. Song Yutai. Song? Su Xiaofan instantly understood. He had dealt with the younger, and now the elder had arrived. Su Xiaofan stared at Song Yutai and retorted, Are you intending to bully the weak? Song Yutai scoffed disdainfully. Bully the weak? You dare speak reason to me, you little beast? You, who have yet to enter the gate, wish to reason with me. Su Xiaofan, momentarily taken aback, laughed in disbelief. He had encountered shameless individuals before, but none as audacious as this. Song Yuntai's expression darkened. You seek death. With a flick of his finger, a concentrated surge of energy shot forth, aimed directly at Su Xiaofan. He activated the void step technique, narrowly evading the attack. What kind of combat skill is this? Song Yuntai exclaimed, his expression turning greedy. Little beast, I shall claim your technique. He then summoned a massive hand of energy that lunged at Su Xiaofan with astonishing speed. Su Xiaofan attempted to activate the void step again, only to discover that his internal energy had run dry. In that critical moment, a figure interposed itself before him, a middle-aged man in humble garb. With a single punch, he shattered the massive hand of energy into fragments. Su Xiaofan let out a sigh of relief. Then, feeling perplexed, asked, Esteemed elder, why did you intervene? The middle-aged man turned and smiled. Would you be willing to become my disciple? Su Xiaofan hesitated for a moment before shaking his head. This is a significant matter. I must consult my father. The middle-aged man smiled and nodded, showing no impatience. At that moment, Song Yuntai frowned and asked, Xiaofan, what are you doing? The man referred to as Xiaofan replied mischievously, What do you think? Song Yuntai's brows furrowed slightly, and in the next instant, the two vanished from sight. Su Xiaofan's eyes widened in astonishment as he could only perceive two fleeting shadows weaving before him, followed by a flurry of flying debris. Is this the battle between those of the Divine Concealment Realm? Su Xiaofan marveled in awe. He had never witnessed such a fierce confrontation. Of course, Su Yuan was an exception. That fellow's fights were almost always instant kills or overwhelming victories, hardly qualifying as exciting. As the two combatants clashed, several powerful auras surged toward them. Su Xiaofan glanced around and deduced that these individuals were likely the elders and instructors of the Hunting Institute. Upon their arrival, they wore bewildered expressions, uncertain of the current situation. Moments later, the two figures suddenly separated, with Xiaofan clutching his chest, blood trickling from his lips. Reappearing before Su Xiaofan, he had been defeated. Su Xiaofan swiftly glanced at the condition of the two individuals and discerned that this elder Xiao, who intended to take him as a disciple, had suffered a devastating defeat. For Song Yutai stood firm, appearing unscathed save for a slight disarray in his attire. After a moment's hesitation, Su Xiaofan spoke, "Elder, it would be prudent for you to refrain from intervening in this matter." Zhao Fengnian spat out a mouthful of blood and asserted, "Young man, I am indeed resolute in my involvement." Su Xiaofan could only remain silent. At that moment, Song Yutai directed his gaze at Zhao Fengnian and warned, "If you do not withdraw, it will lead to your demise." Zhao Fengnian chuckled coldly, replying, "And if I do not retreat, what then?" An elder nearby attempted to mediate, yet was silenced by a mere glance from Song Yutai. The Vice-Dean was not someone to be trifled with. Song Yutai ceased his idle chatter and charged once more. However, just then, the ground began to tremble. Subsequently, everyone's eyes widened in disbelief as they gazed skyward. The protective barrier of the Zhulu Academy had been breached. Chapter 31. Who struck my son? Step forth. In the next moment, an elder clad in white appeared. It was none other than the dean, Xianghua. He spoke with great urgency. "The great formation has been breached. Everyone prepare to defend." At his words, the crowd was taken aback. The formidable defensive array of the Hunting Deer Academy had been compromised. What kind of formidable force could achieve such a feat? Xianghua scanned the assembly, ultimately fixing his gaze on Song Yutai, inquiring, "What transpired just now?" Song Yutai offered a dismissive response. "Nothing much, merely a conflict among students." The crowd was taken aback. He then probed further. Who was the audacious individual responsible? Xianghua's eyes twitched, and as he opened his mouth, a name escaped, Su Yuan. Enlightenment dawned upon the crowd. Only this individual would dare act so brazenly. In recent days, who in the imperial capital had not heard of this notorious figure? However, Song Yuntai's expression shifted dramatically. Su Yuan, how dare he come here? To assert he was unafraid of Su Yuan would be a falsehood. His prior audacity in confronting the young rogue stemmed from the belief that Su Yuan would not dare to cause a ruckus at the Hunting Deer Academy. But now, regret washed over Song Yuntai. Unaware of Song Yuntai's turmoil, Xianghua inquired, "What has become of Su Xiaofan?" He was the young prodigy. Should anything happen to him, a full-scale battle might ensue at the Hunting Deer Academy. The potential for the entire Academy of Diyu to be obliterated loomed large. A cultivator of the Purple Mansion realm. Unless the main academy dispatched someone to quell the situation, who could possibly contain him? Yet, such assistance would require time, during which Diyu's Hunting Deer Academy could be utterly decimated. At that moment, all eyes turned towards the blood-clad youth. Xianghua also looked over and asked, "You are Su Xiaofan?" Su Xiaofan instinctively nodded. Subsequently, Xianghua appeared at his side, scrutinizing him closely. Upon confirming that he was unharmed, he let out a sigh of relief. As long as the boy was alive, there was room for negotiation. Almost immediately, Xianghua seemed to come to a realization. Glancing towards the bamboo grove, his eyes widening in disbelief. You have breached the Nine Heavens' profound array?" Su Xiaofan glanced at the bamboo grove, puzzled by the elder's astonishment. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to affirm it with a nod. Xianghua gasped, struggling to articulate his thoughts. The Nine Heavens' profound array. No one had ever breached it in all these years. Those who entered the formation often lacked the strength to return. A greedy desire sparked within Xianghua as he proposed, "Would you consider joining my sect?" Beside him, Zhao Fengnian's lips twitched in response. At that moment, a chilling pressure descended from the heavens. The crowd looked up to witness a beam of sword light slicing through the sky. The sword tip plunged into the ground, with a young man in a blue robe standing atop the hilt. Su Yuan. This was the first time the assembly had laid eyes upon this peerless swordsman, renowned for his recent exploits. Instantly, they were overwhelmed by the omnipotent sword intent that enveloped the atmosphere. Many young disciples even spat blood and fainted from the sheer force of it. This was not a deliberate act by Su Yuan, rather. It was an inadvertent display of his sword intent, something that these young individuals were utterly incapable of resisting. Nevertheless, Su Yuan paid little heed to this, as his gaze immediately fell upon his son. Noticing his son's disheveled appearance and the blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, he furrowed his brow in concern. Subsequently, his attention shifted to Xianghua. Sensing that the latter exuded the most formidable presence among those present, he surmised the individual's identity. He had previously inquired about the name of Xianghua, the esteemed head of the Hunting Academy. Before Su Yuan could utter a word, Xianghua preemptively spoke, "Esteemed sir, Your son is unharmed. Shall we consider this matter resolved for today? Su Yuan was taken aback, as he had not anticipated such a demeanor from the other party. In truth, Xianghua's primary intention was to retain Su Xiaofan, hence he sought to avoid a confrontation with this formidable individual. He was also acutely aware that should he adopt an overly aggressive stance, the hunting academy might suffer the consequences. For Su Yuan was notorious for his fearlessness in the face of adversity. Su Yuan himself was a man who preferred gentler persuasion over harshness. However, he did not acquiesce to Xianghua's request immediately. Instead, he turned to his son and said, "Relate the events as they transpired." Su Xiaofan then recounted the incident in its entirety, without embellishment. Even so, Su Yuan's expression darkened. Simultaneously, the crowd held their breaths in anticipation. He glared at Xianghua and demanded, "My son is the victim in this affair, and you wish to simply let it go?" Xianghua cast a sharp glance at Song Yuntai and his son, pausing for a moment before responding. "Once Su Xiaofan joins the hunting academy, we will nurture him to the best of our abilities." Su Yuan let out a cold laugh. "So, you assert that my son joining your academy is a favor to him? My son, Su Xiaofan, possesses the potential of an emperor. His admission to your hunting academy is a tremendous boon for you. Nurturing him to the fullest shunti that be expected?" Upon hearing this, Su Xiaofan's eyes widened in disbelief. "What the? Father, you betrayed me." The expressions of the onlookers were equally remarkable. "My son, Su Xiaofan, possesses the potential of an emperor. Just listen to that. How audacious one must be to utter such words." Truly, Su Yuan was living up to his reputation. After a prolonged silence, Xianghua finally asked, "What do you propose we do?" A peculiar smile curled at the corners of Su Yuan's mouth as he surveyed the crowd and declared, "Whoever struck my son, step forward." Instantly, all eyes turned towards Song Yuntai and his son, who hung their heads in silence. Su Yuan regarded them with a fleeting glance and addressed the assembly coolly, "Since no one dares to admit their actions, then you may all confront me together." Upon hearing this, the crowd hastily retreated, leaving only Song Yuntai and his son behind. The two men trembled involuntarily, their previous arrogance evaporating. Yet Song Yuntai still wore a furious expression, defiantly stating, "Su Yuan, what do you intend to do?" Su Yuan smiled slightly, ignoring Song Yuntai, and instead addressed Song Qingshan. "You step down. I do not resort to bullying the weak." Song Qingshan, suppressing his anger, cast a glance at his father before taking several steps back. "Unfilial son." Song Yuntai seethed. Song Qingshan lowered his head in shame. As a formidable sword intent enveloped Song Yuntai, the latter felt an overwhelming aura of death approaching him. However, Su Yuan did not wield his sword. Instead, he vanished from sight and struck Song Yuntai's face with a resounding slap. The force of the blow rendered Song Yuntai unsteady, causing him to fall to the ground, one of his front teeth flying away in the process. In a fit of rage, Song Yuntai, the vice president of the Deer Hunting Academy, could hardly fathom such humiliation. Just as he was about to retaliate, he discovered that his divine reservoir was sealed by the sword energy, rendering him incapable of mobilizing any vital energy. Su Yuan then delivered a powerful kick to his abdomen, sending him hurtling through the air, his face scraping against the ground, blood and flesh mingling in a gruesome display. The onlookers gasped in horror. "Stop." Xianghua could hardly bear to witness the scene. After all, he was still the vice president of the Deer Hunting Academy. Before so many witnesses, the disgrace was unbearable, and the Academy's dignity was at stake. However, a blood-red sword had already pressed against his brow the moment he spoke. Su Yuan showed no mercy. Feeling the sword's palpable murderous intent, Xianghua could only sigh helplessly. At that moment, Song Yuntai finally found the chance to speak. Roaring in fury, "Su scoundrel, you bully the weak. What kind of hero are you?" Su Yuan, with immense force, planted his foot directly on Song Yuntai's abdomen. A chilling crack echoed, reminiscent of something breaking apart. No. Song Yuntai was momentarily dazed before convulsing violently. His divine reservoir was destroyed. "Father." Song Qingshan's eyes widened in horror. The surrounding crowd fell silent, for to a cultivator, losing one's cultivation was more terrifying than death itself. This Su scoundrel was utterly ruthless. Only at this moment did Su Yuan finally relent, sneering, "What qualifications do you have to accuse me of bullying the weak?" Su Yuan was genuinely enraged. His son had been nearly lost to him. He turned to Xianghua and said, "It's done. Arrange for the enrollment. By the way, I will stay behind to accompany the students." Xianghua, somewhat incensed, glanced at the sword still poised against his brow and fell into silence. After weighing the pros and cons for a considerable time, He finally nodded in agreement. No problem. Was it embarrassing? Indeed, it was a disgrace. The deer hunting academy had lost all its face this time. But it had come to this. Song Yutai was now a broken man. To seek justice for such an individual? To refuse a powerful sword cultivator and a peerless genius for the sake of this person? What a farce. Chapter 32. Never offend the Su family. In the imperial capital, at the Yang residence, Yang Wudi lay on his bed, surrounded by the core members of the Yang family. After an indeterminate period, he awakened slowly. Glancing at those around him, he closed his eyes once more to assess the injuries within his body. His consciousness delved into the purple mansion, where he beheld the significant damage wrought by sword energy, leaving him gritting his teeth in hatred. One strike had stripped him of half his cultivation. A moment's carelessness could lead to an unstable realm, resulting in the collapse of the purple mansion and ultimately his demise. The mere thought sent shivers down his spine. A purple mansion realm sword cultivator was indeed outrageous. After a considerable time, he opened his eyes again and inquired, "What is the current situation with the Su family?" An elder of the clan stroked his beard, his expression somewhat peculiar as he replied, "Yesterday, the Su father and son caused a commotion at the hunting institute. The young Su villain breached the Nine Heavens' profound evil array. And the old Su villain not only destroyed the protective mountain array of the hunting institute, but also incapacitated a vice president." Upon hearing this, the corners of Yang Wudi's mouth twitched. The Nine Heavens' profound evil array had claimed the lives of countless prodigies throughout history. Yet it was breached by the young Su villain. Furthermore, the legendary protective mountain array, which could withstand peak purple mansion realm cultivators, was shattered by the old Su villain. This father and son pair had truly forsaken all decency. After calming his tumultuous emotions, he pressed on, and then, they have completely offended the hunting institute. Even as sword cultivators, they are bound to face dire consequences. Yang Wudi chuckled coldly to himself. The elder remained silent for a long moment before speaking afterward. The young Su villain became a key disciple of the hunting institute, and the Su villain moved there to accompany him. Yang Wudi's body trembled with fury. The hunting institute? A mere facade. The elder continued, since the vice president is incapacitated, the hunting institute has gained an exceptional disciple. Along with a purple mansion realm sword cultivator, they have truly struck gold. I am well aware. Yang Wudi shot a glare at the elder, then sighed deeply as he slowly sat up. He continued to inquire, what has been the emperor's reaction? With the Su villain's uproar at the banquet, given the emperor's past temperament, he would surely be outraged. The elder replied, after the banquet concluded, the emperor secretly dispatched someone to present gifts to the Su villain, claiming it was due to poor hospitality. Yang Wudi felt utterly numb. After pondering for some time, he addressed the assembly. Convey the order to cease the pursuit of the Su father and son, and prepare a generous gift to send to the hunting institute for the Su villain. From now on, whenever members of the Yang family encounter members of the Su family, they shall retreat and avoid them. Any who offend shall bear the consequences. Upon hearing this, many of the elder clan members nodded slightly. This was indeed the most prudent choice. As for hatred, in the face of family survival, it meant nothing. Yet, many still expressed their dissent, unable to comprehend. Among them, the most resolute was Yang Wudi's wife, the Ding clan matriarch. Her beautiful visage was now twisted with hatred as she exclaimed, "Why? Are you not avenging your son's blood feud?" With a sigh, Yang Wudi responded, "It is not that we shall not take revenge. The time is simply not yet right. Indeed, the time is not yet right. If one continues to offend Suze, who knows when he might come charging in, and who could possibly stand in his way? The Yang family would be annihilated in an instant. In these times, sheer might speaks the truth." Meanwhile, the Hua family has also reached a unanimous decision with the Yang family. There was no alternative, the circumstances demanded it. Before Su Yuan revealed his prowess in the Purple Mansion realm, they could still have a contest. However, now they could only cautiously diminish their presence. 3 days later, atop a secluded mountain in the hunting academy, Su Xiaofan slowly exhaled a breath of stagnant air. After assessing the recovery of his previously injured state, a faint smile appeared on his lips. The recent foray into the array, coupled with the assault from a practitioner of the Divine Concealment Realm, had taken a toll on him, despite his robust constitution. Fortunately, his injuries were not too severe, and aided by the formidable restorative capabilities of the divine and demonic qi refining technique, he was able to recover swiftly. At that moment, Su Xiaofan rubbed his hands together, preparing to access the system panel to claim his chaos body. This time, he had managed to survive. After all, he hadn't even completed his assessment. Surely, he would be at the bottom of the rankings. Yet, When he beheld the extinguished second option, he was utterly numbed. Su Xiaofan rubbed his eyes and looked again, but the screen remained unchanged. What on earth was happening? He silently called out to his senior, but received no response. This plunged Su Xiaofan's heart into despair. After a prolonged silence, he sighed and accepted the reward from the first option, which elevated him to a slightly higher realm. Instantly, his level ascended to the pinnacle of the innate stage. However, this could not mend the wounds within Su Xiaofan's heart. Contemplating for a moment, he resolved to step outside and inquire further. He was not willing to accept this. Losing the chaos body was intolerable. Upon exiting the courtyard, Su Xiaofan spotted a familiar figure, the very person who had saved him and sought to take him as a disciple, Xiaofan. Su Xiaofan approached him and asked, "Teacher Xiao, what brings you here?" He held a great fondness for this mentor, as he was the only one who had assisted him in his time of isolation and helplessness. Xiaofan turned and, without uttering a word, placed a hand on Su Xiaofan's shoulder. After a moment, he nodded and remarked, "Indeed. The method you employed to enhance your cultivation appears to have minimal side effects. Your injuries have fully healed. However, it is also thanks to your father's willingness to invest, providing you with high-quality elixirs and herbs without regard for expense." Su Xiaofan nodded with a smile. "Of course. I am his only son. After all, he will rely on me for support in his later years." Zhao Fengyan chuckled. "Previously, I nearly believed a certain rumor, but it seems it was erroneous." Su Xiaofan, puzzled, asked, "What rumor?" Zhao Fengyan replied, "There was a rumor that you are the illegitimate son of the emperor." Su Xiaofan, somewhat displeased, retorted, "How could I possibly be the emperor's illegitimate son? Who would spread such nonsense?" Zhao Fengyan merely smiled in silence, but in the next moment, his hand resting on Su Xiaofan's shoulder suddenly trembled. He exclaimed, "You've broken through?" Su Xiaofan's expression shifted slightly, revealing an unintended vulnerability. However, given the circumstances, he refrained from feigning ignorance and simply stated, "I have gained some insights." Zhao Fengyan inhaled deeply before inquiring, "How old are you, to be precise?" Su Xiaofan blinked and replied, 15. Zhao Fengyan marveled, "You are truly a prodigy." Su Xiaofan, feeling slightly offended, retorted, "Teacher, why do you speak in such a manner? I am a human, not a prodigy." Zhao Fengyan fell into a contemplative silence. Seizing the opportunity, Su Xiaofan asked, "Director Zhao, what was my rank in the entrance assessment?" Zhao Fengyan regarded Su Xiaofan intently and declared, "First. You are the first in the entrance assessment, or rather, the first in the history of the Deer Hunting Academy." Su Xiaofan's eyes widened in disbelief, a shiver coursing through him as he exclaimed, "How could I possibly be first? That is impossible." Zhao Fengyan elucidated, "The Nine Heavens' mysterious formation you dismantled has not been conquered by anyone in centuries. If you are not first, then who is?" Su Xiaofan fell into complete silence. Zhao Fengyan then queried, "Have you given any thought to our previous discussion?" Su Xiaofan, appearing somewhat dazed, responded, "I must consult my father regarding this matter. It is of great importance." In truth, he held no aversion to the prospect of learning under this esteemed teacher. Just as he finished speaking, Su Yuan suddenly materialized beside them, startling both individuals. Chapter 33, The Arrogant Father and the Bewildered Son-Father, said Su Qianbei. Su Yuan nodded and remarked, "If you have no objections, you may acknowledge this teacher." Ideally, he wished to educate his son himself. However, his own cultivation was rather superficial, relying heavily on the system for enhancement, leaving him reluctant to risk embarrassment. Su Xiaofan nodded and directly performed a disciple's salute to Zhao Fengyan, addressing him as teacher. Zhao Fengyan responded with a smile. As a teacher, his utmost desire was to nurture a formidable individual, and here stood a promising talent. It was now up to Zhao Fengyan to refine him. Su Yuan watched this scene with considerable satisfaction, although he harbored doubts about his son's intellect, which may benefit from the guidance of an elder. The significance of acknowledging this teacher extended beyond mere instruction and cultivation. It symbolized Su Xiaofan's full acceptance into the Deer Institute. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise in the future, even in Su Yuan's absence, the Deer Institute would serve as a formidable support. Previously, the director Xiang Hua had suggested enrolling Su Xiaofan under his tutelage, but Su Yuan had declined. He found Xiang Hua overly concerned with personal gain, whereas this current teacher exuded genuine sentiment. With this thought in mind, Su Yuan retrieved a burlap sack brimming with contents from his storage ring and presented it to Zhao Fengyan. "This is a token of my respect for your guidance." As the bag swayed, the sound of metal clinking resonated, instantly revealing its contents to anyone nearby. Su Xiaofan, astonished, remarked, "Father, when did we become so wealthy? This sack must contain at least 10,000 gold coins." Yuan replied, "The emperor sent a gift a few days ago. And the Hua and Yang families also contributed today. The Yuan family even delivered a cart of elixirs." Xiaofan, bewildered, responded, "Father, are you joking?" While it's understandable for the Yuan family to send money to cultivate relationships, the emperor, along with the Yang and Hua families, also contributing is quite astonishing. They are sworn enemies. Yuan explained, "This is the advantage of power. If I possess the strength to vanquish several of their factions, then no matter how egregious your actions, they could never harbor resentment against you. In this world, a fist can resolve 99% of issues. The remaining 1% that cannot be resolved simply indicates that your strength is insufficient." Xiaofan nodded vigorously, wholeheartedly agreeing. Thus, he resolved to pursue invincibility. Meanwhile, Xiaofan stood to the side, bewildered by the conversation. Was this the essence of Su-style education? At that moment, Yuan pressed the money into Xiaofan's hands. He did not accept it at first, saying, "There is no need for such gestures. It is my duty." Yuan, uninterested in further discussion, forcefully placed the sack into Xiaofan's embrace before vanishing from sight. Xiaofan was left speechless. Xiaofan urged, "Please accept it, teacher. It seems you are in need of new attire." Xiaofan sighed and shook his head, then added, "I will use this money to procure items beneficial for your cultivation." Xiaofan waved his hand, indicating that it was unnecessary. However, Xiaofan pocketed the money and said directly, "Let us see how formidable your skills truly are." The ensuing month was spent by Xiaofan in arduous training. With the Yang family from the Hua family having conceded, and the Wandao pavilion occupied with numerous matters, his time was no longer burdened by oppressive feelings. He discovered that Xiaofan possessed a profound and extensive understanding of the path of cultivation. Like a sponge, he eagerly absorbed this knowledge, transforming it for his own use. Although he had the advantage of the system's senior to enhance his cultivation, it resulted in a rather shallow understanding of martial arts, which hindered him from maximizing his potential. He could not rely on the system's senior for every spontaneous elevation in his cultivation, after all. One cannot depend on mountains that may crumble or on people who might flee. Many matters must ultimately rely on one's own steadfastness. Of course, these days were not devoid of vexations. For instance, Song Qingshan occasionally came to provoke him, insisting on a duel on the life and death platform, a traditional practice of the Zhulu Academy, where outcomes were not measured in victories or defeats, but in life or death. Xiaofan could only temporarily evade his provocations, as he was simply unable to contend with them. Strength and age were not in his favor. Additionally, the woman named Shangwan Xiuya had recently taken to visiting him daily, claiming she had forgiven him and intended to marry him. Xiaofan could only think that this woman must be out of her mind. One day, a knock echoed at the door of his courtyard. He guessed it might be that woman again. Reluctantly, he approached the door, knowing that if he did not answer, she would soon spread rumors that he had wronged her, which would incite public outrage, something Xiaofan wished to avoid. However, this time, standing outside was a stout fellow. Xiaofan was taken aback and exclaimed, "Brother Zhang, I haven't seen you since the assessment. What have you been up to?" Zhang Hualong sighed with a wry smile. "I received a beating from my father." With that, he revealed his backside, which appeared to be swollen even more than usual. Xiaofan covered his eyes in disbelief and asked, "Why did Uncle Zhang hit you?" Zhang Hualong shot Xiaofan an incredulous glance. "Isn't it because of you?" Xiaofan pointed to himself, more perplexed than ever. "Because of me?" Zhang Hualong nodded. "Your notoriety has grown tremendously. You have shattered the 9 heavens' profound evil array of the Zhulu Academy. They compared me to you, calling me a useless fool. My father was mocked at court and, unable to contain his anger, beat me." Hearing this, Xiaofan felt speechless and his mood soured. Fame was hardly a blessing. At this moment, Zhang Hualong continued, "This beating is all you're doing, and you must compensate me." Xiaofan frowned. "How do you expect me to compensate you?" Zhang Hualong replied, "Accompany me to the Bloodsword ruins." Xiaofan shook his head resolutely, declaring, "I still need to cultivate. You must go alone." Zhang Hualong sighed. "If I venture forth alone, I may very well perish. We are brothers after all." Xiaofan continued to shake his head, adamantly refusing. Zhang Hualong, in a fit of anger, retorted, "Are we not brothers?" At that moment, a few lines of text suddenly materialized before Xiaofan. "Proceed to the Bloodsword ruins. You have 2 choices. 1. Seize the opportunity amidst the envious gazes of others. earning a life-saving talisman. 2. Refrain from seizing any opportunity, prioritizing self-preservation. And participate in the Bloodsword Ruins, earning a peerless talisman. Information regarding these two talismans was instantly transmitted to Su Xiaofan's mind, filling him with immense joy. The life-saving talisman could safeguard his last thread of existence. Su Xiaofan was typically eager to accept anything that could ensure his survival. Most astonishing was the peerless talisman, which would render him invulnerable for a quarter of an hour. Truly an outrageous boon. Taking a deep breath, Su Xiaofan announced, "Brother Zhang, I shall accompany you." Zhang Hualong rejoiced, exclaiming, "Indeed, you are a true brother." The two swiftly exited the courtyard, making their way down the mountain. Meanwhile, on the rooftop of the courtyard, two figures stood, a robust and towering man alongside one clad in a blue robe, Zhang Erniu and Su Yuan. At that moment, Zhang Erniu remarked, "Brother Su, you have devised an excellent plan." Su Yuan replied with a smile, "There is no choice. This child shuns the outside world, and I fear if he remains cooped up at home, it will not bode well." Zhang Erniu commented, "Brother Su is truly diligent in nurturing his son." Su Yuan then inquired, "By the way, Brother Zhang, how much do you know about the Bloodsword Ruins?" Zhang Erniu pondered for a moment before responding. "I have heard that this ruin is the lair of an unparalleled sword cultivator from 10,000 years ago, fortuitously discovered and claimed by the ancestral figure of the Hua family. It is through the opportunities within that the Hua family transformed from a bandit faction into one of the 4 great clans of today. Yet, the Hua family has always coveted this ruin. Why would they suddenly announce its public access? The founding emperor of Dayu employed countless strategies and could not extract the precise location of the ruin from them. Something is amiss, Brother Su. I have a nagging suspicion that the Hua family is concocting something. If the two of them proceed, I fear." Su Yuan chuckled softly, gazing at the distant setting sun, his eyes shimmering with an enigmatic brilliance. "Brother Zhang, the flowers in a greenhouse are always ill-prepared for the storms of life." Chapter 34. Who gave you the courage to disturb the Su family? In the Great Yu dynasty, above the Tianyuan mountain range, countless powerful auras swirled in the skies above the Bloodsword Ruins. Su Yuan and Zhang Erniu, clad in black robes, concealed themselves among the crowd. Zhang Erniu, somewhat perplexed, remarked, "Brother Su, did you not say that flowers in a greenhouse cannot withstand the tempest?" Su Yuan nodded affirmatively. Zhang Erniu, puzzled, inquired, "Then why have you summoned me here?" "Naturally, to safeguard the path," Su Yuan replied, casting a curious glance at Zhang Erniu. "Brother Zhang, do you truly feel comfortable leaving them here in such a perilous place? You are indeed a caring father." Zhang Erniu muttered under his breath, "I am undoubtedly a caring father. As for you, that remains uncertain." As the two conversed, a formidable aura surged towards them. It was none other than Su Yuan's old acquaintance, Hua Yaolao. Below in the crowd, Su Xiaofan glanced upwards, instinctively shrinking back into the throng. Zhang Hualong regarded Su Xiaofan, who had disguised himself as a servant, with disdain. He held such individuals in the lowest regard, thinking, "So, you wish to play the pig to eat the tiger, do you?" Su Xiaofan felt utterly wronged. He was not pretending to be a pig to deceive a tiger. He merely sought to blend in with the crowd. At that moment, Hua Yaolao's crisp voice resonated. "Greetings, fellow Taoists. I trust you are not well acquainted with the information regarding these Bloodsword Ruins. This is the cave dwelling of an exceptional sword cultivator from 10,000 years ago, comprising an entire miniature world. Though my Hua family has occupied this place for a considerable time, the extent of our exploration remains minimal and countless opportunities still lie within. However, this world has endured the ravages of time and is on the brink of collapse. Aware of our limitations, my Hua family thus announces this, wishing to extend a favor to share this relic with all of you." The crowd nodded in satisfaction, and someone inquired, "Does the Hua family head know the level of the sword cultivator who owned this cave?" Hua Yaolao smiled enchantingly, her crimson lips parting to utter 3 words, "The Great Sword Immortal." At this revelation, the assembly was astounded. What is a Great Sword Immortal? It represents the pinnacle of sword cultivation, achieving supremacy through sword intent alone, capable of toppling cities and severing seas. Even in that era, when swordsmanship shone brightly and sword cultivators were invincible, a great sword immortal stood among the most formidable. Only the sword emperor could overshadow them. And yet, this was the dwelling of a great sword immortal. However, Hua Yala shifted her tone, stating, "This cave is protected by restrictions. Anyone over the age of 25 is forbidden from entry." Upon hearing this, many powerful individuals furrowed their brows. One purple-robed cultivator from the Divine Concealment Realm, wearing a disdainful expression, rushed towards the entrance of the ruins, attempting to forcibly break the restrictions. What of the great sword immortal? After 10,000 years, how much sword intent could possibly remain? Yet, in the next moment, a terrifying blood-red sword intent surged forth, cleaving the purple-robed cultivator into fragments. The powerful figures displayed expressions of horror and hastily withdrew. In the midst of the crowd, Yuan sensed the overwhelming sword intent and the resonating blood-killing sword within the purple mansion, his brow furrowing. Truly, he was a great sword immortal, even after countless eons. The sword intent remained fearsome. The purity of this sword intent was likely several degrees stronger than my own invincible sword intent. However, if I cannot enter, I cannot ensure my son's safety. A sense of unease began to creep into Yuan's heart. Opportunities are scarce. Those without background or strength, who seek to take advantage of the chaos, should leave. Meanwhile, the younger generation of Dayu was preparing to pass through the spatial rift on the ground to enter the blood sword relics, but were halted by a group of powerful beings. Even if the relics contained precious treasures, they could not withstand the multitude. Thus, with one less person entering, their own juniors might return with an additional opportunity. Bullying others? If you lack strength and background, who else should be bullied if not you? Some young individuals from humble origins suddenly changed their expressions but could only swallow their grievances and leave in defeat. Witnessing this scene, Xiaofan was deeply moved. His father was right. In this world, strength is the ultimate truth. Contemplating this, he was about to follow Zhang Hualong into the Bloodsword's secret realm when suddenly, a portly, richly dressed middle-aged man reached out to stop him. Xiaofan feigned an exceedingly submissive demeanor and inquired, "Senior, may I ask what this is about?" The middle-aged man frowned and coldly replied, "Which clan do you belong to?" "This," Xiaofan stammered, finding it difficult to articulate. Zhang Hualong stood nearby, wearing an expression of amusement. Having learned from previous experiences, he was now reluctant to utter a word, feeling somewhat sour inside. The father and son duo of the Su family were quite the performers, always putting on a show wherever they went. He wished to play along, but lacked the means. At that moment, the middle-aged man scolded, "Impudent! Where did this wild brat come from, daring to take advantage of the chaos? Get lost." Xiaofan's expression darkened. "Senior, I am a friend of the young master of the Zhang family." The middle-aged man remained unmoved. "How can I trust your words? They might be mere fabrications." Zhang Hualong interjected, "Senior, he truly is my friend." The middle-aged man retorted, "So what? Even if your Zhang family wields immense power, you must adhere to the rules. Have you seen any other clan's disciples bringing friends along?" Nearby, many powerful figures nodded in agreement. They were not fools. One less person entering was advantageous for them all. Who would oppose this? Zhang Hualong remained silent. Xiaofan had no choice but to reveal, "Senior, I am from the Su family." He had to enter the Bloodsword relics, otherwise, he would gain nothing. Upon hearing this, many recognized the disguised Xiaofan, and hostile gazes were cast his way. Particularly from the forefront of the crowd, Song Qingshan's eyes glinted with a predatory intensity. Xiaofan had many enemies, yet none dared to act against him. His father, a sword cultivator of the Purple Mansion realm, was someone whom even the emperor would not dare to treat lightly. However, the rotund gentleman in resplendent robes before him belonged to a sect that remained oblivious to the true terror of the Su family, whose notorious reputation had yet to spread within the sect's influence. After pondering for a brief moment and confirming that he had never heard of this family, the robed man arrogantly inquired, "What is the Su family, a mere trifling entity, that they should be worthy of entering the Bloodsword relics?" In an instant, the atmosphere grew tense, as if a pin drop could be heard, and several individuals gasped in shock. The robed man remained oblivious to the mounting tension surrounding him, as a tremendous pressure descended upon Xiaofan. Yet, Xiaofan remained unperturbed, handling the situation with remarkable ease. The robed man, feeling humiliated, exploded in fury and swung his blade directly at Xiaofan without reservation, wielding a strike intended to kill. Those present, aware of Xiaofan's true lineage, were left in utter disbelief. "You truly dare to make a move? Do you not recognize who his father is? If you were to harm his son, given the Su family's ruthless nature, your sect would likely cease to exist." Just as Xiaofan prepared to evade with his sky-step fist, an unexpected figure suddenly appeared before him, catching him slightly off guard. Chapter 35. If living is not for the sake of showing off, then it is better to die. The individual known as Xiaofan had a fleeting recollection of Yun Miaohe, the head of the Yuan family, one of the 4 prominent clans of the imperial capital. Yet, why did he intervene on my behalf? As Su Xiaofan pondered this, the middle-aged man in brocade, who had been halted, asked in confusion, Yuan family head, why do you wish to save this wild brat? Yuan Miaohe had no desire to engage in conversation with such an insignificant figure and simply uttered a dismissive get lost. The brocade-clad man trembled with rage. Yuan family head, this is a matter pertaining to my gathering spirit sect. It is not your place to meddle. Is that so? Yuan Miaohe sneered, delivering a powerful strike that reduced the man to a mere puddle of mud. The onlookers, both the younger generation and the seasoned warriors, were left in shock. The Gathering Spirit sect was the foremost sect of the Great Yu, its strength rivaling that of the Yang family. Had Yuan Miaohe truly lost his mind to dare harm a member of the Gathering Spirit sect? Su Xiaofan was equally astonished, while he was grateful for the elder's defense. It seemed rather excessive. Elder this. Yuan Miaohe turned and offered a benevolent smile. It is of no consequence. I merely found him displeasing. Su Xiaofan, you are being overly tyrannical, old dog. From the crowd emerged another formidable figure, none other than Qimu, the leader of the Gathering Spirit sect. Yuan Miaohe positioned himself protectively in front of Su Xiaofan and coldly remarked, Humph, ungrateful fool. If I had not intervened, your Gathering Spirit sect would likely face annihilation by dawn. Qimu was taken aback by this assertion. You kill my sect's elder, and yet I owe you a favor? Yuan Miaohe replied earnestly, Indeed, you owe me a significant debt of gratitude. Do you not realize he is a scion of the Su family? The Su family? Qimu scoffed. I have never heard of such a family. Do not attempt to intimidate me with tales of nobodies. Yuan Miaohe was somewhat taken aback. You mean you are unaware of the Su family? I advise you to inquire further before deciding to act. Qimu laughed derisively. I care not for what the Su family represents. Today, I shall eradicate you both. With that, the might of the Purple Mansion realm erupted forth. In the blink of an eye, an enormous finger shadow barreled toward Yuan Miaohe. Several strong members of the Yuan family sprang into action, and together they barely managed to intercept the blow. Yet, this was merely a casual strike from Qimu. The disparity in their realms was evident. In the crowd, Zhang Erniu observed this scene and remarked, Brother Su, the Yuan family is truly risking their lives to befriend you. But the Gathering Spirit sect is not to be trifled with. Su Yuan replied nonchalantly, It matters not. A mere Gathering Spirit sect can be subdued with a mere snap of my fingers. Upon hearing this, even the honest Zhang Erniu could not help but exclaim, Brother Su, if you do not show off, will you perish? Su Yuan responded earnestly, If living is not for the sake of showing off, then it is better to die. Zhang Erniu, predecessor, might we let this matter rest? It is all a misunderstanding. Su Xiaofan furrowed his brow. In midair, Qimu sneered disdainfully. Silence. What are you even worth? In his eyes, Su Xiaofan was nothing more than an insignificant insect. Speaking to such a creature seemed beneath him. He raised his hand, intending to erase Su Xiaofan from existence. In the presence of the strong, the weak lacked even the right to speak. Su Xiaofan clenched his fists tightly. I shall see who dares to harm a member of the Su family. Just then, a cold voice echoed from an unknown source, followed by a blood-red long sword descending from the horizon. In an instant, it locked onto Qimu. Qimu was taken aback. A sword cultivator. How could a sword cultivator appear here? Feeling the overwhelming sword intent, his countenance changed dramatically, and a chill ran down his spine. The crowd erupted in commotion. It's Su the thief. The eyes of the flower demon turned venomous. Yang Wudi's lips twitched in frustration. Damn it, why is this guy everywhere? Qimu had already summoned his purple mansion, attempting to withstand the overwhelming sword intent. However, the blood-killing sword was utterly unimpeded, piercing straight through the purple mansion. Boom. The purple mansion crumbled significantly. Blood streamed from Qimu's lips, his face devoid of color, and terror filled his eyes. Sword cultivators are terrifying. With the strike, the purple mansion was on the verge of collapse. What was most alarming was that the opponent had only unleashed a single strike. Should another follow, my life would be forfeit. Qimu could no longer care for his pride, bowing towards the void, pleading for mercy. Please spare my life. Pride? What worth is pride when one's life is at stake? From the void emerged a man clad in a blue robe. He looked down upon Qimu and spoke with indifference. Did you just claim that my Su family is worthless? Qimu's face turned awkward. I was merely jesting. The man in blue continued. Do you still wish to annihilate my Su family? Qimu appeared as if chastised, his head nearly bowing into his trousers. I was blind to not recognize the mountain of greatness before me. I beg your forgiveness for offending you. The blue-robed man gestured towards Su Xiaofan, commanding, "Apologize to him." Chimu's face darkened, his heart swelling with humiliation. How could a dignified sect leader be compelled to apologize to a junior in front of so many? It was a gross indignity. Yet, with the sword merely inches from his brow, he could only clasp his hands towards Su Xiaofan and say, "Young friend, I truly failed to recognize your worth." Su Xiaofan ignored him and turned to the blue-robed man, calling out, "Father." At that moment, many young individuals gazed at Su Xiaofan with envy. They too wished to shout. Su Yuan sheathed his sword and first nodded towards Yun Miaohong, who was overjoyed. This beating was worth it. The next moment, Su Yuan appeared before Su Xiaofan. Seeing that he was unharmed, he finally felt at ease. He then handed the blood-killing sword to Su Xiaofan. Su Xiaofan, somewhat puzzled, replied, "Father, I do not know how to wield a sword." Su Yuandao remarked, "This sword is deeply rooted in the legacy of the blood sword, and it may prove useful. Within it, I have also sealed a strand of sword intent, which you can utilize for your protection in critical moments." Curious, Su Xiaofan inquired, "Father, what level is this sword?" Su Yuandao responded, "It can sever the great perfection of the Purple Mansion." Upon hearing this, the onlookers were consumed by envy and jealousy, nearly driven to madness. "So powerful?" Su Xiaofan gasped, clutching the blood-killing sword tightly. Su Yuandao continued, "Xiaofan, remember, opportunities are inconsequential. Self-preservation is paramount." Touched by his father's words, Su Xiaofan felt a swell of emotion. A father's love is as steadfast as a mountain. Although his father often insisted that one must rely on oneself, it was evident that he remained deeply concerned. "Do not worry, father." Witnessing this tender scene between father and son, Zhang Hualong smacked his lips and turned to the recently appeared Zhang Erniu, extending his hand. "Old Ding, you should also bring forth some valuable items." With a cheerful grin, Zhang Erniu raised his hand. In midair, Yang Wudi and Hua Yaolao exchanged glances. Hua Yaolao declared, "That little thief Su has arrived. Let us ensure he finds no place for burial." Yang Wudi cautioned, "Are you not afraid of Su going mad? You just witnessed his prowess. We could barely withstand a single strike." Hua Yaolao replied confidently, "I have my own methods to deal with him, this time. The thief Su shall surely perish." Yang Wudi pondered deeply, "What schemes does your family, the Hua, truly harbor?" Hua Yaolao's gaze was profound, and she chose not to respond. Chapter 36. What is the Su family, after all? A group of young individuals emerged upon a blood-soaked terrain, the acrid scent of blood assailing their senses, nearly inducing nausea. The surrounding trees grew lush and verdant, while piles of bones accumulated ominously. At the heart of the throng stood Su Xiaofan, encircled by eyes that thirsted for blood. Song Qingshan, at the forefront, sneered coldly, declaring, "Little Su, your father cannot enter this blood-sword ruins. Today, you shall meet your end." The crowd echoed his sentiment, proclaiming that Su the thief deserved to be eradicated. Zhang Hualong, trembling beside Su Xiaofan, lamented his poor choice of companions. Su Xiaofan, though his lips twitched slightly, remained unperturbed. With casual grace, he produced the blood-slaughter sword, stating nonchalantly, "This sword can sever those at the pinnacle of the Purple Mansion." He had no desire to boast, yet some moments demanded a show of strength. The atmosphere fell silent. All eyes drawn to the crimson blade, caught in a moment of contemplation. In these times, no one wished for an early demise, particularly as youth still coursed through their veins. In essence, whoever dared to engage would surely perish. Zhang Hualong, emboldened by a false sense of security, pointed to himself, taunting, "Come on, if you dare, take me on." The crowd fell silent. At this juncture, a disciple from the Hua family stepped forward, sensing the tension, and stated, "Everyone, these corpses are remnants from 10,000 years ago. According to our findings, this blood-sword immortal, in his quest for power, offended the righteous forces of the world and was subsequently besieged by numerous factions. Although he annihilated his enemies, he ultimately succumbed to exhaustion." Upon hearing this, the expressions of those present turned grave. Such a record of combat was indeed formidable. Sword cultivators were undeniably powerful. The Hua disciple then gestured towards the distant mountains, known as the Blood-Sword Valley, the resting place of the blood-sword immortal and the final abode of countless strong warriors, teeming with opportunities. The crowd gazed longingly at the canyon, seemingly cleaved by a sword, their desires ignited. In the Blood-Sword Valley lay not only the legacies of fallen warriors, but potentially the very inheritance of sword cultivation. Who would not yearn to become an invincible swordmaster? Look how audacious Su the thief is. Though they all despised him, they equally aspired to his prowess. In an instant, A surge of energy erupted as they rushed toward the Bloodsword Valley, disregarding Su Xiaofan entirely. Su Xiaofan vowed silently. Once I obtain the sword cultivation legacy, I shall slay both you and your father. As Song Qingshan approached, he felt compelled to utter another threat. But Su Xiaofan nearly retaliated with his sword. In fright, Song Qingshan hastily retreated, closing his mouth. Damn, a bunch of scoundrels. Zhang Hualong cursed, eager to drag Su Xiaofan along in haste. However, Su Xiaofan remained unhurried. Brother Zhang, let us not be too hasty, he replied with an air of calm. Zhang Hualong, unable to quell his urgency, pressed on. We must move swiftly. Opportunities are fleeting. Su Xiaofan, adopting a relaxed demeanor, countered. One cannot rush the cooking of hot tofu. What is meant for you will ultimately come to you, while what is not yours cannot be forced. Left with no alternative, Zhang Hualong could only accompany Su Xiaofan at a leisurely pace, having just provoked the crowd. Knowing he must stay close to Su Xiaofan for protection, he feared that he might be killed. When the two entered the Bloodsword Valley, a fierce battle had already erupted. Su Xiaofan and Zhang Hualong made their way deeper into the gorge. Moments later, Zhang Hualong pointed to a skeletal remains and exclaimed, Brother Su, look. That is the corpse of a powerful figure from the Divine Concealment Realm. His spatial pouch is still untouched. Hurry, what an opportunity. Before Zhang Hualong could make a move, a group of people rushed forward. He attempted to seize the pouch but was firmly held back by Su Xiaofan. Brother Zhang, don't be hasty. In the blink of an eye, the pouch had fallen into someone else's hands. Zhang Hualong watched in dismay as his chance slipped away, his expression one of confusion. Su Lao, sure, what are you doing? Su Xiaofan replied earnestly, Brother Zhang, remain calm, I have my own plans. Really? Zhang Hualong was skeptical. Su Xiaofan suppressed his guilt and nodded. What plans could he possibly have? He merely aimed to steadily accomplish the second option given by the system's predecessor. The two continued onward. A quarter of an hour later, Su Xiaofan encountered a familiar face in the valley, Shangwan Xiaomei. She was surrounded by a group, clutching a damaged magical artifact. Clearly, someone sought to seize her opportunity. Zhang Hualong was exhilarated. He was well-versed in this narrative, hero saving the damsel. He desired to be that hero. Brother Su, let us strike together. However, upon turning, he found Su Xiaofan had already turned to leave. He was left bewildered. At that moment, a white-clad man leading the group declared, Be sensible and hand over the item. We won't make things difficult for you. Shangwan Xiaomei retorted angrily, Qi Haoqing, as the scion of the Gathering Spirit sect, how can you be so shameless? Su Xiaofan paused in surprise. The Gathering Spirit sect? Was that the sect that had just troubled him? Qi Haoqing smirked. Treasure belongs to the capable. Moreover, what could your mere water cloud sect use to contest against this holy sun? Suddenly, Shangwan Xiaomei smiled slyly and said, I have more than just the water cloud sect backing me. I am also the daughter-in-law of the Su family. Do you dare to harm me? At her words, Su Xiaofan halted in his tracks. Zhang Hualong looked on in disbelief. Damn, Brother Su, when did you acquire such a beautiful fiancée? Before Su Xiaofan could explain, Qi Haoqing laughed. What is the Su family to me? Do you truly think I fear them? If I encounter that young man from the Su family in the secret realm, I shall surely kill him. Just then, Shangwan Xiaomei spotted a familiar figure, and her eyes brightened. Su Xiaofan. Qi Haoqing scoffed, trying to deceive me? Yet, he obligingly turned his head. Subsequently, he was stunned. Su Xiaofan sighed and turned around, just as he was about to explain, when Qi Haoqing spoke first. Brother Su, it's all a misunderstanding. At this moment, Qi Haoqing's heart raced. He had witnessed Su Xiaofan's sword strike, which had nearly collapsed his father's Zifu. In the presence of Su Xiaofan, his father resembled a mere insect. Even before he entered the ruins, a discreet message had been conveyed to him, cautioning him against provoking the Su family. Otherwise, the Gathering Spirit sect could face imminent peril. His previous remarks were merely an attempt to impress, yet he found himself unfortunate enough to encounter the very principle. At this moment, Qi Haoqing cautiously inquired, Is this young lady? Su Xiaofan nodded, then shook his head. She is indeed my fiancée, but our engagement has long been annulled. Hence we are not close. The countenance of Shangwan Xiaoyue changed dramatically. She stepped forward, clasping Su Xiaofan's hand, tears glistening in her eyes. Su Xiaofan, have you truly become so heartless? Upon hearing this, Su Xiaofan's temper erupted, the pent-up fury within him igniting in an instant. You call me heartless? On that day, you coerced the young master of the Yang family to force my Su family into annulling the engagement. Did you not consider your own heartlessness then? You even seduced Song Qishan to plot against me. Do you think I'm oblivious to that? At his words, Shangguan Shouyue momentarily lost her composure. The onlookers gazed at her in astonishment, their mouths agape. You dared to compel the Su family to annul the engagement? How audacious of you. Chapter 37. The Blood-Sword Immortal is exasperated. Su Xiaofan, you have gone too far. Those matters are in the past. Why do you still cling to them? Are you even a man? Shangguan Shouyue's heart raced, yet her demeanor remained haughty. Su Xiaofan remained silent. He had encountered few women, but he could assert with certainty that, regardless of how many more he might meet in the future, Shangguan Shouyue would undoubtedly be the most vexing of them all. He growled, "Get lost," and then delivered a powerful kick to Shangguan Shouyue's abdomen. Her delicate form flew away like a cannonball. Su Xiaofan was a man of principles. He never struck women, unless provoked beyond tolerance. He refused to cast another glance at her and turned to leave. Zhang Hualong, regaining his composure, hurried over to Shangguan Shouyue. Assuming Zhang Hualong was there to show pity, she asked, "Could you help me up?" To her surprise, Zhang Hualong snatched the broken artifact from her hands and coldly remarked, "You used to despise Su Xiaofan. Now, he is beyond your reach. 30 years of fortune and 30 years of adversity. Do not belittle the youth in his struggles." He then spat at Shangguan Shouyue before turning to depart. As he walked away, he felt light on his feet, as if he were a feather. Though he was merely acting on behalf of another, he couldn't help but feel a strange sense of satisfaction. Shangguan Shouyue watched the two retreating figures, her face pale, tears streaming down her cheeks, overwhelmed by a tumult of emotions. As they ventured deeper into Bloodsword Valley, the path grew increasingly narrow, and the horrifying sword intent thickened around them. After an indeterminate period, the two finally reached the valley's end. At that moment, Song Qingshan was engaged in a fierce battle with several other prodigies. On a massive rock, a skeleton, as translucent as jade, sat cross-legged. Zhang Hualong pointed at the figure, saying, "Could this be the Bloodsword Immortal?" After a moment of contemplation, Su Xiaofan replied, "Given the sword aura radiating from him, it seems so." Zhang Hualong marveled. One can only wonder what realm this predecessor attained in life. Even after 10,000 years, his bones have not decayed. Su Xiaofan remarked, "Brother Zhang, I find this rather peculiar." Zhang Hualong, puzzled, inquired, "What seems strange?" Su Xiaofan furrowed his brow and said, "There is no danger in this place. Yet why has the Hua family, having controlled this relic for so many years, not thoroughly plundered it? It's almost as if..." Upon hearing this, Zhang Hualong felt a chill run down his spine and hastily pressed, "Almost as if what?" Su Xiaofan, with a grave expression, replied, "Almost as if it were intentionally waiting for us to arrive." Zhang Hualong shivered at the thought. "Damn, we should not linger here." Meanwhile, Song Qishan had subdued the other prodigies and turned to Su Xiaofan, coldly asking, "Do you wish to contend with me?" Su Xiaofan simply shook his head, stating, "I have no interest." Song Qishan, his white garments billowing, laughed maniacally, "At least you possess a modicum of self-awareness." Su Xiaofan remained silent. In the next moment, Song Qishan appeared before the remains of the Bloodsword Immortal, searching intently. Without a doubt, he was in pursuit of the Sword Immortal's legacy. However, just as his hand brushed against the skeletal remains, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. A formidable sword intent propelled Song Qishan backward, sending him reeling. From the empty eye sockets of the corpse, two crimson flames ignited. Accompanied by a series of creaking sounds, the Bloodsword Immortals remains slowly stood upright. The assembly of prodigies was left bewildered. What was happening? The air was thick with tension. Su Xiaofan sensed the peril and hastily grabbed Zhang Hualong, intending to flee. The flames in the corpse's eye sockets flickered, and countless blood-red sword shadows surged forth, encircling them relentlessly. Su Xiaofan immediately unleashed his void step punch, propelling himself and Zhang Hualong through the web of swords. The corpse emitted a soft sound of surprise, uttering, "Interesting." Subsequently, its bony fingers formed a sword-like gesture, pointing towards Su Xiaofan. Countless sword shadows converged into an invisible hand, sending the two tumbling back. Junior Song Qingshan pays respects to the Bloodsword Immortal. At that moment, a disheveled Song Qingshan knelt in midair, bowing deeply in a display of obsequiousness. The Bloodsword Immortal did not even cast a glance his way, instead fixing his gaze upon Su Xiaofan. Song Qingshan's heart ignited with fury. The Bloodsword Immortal's attention was drawn to the bloodsword cradled in Su Xiaofan's arms. "I recall lending this sword to that young lady from the Hua family. How did it end up in your possession?" "No matter, it is of little consequence." "Young man, would you be interested in becoming my disciple?" The onlookers were nearly driven mad with envy. What an honor to be favored by a great sword immortal. Su Xiaofan, momentarily dazed, eventually replied, Senior, such an apprenticeship requires me to consult my father first. He dared to refuse a great sword immortal. The crowd stood in stunned silence. Even the blood sword immortal appeared somewhat taken aback. Do you not know who I am? Su Xiaofan responded. Senior is a great sword immortal. The blood sword immortal queried. Then why do you dare refuse me? Moreover, why must you seek your father's permission for an apprenticeship? Su Xiaofan earnestly replied, because I am not yet of age. The crowd was left speechless. After a brief moment of silence, the blood sword immortal remarked, If you do not wish for this opportunity, so be it. I would not want rumors to spread that I sought you as a disciple. He then turned his gaze towards Song Qishan, saying, Though your innate talent is inferior to that young man's, it is still commendable. Do you wish to become my disciple? Upon hearing this, Song Qishan's expression shifted dramatically. He, the foremost prodigy of Daiyu, was being so belittled. A mixture of anger and joy surged within him. Nevertheless, he instinctively knelt repeatedly, proclaiming, Disciple Song Qishan pays respects to the master. The blood sword immortal nodded in satisfaction. Smiling, the rest of you need not feel disheartened. You shall serve as nourishment for my revival. At this declaration, the crowd was filled with confusion. Someone dared to inquire, Senior, what do you mean by that? The blood sword immortal flicked his finger, and a sword shadow shot towards the speaker. In an instant, that individual transformed into a cloud of blood mist. The blood sword immortal inhaled deeply, consuming it entirely. From this moment on, everyone finally comprehended the true essence of what nourishment entailed. To his astonishment, Zhang Hualong's complexion turned ashen with fear. The machinations of the Hua family were indeed at play. Su Xiaofan lamented, Had I known, I should have sought apprenticeship earlier. The blood sword immortal, with a sly grin, replied, Young one, your opportunity has passed. Now, return my accompanying sword. Watchin. In the next instant, the blood sword remained motionless in Su Xiaofan's embrace. The blood sword immortal was momentarily bewildered. What was happening? The sword that had fought alongside him for centuries was now beyond his grasp. Unwilling to accept defeat, the blood sword immortal called out again, Hua Chun. Still, there was no response. Su Xiaofan scratched his head and softly remarked, Senior, its name is Bloodslaughter. Upon hearing the name, the blood sword trembled. The blood sword immortal was taken aback. Who had altered its name? Su Xiaofan candidly admitted, My father. A formidable aura of murderous intent erupted from the blood sword immortal. What is your father's name? Su Yuan. I shall surely slay Su Yuan. Su Xiaofan felt as if he had unwittingly stirred up a tempest. In the next moment, the blood sword immortal reached out, forcefully reclaiming the sword. The bloodslaughter sword sang incessantly, as if filled with disdain, and after a brief struggle, it broke free once more. It then lunged directly towards the blood sword immortal. The blood sword immortal was utterly flabbergasted, his eyes flickering with flames, betraying a hint of trepidation. By heavens, what a terrifying sword intent. Chapter 38. The Great Sword Immortal? How many strikes can you endure? At the foot of the Tianyuan mountain range, outside the blood sword ruins, Su Yuan appeared to sense something amiss. His brows knitting tightly together. Beside him, Zhang Ernia hastily inquired, What troubles you, Brother Su? With a grave tone, Su Yuan responded, The sword I gave to Xiaofan has been activated. Zhang Ernia, anxious, pressed on, Does that mean they are in danger inside? Su Yuan replied, It is highly likely. Otherwise, with Xiaofan's temperament, he would never resort to that sword. Zhang Ernia, in a state of distress, lamented, What should we do then? After a moment's contemplation, Su Yuan declared, We must save them. Zhang Ernia, nearly in tears, retorted, I understand we need to save them, but how are we to do so? Su Yuan's gaze turned resolute as he focused on the entrance of the blood sword ruins and stated earnestly, Naturally, we must enter. Zhang Ernie began to stomp his feet in frustration. That's obvious, but we simply cannot get in. This is a prohibition set by the Great Sword Immortal. Su Yuan's eyes gleamed with unwavering confidence. There is nothing in this world that cannot be resolved with a sword. If one sword is insufficient, then we shall wield two. Zhang Ernie was momentarily struck dumb. In the next instant, a figure clad in green appeared before the ruins barrier. His robe billowed in the wind, reminiscent of a battle flag. As he stood with one hand behind his back and the other wielding a sword, what was his intention? The assembled strong warriors were momentarily taken aback by the sight. Some speculated he must be attempting to break the formation. At this utterance, the crowd erupted in disbelief. Impossible! He cannot break the formation. The array set by the Great Sword Immortal, reinforced by sword intent, spells doom for anyone who dares to enter. What is Su Yuan to attempt such a feat? He is hardly the great sword immortal. Indeed, despite Su Yuan's formidable prowess, he was but a minor figure in the presence of the great sword immortal. The crowd wore expressions of mockery. They had long been irked by Su Yuan's arrogance and were eager to witness his downfall. The flower demon, too, wore a scornful expression, declaring he is courting humiliation. At this moment, Su Yuan was consumed by the urgency to save his child, channeling his sword intent with singular focus. Oblivious to the surrounding derision. Had it been any other time, he would have already struck with a single sword. Moments later, the sword intent coalesced into form. Su Yuan raised his sword and brought it down. The sword aura expanded in the wind, cleaving towards the barrier of the ruins. Boom! Two invisible sword intents collided midair, the residual power sending tremors through the onlookers. Yet, this strike did not breach the barrier. The crowd's expressions grew increasingly sardonic. Did he truly believe himself invincible? Capable of anything? Su Yuan narrowed his eyes. Indeed, the great sword immortal was no trifling opponent. Nevertheless, Su Yuan felt no fear. As a natural sword body, he had cultivated the unparalleled sword. Should his strike falter, his heart's path would undoubtedly be compromised, making it difficult to persevere on the sword's journey. Once again, he reiterated, if one sword fails, then let it be two. Without hesitation, Su Yuan unleashed a second strike. This one was more powerful than the last. Boom! With a resounding echo, a fissure appeared in the barrier of the ruins. The crowd's expressions froze in astonishment. Su Yuan promptly unleashed a third strike. The barrier shattered with a thunderous crash. Everyone stood agape, utterly bewildered. What was happening? That was indeed a restriction set by the Grand Sword Immortal. How could he possibly shatter it with 3 strikes? Is Su Zhe actually so formidable? Su Yuan, unfazed by the foolish onlookers, rushed directly into the blood sword ruins. Rescuing his son took precedence. A group of powerful figures quickly regained their senses and followed closely behind. Meanwhile, Su Xiaofan gazed at the blood sword immortal, who had been felled by a single blow. His expression one of bewilderment. What on earth is happening? Wasn't the Grand Sword Immortal supposed to be immensely powerful? How could he not withstand my father's strike? Could it be that my father surpasses the Grand Sword Immortal? Does that mean he is a sword emperor? Contemplating this, Su Xiaofan felt a sudden loss of motivation to strive further. At the same time, Song Qingshan also witnessed this scene, equally perplexed. Is this truly the Grand Sword Immortal? He seems rather weak. Was my decision to become his disciple a tad hasty? Just then, the blood sword immortal staggered to his feet, seething with rage. He had unwittingly fallen into a trap. Had he truly fought with all his might, victory would have been assured. He could clearly sense that his opponent's swordsmanship was a tier below his own, at most, at the sword immortal level. Yet, the invincible sword intent contained within that strike was indeed terrifying. Even a millennium ago, during the pinnacle of swordsmanship, there were but a handful who dared to cultivate such an invincible sword path. As long as they survived, their ultimate achievements would invariably begin at the level of Sword Emperor. No wonder the sword he had carried for so many years now refused to recognize him. Amidst his fury, the blood sword immortal found himself intrigued by this individual. He turned to Su Xiaofan and inquired, "Is this sword also concealed by your father?" Su Xiaofan replied timidly, "Yes." The flames of rage within the blood sword immortal's eyes blazed fiercely. "Excellent. I have yet another reason to kill your father." With that, the blood sword immortal's skeletal frame expanded, and a host of young prodigies transformed into a cloud of blood mist, which he consumed. Gradually, flesh began to grow over the bones, and in mere moments, the once skeletal figure had morphed into a striking young man clad in crimson robes. This sight sent a shiver down Su Xiaofan's spine. What a bizarre technique. At that moment, a blood-colored sword shadow hurtled directly towards Su Xiaofan. The force of this strike was nearly suffocating. He was targeted. Su Xiaofan gritted his teeth in indignation. How shameless for a senior to attack a junior. He swiftly executed the void step technique to evade the strike. Observing this, the blood sword immortal stroked his chin and remarked, "Kid, your combat technique is rather interesting. But what if my sword were to strike even faster?" Once again, a sword was unleashed towards Su Xiaofan, this time so swift that he could barely discern it. There was no time to employ the void step again. He could only activate his bull transformation to endure the blow. Boom! Su Xiaofan vomited blood and was sent flying. The overwhelming sword intent directly assaulted his body, causing the runes on him to shatter. The Grand Sword Immortal-esque strike was terrifying indeed. Yet, Su Xiaofan remained alive. The blood sword immortal stared in astonishment. Although that had merely been a casual strike, how could this mere innate realm ant withstand it? Young man, it seems you harbor numerous secrets. I almost hesitate to end your life. Su Xiaofan staggered to his feet, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Has the elder changed his mind? At that moment, Su Xiaofan was filled with trepidation. He could not withstand even a fraction of the power wielded by such an ancient being. Just a moment ago, a single strike had nearly incapacitated him. Now, he possessed no trump cards. Should a confrontation ensue, his demise was all but assured. He realized he could only employ the strategy of delay. Perhaps there still existed a glimmer of hope. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Song Qingshan interjected, "Master, do not waste words with him. He is merely stalling for reinforcements." Su Xiaofan's countenance turned pale. The blood sword immortal abruptly turned to glare at Song Qingshan, his voice sharp and commanding. "What need have I for your guidance in my affairs?" Chastened by this rebuke, Song Qingshan lowered his head and ceased to speak, his expression one of utmost distress. The blood sword immortal then fixed his gaze upon Su Xiaofan, continuing, "Are you waiting for your father? Do not harbor such illusions. With your father's prowess as a sword immortal, he would scarcely be able to breach the restraints I have set, let alone come to your rescue." No sooner had he spoken than a figure clad in blue robes descended, riding upon a sword. Chapter 39. Has Su Yuan been defeated? "Father!" Su Xiaofan exclaimed. His face flushed with excitement. The blood sword immortal stood momentarily stunned. How could it be possible that a mere sword immortal could shatter the restrictions he had set? Before he could utter a word, Su Yuan cast a glance at his son, his expression darkening as he coldly inquired, "Did you strike him?" The blood sword immortal's countenance was equally grim. How dare a mere sword immortal speak to him in such a manner? Who granted him such audacity? He retorted, "Indeed. It was I who struck him." Su Yuan let out a chilling laugh. "You are the first to dare inflict such harm upon my son." The blood sword immortal replied defiantly, "You are also the first to speak to me thus." Without further ado, Su Yuan pressed his fingers together and pointed forward. The blood slaughter and azure Xian swords surged forth simultaneously. Enraged, the blood sword immortal countered with his sword intent. Yet, despite his efforts, Su Yuan found himself at a disadvantage, sustaining several injuries within moments. After all, there was a significant disparity in their swordsmanship, a full realm apart. The blood sword immortal scoffed, "Do you truly believe that a mere sword immortal such as yourself is invincible?" Su Yuan snorted in response, retaliating with a sword strike. In an instant, the two forces of sword intent clashed continuously, causing the very fabric of space to fracture, as if the small world was on the brink of collapse. As the battle raged on, the blood sword immortal suddenly sensed something amiss. He gasped, "The innate sword body." Indeed, he could not be mistaken. It was the innate sword body. This physique, even in the age when swordsmanship had not yet waned a millennium ago, was formidable enough to dominate a realm. To his astonishment, a millennium later, another one had emerged. "No wonder you possess such swordsmanship at such a young age. It is the innate sword body. But what of it? You shall perish today." Su Yuan chuckled coldly, "You shall not claim me." The two warriors resumed their fierce combat. At this moment, a multitude of powerful figures had arrived, watching in awe and trepidation as the two sword cultivators clashed. Sword cultivators were indeed terrifying. Suddenly, Hua Yaolao exclaimed, "Esteemed ones, with the blood sword immortal intervening, now is the prime opportunity to eliminate the Su family." The eyes of those harboring grudges against the Su family gleamed with anticipation. Eager to seize the moment, Su Zhai was truly loathed by many. Witnessing this scene, Su Xiaofan hurriedly interjected, "Esteemed elders, do not be deceived. This is all a scheme orchestrated by the Hua family. They deliberately disseminated information, luring your younger generations into the ruins, all to allow the blood sword immortal to devour their essence and resurrect himself through dark arts." Realization dawned upon the crowd, recognizing that their own young talents had perished. A wave of grief and fury surged forth as they glared at Hua Yaolao. Those youths were the pride of their families, the hope for the future. "Do not heed this little thief's nonsense," Hua Yaolao retorted, her expression unwavering. "He claims this is my Hua family's conspiracy, yet our own younger generation has also perished. Moreover, how could a dignified great sword immortal resort to such vile methods? It seems to me that this little thief has slain them himself." Wishing to cast blame upon the Hua family, the two of them are merely seeking to profit from the chaos. Otherwise, how is it that everyone else has perished while you, Su Xiaofan, remain alive and vibrant? And what of this young scion of the Zhang family? who shares an intimate bond with your Su clan. How is it that he still breathes? Zhang Hualong. Is this even possible? Su Xiaofan was taken aback by the audacity of his opponent. He retorted angrily, "Do not slander me with baseless accusations. My continued existence is merely due to my father's timely intervention." The crowd found themselves momentarily bewildered, unable to discern the truth amidst the deception. At this juncture, Song Qingshan stepped forward, his face a mask of indignation, declaring, "Gentlemen, do not be deceived by the treachery of this rogue Su. All of this is a cunning plot orchestrated by the Su family." Who is Song Qingshan, you may ask? He is the foremost prodigy of the great Yu dynasty. With his words, his weighty presence commanded attention. Moreover, both he and Su Xiaofan were disciples of the Hunting Academy. Given his assertions, it appeared that this rogue Su was indeed deceiving everyone. Not a single one of the Su clan is to be trusted. A fine scheme from the Su family, attempting to hoodwink us all. The rogue Su must be exterminated. In an instant, the crowd's fury ignited, and the powerful surged towards Su Yuan with lethal intent. Observing this, Zhang Erniu sighed and positioned himself before the oncoming assault. "Gentlemen, allow me to first exchange a few blows with you." The crowd scoffed. The Zhang and Su families were complicit in their misdeeds, and their existence was no longer warranted. Preparing to exploit the chaos, Yun Miaohua gritted her teeth and joined Zhang Erniu alongside the Yun clan. There was no turning back now. Having chosen a side, they must stand firm. However, it was evident that their numbers were insufficient. Hua Yaolao wore a scornful expression. At that moment, several formidable auras surged from the distance. Leading the charge were the esteemed leaders of the Hunting Academy, Xiang Hua and Zhao Fengyan. Hua Yaolao's complexion changed drastically. The Hunting Academy is a colossal entity with branches spanning the realm, and the main academy is a behemoth of the Central Plains. If the Hunting Academy chooses to intervene in this matter, it would indeed pose a significant challenge. Hua Yaolao, feigning courage, remarked, "The Hunting Academy must not involve itself in conflicts between other factions. Has Director Xiang forgotten this?" Xiang Hua waved his sleeve, stating, "Su Xiaofan is a disciple of the Hunting Academy, and Su Yuan is our esteemed honorary director. If you intend to harm them, the Hunting Academy cannot simply stand idly by." Su Yuan was taken aback. When had he become the honorary director? Hua Yaolao sneered, saying, "If that is the case, then there is no need for further discourse. The rogue Su has orchestrated the demise of so many of my Hua family's young members. This enmity is irreconcilable." With that, she charged forth with fervor. A multitude of powerful warriors surged alongside her. In the midst of such a fierce melee, this small world teetered on the brink of collapse, engulfed in chaotic spatial currents. Below, Song Qingshan wore a cruel smile as he gazed at Su Xiaofan. "Little rogue Su, today you shall meet your end." Su Xiaofan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his expression one of fury. Whether I live or die remains uncertain, but you will undoubtedly perish." Forcing his injuries into submission, he activated the divine demon chi refining technique once more. With a powerful leap, he propelled himself forward like a bolt from a crossbow. "Come at me," Song Qingshan bellowed, meeting him with a fist. Meanwhile, on a concealed cliff, Li Bao observed the battle with immense anxiety. Beside him stood another figure, not the usual elder Ranli who accompanied him, but the emperor, clad in plain attire. After a moment of careful observation, Li Bao cautiously inquired, "Father, when shall we intervene?" The current situation, viewed from an outsider's perspective, was clear to him. The Hua family had orchestrated a scheme, sacrificing the elite of various clans to resurrect the Bloodsword Immortal, though their ultimate goal remained shrouded in mystery. The emperor replied calmly, "Patience is key. This conflict serves not only to gauge Su Yuan's capabilities but also to diminish the power of various families and sections. Why not seize the opportunity?" The families and sects had grown increasingly formidable in recent years, posing an inevitable threat to the royal family. Upon hearing this, Li Bao was profoundly shaken. At that moment, the emperor's brow suddenly furrowed as he exclaimed, "That Song Qingshan truly deserves to die." Li Bao turned his gaze to see Su Xiaofan falling into a disadvantageous position, being struck repeatedly by Song Qingshan, causing him to cough blood. His expression shifted in alarm. Yet, after a brief pause, a realization struck him. Something felt amiss. Why was his father so concerned for Su Xiaofan? Could the rumors bear truth? Li Bao timidly asked, "Father, is it possible that Brother Xiaofan truly is as the rumors suggest?" The emperor merely cast a fleeting glance at Li Bao, offering no reply. This silence only solidified Li Bao's burgeoning suspicion. Just then, his expression transformed abruptly. In his line of sight, A figure clad in green was struck down from above by a colossal phantom of a blood sword. Chapter 40. The System Triggers. Elevating one's cultivation to the Great Sword Immortal. It seemed only logical that Su Zhe would be defeated. Yet, the crowd remained in a state of shock, unable to accept the unfolding reality. Father. Su Xiaofan gazed at the figure in azure garments plummeting from the sky, his heart aching with despair. He summoned every ounce of his strength, forcefully pushing aside Song Qingshan, who stood in his way, and sprinted towards the spot where the azure figure had fallen. Where do you think you're going? Song Qingshan reappeared in front of him. Get out of my way. Su Xiaofan roared in fury, channeling the demon and god refinement technique with reckless abandon. His meridians were violently torn, creating fine cracks that coursed through his body, causing excruciating pain that nearly rendered him unconscious. Yet, he gritted his teeth, refusing to succumb. Song Qingshan sneered, "You seek your own demise by recklessly overexerting yourself." But as the words left his lips, he suddenly froze. An explosive sound erupted from within Su Xiaofan, akin to thunder breaking the silence of a calm day. The assembled powerhouses turned their gazes downward, momentarily stunned. A breakthrough. And it occurred in the heat of battle. The innate talent of this youth was astonishingly formidable. The murderous intent among the spectators surged. Should this youth survive today, he could become a significant threat in the future. A second Su Yuan was not beyond possibility. However, Su Xiaofan paid no heed to the gazes of the powerful. He coldly regarded Song Qingshan, declaring, "Stand aside, or face your demise." Song Qingshan was unfazed by his threats, laughing maniacally. "Even if you break through and soar, what does it matter? I, Song Qingshan, the foremost prodigy of Dayu, shall not fear you." In the air, the head of the Deer Hunting Academy, Xiang Hua, wore an expression of exasperation. He had no desire to intervene. A life-and-death battle between the two was inevitable. Below, Su Xiaofan activated the fierce tiger transformation. Song Qingshan's expression shifted. This terrifying aura felt oddly familiar. Before he could react, Su Xiaofan unleashed the void-stride fist, delivering a mighty blow to Song Qingshan's chest. There was a crack as bones splintered, followed by Song Qingshan spitting blood, gritting his teeth as he retaliated with a palm strike aimed at Su Xiaofan's crown. This strike carried the weight of 1,000 pounds, the sound of its passage echoing through the air. Su Xiaofan met the attack with his own fist. The collision released a spray of blood mist. Song Qingshan stared in horror at his vanishing hand, letting out a piercing scream. Without hesitation, Su Xiaofan drove his knee forward, sending Song Qingshan flying back. He then bent down, grasped Song Qingshan's head, and pressed down with brutal force. Dust erupted, and a long trench was carved into the ground. In that moment, Song Qingshan was no longer the proud prodigy of old, but a pitiful figure, bloodied and battered. Su Xiaofan raised his left hand high, ready to deliver a crushing blow. "You seek death." The blood sword immortal's brows furrowed at the sight, and with a mere gesture, he unleashed an overwhelming wave of sword intent towards Su Xiaofan. With no choice but to activate the void-stride fist, Su Xiaofan narrowly evaded the lethal strike. Yet before he could catch his breath, the relentless sword intent pursued him. At this juncture, Su Xiaofan found himself bereft of the strength to unleash a third void-stride fist. In the distance, Li Bao was consumed by anxiety. "Father, where are you?" He turned to look for his father, only to find the space beside him completely empty. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared before Su Xiaofan. Who else could it be but the Emperor of Dayu? With a mere wave of his sleeve, he dispelled the menacing sword intent completely. Su Xiaofan was left utterly bewildered. The onlookers' expressions shifted dramatically upon witnessing this scene. There had been whispers that Su Xiaofan was the Emperor's illegitimate son, and now that the Emperor had intervened to save him, those rumors seemed all too credible. If that were indeed the case, it would be quite a challenge to eliminate Su Xiaofan. Meanwhile, in a vast pit on the ground, Su Yuan, feigning death, let out a sigh of relief. He had nearly lost his composure just moments ago. Now was not the time to act. The great sword immortal possessed terrifying power. Even with his innate sword body, the odds were barely in his favor. He decided to lay low and allow his son to take the lead, hoping fervently that his son would not let him down. At that moment, the blood sword immortal in midair wore an expression of displeasure. "You certainly have many powerful allies," he remarked, glancing at the Emperor. "Old man, if you wish to live, mind your own business. Otherwise, even as a sovereign, I will not hesitate to kill you." The Emperor stood his ground, bowing slightly as he replied, "I humbly seek your guidance, esteemed elder." How strange. He was offered a chance, yet he refused it. The blood sword immortal scolded him sarcastically before unleashing a sword strike towards the emperor. The emperor swiftly waved his hand, summoning the national seal. A surge of dragon energy soaring into the sky, directly targeting the blood sword immortal. The blood sword immortal retaliated with a sword strike. The clash of sword energy and dragon aura reverberating through the air, sending Xiaofan hurtling backwards from the overwhelming force. Seeing that he had successfully intercepted a sword strike, the emperor felt invigorated. The great sword immortal is nothing extraordinary. The blood sword immortal furrowed his brow and retorted, had that sword cultivator spoken thus, I might have tolerated it, for he truly possesses such strength. But you. Once more, the blood sword immortal launched an attack. Boom. Cracks suddenly appeared on the national seal, spreading ominously. Blood began to seep from the emperor's mouth, his face reflecting shock. The national seal, which had gathered the fortune of Dayu over 500 years, could not withstand the might of the blood sword immortal's 2 strikes. The extent of the sword cultivator's terror surpassed his expectations. The emperor hastily retracted the seal, his expression filled with anguish. To repair the damaged national seal would require an immense amount of fortune. If it were to shatter, Dayu itself could be doomed. However, after unleashing those 2 strikes, the blood sword immortal chose not to pursue further attacks. The emperor, who was ready to retreat, felt perplexed. At that moment, Hua Yaolao stepped forward and bowed to the blood sword immortal. Esteemed elder, why have you ceased your assault? Do not forget the promise you made to me. The blood sword immortal retaliated with a powerful slap, sending Hua Yaolao sprawling backwards. With a cold snort, he proclaimed, I have merely consented to serve as a temporary support for your family, the Hua clan. I have not agreed to assassinate the emperor or assist you in overthrowing a dynasty. Do you take me for a fool? To slay an emperor would invoke the wrath of the human race's fortune. Those pitiful individuals your family has sent are not worthy of my undertaking such a task. At these words, Hua Yaolao's expression shifted dramatically. The crowd erupted in confusion. What did this mean? Was it possible that what Su Xiaofan had said was indeed true? Was everything a scheme of the Hua clan, leading to the slaughter of our kin, all to resurrect the blood sword immortal? In an instant, all eyes turned accusatorily towards the Hua clan. Hua Yaolao found herself at a loss for words. Zhang Hualong, who had been cowering in the corner, suddenly revived with vigor, mockingly exclaiming, You fools, duped without even realizing it. The crowd's faces darkened. Zhang Erniu, his expression grim, swiftly appeared before the foolish son, delivering a resounding slap. The blood sword immortal was uninterested in such trivialities. He possessed his own pride. As for the animosity of these insignificant beings, he was utterly indifferent. It was merely a matter of a single sword strike. At this moment, his gaze fixated upon Su Xiaofan. This young man possessed remarkable talent and warranted attention, lest he grow into a formidable adversary in the future. With this thought, the blood sword immortal casually swung his sword. Su Xiaofan spat a mouthful of blood, a sinister smile creeping upon his face. He crushed the teleportation talisman gifted by the system's predecessor, his figure vanishing in an instant. The blood sword immortal was momentarily taken aback. Where had he gone? Previously, that lad's combat skills could not allow for such a vast teleportation. Just as he was lost in thought, a figure suddenly appeared before him without warning. With a resounding slap, the forceful blow struck the blood sword immortal's face, echoing loudly. Crisp and exhilarating, Su Xiaofan reveled in the moment, feeling an unmatched thrill. So this was the exhilaration of striking someone. No wonder his father relished it so much. In that instant, the atmosphere fell into an eerie silence. The crowd stood in stunned disbelief. Zhang Hualong felt a shiver run down his spine. This fellow had been biding his time. Meanwhile, the seemingly lifeless Su Yuan wore a faint smile. Just moments ago, an electronic synthesized voice echoed in his ear, Ding. It has been detected that your son has offended the great sword immortal. The host's swordsmanship automatically elevates to that of the great sword immortal, rendering him invincible within the same realm. Chapter 41. I only strike once. Within the expanse of heaven and earth, a tempestuous sword intent surged forth, cleaving through the fabric of space itself. Those of lesser cultivation, upon merely grazing this sword intent, found themselves grievously wounded. The expressions of the onlookers darkened as they cast unkind glances towards Su Xiaofan. Those of the surname Su were not to be trusted. How dare you act alone while we all share in the suffering? At that moment, the blood sword immortal's face oscillated between shades of green and white. As a formidable sword immortal, he had never before endured such a profound humiliation. Seizing Su Xiaofan by the throat, he glared icily at him, gritting his teeth as he spoke each word with venomous disdain. You wretch, I have never desired to take a life. Yet you are the first to provoke such a thought. Consider it an honor. Su Xiaofan, resigned to his fate, thought, ultimately, it is but death. When a person no longer fears death, there exists nothing in this world that can instill fear within them. The more enraged the blood sword immortal became, the calmer he remained. With a wave of his hand, countless blood needles materialized around Su Xiaofan. You wish to die? It is not so simple, young man. The greatest torment in this world is to suffer a fate worse than death. Soon, I shall sustain your life with my energy, and then, one by one, I will pierce these blood needles into your body. You will experience the agony of being pierced by 10,000 arrows. Su Xiaofan's complexion paled as he realized he might not withstand such torture. At this moment, he was utterly alone, lacking any trump cards or allies. There was no one to save him, for his adversary was a grand sword immortal. It was then that he truly comprehended his father's oft-repeated adage. One must rely on oneself. Alas, relying on others is a fickle endeavor. Mountains may crumble, and people may flee. What belongs to others will always remain theirs. No matter whom one relies upon, none is as dependable as oneself. But what good is this realization? He was on the brink of death. There was no further time for him to develop. Gazing at a massive pit in the ground, Su Xiaofan let out a bitter smile. Father, your son is unfilial. I cannot avenge you, so I can only come down to accompany you earlier. Father, please wait for me on the road to the Yellow Springs. At that moment, Su Xiaofan suddenly heard a familiar voice. He blinked in disbelief, thinking he had misheard. As he looked around, he noticed the peculiar expressions on the faces of those present. Even the blood sword immortal wore an expression of astonishment. Wait, could it be that my father? Just as this thought crossed his mind, a beam of sword light shot up from the depths of the pit. In midair, a figure clad in green stood tall, hands clasped behind his back, utterly unfazed. Father! Su Xiaofan was overwhelmed with joy. The crowd gasped in disbelief. This calamity has not perished? The blood sword immortal sneered. I unleashed my full power in a single strike, yet you still draw breath. How fortunate you are. At that moment, the emperor suddenly bellowed. Su Yuan, together we may yet possess the strength to fight. Following this, a multitude of powerful figures, who bore little grudge against the Su family, stepped forth in solidarity. The emperor confidently proclaimed, no matter how formidable the great sword immortal may be, there are limits. I refuse to believe you are truly invincible. The blood sword immortal scoffed. A swarm of ants. What difference does their number make? I shall wield my sword thrice. Should any of you survive, I shall grant you a chance at life. Su Yuan found himself at a loss for words. Who do you think you are? Blood sword immortal, to act so arrogantly? He stepped forward, gesturing for the others to retreat. The crowd was taken aback. The emperor furrowed his brow. What do you mean? Su Yuan? This is not the time for bravado. You alone cannot match him. Supporters echoed his sentiment. Exactly. You, a mere sword immortal. How can you contend with the great sword immortal? You faced him before and were vanquished with a single strike. Now you dare to boast. Their disdain was palpable. They believed Su Yuan would undoubtedly fall within 10 strikes. Holding his Qin Xian sword, Su Yuan cast a calm glance at the crowd and remarked, do not measure my strength by your own limitations. Silence enveloped them. He advanced a few more steps, his voice ringing out once more. You are not worthy because of your presence. The crowd seethed with indignation. Such arrogance. Even Su Xiaofan felt that his father's bravado had crossed the line. We may indulge in pretense, but it must be underpinned by genuine strength. Otherwise, we risk humiliation. At that moment, Su Yuan stood before the blood sword immortal and stated, release my son. The blood sword immortal nodded and complied, disdainful of the tactic of using family as leverage. He, a great sword immortal, possessed a degree of pride. Su Yuan continued, before we engage in battle, I have a question for you. The blood sword immortal, intrigued, replied, oh, a final query before your demise. Speak, and I shall indulge you. Ignoring the mockery, Su Yuan directly inquired, why has the sword path declined? What transpired 10 millennia ago? This question had lingered in his mind since he began his journey with the sword, and he seized the opportunity to seek answers. The blood sword immortal pondered for a moment before responding. Because of one person, Su Yuan's curiosity deepened, prompting him to ask, who? The blood sword immortal replied, I know little of that individual. In those days, I was but a minor figure. All I know is that they were immensely powerful. Su Yuan pressed further. How powerful? Were they the Sword Emperor? The blood sword immortal retorted with a cold laugh. The Sword Emperor? What is that? The pinnacle of the sword path. After a moment of silence, Su Yuan acknowledged, understood. The blood sword immortal elaborated that individuals sought to transcend the world through the sword to navigate the realms beyond. However, they were defeated. From that point onward, the sword path was suppressed by the greater Tao, making breakthroughs exceedingly arduous. And those who practice the sword path are limited to a lifespan of merely 100 years. After surpassing a century of existence, divine retribution shall descend. Should one fail to break through to the realm above the sword emperor before reaching the age of 100, death is inevitable. I too have employed cunning means to evade this divine punishment. Upon hearing this, Yuan nodded with satisfaction. As for the so-called divine retribution, is it not simply the realm beyond the sword emperor? How difficult could it be? With this thought, Yuan declared, "One sword." The blood sword immortal displayed a mocking expression, asking, "Do you wish to imply that if you withstand my single sword strike, I should spare your life?" Yuan shook his head, clarifying, "No, you have misunderstood. What I mean is, I shall only strike once. If you can endure it, I shall allow you to live." His tone was calm, yet the words he spoke carried an air of audacity. The onlookers deemed Yuan insane. Is this something a rational person would utter? For heaven's sake, my good sir, you ought to first consider the disparity in strength. Even the blood sword immortal found it amusing. He remarked, "What I loathe most is this aspect of yours, such boundless arrogance." Yuan chose not to elaborate further, effortlessly unleashing a single sword strike. In an instant, the heavens shifted hues, and the winds roared. The crowd was left in astonishment. Chapter 42. From this day forth, the imperial capital shall honor the Su family. Wherever this blade passed, the very fabric of space crumbled. The entire microcosm trembled violently, on the brink of collapse. The mocking expressions of the onlookers suddenly froze. Although they lacked understanding of the swordsmanship, they could perceive the immense strength of this strike. Yet, the blood sword immortal comprehended the true terror embodied within this blade. A flicker of fear manifested upon his visage. In the blink of an eye, he unleashed his most formidable sword strike with all his might. However, when the crimson sword energy met the pale azure aura, it disintegrated instantaneously. The blood sword immortal was left dumbfounded. The invincible sword intent was indeed as horrifying as it appeared. Before he could react, the azure sword energy swept across. The blood sword immortal's body was reduced to mere dust, scattered by a gentle breeze. All that remained was a storage pouch. Simultaneously, a blood-colored phantom fled into the distance. Before long, his voice echoed from afar. "Great sword immortal, you have indeed transcended to the great sword immortal realm. By the heavens, I have never heard of a congenital sword body so extraordinary." At that moment, the emperor exclaimed, "This fellow is at the nascent soul stage." Yuan gazed into the distance, his brow arching. The nascent soul stage? This is a realm I have never encountered before. It must be above the Purple Palace. The emperor, anxious, urged Yuan, "Do not hesitate. If he escapes, the consequences could be dire. A nascent soul powerhouse, especially a sword cultivator, could seek revenge. And I cannot withstand that." Yet, Yuan remained unmoved, responding nonchalantly, "I have stated that I shall only strike once." Of course, this was merely a pretext. Allowing the blood sword immortal to escape served a greater purpose, his son. On the path of growth, obstacles are imperative. The blood sword immortal was but a stumbling block left for Xiaofan. The emperor retorted angrily, "You must consider this. Should he regain his nascent soul prowess, you will not be able to suppress him." Yuan scoffed dismissively, "If he dares to return, he shall meet his demise." With that, he disregarded the furious emperor, instead reaching out to seize the blood sword immortal's storage pouch. The crowd fell into silence, their eyes greedily fixated upon the pouch. This was the possession of a great sword immortal. Men are driven to folly by wealth, and birds by sustenance. Eventually, someone could no longer contain their urge and spoke up. "Yuan, we also contributed earlier. Thus, the contents within ought to be shared among us." Yuan's expression remained impassive, his gaze as profound as an abyss, as he retorted mockingly, "Contributed? Was it a contribution to ambush me?" A voice attempted to argue. "That was merely a misunderstanding. We did not intend to." Yuan flicked his finger, and the speaker was instantly reduced to ashes by a sharp sword intent. Simultaneously, Yuan remarked, "My apologies, but I too did not intend to." The crowd gasped in horror, retreating several paces in fright. The prowess of this Su thief was increasingly terrifying. "Is there anyone else who wishes to share in this storage pouch with my Su family?" Yuan gently cradled the pouch, surveying his surroundings. The crowd remained silent, their eyes cast downward, too intimidated to meet his gaze. Finding the situation lackluster, Yuan tossed the storage pouch directly to Xiaofan. Open it and take a look. Su Xiaofan was first filled with joy, only to have his expression dramatically change. In the air, the second option suddenly extinguished. Su Xiaofan was engulfed in a mix of sorrow and indignation. Father, how could you betray me like this? After a long moment, Su Xiaofan managed to calm himself and said, Father, this is not right. An innocent man should not suffer for possessing something precious. Su Yuan smiled lightly and replied, With me here, do you fear anyone would dare to seize your treasure? Su Xiaofan reluctantly opened his storage bag. He pulled out a manual entitled Blood Slaughter Sword Technique, his face contorted in disdain. Father, this blood sword immortal is rather shabby, just a broken sword technique. The onlookers were nearly driven to fury, wishing to flay the lad alive. How audacious to complain after receiving such a boon. This is a precious inheritance for sword cultivators. A rare treasure indeed. You dare call it a broken technique? Su Yuan said, You have reached the skyward realm. Begin your practice with this sword technique. Su Xiaofan, puzzled, inquired, Father, are you not a sword cultivator? Cannot your sword techniques be taught to me? Su Yuan replied, The invincible sword I cultivate is unsuitable for you. Teaching you would only bring harm. Su Xiaofan pondered for a moment and conceded, That is true. At this juncture, seeing no benefit to be gained, the crowd began to disperse. Suddenly, a crimson long sword blocked their path. Su Yuan, what are you doing? Someone shouted loudly. Su Yuan simply uttered 2 words, settling accounts. A sense of dread washed over those who had previously attacked. Hua Yaolao, sensing the impending doom, knelt before him. There was no escaping now, even if she fled. The various families would hunt her down. The fate of the Hua family was already sealed. Yet, she might still grasp a sliver of hope. Kneeling on the ground, with a face full of seduction, she spoke, Su Daoist, if you spare my life, I shall serve you for the rest of my days like an obedient maid. Seduction. A woman, in her attempts to sway a man, wields her beauty and body as the sharpest and most effective weapons. Su Xiaofan's countenance darkened, a flicker of anxiety crossing his heart. He genuinely feared his father might falter. To his surprise, Su Yuan didn't even glance her way, merely stating, You are not worthy. Following this, he waved his hand, and the blood slaughter sword soared forth, swiftly severing Hua Yaolao's head. This left the onlookers aghast, their scalps prickling. Such formidable power, capable of mercilessly vanquishing beauty, a ruthless individual. Su Xiaofan then sighed in relief. At that moment, Su Yuan turned his gaze toward Yang Wudi. Yang Wudi was already drenched in cold sweat. He swallowed hard, his voice trembling as he said, Su Daoist, shall we let our grievances end here? Rest assured, my Yang family will no longer provoke the Su family. Su Yuan raised an eyebrow. I have given you a chance. Yang Wudi fell into silence. The emperor, seeking to intercede, suggested, Why not grant him another opportunity? Su Yuan ignored him. In the next instant, a flying sword descended, and Yang Wudi's head rolled away. The emperor's face darkened with fury, but he dared not utter another word. Fearful that Su Zhai might become frenzied and indiscriminately slay him as well, Su Yuan refrained from further violence after dispatching another purple mansion cultivator. This prompted a collective sigh of relief from the onlookers. Amidst the crowd, Yun Miaohong could hardly contain his joy. His wager had proven correct. Aligning with the Su family was indeed a wise choice. The Hua and Yang families were nearing their demise, lacking formidable guardians, and would soon be consumed. At that moment, the capital would belong to him. Yun. No. Yun Miaohong cautiously glanced at Su Yuan. From this day forth, the Su family would reign supreme in the capital, followed by the Zhang family, with his own Yun family in third place. This turn of events was a resounding victory. Simultaneously, Su Yuan addressed his son. This matter is concluded. Let us depart. No sooner had he spoken than Su Xiaofan suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. Su Yuan quickly supported him, channeling his vital energy to assess his injuries. After a brief moment, his countenance darkened profoundly. Su Xiaofan's meridians were riddled with cracks, on the verge of rupture at any moment. If they were to break, death would be inevitable. Such grievous injuries could not be mended by mere elixirs or medicinal herbs. Chapter 43. Do you call this a small bumpkin? Zhao Fingyan suddenly appeared before Su Xiaofan. After swiftly assessing the injuries, he remarked, There exists a spiritual spring at the Deer Hunting Academy, renowned for its remarkable healing properties. It can temporarily stabilize Xiaofan's condition. Upon hearing this, Su Yuan grasped both Su Xiaofan and Zhao Fingyan, transforming into a streak of light as they sped towards the Deer Hunting Academy. In less than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, they arrived near the spiritual spring. Xiaofan hesitated and said, "We must wait for the dean. This spring is protected by restrictions." Su Yuan, unwilling to waste a single moment, drew his sword and effortlessly breached the barriers. Xiaofan was taken aback. After placing Su Xiaofan into the spring, Su Yuan finally exhaled in relief and inquired, "Is there a way to mend Xiaofan's meridians?" Xiaofan nodded and replied, "There is. But it is exceedingly difficult." Su Yuan urged, "Please elaborate." Xiaofan collected his thoughts and explained, "To my knowledge, there exists a medicinal pill called the Sky Replenishing Pill, capable of reviving the dead. However, this pill is immensely precious." Su Yuan directly asked, "Where can I procure it?" After a moment's contemplation, Xiaofan responded, "The Wanbao Pavilion may have it, but your relationship with them?" Su Yuan smirked and retorted, "If they refuse to provide it, I shall compel them." He then glanced at the semi-unconscious Su Xiaofan and said, "Wait here, I shall fetch the medicine." With that, he transformed into a beam of sword light, soaring into the sky. In the imperial capital at the headquarters of the Great Yuan Pavilion, inside a guest room, Chang Tianshui appeared quite awkward as he addressed the enchanting woman in a white dress seated across from him. "Seventh Elder, might I ask for a few more days' grace? This year's profits have been rather poor." The woman furrowed her delicate brows and replied, "You have uttered this phrase numerous times already." Just then, a voice from outside reported, "Pavilion Master, someone requests an audience with you." Chang Tianshui's expression darkened as he snapped, "I shall not meet with them." The person outside hesitated, then said, "That individual claims that if the Pavilion Master does not meet, they will dismantle our Wanbao Pavilion." Chang Tianshui slammed his hand on the table, fuming. Who dares to be so audacious? Do they truly believe Wanbao Pavilion is easy to bully? Even the woman in white frowned at this. The voice outside continued, "Elder, it is Su Yuan." Chang Tianshui's anger flared further. "Damn it, I haven't even sought him out for trouble, and he dares to come knocking first." At that moment, the woman in white asked, "Who is this Su Yuan?" Chang Tianshui replied, "He is merely a wretched bumpkin who stumbled upon the legacy of sword cultivation. Yet he is unbearably arrogant." "Sword cultivator?" The woman in white showed a flicker of interest, saying, "Then let us meet. I am curious to see just how arrogant he truly is." Chang Tianshui hesitated but eventually nodded in agreement. Before long, Su Yuan stepped through the door and, without preamble, declared, "Do you possess the Sky Replenishing Pill? Name your price." "The Sky Replenishing Pill?" Chang Tianshui retorted with irritation, "You truly have the audacity to ask for it. Such a treasure is exceedingly rare, and you suggest I name a price? Even if I were to sell you, it would not suffice." Su Yuan inquired, "Is there such a thing?" Chang Tianshui answered decisively, "No." Su Yuan furrowed his brow. At this moment, the woman in the white dress interjected, "Although it does not exist, it can be forged." Su Yuan's expression softened as he turned to her, saying, "As long as you possess the Tianbu Dan, I am open to any terms." The woman smiled slightly and replied, "I desire your swordsmanship legacy." Su Yuan raised an eyebrow, bemused. He possessed no such legacy, relying solely on the system's enlightenment. He shook his head helplessly. That might be unfeasible. The woman pressed, "Do you have any treasures that could be exchanged for the Tianbu Dan?" Su Yuan found himself momentarily speechless. He was utterly destitute, with nothing but 2 swords to his name, lacking even a storage pouch. He pondered for a moment before suggesting, "How about a favor?" "A favor?" The woman in white was momentarily taken aback, finally responding, "What sort of favor?" Su Yuan boldly proclaimed, "Naturally. I owe a favor to the Wanbao Pavilion." The woman was momentarily dazed. In her lifetime, she had never encountered someone so audacious. Chang Tianshui immediately scoffed, "Your favor? What do you think it's worth? Do you truly believe sword cultivators are so remarkable? Let me tell you, the Central Land has its own sword cultivators." Su Yuan inquired with curiosity, "Are there many great sword immortals in the Central Land?" Chang Tianshui was momentarily taken aback, then retorted, "What do you mean by that? Are you a great sword immortal? Impossible. You? A great sword immortal? Hardly. Do you really think such beings are as common as stray cats and dogs?" Su Yuan replied, "Isn't it simple to find out? A duel will reveal the truth." Chang Tianshui dismissed him. "Ha, I'll let you use one hand." Su Yuan disregarded him entirely, focusing instead on the woman in white. "Not you. I refer to her. You are not worthy." He sensed that the woman in white was stronger than Chang Tianshui. To demonstrate his prowess, he naturally aimed to confront the mightiest. The woman in white appeared slightly surprised, pointing to herself and asking, "Are you certain?" Su Yuan nodded affirmatively. "Certain." With a playful expression, the woman warned, Don't claim I am bullying the weak." As soon as she finished speaking, both figures instantaneously appeared above the clouds. The woman gestured to Su Yuan. "I will give you 3 strikes." Su Yuan, holding his sword with one hand, wore a peculiar expression as he shook his head. "No need. You cannot withstand a single strike from me." The woman's countenance darkened. "You said it." With that, a long whip materialized in her hand, striking directly at Su Yuan. The whip struck the air, creating ripples that illustrated its terrifying power. Su Yuan speculated that the woman in white was likely a being of the primordial spirit realm. After a moment's thought, he unleashed a strike with 7 parts of his strength. Boom! The azure sword energy instantaneously sent the long whip flying from the woman's grasp. The momentum continued unabated, surging toward her. The woman gasped in alarm, realizing she could not evade this strike, and summoned her vital energy to defend with all her might. However, this sword, in an instant, shattered her defenses with overwhelming force. Just as the sword energy was about to strike the woman in the white dress, it suddenly dissipated into nothingness. The woman's complexion turned ashen. This sword was utterly terrifying. She felt completely devoid of any means to resist. Had the opponent not withdrawn in time, she would have surely been unable to endure even a single blow. This individual was undoubtedly a formidable sword immortal, and not just any ordinary one. She had previously engaged with sword immortals, yet none had been as fearsome as this one. The woman in white steadied her emotions and remarked with a smile, "Indeed, you are a sword immortal. This transaction shall be accepted by our treasure pavilion." Su Yuan cupped his hands in gratitude, saying, "Thank you." In the next moment, the two returned to the guest room. Chang Tianshui scoffed, "A sword immortal? He wouldn't even withstand a single move from our elder." The woman's face flushed with a mix of anger and embarrassment as she retorted, "Chang Tianshui, be silent." Chang Tianshui was taken aback by her rebuke. The woman continued, "This friend is indeed a sword immortal, and I would not be able to withstand even one of his strikes." Chang Tianshui's expression turned one of sheer disbelief. The woman in white chose to ignore him and turned to Su Yuan, saying, "I can indeed refine the heavenly restoration pill, but I lack a crucial main ingredient." Su Yuan immediately inquired, "Where can I find it?" "I shall go seek it." The woman replied gravely, "In the Blackhorn domain." Chapter 44. A deterrent before departure. Su Yuan returned to the hunting institute. His first instinct to check on his son's condition. Noticing that although he remained in a deep slumber, his internal injuries had somewhat improved. He breathed a slight sigh of relief. At that moment, Xiaofan looked towards Su Yuan with anticipation, asking, "How is it? Is there any chance of the celestial restoration pill?" Su Yuan shook his head, causing Xiaofan's expression to fall with disappointment. Su Yuan continued, "However, they have agreed to assist me in its refinement." Xiaofan's demeanor shifted dramatically. Su Yuan spoke again, "But I must venture into the Black Corner domain to seek a principal ingredient for the celestial restoration pill. Are you aware of the intricacies of this Black Corner domain?" "The Black Corner domain?" Xiaofan's brow furrowed deeply. After a long pause, he replied, "It is located in the northeastern part of the continent, also known as the Dark Forbidden Zone. It is rumored to be established by an exceedingly powerful sect. There are no rules or morals there. It is a true realm where strength reigns supreme and a haven for many lawless individuals. Beyond that, I am not well informed. However, it seems that only within the Black Corner domain can one hope to find the principal ingredient for the celestial restoration pill. Strength as the supreme authority?" Su Yuan's lips curled into a slight smile. Xiaofan inquired, "When do we depart?" Su Yuan glanced at his son and asked, "How long can Xiaofan endure?" Xiaofan pondered for a moment before responding, "At most 3 months. After 3 months, if the celestial restoration pill is not found, even if he survives, Xiaofan's future path of cultivation will become exceedingly difficult." Su Yuan nodded, stating, "Then we shall set off in half a month." Xiaofan expressed some dissatisfaction. "Isn't that a bit late?" Su Yuan replied, "Half a month from now will be Xiaofan's 16th birthday. I will invite all the sects and families of Dayu." Xiaofan was taken aback. "You intend to?" Su Yuan interjected, "If I leave, I cannot guarantee that ill-intentioned individuals will not target Xiaofan, naturally. They must weigh their actions carefully." Xiaofan hesitated. "Isn't this approach a bit too?" Su Yuan turned away, his back to Xiaofan, gazing at the sunset on the distant horizon, saying, "Too arrogant? Little Xiao, you do not understand. I possess the capital for such arrogance." The following day, the most prestigious sects and families of the Dayu dynasty received an invitation from the Su family. At this moment, in the hall of the Yuan family, Yuan Miaohai sat at the head of the table, his face alight with joy. He addressed the elders, saying, I have heard that the young master of the Su family has sustained grave injuries. I wish to expend 1,000,000 gold to gather precious medicinal materials from around the world to present to him. Do any of you have objections? 1,000,000 gold. The elders gasped in shock at his words. The Yuan family is indeed wealthy, but 1,000,000 gold would likely deplete half of their family's fortune. This is not how gifts should be presented. After a long pause, one elder hesitantly remarked, Patriarch, 1,000,000 gold may be excessive. I believe 100,000 gold would suffice. Yuan Miaohai's eyes widened in astonishment. In a low voice, he remarked, Given the relationship between the Yuan family and the Su family, if we do not invest some resources, how can we demonstrate our sincerity? The crowd fell into a profound silence, casting peculiar glances at Yuan Miaohua. What relevance did the Yuan family have to the Su family? Was it a matter of shamelessly encroaching upon their relationship? Noting the silence, Yuan Miaohua waved his hand decisively, stating, Since there are no objections, let us proceed with this plan. Fifth, go and open our family vault. Meanwhile, at Wanao Pavilion, Chang Tianshui turned to the woman in the white dress, speaking cautiously. Seventh elder, this invitation is addressed to me. The woman stood by the window, gazing into the distance, and replied coolly, The invitation does not bear your name. Chang Tianshui stammered, But the woman's tone suddenly turned icy. But what? Have you gathered the funds yet? Do you still have the leisure to attend any banquet? Chang Tianshui fell silent for a moment, then timidly inquired, Is the seventh elder interested in Su Yuan? The woman shot him a glance. Since when did you dare to speculate on my thoughts? Chang Tianshui trembled in fear, hurriedly apologizing, Elder, forgive me. The woman ignored him, continuing to gaze into the far-off horizon. In the imperial palace, the emperor scrutinized the invitation, his brow furrowed. The emperor's son, nestled in his arms, asked in confusion, Your Majesty, what troubles you? The emperor replied, fuming, This Su scoundrel is utterly audacious. Inviting so many noble families and sects, what is his intention? To hastily declare the status of the Su family? Emperor's son reassured him, It matters not. After all, there are only 2 members of the Su family, incapable of stirring any significant turmoil. Yet the emperor, filled with unease, countered, 2. In just a short time, those 2 have turned the capital upside down. My prime minister is dead, the Yang family is destined for decline. The head of the Hua family is also deceased, from now on. No one can suppress the Su family. One is a great sword sage, the other a young prodigy, together. We are not even a match for a single one of them. Emperor's son smiled alluringly, merely a great sword sage. We have powerful allies backing us. Moreover, I have heard that Su Yuan is about to venture into the Black Corner domain, which presents an excellent opportunity for you to seize Su Xiaofan. The emperor paused, then asked, Are you suggesting? Emperor's son's smile turned cold. Once Su Yuan enters the Black Corner domain, he shall not return. The emperor's eyes sparkled, and he burst into hearty laughter. Half a month later, on the eve of the banquet, at the back mountain of the Zhulu Academy, Su Xiaofan wielded his blood-killing sword and executed a strike. A wave of blood-colored sword intent surged forth, cleaving through several towering trees. Witnessing this scene, Zhao Fengyan stood agape. In such a short span, this young man had comprehended sword intent. This was genuine sword intent, not mere sword energy or sword light. Only by grasping sword intent can one be considered a true sword cultivator. In contrast, sword energy and sword light could be produced by anyone with a modicum of swordsmanship. This is the fundamental distinction. Otherwise, the world would be teeming with sword cultivators. What, then, is a sword cultivator? Even without the most fundamental cultivation, one can kill merely by relying on the essence of the sword, just like Su Yuan, who, relying solely on his sword intent, can slay those in the Purple Mansion realm as effortlessly as chopping vegetables. The supremacy of sword cultivators in the art of slaughter is no jest. At this moment, Zhao Fengyan's mind incessantly echoed a phrase, My son Su Xiaofan possesses the demeanor of a great emperor. Perhaps this is no mere pretense. At this juncture, Su Xiaofan, with a triumphant expression, sheathed his sword and inquired, How was my sword strike just now, master? Zhao Fengyan's countenance grew stern as he replied, Do you believe your talent is exceptional? Your rapid comprehension of sword intent stems solely from your complete sword cultivation legacy in the profound teachings of a grand sword immortal. Xiaofan, the path of cultivation is arduous and long. Remain humble and avoid impatience. The pride in Su Xiaofan's demeanor faded entirely. Xiaofan continued. Moreover, your injuries have yet to heal. I have merely suppressed them temporarily. It is acceptable to wield sword intent, but under no circumstances should you utilize your vital energy. Otherwise, not even a deity could save you. Su Xiaofan nodded earnestly, expressing gratitude for his master's guidance, assuring, I understand, master. At that moment, a figure clad in a blue robe approached, gliding gracefully on his sword from afar. Observing this, Xiaofan's lips twitched. Upon landing, Su Yuan stated, let us proceed. I shall take you to meet our distinguished guests. P.S. There is no romantic subplot for Desu, while Xiao Su's fate remains undetermined. Thank you for your support. Chapter 45 The Elegance of That Sword. In the imperial capital, at the Su residence, a multitude of carriages approached the street, halting before the grand entrance of the Su family. The onlookers wore expressions of bewilderment. From the foremost carriage descended Yuan Miaohua, bearing a thick scroll of gifts, which he presented to the attendant at the door. Shortly thereafter, individuals began unloading exquisite offerings from the carriages, delivering them to the Su estate. Behold, that is the legendary 10,000-year-old spirit fungus and the Ziyun grass. It is said to be the primary ingredient for crafting fifth-tier elixirs. The crowd gazed in astonishment at the array of luxurious gifts. Some among them muttered scornfully, this old dog Yun truly has no shame. Humph. Just a sycophant of the Su family. Yuan Miaohua, naturally, overheard these remarks but felt no anger. Instead, he chuckled coldly within. No shame? Ha! You know nothing. Whether my Yin family can flourish for another century hinges on today. At that moment, Su Yuan approached the entrance of the Su residence, observing the splendid gifts, and addressed Yuan Miaohua. Master Yuan, you have shown great thoughtfulness. Upon hearing this, Yuan Miaohua's aged face nearly blossomed into a smile. He felt that all his efforts were indeed worthwhile. Meanwhile, in the crowd, Ran Li's expression was complex as he remarked, how things have changed. Beside him, Li Bao replied, indeed, who would have imagined that a father and son, once cast out from their family, could rise to such heights? Ran Li added, I believe this was inevitable. Li Bao, puzzled, inquired, why do you say that, master? Ran Li explained, do you think that an ordinary person, merely by chance, could achieve such greatness and grow so rapidly? Li Bao remained perplexed. Ran Li continued, they have concealed their true abilities. Both father and son are hiding their strengths. Reflect on Su Yuan's past performances. Has he not improved by leaps and bounds each time? Even the most exceptional prodigies cannot advance at such a pace. Hearing this, Li Bao's face filled with astonishment. Is the master suggesting that Su Yuan is still concealing his strength? Ran Li nodded. Initially, I believed he was merely at the Divine Concealment Realm. Later, I surmised he had reached the Purple Mansion Realm. And now, he has even become a Grand Sword Immortal. He may be stronger than we can fathom. Li Bao clenched his fists, his heart racing. Stronger than a Grand Sword Immortal? This surpassed all his expectations. Master, it seems we have placed our bets wisely. At noon, the guests took their seats. The emperor strode purposefully towards the main seat, a movement that had become almost instinctual. After all, he was the emperor, the most esteemed figure of the dynasty. If he did not occupy the main seat, who would dare to do so? At that moment, Yuan Miaohua intercepted the emperor, smiling as he said, Your Majesty, please take a seat here. The emperor cast a glance at the position adjacent to the main seat, his expression darkening. He was about to erupt in anger, as the sovereign of the nation, to be relegated to a subordinate position, merely to serve as an ornament for another? Such an affront was utterly intolerable. A number of ministers attending the banquet were poised to voice their grievances. At that moment, however, Su Yuan addressed Su Xiaofan, saying, Today, you are the guest of honor. You shall take the main seat. The emperor immediately donned a cheerful expression, happily taking a seat beside him. The loyal ministers suppressed their words, their grievances against Su Zhai left unspoken. In their hearts, they could curse him vehemently, yet before him, they dared not utter a sound. To do so would invite retribution, for Su Zhai was known to wield his sword with lethal precision. They feared that even a single stroke from him could cost them their lives. Thus, Su Xiaofan sat at the head table, while the emperor, draped in dragon ropes, became but a supporting character. The formidable might of the Su family was on full display at that moment. Soon, the banquet commenced. At the main table, Su Yuan smiled as he served dishes to Su Xiaofan. The younger generation, accompanying their elders, gazed upon this scene with envy. The Grand Sword Immortal himself was serving food. They yearned for such treatment. Su Yuan then pointed to the crowd below and asked Su Xiaofan, Do you know that many of them harbor animosities against me? Yet, why do they still come to celebrate your birthday? His words bore an unmistakable hint of a lesson. After a moment of contemplation, Su Xiaofan replied, "Because you are strong." Pleased with this answer, Su Yuan continued, "Now you can directly perceive the significance of strength, can you not?" Su Xiaofan nodded earnestly. Their conversation, unguarded, was audible to all at the main table, leaving many in a state of bewilderment. Zhang Erniu nudged Zhao Fengyan's sleeve and whispered, "Is this how Su brother educates his son? Is this how a prodigy is nurtured?" Zhao Fengyan appeared unfazed. Su Daoist refers to this as the Su-style education. There is no need for astonishment. You know well what kind of person Su Daoist is. Zhang Erniu paused. Then recalled a phrase Su Yuan had once uttered, "If living is not for the sake of showing off, then one might as well be dead." A sense of relief washed over him. An hour later, as the guests had feasted to their satisfaction, the banquet neared its conclusion. The father and son duo from the Su family stepped out to bid farewell to their guests. Those with grievances against the Su family finally exhaled in relief upon exiting the grand doors. At that moment, Su Yuan looked up at the heavens. His face clouded with displeasure. The sky above was shrouded in dark clouds, thunder rumbling ominously, as if preparing for a torrential downpour. Zhang Erniu queried, "What troubles you, Su brother?" Su Yuan replied, "On my son's birthday, it should ideally be a day of clear skies." Zhang Erniu countered, "Who can predict the weather?" Su Yuan turned to Su Xiaofan and asked, "Would you like to witness just how formidable the grand sword immortal truly is?" Su Xiaofan appeared puzzled. What did his father mean? Was he becoming addicted to showing off? However, the conditions for such display seemed lacking. He hesitated. "I want to." Su Yuan smiled gently, then watched closely. With that, clad in a blue robe and wielding a 3-foot azure blade, he ascended into the air. The departing guests halted in their tracks, gazing at this unfolding spectacle with curiosity. What was Su Zhai about to do? In midair, Su Yuan exhaled deeply. Soon after, he unleashed a sword strike with all his might. Boom! A streak of sword energy surged forth, climbing towards the heavens. In the next moment, dark clouds were torn asunder. An array of sunlight pierced through the rift. Witnessing this spectacle, the onlookers nearly fell to their knees. To triumph over celestial forces with mere human strength. Is this still humanity? Goodness, is the great sword immortal truly this formidable? Among the crowd, a woman in a flowing white gown gazed skyward, her eyes sparkling with wonder. The elegance of this sword strike was unparalleled. Perhaps only a handful of men could rival such prowess. At this moment, Su Yuan smiled slightly and returned to Su Xiaofan's side, asking, "Did you see clearly?" Su Xiaofan clenched his fists tightly, nodding in affirmation. "By heavens, I, Su Xiaofan, shall also become a sword immortal." Su Yuan glanced at the expressions of the crowd, knowing that his objective had been achieved. With the sword strike, should anyone dare to threaten his son again, they would truly be courting death. Su Yuan then turned to his son and said, "Come with me." Su Xiaofan, though puzzled, followed closely. Su Yuan strode directly towards the woman in white. This sword strike was merely a means of intimidation. One must always have additional layers of assurance. The father and son approached the woman. She looked somewhat perplexed. Su Yuan inquired, "May I ask for your name, fair maiden?" The woman paused momentarily before responding, "Su Ming." Su Yuan continued, "Might I request a favor from you?" Su Ming replied, "Please, go ahead." Su Yuan said, "When I depart, could you look after my son?" A glimmer of cunning flashed in Su Ming's eyes. "Is there a reward?" Su Yuan replied, "How about a personal favor?" Su Ming frowned. "Another favor?" Su Yuan chuckled. "The last was a debt to Wanao Pavilion. This one is a debt to you." Su Ming's brow relaxed, and she promptly replied, "No problem." Su Yuan nodded and patted Su Xiaofan on the shoulder, saying, "Father will return shortly." Su Xiaofan earnestly cautioned, "Father, please be safe." Su Yuan smiled. And in the next moment, he soared into the sky on his sword, heading towards the northeastern Blackhorn domain. Chapter 46, Su Laoshi. Are you going to play the pig to eat the tiger again? After Su Yuan's departure, Su Xiaofan spent the following time diligently cultivating on the back mountain of the Zhilu Academy. With boundless resources and the guidance of esteemed mentors, his proficiency in swordsmanship progressed by leaps and bounds. At present, his swordsmanship alone could likely match a confrontation with Ling Kong. Although his teacher often remarked on his mediocre talent, Su Xiaofan couldn't help but feel a sense of pride within. On this day, Zhao Fengyan continued to instruct him in sword practice. Though Zhao Fengyan was not a swordsman, his extensive experience in teaching techniques of force application greatly benefited Su Xiaofan. Just after finishing his sword practice, Su Xiaofan was called over by Zhao Fengyan. Zhao Fengyan inquired. Xiaofan, are you aware of the genius banquet of the Seven Kingdoms? The genius banquet? Su Xiaofan shook his head, then looked at Zhao Fengyan with a wary expression. Damn it, I now have a shadow over banquets. Zhao Fengyan continued to explain. The so-called Genius Banquet of the Seven Kingdoms is an event jointly organized by several dynasties near Dayu. It occurs once every 3 years. And this year's venue happens to be in our Dayu imperial capital. Xiaofan, do you have any interest in attending? Su Xiaofan shook his head vigorously, refusing. No. With a serious demeanor, Zhao Fengyan stroked his beard and said, Xiaofan, merely shutting yourself away is not a good thing. You must step outside and witness those true prodigies. Su Xiaofan's expression darkened as he replied, but every time I attend such occasions, I tend to get targeted. Zhao Fengyan's hand momentarily paused in its motion. After clearing his throat, he continued, this genius banquet is simply a gathering for talented individuals to eat and drink together. Surely, the previous incidents won't recur. Moreover, Xiaofan, you are already 16. It is time to consider finding a partner. Don't you wish to seek someone you admire? Given your father's disposition, he likely won't concern himself with this matter, so you must make an effort. This genius banquet is an excellent opportunity. At that moment, a few lines of text appeared before Su Xiaofan. Another invitation? You have received an invitation. You have 2 choices. 1. Attend the banquet. Suppress the prodigies of the Seven Kingdoms, and let them know what true talent is. Reward. 1 experience card for the Yuan spirit realm. 2. Attend the banquet. Participate discreetly in this genius banquet. Reward. 1 experience card for the cave void realm. The system remains as formidable as ever. It seems I have no choice but to go this time. However, since my teacher has said so, there should be no unforeseen circumstances this time, right? As for how powerful this cave void realm is, after a moment of contemplation, Su Xiaofan finally nodded and said, all right, then I will go. Zhao Fengyan smiled slightly. He knew that boys of this age invariably yearn for love. At that moment, Su Xiaofan suddenly shifted the topic. Teacher, I have a question to ask. Zhao Fengyan was taken aback for a moment before responding. What question? Su Xiaofan asked, how powerful is the cave void realm? You even know of the cave void realm? Zhao Fengyan was somewhat taken aback, yet he spoke. The cave ruin realm is indeed above the Yuanshan realm. I have merely heard of it. Its true strength remains unclear to me. Su Xiaofan inquired further. Is it possible to traverse the 7 nations with ease? Zhao Fengyan replied. Those in the Yuanshan realm can navigate the 7 nations without hindrance, let alone those in the cave ruin realm. However, such formidable beings likely exist only in the central Earth continent. Su Xiaofan's eyes sparkled with excitement. The stronger the cave ruin realm, the more exhilarated he became. The following day, Su Xiaofan sought out Zhang Hualong, and together they made their way to the Drunken Immortal Pavilion, the venue for the Genius Banquet. Zhang Hualong, with a peculiar expression, remarked, I say, Su brother, even if you wish to remain low-key, there's no need to dress in such a manner, is there? You're putting quite a bit of pressure on me. At that moment, Su Xiaofan was clad in garments typical of a servant, keeping his head bowed. Lagging half a step behind Zhang Hualong, his face bore the marks of a simple disguise, his once fair skin altered to a dark, yellowish hue, resembling a mere lackey. Little Su has truly become a subordinate. How could this not be stressful? However, truth be told, aside from the pressure, Zhang Hualong felt a twinge of secret delight. He could boast about this for 20 years. Su Xiaofan sighed and said, Brother Zhang, there is no other way. In such a vast imperial capital, I couldn't find a single person skilled in disguise. Zhang Hualong rubbed his face, stating, Su brother, it really isn't necessary. It's just a banquet. Su Xiaofan replied, you wouldn't understand. Zhang Hualong's expression darkened suddenly. Su Laosher, you're not planning to play the fool to catch the tiger again, are you? Aren't you weary of such tricks? Su Xiaofan looked aggrieved, his voice tinged with a hint of tears. Am I truly such a person? Su Laosher. Never put on airs. Zhang Hualong chuckled twice, choosing silence. You never put on airs? What a joke. Soon, the two arrived at the Drunken Immortal Pavilion, the premier tavern of the imperial capital, where the prices for meals were exorbitant. A poor person might exhaust their entire fortune and still be unable to afford a single grain of rice here. Yet today, the entire establishment was reserved. These top talents from various nations cared little for such expenses. The two entered the pavilion, armed with their invitation. Zhang Hualong ascended to the second-floor hall, taking a seat at the farthest end. Su Xiaofan sat quietly beside him, wishing only to remain inconspicuous. Yet, his notoriety was undeniable, even in disguise. He was recognized by the younger generation of the Great Yu. Instantly, a throng of young elites approached him respectfully, raising their cups in salute. Before Su Xiaofan, they displayed an earnest demeanor, devoid of their usual arrogance typical of prodigies. Meanwhile, a red-haired youth seated at the head of the hall cast a cursory glance in their direction and then ignored them, showing no curiosity. For he was the brightest star of this genius banquet, the most extraordinary figure present. The others? Merely the green leaves that accentuated his brilliance. The crimson-haired youth turned his head, a smile gracing his lips as he regarded a girl seated beside him, clad in a pale yellow dress, her face resembling that of an egg. With a grin, he remarked, "It has been 3 years since we last met, and I must confess, I have missed you dearly." The egg-faced girl recoiled in disgust, retorting, "Tangshan, how utterly repulsive. To utter such vile words in public." The youth, known as Tangshan, responded with a faint smile. "I find your temperament quite endearing, akin to a rose adorned with thorns. I have begun to look forward to our wedding day." The girl's complexion drained of color. Her pearly teeth clenched tightly as she declared, "Rest assured, I would rather perish than marry you." Tangshan replied, "Consider it an honor. The women who aspire to wed me can be counted from my Tang kingdom to your Yu kingdom." The egg-faced girl spat in disdain, exclaiming, "You shameless scoundrel." After her outburst, she suddenly caught sight of Su Xiaofan. "Little Su?" She paused for a moment, her lively eyes darting about. Then, with a smile curving her lips, she rose and made her way towards Su Xiaofan. Tangshan observed this scene with a puzzled expression. Moments later, a fierce surge of murderous intent erupted in his eyes. Who was this person courting death? Chapter 47. Kneel or Die. The girl with an oval face approached Su Xiaofan, instantly capturing the attention of the crowd. Upon witnessing this, Su Xiaofan turned to Zhao Hualong, inquiring with curiosity, "Who is she?" Zhao Hualong glanced at her, his gaze becoming fixed. "Su, you ought to venture out more. How can you not recognize her? This is the 9th princess of our Great Yu. She is renowned as the most beautiful woman among the 7 kingdoms." Upon hearing this, Su Xiaofan scrutinized her closely and remarked, "Is this truly the most beautiful woman of the 7 kingdoms? The senior Su I encountered previously was certainly incomparable to her." Zhao Hualong responded, "It seems you have little appreciation for beauty, my friend." At that moment, the oval-faced girl stood before Su Xiaofan, smiling as she raised her wine cup. "I have long heard of your esteemed name, young Master Su. Today, seeing you in person, your elegance is indeed as rumored." The crowd was taken aback. The 9th princess was known for her aloofness. When had she ever been so forward? At this moment, Su Xiaofan was already somewhat tipsy, a faint blush adorning his youthful face. He felt rather speechless as the 9th princess approached him with admiration to propose a toast. How many times had this happened today? Damn it, being too handsome can be a burden, provoking envy. With reluctance, Su Xiaofan raised his cup and shared a drink with her. In truth, he was quite unwilling to partake, but he was not one to embarrass himself in front of others. Observing this scene, Zhao Hualong felt that the world-renowned wine in his hand had suddenly lost its allure. Among the young elite of Great Yu, this was deemed perfectly normal. Young Su had become the object of desire. Many noble young ladies dreamed of marrying him. Given the protective nature of the Su family, marrying into it would be a life of luxury. It seemed the 9th princess was no exception. As for the other prodigies from various nations, they watched in astonishment. The 9th princess, being hailed as the most beautiful woman of the 7 kingdoms, naturally held significant fame. More importantly, her fiancé was not someone to be trifled with. At this juncture, the 9th princess spoke. "I have heard that young Master Su is unmatched. May I sit beside you to seek your guidance?" Su Xiaofan, with a serious demeanor, firmly declined. "Your Highness, I fear that is not possible." The 9th princess appeared perplexed. "Why is that? Do you deem me unworthy to sit with you?" Zhao Hualong, sensing a shift in the atmosphere, felt his senses sharpen. He quickly retreated to a corner. With his experience, he recognized that Su's straightforwardness was about to emerge. He was perhaps the most familiar with the Su family. The father and son were of a similar ilk, albeit with differing styles of pretense, one presenting himself as a saint, the other as a cunning wolf in sheep's clothing. Zhao Hualong understood this well, and thus he distanced himself to avoid being caught in the crossfire. As anticipated, several young prodigies stepped forward, indignantly proclaiming, "Who do you think you are to sit alongside the 9th princess?" Until this moment, the younger generation of Dayu suddenly regained their senses, hastily withdrawing from the crowd. Subsequently, expressions of anticipation adorned their faces. It was time for the other prodigies from the Six Nations to experience the terror instilled by little Su. At that moment, Xiaofan furrowed his brow, casting a serious glance at the ninth princess. It is not a matter of compatibility. It is simply that men and women should maintain a respectful distance. The ninth princess was momentarily taken aback, her eyes reflecting a hint of guilt. However, this sentiment was fleeting, and she soon nodded, smiling. I was indeed presumptuous. I beg your pardon, my lord. With that, she gracefully departed. Xiaofan suddenly realized the predicament he was in. He had been duped for the third time by a woman, despite having no grievances in the past. Why had the ninth princess ensnared him? Before he could ponder further, several young prodigies fixed their piercing gazes upon him. Narrowing his eyes, Xiaofan inquired, "What do you intend to do?" The young prodigies exchanged glances before responding. "What do you think?" "We seek to engage you in battle." Xiaofan frowned. "I harbor no enmity towards you. Why must we fight? Are you bullying the honest?" The young men burst into laughter. "We simply find you displeasing. That is reason enough." "Bullying the honest? Indeed, I relish in it. What will you do about it?" With that, they prepared to strike. Sighing, Xiaofan was about to draw his sword when a voice rang out. "Stop." The crowd paused and turned to the speaker. It was the red-haired youth at the forefront, Tang Chun, who slowly rose to his feet. Xiaofan clasped his hands in gratitude. "Thank you, my lord." For intervening, yet before he could finish, Tang Chun coldly interjected. "Listen, kid, I offer you two choices. First, kneel and apologize to me, bowing 10 times. Second, I will hurl your corpse from this drunken immortal pavilion." Taken aback, Xiaofan frowned. "My lord, I have not offended you, have I?" Tang Chun retorted. "The one who sought to consult you earlier is my fiancée." Xiaofan felt utterly bewildered. He had not acquiesced to her request. Tang Chun sneered, however. "Her actions led me to believe you surpass me, which I find quite displeasing." Xiaofan was left speechless. Tang Chun, growing impatient, declared, "You have 3 seconds. Make your choice." Without hesitation, Xiaofan stated, "I choose 3. Tang Chun was momentarily taken aback when had a third option emerged. Xiaofan continued, "If I were to choose the first, I would forever be unable to hold my head high, though I wish to remain low-key. A man's knees are worth their weight in gold. The only one who could compel me to kneel is my father. As for the second option, I apologize, but I have a profound fear of death." Tang Chun, perplexed, asked, "So what does 3 entail?" Xiaofan replied, "A fair battle with you. Since the esteemed system has presented the first option as suppressing the prodigies of various nations, then suppressing just one is indeed reasonable, is it not?" At this moment, the 6 prodigies of the nations, upon hearing these words, could not help but feel a twinge of admiration for Xiaofan. After all, he was challenging Tang Chun, the crown prince of the Tang kingdom, the foremost prodigy among the 7 nations. At merely 25 years of age, he had already achieved the pinnacle of the Lighthearted realm. It was certain that he would one day become a formidable force in the Zifu realm. Such talent? And yet this young man dared to issue a challenge. One could only commend his courage. Tang Chun, momentarily taken aback, soon retorted with derision. "Even your own nation's top prodigy, Song Qingshan, does not dare to face me in battle, yet a nameless individual like you possesses such audacity." The younger generation of Du, upon hearing this, suddenly wore peculiar expressions, yet none spoke to clarify the matter. They merely observed in silence. Before long, a space was cleared in the center of the hall. With one hand behind his back, Tang Chun proclaimed, "Today, I shall allow you to use one hand, lest others claim that I am bullying you." Xiaofan, upon hearing this, remained unperturbed. He drew forth the blood-slaughter sword from his storage pouch, holding it aloft with an air of calm as he gazed at Tang Chun. In that moment, the younger generation of Du envisioned the figure clad in azure robes, and the awe-inspiring scene of a single sword splitting heaven. However, the others could not help but scoff. "Who are you trying to intimidate? Do you think wielding a sword makes you a swordsman?" At this juncture, Tang Chun spoke. "Even if you are a swordsman, what of it? To kill you, I need but a single strike." Xiaofan remained silent, yet the sword in his hand suddenly slashed forth. A surge of intense bloodlust emanated from the sword intent, sweeping through the air. The 6 nations' prodigies were left in utter astonishment. Chapter 48. Shake, oh shake. A swordsman. Damn, he truly is a swordsman. At that moment, Tang Chun's expression suddenly froze. He felt an unprecedented sense of trepidation. A premonition washed over him. Should he directly confront that blade, it was highly likely he would meet his demise. With this thought, the sword, moving with astonishing speed, had already manifested before him. Instinctively, Tangshan unleashed every ounce of his reflexes, evading to the side. The blood-red sword aura, infused with sword intent, continued its relentless advance. Boom. The very earth trembled beneath the might of the strike. Half of the drunken immortal pavilion subsequently collapsed. Su Xiaofan's complexion turned pale. Goodness. How much will this cost to repair? At this moment, Tang Chun, who had narrowly escaped death, cast a glance back, his face awash with astonishment. Is this what it means to be a swordsman? Truly, it is rather terrifying. However, a look of pride returned to Tang Chen's face as he declared, a swordsman? Is that all there is to it? One may lose in battle, but one must never lose face. The crowd, suddenly, someone gasped, Tang, young master Tang. Your hand. Tang Chen furrowed his brow and looked down. The next moment, his eyes widened in horror. His right hand was utterly devoid of its former form. Blood gushing from the wound on his arm. My hand gone was the domineering demeanor of Tang Chen. Instead, he let out a heart-wrenching, anguished scream. Su Xiaofan blinked innocently and remarked, Didn't you say to let me use just one hand? Tang Chun glared intently at Su Xiaofan, his gaze icy and piercing. He slowly inquired, Boy, what is your name? Su Xiaofan replied straightforwardly, My name is Su Laoshi. The crowd, Tang Chun erupted with curses. I could not care less whether you were honest or not. Your surname is Su, is it? Su Xiaofan, slightly puzzled, wondered why they had to discuss surnames amidst a fight. Nevertheless, he nodded. Very well. Tang Chun suddenly let out a boisterous laugh, exuding arrogance. The Su family? He had never even heard of it. Who knows which obscure little clan had sprung forth from some corner. As long as the other party was not from one of the 4 prominent families of the Great Yu, then this matter could be easily resolved. Tang Chun coldly declared, Boy, I have changed my mind. Today, not only will you perish, but I shall also eradicate your entire Su clan. A swordsman? What of it? Without backing, without support, you are nothing. However, if you surrender the swordsmanship inheritance, I might spare your entire Su family. The prodigies of the Yu kingdom stood momentarily stunned at these words. To annihilate the Su clan? Young Su, without background or support, and to seize the swordsmanship inheritance? Goodness. A true talent. Conversely, the prodigies from the other 6 kingdoms looked upon Su Xiaofan with pity. What a pity, why provoke anyone? Yet choose to incite Tang Chen. Hearing these words, Su Xiaofan was momentarily taken aback. After a long pause, he finally spoke, In our Su family. It is just my father and me. Where would the 10 clans come from? The crowd. Upon hearing this, Tang Chun wore a look of disdain. As he had anticipated, this was merely a petty individual lacking connections and influence. Tang Chun then scoffed coldly, regardless of how many members your Su family has. I shall leave not a single survivor. If you fail to surrender the sword cultivator's legacy, your father shall accompany you to the grave. Su Xiaofan fell silent. Tang Chun, filled with fury, pressed on. Su Xiaofan ceased his idle chatter and unleashed his full strength in a single strike towards Tang Chun. Tang Chun remained motionless, merely smirking coldly. In the next moment, an elder clad in black robes abruptly appeared before him. With a casual wave of his garment, the black-robed elder effortlessly blocked Su Xiaofan's strike. A formidable being of the Divine Concealment Realm. Su Xiaofan frowned and remarked, What happened to a fair fight? You actually called for help. Tang Chun displayed a sinister smile. Retorting, What of it? You never said I couldn't bring someone along. If you have the capability, you too can summon aid. Su Xiaofan. Tang Chun addressed the black-robed elder, Tai Lao, apprehend this youth for me. The elder nodded slightly, assuring him, Rest assured. In the next moment, the black-robed elder appeared before Su Xiaofan in an instant, striking down with a palm. Simultaneously, a stooped figure interposed itself before Su Xiaofan. Surprised, Su Xiaofan exclaimed, Yin Senior? The newcomer was indeed Yin Yaohong. Yin Yaohong turned his head, smiling and nodding. With your father absent, I shall take good care of you. At this juncture, Tang Chen furrowed his brow. What a commendable Su Laoshi. It seems I have underestimated you. The Yuan family of the imperial capital is indeed willing to lend you support. Su Xiaofan felt a surge of irritation at his words. Go to hell. In an instant, he vanished from sight. Alarmed, the black-robed elder turned sharply. Meanwhile, Su Xiaofan suddenly materialized before Tang Chen. He swung his sword down decisively. However, Tang Chen unexpectedly revealed a strange smile. Su Xiaofan's pupils constricted. Damn it, there's someone else. In the next moment, Su Xiaofan's figure disappeared once more. Where he had just stood, a middle-aged man clad in armor, wielding a spear, appeared. The middle-aged man frowned at the reappearing Su Xiaofan, What kind of combat technique is this? It's utterly bizarre. Xiaofan stared intently at the middle-aged man, sensing a presence even stronger than that of the black-robed elder, a Purple Mansion Realm expert. This was undoubtedly a powerful being of the Purple Mansion Realm. Xiaofan frowned. Sir, you ought to have some dignity, yet you dare to strike at a mere junior. The middle-aged man replied, Kid, don't think to provoke me with your words. I am a subject of the Tang Kingdom and must naturally heed the prince's commands. Tang Chun coldly interjected, Su Laosher, when it comes to backing. You cannot compare to me. General Su, stop wasting time. Quickly capture this youth. The middle-aged man nodded slightly and charged towards Xiaofan. However, at that very moment, a towering figure appeared before Xiaofan. The imposing figure unleashed a powerful punch. The middle-aged man was forced to stagger backward. Xiaofan was momentarily taken aback, then exclaimed, Uncle Zhang. Zhang Ernie nodded in acknowledgement, reassuringly stating, Rest assured, with me here, no one shall lay a finger on you today. He then turned his gaze towards the middle-aged man and remarked, It has been several years since we last met, General Su. The middle-aged man replied, In the past few years, there have been no conflicts between Tang and Yu nations, thus we have not crossed paths. Zhang Ernie declared, Today is the perfect occasion for a duel. The middle-aged man retorted, You are not my match. Zhang Ernie let out a cold chuckle. And in the next instant, both figures soared into the air. At that moment, Tang Chun interjected, I never anticipated that the Zhang family of the imperial capital would involve themselves. However, what does that matter? Even the Heavenly King could not save you today. As he spoke, Tang Chun crushed a piece of jade. In the following moment, a formidable aura enveloped the entire area. Yun Miaohai's expression shifted dramatically. This is bad. That piece of jade is inscribed with a teleportation array. He intends to summon reinforcements. Tang Chun laughed heartily. Su, in terms of background, you are utterly outmatched. No sooner had he uttered these words than an elderly figure clad in purple robes appeared abruptly. Yun Miaohai seemed to recognize him, his face a mask of disbelief. Xiaofan furrowed his brow and inquired, Elder, who is this person? Yun Miaohai responded, The national master of the Tang Empire. Xiaofan asked, Is he powerful? Yun Miaohai replied, If your father does not return, we may very well meet our end here. Xiaofan remained composed. Elder Yun, do not panic. Yun Miaohai insisted, Xiaofan, we cannot contend with him. Xiaofan countered, Does that mean if he can summon people, I cannot do the same? Yun Miaohai questioned, At that moment, Tang Chun sneered, Go ahead and summon. I shall be waiting. I am eager to see what kind of reinforcements a little pauper like you can muster. Xiaofan fixed his gaze on Tang Chun and declared, You have forced my hand. He truly did not wish to call for help. But this fellow was simply too infuriating. Chapter 49. Are you insane? Do you dare to compare your backing with him? It seems that the troublesome young Xiaofan has stirred up yet another incident. In the Empress's palace, Empress Sun remarked. The Emperor gazed out the window towards the direction of the drunken immortal pavilion. Letting out a sigh, What is it about this scoundrel Xiaofan that he cannot find peace wherever he goes? Empress Sun responded, Your Majesty, are you not going to offer him some protection? If his body becomes damaged, it will be you who suffers the loss. The Emperor replied, There is no need for concern. Let them have their fun for now. Xiaofan has someone backing him. Empress Sun, somewhat puzzled, inquired, Who besides Su Yuan supports him? The Emperor stated, The seventh elder of the Wanmao Pavilion. Empress Sun was taken aback. That is quite a significant figure. Could this affect our plans? The Emperor reassured her. There is no cause for alarm. He is merely at the spirit transformation realm. I have summoned several formidable individuals from the sect this time, unless unforeseen circumstances arise. Xiaofan's corporeal form will surely be in our grasp. Empress Sun, still skeptical, asked, How did you manage to persuade those ancient ones? The Emperor explained. I reported the existence of the swordsmanship inheritance within this father-son duo. Empress Sun winced at the thought. The Emperor continued, This was a desperate measure. That scoundrel Xiaofan is far too powerful for us to handle. At the drunken immortal pavilion, Yun Miaohai questioned, Nephew, who are you shaking? Xiaofan looked around, then lowered his gaze to the jade tube of communication given to him by Senior Su, feeling rather bewildered. After contemplating for a moment, he said, I suppose they are still on their way. We must wait. At that moment, Tang Chun, having lost patience, declared, National Master, please take action. The elder in the purple robe cast a casual glance around, then snorted coldly, his face contorted with anger. He fixed his gaze on Tang Chun and said, The jade pendant I gave you is for your own protection. Do you realize that this pendant was obtained from an ancient relic and is extraordinarily precious? Can you not handle such a trivial situation? How will you ascend the throne in the future? Useless. Under normal circumstances, Tang Chun would have turned pale at such insults. Too intimidated to retort, for the national master was his most formidable ally in claiming the throne, and he certainly did not wish to offend him. But today, Tang Chun pointed at Xiaofan and stated, "National master, I called you here not merely for this trivial matter. The crux of the issue is that this lad is a sword cultivator." The elder in the purple robe was momentarily stunned. He then turned his gaze towards Xiaofan. Upon seeing the sword in Xiaofan's hand, his eyes sparkled with unrestrained delight. Xiaofan's complexion turned ashen. He felt a surge of regret. Damn it! Had he known, he would not have wielded the sword. This item was practically a succulent morsel, enticing enough for anyone to desire a bite. The purple-robed elder then addressed Xiaofan, saying, "Young man, I do not wish to trouble you. Hand over the sword cultivation inheritance, and I assure you that I will not harm you in the slightest. If you refuse, I shall have no choice but to take it myself." Upon hearing this, Xiaofan tightened his grip on Bloodslaughter. "The exchange is undoubtedly impossible. If all else fails, I shall have to resort to the sword intent left by my father within the Bloodslaughter sword. However, I am uncertain if it will suffice against my opponent." Su Xiaofan turned to Yun Miaohua and whispered, "How formidable is this national master?" Yun Miaohua replied, "Years ago, he was a peak expert of the Purple Mansion. After all these years, I wonder if he has broken through to the primordial spirit realm." The primordial spirit realm. Su Xiaofan felt a wave of insecurity wash over him. He could not tell if his father's sword could sever the primordial spirit. "Boy, my patience is not boundless," urged the elder in the purple robe. At that moment, Zhang Hualong's voice suddenly rang out, "Su Lao Shi, run." It was then that everyone noticed a chubby little boy, brandishing a sharp blade, pressed against Tang Chen's throat. Zhang Hualong continued, "Damn it, no one move. If anyone stirs, I'll kill him." The elder in the purple robe turned to glance at Zhang Hualong, but said nothing. Su Xiaofan remained rooted to the spot, not taking a single step. Seeing this, Zhang Hualong exclaimed, "What are you dawdling for? Run." Yet Su Xiaofan shook his head and replied, "Brother Zhang, we are comrades. As comrades, I cannot abandon you and flee." Zhang Hualong, taken aback, found himself at a loss for words. Just then, Zhang Hualong felt a tremendous force strike his chest. He was sent flying backward. Su Xiaofan, startled by this spectacle, swiftly moved to catch him. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, Zhang Hualong immediately lost consciousness, clearly injured. Su Xiaofan's anger ignited. Tang Chun, from the very beginning, had inexplicably sought to harm him, and now he was resorting to deceit and threats. Now he aimed to seize his sword cultivation legacy. Damn it! Such audacity. The honest man is not so easily bullied. Su Xiaofan turned, fixing his gaze on Tang Chun. A powerful aura of blood and slaughter filled the space. At that moment, the elder in the purple robe had completely run out of patience. "Boy, my tolerance has been exhausted. I present you with two choices. First, surrender your sword cultivation legacy and die. Second, I will capture you alive and beat you until you wish to surrender." As soon as the elder's words fell, a cold female voice echoed from below. "Old man, I offer you two choices as well. First, you kneel and apologize to this young one. Second, I will toss your corpse out of this drunken, immortal pavilion." Upon hearing this voice, everyone turned to look toward the staircase. They beheld a woman in a white dress slowly ascending to the second floor. Su Xiaofan's heart soared with joy. Finally, a reliable ally had arrived. At this moment, the elder in the purple robe glared at Su Ming, "Little girl, you speak quite arrogantly for someone so young." Su Ming retorted, "Not even half as much as you, old man. At your ripe age, you still venture out to snatch things from the younger generation." The elder in the purple robe was left fuming, his beard bristling with indignation. "Indeed, since you, young lady, lack understanding, do not blame me for failing to cherish delicate beauty." In the next moment, the two figures vanished, only to reappear in midair. At this juncture, Tang Chun mockingly remarked, "Is this the person you summoned? Is this the extent of their prowess?" Su Xiaofan chose to remain silent. In the air, the elder in the purple robe ceased to restrain his aura, unleashing his full cultivation. The realm of the Yuan. An overwhelming pressure from a formidable being engulfed the heavens and the earth. Su Ming scoffed, "To dare flaunt one's abilities before me, when they are merely a product of forcibly accumulated resources." The elder in the purple robe, incensed, retorted, "You seek your own demise." He pressed down with a single palm. summoning an enormous shadowy hand that obscured the sky. As the shadow descended, it seemed capable of annihilating the very cosmos. Yet, Su Ming disdainfully curled her lips. Subsequently, with a swift flick of her whip, the shadow shattered instantaneously. With another crack of her whip, she struck the elder's aged visage. The elder staggered, his footing lost. Before he could regain his composure, the white-clad woman's second strike had already arrived. The elder was sent plummeting from the sky. The onlookers were left speechless. Even Su Xiaofan was taken aback. He was aware that the white-clad woman possessed great strength, but he never anticipated her to be this formidable. After the initial shock, Su Xiaofan turned to Tang Chun, coldly stating, "Now, you may engage me in a fair battle." Tang Chun's arrogance evaporated, replaced by sheer terror, and he fled in a panic. Su Xiaofan let out a cold laugh, drawing his sword. Tang Chun bellowed, "I am the Prince of Tang Kingdom. If you slay me, Tang Kingdom will not let you go." Su Xiaofan remained unfazed, chuckling coldly as he swung his sword. Tang Chun's body was utterly obliterated by the sword's intent. The prodigies from the Six Kingdoms were utterly stunned. This audacious individual truly dared to kill the Prince of Tang Kingdom. Simultaneously, Su Xiaofan suddenly sensed several hostile auras racing towards the Zue Xian building. His brows furrowed tightly. Chapter 50, Is it true that one can bully the honest to death? At that moment, three figures cloaked in black descended from the air. Su Ming's expression suddenly turned grave as she gazed at the currently disheveled national master of the Tang Kingdom, her voice tinged with coldness, one in the Cave Void realm, and two in the Yuan spirit realm. When did your Tang Kingdom acquire such formidable powers? Upon hearing this, Su Xiaofan's face grew serious, and the expressions of the others shifted dramatically. Yuan Miaohong trembled with fear, his aged body nearly unable to withstand the shock. Damn it! One in the Cave Void and two in the Yuan spirit. I have never witnessed such a scene in my life. How are we supposed to fight this? In a state of anxiety, Yuan Miaohong exclaimed, "Xiaofan, when will your father return?" Su Xiaofan, maintaining his composure, shook his head. "I'm not sure. He probably won't be back anytime soon." Not coming back. Yuan Miaohong slumped to the ground, his face ashen. Yet Su Xiaofan remained calm, having been through so much. He had grown accustomed to such circumstances. At that moment, the national master of the Tang Kingdom struggled to rise from the ground, bewildered. When did our Tang Kingdom become so powerful? Could it be that His Majesty has been concealing his strength? Never mind, it's all the same. With a sinister grin, the national master pointed at Su Ming, commanding, "Quickly, kill this woman." In midair, the leading black-cloaked man slowly removed his hood, revealing a gaunt and sinister visage. He coldly regarded the national master, stating, "Who are you to presume to command me?" Furious, the national master retorted, "Do you wish to die? You don't even recognize me, the national master. I hereby order you to kill this woman." The gaunt man suddenly frowned, sensing a grave error. In the next instant, a figure in black appeared before the national master. Before the latter could react, the cloaked figure unleashed a punch, instantly obliterating the national master's body. A trace of the national master's Yuan spirit revealed a look of horror before it fled towards the north. However, the black-cloaked man swiftly grasped at the escaping spirit, capturing it effortlessly, and then, without hesitation, consumed it, chewing a few times before swallowing it whole. What an eerie method. Witnessing this, Su Xiaofan was filled with shock and confusion. If these individuals were not from the Tang Kingdom, then from whence did they emerge? At that moment, Su Ming stepped in front of him, her gaze fixed menacingly on the black-cloaked man above. "Soul-devouring technique? Are you members of the Xianin sect?" The gaunt man chuckled. "Indeed." Su Ming inquired, "Why have you come to this remote place instead of staying in the Central Plains?" The gaunt man did not answer her question, but instead asked, "Who is Su Xiaofan?" Taken aback, Su Xiaofan hesitated. Were they looking for him? But he did not know anyone from the Xianin sect. He remained silent, subtly stepping back. In such a situation, who would admit to being the target? However, the gaunt man, seeing no one respond, produced a portrait, glanced at it a few times, and then locked his gaze onto Su Xiaofan. The corners of Su Xiaofan's mouth twitched. A portrait? Absurd. Resigned, Su Xiaofan stepped forward and inquired, "Esteemed senior, what brings you here?" The emaciated man retorted, "Hand over the swordsmanship legacy." Enlightenment dawned upon Su Xiaofan. It was indeed about the swordsmanship legacy. He clasped his hands and replied, "Esteemed senior, I must first consult my father. He is currently away and may not return for several days." The emaciated man declared, "You lack the qualifications to bargain with me. Whether you wish to or not, you must yield it." Su Xiaofan's expression darkened. There was no time to delay. At that moment, Su Ming interjected. The Xianyin sect has truly grown shameless, traveling such a distance to seize a child as possessions. The emaciated man replied, Elder Qi, do not provoke me. I may not dare to kill you, but today you cannot stop me. Su Ming retorted coldly, then let us see. In the next instant, she appeared before the emaciated man, striking down with her whip. The emaciated man made no move, as a figure clad in black emerged to confront her. The two immediately engaged in a fierce struggle. Su Xiaofan glanced at the unfolding situation, feeling a wave of despair wash over him. Their side had no formidable beings left, while the enemy still had a nascent soul realm expert and a cave abode realm master yet to reveal themselves. Damn it, there was no way to resist. Just then, two figures sped into view, Zhao Fengyan and Din Xiang. They assessed Su Xiaofan, relieved to find him unscathed, and then turned their attention to the emaciated man. Din Xiang asked, Are you here for Su Xiaofan? The emaciated man nodded. Din Xiang continued, He is a member of my hunting institute. Might you show some consideration and spare the youth? The emaciated man sneered, If he were from your main institute, I might entertain some leniency. But you are not worthy. Din Xiang's expression darkened. Zhao Fengyan exclaimed in anger, Su Xiaofan is our hunting institute's most exceptional genius. Should you harm him, you will forge an irreconcilable enmity with us. The emaciated man responded indifferently, I care not. Zhao Fengyan was about to retort, but before he could finish, the emaciated man suddenly commanded, Scram. In an instant, both Din Xiang and Zhao Fengyan were sent flying. Su Xiaofan watched this scene, his face paling. However, upon realizing they were merely thrown back without life-threatening injuries, he sighed in relief. For a fleeting moment, he even contemplated surrendering the swordsmanship legacy. But such thoughts were transient. What would it achieve? Without value. He would still meet his demise. In a flash of inspiration, Su Xiaofan glanced at the formidable option before him, his heart heavy with regret. There was no time to wait for the genius banquet to conclude. Thus, he had no choice gripping his bloody blade. Su Xiaofan turned to survey the stunned geniuses of the 7 nations. Suddenly, he bellowed, Who among you dares to fight me? The crowd was taken aback. They then thought, Is little Su dazed with fear? In this situation, who would dare to engage him? After a prolonged silence, the atmosphere grew heavy. Under Su Xiaofan's heartbroken gaze, the second option gradually dimmed, while the first option erupted in dazzling brilliance. Su Xiaofan felt his heart bleed. This was a significant loss. At that moment, a gaunt man spoke calmly, Capture that boy, but alive. Another man in a black robe revealed a sinister smile as he approached Su Xiaofan. Seeing this, Su Xiaofan's anger intensified. Damn it, a pack of worthless scoundrels. 1, 2, 3, all ganging up on an honest person, are they? Su Xiaofan silently chanted, Senior. Activate the Soul Realm Experience card. Activation successful. A translucent panel of text materialized before him. In the next instant, Su Xiaofan's aura began to surge. Boom. He entered the Divine Concealment Realm. The black-robed man sneered dismissively. A secret method to elevate one's realm? So what? You are still merely an insignificant insect. In the blink of an eye, Su Xiaofan's presence underwent a qualitative transformation. He ascended to the Purple Mansion realm, and he continued to rise. The black-robed man displayed astonishment. What a terrifying secret technique. The others, too, were awestruck. This little thief Su had hidden cards. However, he was still facing a formidable expert of the soul realm. Boom. Su Xiaofan's aura underwent yet another significant transformation. An overwhelmingly terrifying pressure enveloped the scene, stunning everyone. Even the gaunt man, watching from midair, was left speechless at that moment. Damn it. The Soul Realm? Chapter 51. The Abyss? Merely ants. The man in the black robe forcibly steadied his mind, followed by a chilling sneer. How could a hastily elevated cultivation level possibly be my match? He pointed decisively, unleashing formidable power that warped the very fabric of space. Su Xiaofan, wielding the bloodslaughter sword, fixed his gaze, brimming with lethal intent, upon the man. He thrust his sword forward. Boom. The ferocious force caused the entire drunken immortal tower to collapse in an instant, reducing it to ruins. The two separated at once. In midair, the black-robed man's hand trembled slightly. Disbelief etched on his face as he stared at Su Xiaofan. Kid, what secret technique are you employing? Meanwhile, amidst the debris, the unconscious Zhang Hualong stirred from his slumber. Struggling to lift his gaze, he beheld the standoff between Su Xiaofan and the man in black. At that moment, Su Xiaofan spoke nonchalantly. Is that all you've got? I haven't even begun to exert myself. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hualong wore an expression of realization. Just as I suspected. Damn it. This fellow is playing the fool to catch the tiger. All that beating was in vain. At this juncture, Su Xiaofan's aura surged wildly once more. The fifth transformation of the divine demon Qi refining technique, dragon transformation. Azure runes, resembling dragon scales, manifested upon Su Xiaofan's skin. This revered technique, granted by the system, possessed a total of 9 transformations, each amplifying strength exponentially. The fifth transformation, dragon transformation, was particularly fearsome. The black-robed man's expression shifted to one of terror. Damn it! Is this kid toxic? How can he grow stronger again? Is there no limit? Su Xiaofan, coldly fixating on the black-robed man, stated earnestly, I am not like my father. I do not relish in pretense. Yet you compel me to showcase it. So today, I shall demonstrate for you. The onlookers. At this moment, Zhao Fengyan, witnessing the scene, felt an inexplicable familiarity wash over him. The silhouette of a figure clad in azure garments emerged in his mind. He sighed, this child resembles his father. Zhang Erniu, racing towards the scene, looked on with envy. One should aspire to be like Su Xiaofan. Meanwhile, in the imperial palace, the emperor and empress Sun had ascended to the highest edifice within the palace. Together, they gazed towards the direction of the drunken immortal tower, their lips twitching slightly. The emperor remarked, this child is truly defying the heavens. Empress Sun expressed concern. Can those individuals handle it? The emperor, brimming with confidence, replied, do you think it is only those people? Empress Sun, with her mouth agape, inquired, there are others? The emperor affirmed, naturally. With so many secrets surrounding this father and son, do you think the sect would only dispatch these individuals? Empress Sun asked, can the sect provide you with Su Xiaofan's body? The emperor assured her, fear not. I have rendered a significant service to the sect this time. Those old-timers above have long made promises to me. Moreover, Su Xiaofan is not of any extraordinary physique. It is Su Yuan's body that the sect truly desires. The innate sword body is the supreme constitution for cultivating the sword path. Moreover, with the inheritance of swordsmanship, once the possession is complete, the sect shall soon gain another pinnacle force. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Su Xiaofan sprang into action. In an instant, he materialized before the cloaked man. With a swift motion, he unleashed a sword strike. The enhancement of a sword cultivator's combat prowess, coupled with the amplification of their techniques, rendered the might of this strike truly formidable. In that singular blow, the cloaked figure's form was instantaneously obliterated, leaving only his primordial spirit to flee. At that moment, Su Meng, engaged in a fierce battle with another cloaked adversary, suddenly turned her gaze. She witnessed the scene unfold before her, her expression one of sheer astonishment. Memories of a figure clad in azure, departing on a sword, emerged in her mind, recalling her promise to look after his son. She felt a twinge of disbelief. Where could he possibly run to? At that juncture, Su Xiaofan let out a furious roar, pursuing the fleeing spirit. Suddenly, the emaciated leader obstructed his path. Su Xiaofan spoke. Are you in such a hurry to meet your demise? The thin man furrowed his brow and retorted, Kid, you are quite arrogant. As he spoke, the slender figure unleashed a kick, an unremarkable strike, yet it seemed to resonate with the very principles of the universe. What is the realm of the void? Practitioners at this level can see through the void and comprehend the essence of the heavens and the earth. They can even create their own void based on this understanding. Their mastery over the forces of nature has reached a pinnacle of perfection. At this moment, as the kick approached, Su Xiaofan did not draw his sword. Instead, he seized the man's ankle with a powerful grip and yanked him forward. Then, with his right hand, he swung his sword horizontally. Crack! The slender man was sent hurtling backward. Moments later, he barely regained his footing, a crimson mark appearing upon his face. The emaciated man was taken aback. What was happening? He was a practitioner of the void realm. He had clearly utilized spatial power to nullify Su Xiaofan's force. Unless a terrifying realization dawned upon him. Unless this kid's strength was formidable enough to shatter the void. In other words, the so-called one force breaking myriad loss. But how could that be possible? Damn it. Who exactly is this kid? The intelligence was erroneous. At this moment, Su Xiaofan smirked and remarked, the void is merely this. The thin man's expression contorted in disbelief. Damn it. This kid is too monstrous. Moments later, he frowned and addressed Su Xiaofan. Kid, I do not know how you have become so strong. But I can assure you, this state cannot last long. You are likely to face immense backlash. Why not relinquish the sword cultivation inheritance to me? and we can each go our own way. Xiaofan glanced at the translucent virtual panel before him, noting the countdown. Half an hour remained. He exhaled a sigh of relief. That should suffice. Furrowing his brows, he retorted, "Are you negotiating with me?" "Indeed," the thin man replied. Xiaofan scoffed, "I absolutely detest people like you. When I was unable to defeat you, you didn't even spare me a glance. As I pressed down on you, you dare to negotiate terms with me? Individuals like you deserve nothing less than demise." The gaunt man, a formidable force from the realm of Dongxiu, could hardly endure such humiliation. "Damn it, let us all attack." Upon hearing this, the other two cloaked figures instantly appeared beside the gaunt man. "Charge," the gaunt man urged as he noticed the two remained still. The remaining figure in black remarked, "You go ahead, I will hold the line." The gaunt man then turned to the other, who declared, "Brother, I will strike from the side while you confront him head-on." The gaunt man. Xiaofan grew somewhat impatient. "Stop dawdling. Regardless, we all face death. It matters not who perishes first." With that, he charged directly at the three. Instantly, the three were engulfed in battle. Seeing this, Su Ming let out a cold huff and prepared to assist. However, Xiaofan turned and said, "Senior Su, you may rest for now." Su Ming. At this moment, Xiaofan was exhilarated. Feeling the overwhelming power that could shatter space with each punch and kick, his heart surged with excitement. Damn it, is this the sensation of a true powerhouse? Time ticked away. Xiaofan relentlessly battered the three, yet he found it challenging to eliminate them outright. The Dongxiu realm still possessed its strengths. Xiaofan felt urgency. He could not afford to delay any longer. In a desperate move, he exchanged injuries for injuries, obliterating the physical forms of the three, just as he prepared to unleash his full force to annihilate their souls. The countdown on the virtual panel before him suddenly hit 0. Damn it. Xiaofan's expression shifted dramatically. His aura plummeted in an instant. The gaunt man was ecstatic. Just as he suspected, the enhancement was indeed time-limited. Fixating on Xiaofan, the gaunt man proclaimed, "You're finished, boy." With that, he reached out with a grasp. In midair, Xiaofan felt an invisible hand seize him tightly, rendering his body immobile. The expressions of the crowd changed dramatically. At that moment, Xiaofan roared, "Behold my sword." He unleashed the sword intent left by his father within the Bloodslaughter sword. Boom. A surge of Azure Sword energy sliced through the constraints of space. It then surged towards the gaunt man. The gaunt man snorted dismissively. What of the great sword Immortal S strike? He immediately confined the surrounding space. However, wherever the Azure Sword energy traveled, space shattered inch by inch. The gaunt man's expression changed drastically. The great sword Immortal was indeed formidable beyond his expectations. As the sword energy neared, the gaunt man hastily seized the souls of the two cloaked figures nearby to shield himself. Boom. The sword energy swept through. The two soul realm experts were instantly obliterated. The gaunt man's own essence grew somewhat transparent. His visage twisted with ferocity, filled with immense dread. The strength of the great sword Immortal exceeded all he had imagined. According to intelligence, the opponent seemed to be merely at the Purple Mansion level. Should they truly confront one another, he might not withstand even 3 of the opponent's strikes. Fortunately, the adversary was absent today. With this thought, the gaunt man arrogantly declared, "The great sword Immortal? Merely a triviality." Xiaofan's complexion turned pale as he gazed towards the horizon, suddenly confiding to Su Ming beside him, "Senior Su, I find myself missing my father." In the Black Corner domain, amidst the vast expanse of sky, a figure clad in a blue robe sword on a sword. Moments later, he glanced at a map, frowning slightly. This wretched map was far too vague. After searching for quite some time, he still could not locate his destination. Just then, a colossal flying ship swept by in the distance. Yuan felt a surge of joy. He intended to inquire for directions. He needed to find medicine quickly. His son was waiting. He pursued the ship on his sword and landed directly on the deck at the bow. At that moment, the deck was densely populated with people. Yuan sensed an odd atmosphere aboard the vessel. However, he paid little heed to it. He approached a burly middle-aged man at the bow, whose face bore a scar, and asked, "Could you please tell me how to get to Tianxian City?" Tianxian City was reputed to be the largest city in the Black Corner domain. Surely, the locals would know. The scar-faced man paused, turning his head to regard Yuan with a puzzled expression. "Who are you?" Yuan replied, "Just a passerby." The scar-faced man inquired further, "Are you one to seek justice on the road and draw your sword to assist?" Yuan frowned, glancing behind him. It dawned on him that this individual was a robber. Yet, he remained unfazed. There were plenty of robbers in Diyu, let alone in the Black Corner domain. He shook his head, saying, I merely wish to ask for directions. The scar-faced man retorted, since you have come, then do not leave. Su Yuan frowned and asked, are you intending to rob me? The scar-faced man replied, and if I am, not only will I rob you, but I shall also package you up and sell you. 2 profits in 1. Su Yuan summoned his sword, Qin Xian, stating, you may certainly try. The scar-faced man cast a glance at the sword in Su Yuan's hand and suddenly laughed. What? Are you a sword cultivator? Su Yuan narrowed his eyes, affirming, indeed. The scar-faced man guffawed, youngster, do you take me for a fool? Attempting to deceive me? Moreover, even if you were at the pinnacle of the Purple Mansion realm, you would still be no match for me. Suddenly, an overwhelming aura erupted from the scar-faced man, radiating the peak of the Purple Mansion realm. He declared nonchalantly, within the Purple Mansion realm, I am invincible. The crowd regarded Su Yuan with looks of incredulity. Where did this fool come from? At that moment, a woman unexpectedly spoke. Senior, I am of the Sun family. If you can save me, I shall offer you a generous reward. Beside her, an elderly servant hastily restrained her, saying, Miss, if you reveal your identity, our fate will be even more dire, perhaps even endangering our family. The young woman retorted coldly, family. Everything is about the family. If the family truly regarded me as a daughter, I would not be in this predicament. Moreover, if I do not reveal my identity, do you think my fate will be any better? The elderly servant fell silent. In this world, in the Black Corner domain, without protection, the young woman would be reduced to a mere plaything for others. At this moment, the scar-faced man laughed heartily, exclaiming, well, we have a descendant of the Sun family among us. The Sun family is quite affluent. Young man, you are quite impressive. Su Yuan cast a fleeting glance at the woman who had spoken earlier but remained silent. He then turned to the scar-faced man and said, you claim to be invincible in the Purple Mansion realm? The scar-faced man replied with confidence, and if I am? Su Yuan nodded slightly, stating, if you can withstand a single strike from me, I shall acknowledge your claim of invincibility. At that moment, the other bandits erupted into uproarious laughter. Who do you think you are? Daring to challenge our leader is nothing short of seeking death. However, in the next instant, Su Yuan unsheathed his sword. He raised his hand and casually slashed outward. The sword intent swept through like a gentle breeze. The scar-faced man felt a gust of wind pass him by, prompting him to warily survey his surroundings. Finding himself unscathed, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. Is this what a sword cultivator is? Young man, are you here to amuse us? The woman in the crowd turned pale as a corpse. Her servant then muttered in reproach, Miss, what did I tell you? It would have been better not to reveal our identities. Miss, you were too easily trusting of others. Just then, the entire spirit ship began to tremble violently. Boom. The front of the ship suddenly collapsed. Looking at the scar-faced man, his body was abruptly severed in 2. Silence reigned. A profound stillness enveloped the scene. Su Yuan then strolled over to the woman who had spoken earlier. She quickly bowed, saying, thank you for saving me, esteemed senior. I, Sun Qianqian, promise to repay your kindness. Su Yuan nodded slightly, replying, no need for extravagant rewards. Where is Tianxian City? Sun Qianqian hastily responded. Tianxian City is several thousand miles from here, difficult to reach in a short time. My Sun family is also from Tianxian City. If you do not mind, we can travel together. Su Yuan shook his head, saying, I am in a hurry. You lead the way. Sun Qianqian was momentarily taken aback. In the next moment, Su Yuan transformed with her into a streak of sword light. The speed of the sword light was astonishing, tearing through space. How fast? Sun Qianqian gasped in surprise. Her mouth agape. At this speed, they could traverse thousands of miles in just a few hours. After a while, Sun Qianqian managed to calm her emotions and asked, esteemed senior, what brings you to Tianxian City? Su Yuan replied, I am going to the Tianxian auction to purchase medicine. Sun Qianqian said, my Sun family possesses many precious medicinal herbs. If you require, you may select from them. Su Yuan replied, your Sun family surely does not have what I seek. Sun Qianqian, feeling unconvinced, asked, what medicine is it? Su Yuan answered, heaven repairing grass. Heaven repairing grass. Sun Qianqian was taken aback. The value of this herb was so exorbitant that even the entire wealth of her Sun family might not suffice to procure it. Sun Qianqian exclaimed, the price of this herb is rather outrageous. Do you have enough money, esteemed senior? Su Yuan replied, I am penniless. Indeed, he was without a single coin. Save for his sword. He pondered, it should suffice. After a long while, Sun Qianqian gritted her teeth and said, if the esteemed elder lacks sufficient funds, My Sun family is willing to contribute some. Su Yuan, however, replied, no need. I had no intention of spending money. Sun Qianqian, somewhat perplexed, inquired, if you aren't spending money, then how will you procure it? Su Yuan casually uttered a single word, seize. Sun Qianqian's mind momentarily went blank. Seize? The Tianshan auction house in Tianshan City is backed by the foremost sect of the Black Corner domain. Feeling it necessary to clarify, as this elder seemed rather amiable, she explained, esteemed elder, the Tianshan auction house is supported by the Tianshan sect. Su Yuan inquired, the Tianshan sect? Is it powerful? Sun Qianqian responded truthfully, terrifyingly powerful. The Tianshan sect is guarded by the grand ancestor of Dongxiu. Even if you are a sword cultivator, I fear. Upon hearing this, Su Yuan couldn't help but laugh. Dongxiu? Merely ants. Sun Qianqian? P.S. This chapter is a combination of 2 parts. Chapter 52, The Sword Ascends the Rankings. Senior, the Tianshan auction is about to commence. Sun Qianqian pointed towards a building. Su Yuan nodded and strolled over. Sun Qianqian hurriedly called out to him, Senior. Su Yuan turned around and inquired, what is it? Sun Qianqian replied, to attend the Tianshan auction. One requires an invitation. Do you possess one, Senior? Su Yuan shook his head. I do not. Sun Qianqian said, then please wait a moment. I can procure one for you. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, she thought to herself, he saved my life, yet I am unable to assist him in return. However, Su Yuan declined. No need. I am pressed for time. With that, he resumed his journey towards the Tianshan auction. Sun Qianqian called out to him once more. Senior. Su Yuan frowned slightly and asked, what is it now? With a timid voice, Sun Qianqian ventured, may I ask for your esteemed name? I cannot possibly remain unaware of my benefactor's name. Su Yuan replied coolly, my surname is Su, and my given name is Yuan. Having said this, he continued on his way without further delay. As Sun Qianqian watched the figure in the azure robe depart, her expression grew complex. If this Su Senior truly intended to seize the Tianshan auction, he would undoubtedly meet his demise. Even if I cannot retrieve his remains, I should at least erect a tomb in his honor. At that moment, Su Yuan arrived at the entrance of the Tianshan auction, where a servant obstructed his path. The servant, with a tone less than cordial, asked, where is your invitation? Su Yuan calmly replied, I do not have one. The servant was taken aback for a moment, then waved his hand dismissively, begone. Our Tianshan auction is not a place for just anyone to enter. Su Yuan furrowed his brow but refrained from resorting to violence. A gentleman should always employ etiquette before engaging in conflict. He then inquired, what conditions must be met to gain entry? The servant responded, naturally. One must have connections or be listed among the 3 rankings of the Black Corner domain. Su Yuan questioned, I possess neither connections nor influence. What are these 3 rankings? The servant's patience began to wane. Why are there so many questions? Without an invitation, just leave. Su Yuan subtly emitted a trace of pressure, causing the servant to become compliant. He was merely a servant. If he offended a cultivator, the consequences could be dire, and the Tianshan auction would not protect him. The servant explained, the 3 rankings consist of the Fengyun ranking, the Tianjia ranking, and the blacklist, all compiled by the Tianshan sect. The Fengyun ranking lists the strong. The Tianjia ranking features the talented prodigies of our Black Corner domain, and the blacklist serves as a bounty list. Those on the blacklist are pursued by the Tianshan sect. Entry is strictly prohibited for those on the blacklist. Su Yuan nodded in understanding and then asked, how long does it take to be listed among the rankings? The young attendant remarked, the intelligence network of the Tianshan sect is quite sophisticated. Causing a significant stir to showcase one's strength can quickly elevate one to the rankings. Su Yuan nodded in acknowledgement. He then drew forth the Qingxian sword, startling the young attendant. However, Su Yuan paid him no mind, instead casting his gaze skyward. At that moment, the heavens were shrouded in dark clouds. Su Yuan subtly concentrated his sword intent and swiftly unleashed a strike. The sword energy rent the clouds asunder, allowing a warm sunbeam to cascade down. The guests entering and exiting were rendered motionless, as if time itself had momentarily halted. Su Yuan stood, sword resting against his shoulder, exuding a serene demeanor, patiently awaiting the unfolding events. By heavens, a sword cultivator. In the next instant, the crowd erupted in excitement. Concurrently, several formidable auras surged forth towards this location. Who dares to create a disturbance here? A burly man clad in golden armor suddenly appeared in midair. He surveyed the area, his gaze ultimately settling upon Su Yuan. Upon noticing the sword in his hand, a flicker of trepidation surged within the golden-armored man. Su Yuan spoke calmly. I'm not here to cause trouble. I merely wish to be ranked. Ranked? The golden-armored man initially breathed a sigh of relief, but then his expression shifted to one of surprise. He turned to observe the clouds that had been cleaved apart by a single strike, his mouth twitching involuntarily. By the heavens, this is the first time I've seen someone ascend to the rankings in such a manner. Regaining his composure, the golden-armored man inquired, "May I ask for your esteemed name?" Su Yuan replied, "My surname is Su, and my given name is Yuan." The golden-armored man nodded and summoned a soldier, whispering instructions. After the soldier departed, Su Yuan asked, "How long until I am ranked?" "Please wait a moment. I am assisting in your classification," the golden-armored man responded. Su Yuan nodded, resuming his patient wait as passers-by cast astonished glances in his direction. Moments later, the soldier returned. The golden-armored man announced in a booming voice, "Su Yuan, ranked 5th on the Fengyan list." At this proclamation, the entire assembly was taken aback. 5th. The Black Corner domain is home to countless powerful individuals, and this man ascended to 5th place with a single strike. It was truly unprecedented. Su Yuan's name would soon echo throughout the Black Corner domain. At this juncture, Su Yuan furrowed his brow. Only 5th? Is the first place on the Fengyan list not the ancestor of the Tianxian sect? Upon mentioning the ancestor, the golden-armored man's expression turned respectful as he replied, "Indeed, it is." Su Yuan stated, "Then it is settled. It appears this ranking may harbor some obscurity. My strength cannot be merely measured by a single ranking." Obscurity. This utterance once again stunned the entire assembly. This individual dared to question the Tianxian sect's integrity. Such audacity. The entire Black Corner domain belongs to the Tianxian sect. The golden-armored man's countenance darkened instantly, seething with anger as he exclaimed, "You dare to challenge the honor of our ancestor. You dare to question the Tianxian sect." Su Yuan replied nonchalantly, "This is not a challenge, but rather an undeniable fact. If you do not believe me, summon your ancestor to withstand my strike. If he can endure it, I shall concede that your ranking holds no deceit." The crowd collectively gasped in astonishment, directly addressing the elder. "Goodness! In this lifetime, I have never encountered someone so audacious." At that moment, the armored giant furiously retorted, "You braggart! Be careful not to injure your tongue. You think you can withstand a strike from my sword? You are hardly worthy. Instead, let us see if you can endure this spear of mine. I am eager to discover the source of your confidence in making such brazen claims." Consumed by rage, the armored giant charged at Su Yuan with his spear. Su Yuan merely smiled disdainfully, casually extending a single finger. In the next instant, his finger met the spear's tip. A powerful aura surged outward from the two. The armored giant furrowed his brow, questioning, "Why do you not draw your sword?" Su Yuan shook his head and replied, "You are not worthy." The giant felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation. He thrust his spear forward, yet the opponent only responded with a finger. This was a clear indication of disdain. With a furious roar, the armored giant's energy surged. Su Yuan glanced at him and flicked his finger. Boom. The giant was sent flying, crashing through several buildings. Su Yuan waved his sleeve, brushing off the dust from his attire, then turned to the earlier attendant and asked, "May I enter now?" The attendant, nearly in tears from fright, nodded fervently like a bobblehead. Su Yuan chuckled lightly and stepped into the Tianxian auction house. Meanwhile, amidst the crowd, as they beheld the retreating figure clad in azure robes, Sun Tianxian's mouth hung agape in astonishment. Suddenly, she recalled the words of the esteemed Su from earlier, the cave ruins. Mere ants. Perhaps before this esteemed Su, the cave ruins truly were no more than insignificant ants. P.S. The climax of the first volume is approaching swiftly. If you find the author's writing commendable, a 5-star review would be greatly appreciated. Additionally, gratitude to all the esteemed readers for their thoughtful gifts and generous support. Chapter 53. The Celestial Sect? I can annihilate it at will. The Celestial Auction. Su Yuan casually selected a seat and soon, a captivating woman graced the stage. One item after another was auctioned off. Su Yuan closed his eyes, patiently awaiting the upcoming highlight of the event, the Celestial Herb. Upon hearing this, he slowly opened his eyes. The woman on stage unveiled a jade box, releasing a waft of enchanting fragrance. Inside lay a small, red herb resembling a 4-leaf clover. With a gentle smile, the woman proclaimed, "The Celestial Herb is an extraordinary treasure. It is the primary ingredient for crafting the 7th grade elixir, the revitalizing pill. Surely, you all are familiar with the revitalizing pill. It possesses the power to resurrect the dead and mend broken bones. Who wouldn't desire to carry a revitalizing pill on their person while venturing out?" A voice from the crowd shouted. Enough with the preamble. We know about the celestial herb. Let the bidding commence. The woman bore no anger. After all, those seated here either had formidable connections or exceptional abilities. She could not afford to offend them. Raising her voice, she announced, the celestial herb starts at 1,000 spirit stones. Each subsequent bid must increase by no less than 500 spirit stones. It was said that this herb only appeared in places rich with spiritual energy, and each piece was worth a fortune. The starting price of 1,000 spirit stones was already staggering, yet the number of bidders was still overwhelming. Owning a revitalizing pill was tantamount to possessing a second life. Who could resist? As the price soared, it quickly reached 3,000 spirit stones. Yuan remained composed, waiting until the price had surged to 5,000 spirit stones, at which point the number of bidders began to dwindle. He then calmly stated, 10,000 spirit stones. The bustling auction hall fell into an abrupt silence, all eyes honing in on Yuan. In the next moment, the crowd erupted in uproar. 10,000 spirit stones. Who is this person? Which family possesses such immense wealth? After Yuan's declaration of 10,000 spirit stones, no one dared to speak again. The woman on stage, noticing the silence, called out, 10,000 spirit stones. Is there anyone willing to raise the bid? Among the crowd, a middle-aged man, gritting his teeth, finally spoke, 10,500 spirit stones. Yuan replied nonchalantly, 20,000 spirit stones. The crowd was left in stunned silence. 20,000 spirit stones. An audacious leap of 9,500 spirit stones. Where on earth does your spirit stone come from? The man who had just spoken nearly spat blood in frustration. After a moment, he ground his teeth and declared, 25,000 spirit stones. The crowd gasped again. 25,000 spirit stones was no small sum. After making his bid, the middle-aged man turned to Yuan and implored, might you grant my Fong family the honor of acquiring the celestial herb? We shall offer generous recompense. Though his words were courteous, the underlying threat was palpable. The crowd instantly grasped the implication. The Fong family, one of the most prestigious families in Celestial City. Recently, rumors have surfaced that the esteemed ancestor of the Fong family, a formidable being in the realm of Yuanshan, has sustained grave injuries while attempting to breach the Dongxiu. It appears the whispers hold truth. Otherwise, how could the Fong family justify such an extravagant expenditure on the celestial repair herb? At that moment, Yuan cast a sidelong glance at the middle-aged man from the Fong family and chuckled softly. Your family is hardly worthy of my consideration. The man, momentarily taken aback, instinctively inquired, which house do you hail from? Yuan replied, the Su family. The Su family? The middle-aged man rummaged through his recollections but found no recognition of this name, which prompted a sigh of relief. He initially assumed he was confronting someone of significant stature. Now that he realized otherwise, his tone grew haughty. If you insist on acquiring this celestial repair herb, my family will not let this matter rest. Yuan remained unfazed. If your family does not fear annihilation, feel free to act. The middle-aged man trembled with rage. Yuan then declared, 50,000 stones. At this proclamation, the middle-aged man's expression shifted dramatically, and even the woman on stage exhibited surprise. She had never witnessed such a daring bidder before. After a prolonged silence, the woman finally spoke. Congratulations, Daoist Su, on securing the celestial repair herb. Soon, an elder approached Yuan, presenting a jade box. Observing this scene, the middle-aged man's eyes glinted with malice. Beside him, a young man anxiously remarked, what should we do? The middle-aged man glared at Yuan, growling, if we cannot purchase it, we shall seize it. But the auction has rules, the young man protested. Once a buyer secures an item, there is a 7-day protection period. The middle-aged man sneered, this Su cannot be from Tianshan City. We merely need to wait until he exits the city to act. At that moment, Yuan tucked the jade box away and rose to leave. The elder hurriedly called out, esteemed friend, you have yet to pay. Yuan continued to stride toward the exit, casually stating, since the Black Corner domain lacks rules, why must one pay for their purchases? Did not your Tianshan sect proclaim that here, as long as one possesses sufficient strength, everything is theirs? By chance, I happen to be the one with the greatest strength. Surely you haven't forgotten the rules you established yourselves. At these words, the crowd fell into stunned silence. What did this man imply? A blatant robbery? Yet, this was a theft from the Tianshan sect. The elder was momentarily speechless, having never encountered such audacity in his long life. After a considerable pause, he furrowed his brow. Do you not fear offending the Tianshan sect? Yuan replied indifferently, the Tianshan sect? I could extinguish it at will. The crowd gasped in disbelief. At that moment, the middle-aged man from the Fong family suddenly had a glimmer of inspiration. What an opportunity! If he could eliminate this youth and then spend some resources to acquire the celestial repair herb, not only has the ancestral figure been saved, but a favor can also be extracted from the Xiantian sect, truly a double-edged sword. Upon this realization, a middle-aged man abruptly positioned himself before Su Yuan. With a cold smirk, he declared, "Boy, I know not whether you are deranged or merely foolish to dare challenge the Xiantian sect. Today, you shall meet your demise." As he spoke, the middle-aged man unleashed his formidable prowess at the pinnacle of the Purple Mansion realm. The onlookers displayed expressions of anticipation, for it was certain that any affront to the Xiantian sect would lead to this youth's inevitable death. Su Yuan regarded the man blocking his path with indifference. Summoning the Qingxian sword, the middle-aged man, mocking, exclaimed, "Oh, young one, you can wield a sword as well?" Yet, Su Yuan, pressed for time, uttered not a word. With a swift motion, he cleaved through the air. The strike was decisive and unerring. The middle-aged man from the Fong family, caught off guard, found his head severed before he could react. The crowd, simultaneously, amidst the chaos of sword energy, the entire Xiantian auction house collapsed with a thunderous roar. Su Yuan transformed into a streak of sword light, soaring into the heavens. At that moment, he suddenly sensed several formidable auras converging upon him, locking onto his presence in an instant. Chapter 54, System Activation, Extraordinary Rewards. In the next moment, 3 hunched figures obstructed Su Yuan's path. 3 beings of the Yuanshan realm. The foremost, a white-haired elder, spoke. "You must be Su Yuan, ranked 5th on the Fengyan list." Su Yuan appeared somewhat astonished. The intelligence network of the Tianxian sect was indeed impressive. He cast a casual glance at the trio and shook his head, stating, "Your Fengyan list is flawed. I should rightfully be in first place." The elder furrowed his brow slightly, remarking, "Such arrogance from one so young." Su Yuan replied, "This is not arrogance. It is merely the truth." The corners of the mouths of the 3 Yuan Shun elders twitched. The white-haired elder continued, "I am but a humble man, ranked 2nd on the Fengyan list. The 2 beside me are ranked 3rd and 4th respectively. Since you believe there is foul play, feel free to challenge one of us to a duel." Su Yuan, however, shook his head in refusal. The elder mocked, "What? Are you afraid? I thought sword cultivators were something remarkable. You dare to challenge our Tianxian sect, yet now you hesitate?" Su Yuan fixed his gaze on the elder and calmly uttered, "You are not worthy." The 3 were momentarily taken aback, then their anger flared. One exclaimed, "Even if you are a sword cultivator, what does that matter? The difference in realms is vast. I could crush you with a single hand." Su Yuan remained noncommittal. After a brief pause, he said, "I shall only draw 1 sword. If you 3 can withstand it, I will submit to whatever punishment your Tianxian sect deems fit." How outrageous! The 3 Yuan Shun experts cursed inwardly. The white-haired elder stepped forward, brimming with confidence, declaring, "There is no need for all 3. I alone am sufficient. If you can injure me, I shall let you go." Su Yuan warned, "With this sword, you will surely perish." The elder scoffed derisively, "Such grandiose claims." Su Yuan nodded, "Then let it be as you wish." With that, he unleashed a singular strike, the invincible sword. Initially, the elder maintained his composure. However, as Su Yuan executed the strike, his expression transformed dramatically. He sensed an overwhelming foreboding of death. Yet, before he could escape, his body was shattered by the sword intent. Even his Yuan Shun was obliterated. In an instant, the other 2 elders stood frozen in shock. Good heavens! Is the sword cultivator this formidable? Can he truly eliminate opponents of a higher realm in a heartbeat? At that moment, Su Yuan addressed them. "Would you 2 care to join in?" The pair quickly regained their senses and hastily smiled, saying, "We shall refrain from engaging. Our old bones cannot compete with the vigor of youth." Su Yuan nodded and inquired, "Then, is there nothing else?" They promptly replied, "Nothing at all." Su Yuan asked, "May I take my leave?" They nodded vigorously. "Please, do take care." As they watched the figure in the azure robe depart, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. Casting a glance at the void left by the demise of the white-haired elder, their faces reflected lingering trepidation. Moments later, a formidable presence tore through the fabric of space before the 2 individuals. The newcomer, clad in battle attire, possessed a robust physique, with pronounced cheeks and large eyes. "Master." Upon seeing the visitor, the 2 elders hastily bowed in respect. The imposing man nodded slightly, then furrowed his brow and inquired, "Where is the Grand Elder?" The two exchanged glances, trembling as they replied. The Grand Elder has perished. Perished. The burly man's eyes widened in shock. Was it the work of Yuan? The two nodded in affirmation. The man declared, "What are you waiting for?" In the confrontation with the Grand Elder, that youth must have sustained grave injuries. If we do not pursue him now, then when? The elders hesitated briefly, before one spoke up. A sword. The burly man frowned, asking, "What do you mean, a sword?" The elder responded, that Yuan only unleashed a single sword strike. The Grand Elder was defeated in an instant. The man was momentarily taken aback. Instantly, was he not merely at the Purple Mansion realm? Damn it. Thankfully, I arrived a step late. Otherwise, after a prolonged silence, the burly man finally spoke. Remove that youth from the Fengyun ranking and place him on the blacklist. One elder inquired, "Master, what position should Yuan occupy on the blacklist?" The burly man shot a glare at the elder, exclaiming, "Is that even a question? Naturally, he should be at the top. The very top." The elder appeared somewhat astonished. It has been years since anyone has held the top spot on the blacklist. The one who occupies the top position on the blacklist is destined to be at odds with the Tianxian sect. The sect will mobilize all its forces to hunt him down. Meanwhile, Yuan, having calculated the time, furrowed his brow. At his current pace, if he returned now, he might be a tad late. After some contemplation, he landed to inquire for directions, then soared off in a particular direction. In the outer district of Tianxian City, at the Sun residence, Yuan arrived at the entrance and stated plainly, "I seek Sun Qianqian." The guard frowned and retorted, "Uninvited individuals must leave immediately." Yuan, expressionless, exerted a modicum of his aura. The two guards promptly collapsed to the ground. After surveying the surroundings, Yuan swiftly made his way to a hall within the Sun residence. There, he immediately spotted Sun Qianqian. However, moments later, his brow furrowed slightly. He beheld Sun Qianqian kneeling at the center of the hall, where an elderly woman was mercilessly striking her palms with a ruler. Surrounding them, the elders observed with cold indifference. At that moment, a middle-aged man seated at the head of the assembly reprimanded, "Sun Qianqian, do you understand your transgressions?" Sun Qianqian, defiant, replied, "What wrong have I committed?" The middle-aged man, spitting as he spoke, exclaimed, "What wrong? Simply because you lost a significant shipment of goods belonging to our Sun family. Do you have any idea how much wealth we have lost?" Upon hearing this, Sun Qianqian's face turned pale with indignation. "These goods were purchased with the money I earned from my own business. When did they become the Sun family's? Even in loss. It is the loss of my Sun Qianqian, not your Sun family. You have contributed not a single penny towards these goods." The middle-aged man at the forefront violently hurled his teacup to the ground. He then sneered coldly, saying, "What is yours and mine? As long as you bear the surname Sun, everything belongs to the Sun family. The profits you claim to have earned, were they not also reliant on the prestige of the Sun family? Without the Sun family's reputation to bolster you, do you truly believe your business could thrive?" Sun Qianqian suddenly raised her head, fixing her gaze fiercely upon the middle-aged man at the forefront. "My business has never received a single penny or an ounce of effort from the Sun family. Even so, you still demand 70% of my profits. By what right?" The middle-aged man scoffed, responding, "By what right? Simply by virtue of your surname, Sun." At his words, Sun Qianqian's eyes reddened with indignation. Just then, a figure clad in a blue robe strolled in as if unperturbed by the surroundings. The crowd was taken aback. Sun Qianqian instinctively turned to look, her mouth slightly agape. Forbear? Is it not you?" Yuan nodded towards her, stating, "I have obtained what I sought." Sun Qianqian was momentarily stunned. She noted that this esteemed elder used the term obtained rather than purchased. Could it be that this esteemed elder truly sees something from the heavenly Xin sect? At that moment, Yuan addressed her directly, "I have a matter to discuss with you." Meanwhile, the middle-aged man at the forefront furrowed his brow. "Who are you to dare intrude upon my Sun family?" Without even glancing at him, Yuan inquired, "Do you know if there exists a teleportation array in the Black Corner domain that leads to the southern continent?" The Great Yu does not possess a teleportation array. However, it can facilitate a transfer to the southern continent, thereby saving time. Sun Qianqian pondered for a moment and replied, "There is indeed one. Though the Black Corner domain is chaotic, it is simultaneously the most prosperous commercial hub of the northeastern continent. Numerous teleportation arrays have been established. I have used one while conducting business outside. However, the cost is exceedingly exorbitant." Yuan pressed further, "Where is it located?" Sun Qianqian responded, "The heavenly Xin sect." Yuan nodded slightly. It seemed he would need to visit the Heavenly Xian sect shortly. He then surveyed the current situation and asked, "Do you require assistance?" Since she had answered his question, offering a helping hand would not be troublesome at all. After all, it was merely a matter of convenience. Assistance? Sun Qianqian was momentarily taken aback. Su Yuan continued, "If you wish, the Heavenly Xian city can be free of the Sun family from this day forth." The Sun family members, including Sun Qianqian, were all left in a state of stunned disbelief. No more Sun family in Heavenly Xian city? What does this man mean? Having interacted with Su Yuan, Sun Qianqian quickly regained her composure and shook her head, saying, "Thank you for your kind offer, esteemed elder, but the Sun family, after all." Su Yuan nodded, understanding her concerns. Nevertheless, he stated, "Shares of bloodline do not necessarily equate to kinship. Those who treat you well are the true family. Should anyone presume upon our blood relation to bully and torment me, I shall sever ties with a single stroke of my sword." Thus spoke Su Yuan, turning to depart. Sun Qianqian, upon hearing this, appeared deep in thought. At that moment, a middle-aged man at the forefront coldly remarked, "Do you truly believe that the Sun family is a place one can enter and exit at will?" Simultaneously, several figures obstructed Su Yuan's path. Su Yuan calmly warned, "If your Sun family wishes to endure, it would be wise not to impede my passage." The middle-aged man let out a derisive laugh and slowly rose to his feet. "Though my Sun family may not be the most formidable clan in the Black Corner domain, we are certainly not a mere collection of insignificant beings that can come and go as they please." Suddenly, an aura of formidable spiritual pressure emanated from the middle-aged man. He declared coldly, "Dare you intrude upon my Sun family? I recognize you possess some skill, young man, but your arrogance is misplaced. You may be unaware that our family head is ranked 10th on the storm list." Su Yuan cast a glance at the head of the Sun family and replied, "I indeed do not know you, but you may be even less informed about me. My disregard for your existence stems from the fact that you are nothing but an ant. It is your audacity in my presence that constitutes true arrogance." The onlookers exchanged bewildered glances. Who is this person? How can he be so brazen? To refer to a being of spiritual realm as an ant? Sun Qianqian, however, was accustomed to such declarations. After all, even the cave abode was merely an ant in the eyes of this elder. At that moment, the head of the Sun family gritted his teeth in anger. "By the heavens, in all my years, I have never encountered such insolence. You seek your own demise." With a furious roar, he charged at Su Yuan. In response, Su Yuan summoned the Qingxian sword and casually unleashed a slash. Boom! A sword chi, over 100 feet long, manifested suddenly. Wherever the sword chi traversed, all it touched was reduced to dust. A swordsman. The members of the Sun family narrowed their eyes in shock. The sword chi swept past the head of the Sun family, leaving him trembling in fear. At that moment, he had reached Su Yuan's front. In the blink of an eye, he clenched his teeth and made a decision. The head of the Sun family knelt. He knelt before Su Yuan, his demeanor respectful as he said, "I apologize for my earlier offenses. I beseech you to forgive me, esteemed elder." Su Yuan looked down at the head of the Sun family, a hint of surprise in his eyes. He then remarked, "It seems you possess some merit, given that your family has endured for so long." Boom! At that instant, the entire Sun estate began to collapse. Amidst the ruins, Sun Qianqian fixed her gaze intently on the figure clad in blue departing in the distance, her eyes growing brighter. In that moment, she suddenly comprehended many things. Leaving the Sun family, Su Yuan transformed into a beam of sword light, heading directly towards the gates of the Tianxian sect. Upon reaching the skies above the sect, a disciple stationed at the gate shouted angrily, "Who dares to fly above the Tianxian sect? Are you unaware that flying is prohibited within 100 miles of our domain?" Su Yuan, wielding the azure mystical sword, gazed down upon the Tianxian sect from his elevated position. He pondered briefly. Utilizing the teleportation array required funds, which he lacked. Ultimately, a confrontation was inevitable. Thus he resolved it would be more efficient to strike directly. Without further hesitation, he unleashed a formidable sword strike, an unparalleled sword. The intent surged forth, causing the protective barrier of the Tianxian sect to tremble violently. Su Yuan furrowed his brow slightly. Was the sect's barrier truly this resilient? At that moment, Qin Shan, who had just returned to the sect with 2 elders, sensed a disturbance beneath his feet. He paused momentarily, wondering if it was an earthquake. The second elder behind him remarked in confusion that shouldn't it be possible, with the protective barrier in place, This area ought to be immune to such tremors. Just then, a disciple rushed in, breathless, to report, "Not good, Sectmaster. A sword cultivator in azure attire has come to our gates." Xiaofan was taken aback for a moment, then seethed with rage. What the hell? Has the Tianxian sect become so insignificant that anyone dares to bully us? He exclaimed angrily, "Elders, come with me. I shall see who possesses such audacity." In all the years since the establishment of the Tianxian sect, no one has ever dared to assault our gates. However, behind him, the two elders suddenly turned ashen. The azure-clad sword cultivator? Sectmaster. It is Su Yuan. Xiaofan halted, his expression shifting slightly. Yet he feigned composure and declared, "This is fortuitous. It saves me the trouble of seeking him out." Simultaneously, he mused, "Our sect possesses a protective barrier. Unless he has the strength of the Void Realm, he shall surely be unable to breach it." In the next moment, the three arrived outside the gates of the Tianxian sect, only to witness the azure figure in midair executing 3 successive sword strikes. The protective barrier of the sect shook violently. Boom. Moments later, the barrier shattered. The onlookers were left in stunned silence. Xiaofan's lips twitched as his complexion turned pale. What the hell? Does he possess the strength of the Void Realm? He urgently instructed the second elder behind him. "Quick, summon the Ancestor. The Ancestor is a seasoned Void Realm powerhouse. Should he intervene, Su Yuan will never return." Meanwhile, high above, Su Yuan was slightly taken aback as a series of long-forgotten system notifications echoed in his ears. Ding. Detected that your son has offended a Void Realm initial stage expert. Host S cultivation automatically elevated to the initial stage of the Void Realm, rendering him invincible among peers. Ding. Detected that your son has offended 2 Spirit Realm experts. Slaying these 2 will reward you with a random external incarnation of a chosen profession. Ding. Host has slain 2 Spirit Realm experts. Rewards have been issued. Please claim your rewards immediately. In midair, Su Yuan's aura began to ascend dramatically. Peak Purple Mansion Realm. Peak Spirit Realm. Void Realm. Xiaofan? P.S. This chapter is a combination of 2 parts. I humbly request free support. 1,000 gifts will enable the author to work through the night for additional updates. Gratitude. Additionally, is the pacing of this chapter too swift? Normally, it would take 3 chapters to unfold such a narrative. Furthermore, the timelines of the father and son have largely converged at this point. Chapter 55, Ancestor. I wish to live a few more years. As a series of system notifications echoed in his ears, Su Yuan felt a twinge of surprise, quickly followed by a sense of reflection. My son is truly becoming more accomplished. Yet, when did he slay 2 beings of the nascent soul realm? After a moment of contemplation, he recalled the sword intent he had bestowed upon Su Xiaofan. However, it seems his son is currently in a predicament. Should a cultivator of the cave void realm intervene, even Miss Su from the Wanbao Pavilion would be unable to withstand it. With this thought, Su Yuan scanned the crowd and inquired, "Who is in charge here?" Xiaofan instinctively took a few steps back, but out of a sense of propriety, he stepped forward and announced, "I am." He then furrowed his brows and directed a questioning gaze at Su Yuan, saying, "What exactly do you intend to do? First, you seized my Tianxian sect, and now you wish to annihilate it? You are truly overstepping your bounds." Su Yuan replied calmly, "I have no intention of destroying your Tianxian sect. I merely seek to borrow the teleportation array." Xiaofan couldn't help but laugh in anger. Borrow? Is there such a thing as borrowing? Strong-arming would be more accurate. Su Yuan gently shook his head and chuckled. "Had I been a weakling, you would not speak so boldly. Very well, if you believe I am being unreasonable, then I shall continue to impose. What of it?" As he spoke, Su Yuan's tone turned frigid. "If you refuse my request, I shall draw my sword." Panic flickered in Xiaofan's eyes as he cast furtive glances toward the back mountain of the Tianxian sect. Damn it, where's the ancestor? Noticing Xiaofan's silence, Su Yuan's brow furrowed in concern. Just then, a venerable voice echoed from afar. "Humph, who dares to act recklessly within my Tianxian sect?" Xiaofan's spirits soared at this moment. Simultaneously, Su Yuan unleashed a sword strike. Boom. In the next instant, the mountain where the Tianxian sect resided was cleaved asunder by the sword. Turning around, Xiaofan beheld the sect's edifices beginning to collapse. His eyes widened in fury. This is intolerable. The Tianxian sect has stood in the Black Corner domain for hundreds of years. When have we ever faced such humiliation? Xiaofan roared in rage. Today, I shall obliterate you for the Tianxian sect. Su Yuan narrowed his eyes. Moments later, Xiaofan appeared momentarily stunned. Where is the ancestor? Meanwhile, At the back mountain of the Tianxian sect, as the venerable ancestor stepped out of his cave dwelling, he was met with the sight of that earth-shattering sword strike, which had raised the very peak of his sect. He hesitated for a moment, then trembled with rage. Swiftly retracting his foot, he sealed the cave's restrictions. After completing these actions, he returned within, exhaling deeply. He then cursed vehemently, "Damn it! A bunch of ungrateful disciples. Are you all trying to bring about my demise? The cave void realm, and a grand sword immortal. Even 10 of me would not be their match. Alas, it seems I must abandon the Tianxian sect. I, as an elder, wish to live a few more years." In front of the Tianxian sect's gate, Xiaofan, noticing the ancestor's prolonged absence, felt a sudden unease in his heart. He gazed towards the newly returned second elder, urgency etched across his face, and inquired, "Where is the ancestor?" The second elder's complexion turned ashen as he replied, "The ancestor mentioned he has suddenly gained some insights in his cultivation and instructed us to resolve matters on our own." Resolve on our own? Xiaofan cast a glance at the figure clad in blue soaring in the air, his countenance shifting to a pallid hue. At that moment, Yuan was preparing to unleash his second strike. Xiaofan trembled in fear, realizing that should another blow land, the Tianxian sect would likely face annihilation today. In a flash of lightning, Xiaofan gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "Friend, please hold your hand. Is it merely a matter of utilizing the teleportation array? It can be arranged, it can be arranged." Hearing this, Yuan sheathed his sword, stating, "It should have been this way from the start." Xiaofan managed a smile that was more sorrowful than joyful, saying, "Please, follow me." Moments later, as he watched Yuan being transported away by the array, Xiaofan let out a long sigh of relief. "Damn it! At last, this killer has been dispatched." Just then, the second elder behind him spoke up, "Sectmaster, shall we let this matter rest?" The first elder's vengeance. Xiaofan abruptly turned, glaring at the second elder. "Revenge? You go ahead if you dare." The second elder fell silent. Xiaofan sighed, "This time, our Tianxian sect must simply accept our fate." At that juncture, the third elder timidly asked, "Sectmaster, should Yuan's ranking on the blacklist be revoked?" Xiaofan shot a furious glance at the third elder, articulating each word with precision. "Revoke the list? Does our Tianxian sect not care for its reputation? Do you wish for the tale of one individual humiliating us at our mountain gate to spread far and wide? Wouldn't that squander the prestige we have cultivated over centuries? But what if?" The third elder stammered, ultimately mustering the courage to say, "What if Yuan returns to confront us?" Xiaofan replied, "That is hardly likely. Such a formidable being would not find interest in our humble abode. The Central Land is his true destination." The two elders exchanged glances, their expressions a mix of complexity and hesitation. Meanwhile, in a dense forest, several figures cloaked in black observed the peak of the Tianxian sect, which had been severed by a sword strike, their mouths twitching in disbelief. One of them cursed, "Damn it! The intelligence was incorrect. Yuan is actually at the cave abode realm. Who was the fool that claimed he was merely at the purple mansion realm?" Another patted his chest, saying, "Fortunately, we had not acted yet, otherwise. What shall we do now? Of course, we retreat. How can we contend against such a powerful being without several elders from our sect? But the task assigned by the elders. At this point, who cares about the task? Indeed, I have shed tears and sweat for the sect. Now, do you expect me to bleed for it?" On the other side, in a valley of the southern continent, a beam of sword light soared into the sky, relentlessly tearing through the void as it raced towards the direction of Diyu. In midair, Yuan casually claimed his rewards from the system. He harbored a profound curiosity regarding the external embodiment rewarded by the system. The system's notification echoed in his mind. "Rewards have been distributed. Please check. Post." In the next moment, a youth clad in dark robes materialized beside Yuan. The young man possessed strikingly sharp features, with sword-like brows and starry eyes, his visage seemingly sculpted with precision. A crimson fire lotus mark adorned his forehead. Yuan attempted to exert control over this embodiment, finding it effortless and intuitive, as if it were an extension of himself. Within his consciousness, an inexplicable connection with this body subtly established itself. Simultaneously, information pertaining to this external embodiment surfaced in Yuan's mind, leaving him somewhat astonished. Among alchemists, there existed 9 ranks, yet his external embodiment was a 7th-rank alchemist? The system had proven quite generous this time. Though it may not serve him directly, it could certainly enhance his son's capabilities. With an increase in his son's strength, would his ability to attract trouble not escalate correspondingly? This external embodiment was not merely an alchemist. Its combat prowess appeared formidable as well. A faint smile suddenly graced Su Yuan's lips. Chapter 56. Uncle. Dayu. Imperial Capital. Su Xiaofan gazed at the distant horizon, letting out a faint sigh. Su Ming remarked, "Your father is unlikely to return. Are you afraid of death?" Su Xiaofan replied earnestly, "Yes, I am very much afraid. Who in this world is not fearful of death? Yet, my greater fear lies not in my own demise, but in the peril that may befall my father." Su Ming, somewhat puzzled, inquired, "Your father? What could possibly happen to him? With his strength, the Xianin sect would find it difficult to challenge him." Su Xiaofan sighed once more, "I know my father well. If I were to encounter misfortune, he would undoubtedly confront the Xianin sect. I fear he might not prevail and could lose his life in vain." Su Ming assured him, "Your father can wait until he has sufficient strength to act." Su Xiaofan smiled wryly, "My father is not that kind of person. He cannot abide by the notion of a gentleman taking his time to exact revenge. If he could endure, he would not be Su Yuan." After contemplating for a moment, Su Ming came to terms with it. Indeed, with Su Yuan's temperament and character, should his son be in danger, he would surely draw his sword and head to the Xianin sect. However, as one of the foremost powers in the central continent, their formidable foundation is beyond dispute, and certainly not something a mere grand sword immortal could shake. With this in mind, Su Ming declared earnestly, "I promised your father to protect you, and I shall not go back on my word. Rest assured, Xiaofan." With that, Su Ming positioned herself in front of Su Xiaofan. Su Xiaofan looked upon the woman in the flowing white dress, feeling a surge of emotion. "Senior, there is truly no need to go this far." Su Ming turned back, casting a stern glance at Su Xiaofan. "At such a time, do not speak of trivialities." She then directed her gaze at the gaunt man, stating, "Today, I, Su Xiaofan, shall be protected." The gaunt man furrowed his brow slightly, his expression one of hesitation. This woman in white was not to be trifled with. Although she was merely an elder from the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion, her background was anything but ordinary. The influence of the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion spanned the world, and the Xianin sect could not afford to offend them. After pondering for a moment, the gaunt man advised, "Why must you go to such lengths for a mere inexperienced boy? If you leave now, I shall not impede your departure." Su Ming replied resolutely, "If you wish to kill him, you must first kill me." The gaunt man's gaze turned suddenly sinister. "Do not be ungrateful." Su Ming coldly laughed, remaining silent yet steadfast, not retreating a single step. At that moment, Zhang Erniu also stepped forward to stand before Su Xiaofan. Su Xiaofan's eyes glistened with emotion. "Uncle Zhang, what are you doing?" Zhang Erniu turned back with a hearty smile. "Your father is my friend, and you and my son are brothers. How could I possibly stand by and let others harm you?" Simultaneously, Zhao Fengyan and Xiang Hua also approached. Zhao Fengyan glared at the gaunt man, stating coldly, "My disciple is not someone you can touch." Xiang Hua added, "The disciples of my hunting institute are also beyond your reach." Su Xiaofan surveyed the figures standing protectively before him, momentarily at a loss for words. At that moment, the emaciated man sneered, "You think you can stop me? How utterly ridiculous." "Today, Su Xiaofan." Before he could finish his words, a soft laugh suddenly echoed from the distant sky. The crowd paused momentarily and turned their gazes towards the source. They beheld a man clad in dark robes, descending upon them on a cloud of flames. His features were strikingly handsome, and a fiery lotus mark adorned his forehead, revealing he was no ordinary being. In an instant, the man in dark robes stood before the crowd. Just as they were pondering his identity, his starry eyes fixated on the emaciated man, and he spoke coolly. "What did you just say?" The emaciated man was taken aback, scrutinizing the figure before him for a moment, unable to gauge his strength. Thus, he adopted a more cautious demeanor and inquired, "Who might you be?" The man in dark robes replied calmly, "My surname is Su, and my given name is Xian." "Su Xian? A surname of Su?" The crowd directed their inquisitive gazes towards Su Xiaofan. Su Ming asked, "What is your relation to him?" Su Xiaofan appeared somewhat bewildered. He shook his head and responded, "I do not recognize this person. Perhaps it is merely a coincidence that he shares my surname." The crowd nodded in agreement, for there were indeed many with the surname Su in the world. At that juncture, the emaciated man frowned and asked, "What brings you here?" Su Xian disregarded the emaciated man and fixed his gaze on Su Xiaofan. With a mere glance, Su Xian's expression turned icy. In an instant, he appeared before Su Xiaofan, inspecting him closely before extending his hand to probe Su Xiaofan's inner energy with meticulous care. After a moment, his frown deepened. Su Xiaofan made no effort to resist, for he had seen the concern in Su Xian's eyes. The depth of that gaze was familiar to him, allowing him to discern whether the man before him, Su Xian, was sincere or feigning affection. At this point, Su Xiaofan asked, "May I inquire, esteemed senior, who you are?" Su Xian was momentarily taken aback before responding. "I am your second uncle." Second uncle? Su Xiaofan was stunned. Those familiar with the Su family were equally astonished, having never heard of Su Yuan having a brother. Su Xiaofan quickly regained his composure and said, "Esteemed senior, you claim to be my second uncle, yet I have never met you." Su Xian smiled gently. "You have not encountered me. I have been traveling for quite some time." Su Xiaofan was somewhat skeptical. At that moment, Su Xian pointed towards the emaciated man and asked, "Was it that person who harmed you?" Su Xiaofan instinctively nodded. Su Xian narrowed his eyes and then turned to the emaciated man, stating, "You dare to lay a hand on someone from the Su family?" The emaciated man, feeling both ignored and challenged, retorted with a cold laugh, "What? Is someone from the Su family beyond reproach?" Su Xian replied firmly, "No one from the Su family can be touched, not even by the King of Heaven." The emaciated man provocatively countered, "But I have already done so. What of it?" Su Xian's voice turned frigid as he declared, "You shall die." The slender man remarked, "Death? Who do you think you are? Just because you demand my demise, I shall perish?" If Su Yuan were here, perhaps I would feel a twinge of apprehension. But you, young one, what are you truly worth? How dare you brazenly challenge me here? Even with but a single finger, I could obliterate you. Boom. As his words faded, he was suddenly propelled backward. In that instant, Su Xian slowly retracted his hand. Witnessing this spectacle, the onlookers were rendered speechless. A mere strike, sending a formidable figure of the cave abode realm flying? Could it be that this individual also belonged to the cave abode realm? Moreover, his strength appeared far beyond that of an ordinary practitioner. At this moment, the crowd turned their gazes towards Su Xiaofan. Zhao Fengyan sighed, "Xiaofan, your fate is indeed remarkable." Chapter 57. How can people be so pretentious? In the imperial palace, the emperor was somewhat bewildered. What on earth is the Su family? First, there was Su Yuan, and now Su Xian. Wasn't it said that the Su family was merely a small clan? The empress' son's expression darkened, lost in thought. After a moment, she inquired, "Do you think the Su family might actually be a prominent lineage?" The emperor shook his head, asserting, "Impossible. I have investigated. There is no such family as the Su clan in the central continent." The empress furrowed her brows. Could it be a hidden family? Otherwise, how could a small clan produce so many prodigies? Not to mention Su Yuan, even Su Xian is fearsome. The emperor pondered for a moment. That is a possibility. The empress continued, "Do you think we might have stumbled upon something formidable?" The emperor scoffed, "Formidable? What could be tougher than the Xianin sect?" The empress gasped, "Could there be others?" The emperor chuckled. "This time, the sect is quite invested in those two from the Su family. It's certainly not just these individuals." The empress asked, "Could an elder have come?" The emperor smiled confidently but deliberately left a mystery. Meanwhile, a gaunt man slowly rose to his feet. At that moment, his primordial spirit became increasingly transparent. He covered his face, staring in astonishment at the figure clad in dark robes. Then, his gaze turned to Su Xiaofan, his face contorted with rage. "Kid, why didn't you mention your formidable background earlier? Damn it, the intelligence was misleading. This Su family is no insignificant clan. How could a small family produce a grand sword immortal? How could they cultivate a being of the cave abode realm? How could they nurture so many prodigies?" At this point, Su Xiaofan was also somewhat taken aback. He then plaintively remarked, "I truly know nothing." He was merely an honest and straightforward individual. "Damn it, you're still putting on an act." The gaunt man felt even more aggrieved. He had already endured 2 beatings today, both of which had struck his face. "You Su family members really enjoy slapping faces, don't you?" After a brief silence, the gaunt man turned to the figure in dark robes. "I am from the Xianin sect. Surely, you are familiar with it? This time, I concede. May I be granted a reprieve?" Su Xian chuckled lightly. "Then I shall offer you a chance." Upon hearing this, the gaunt man rejoiced. Su Xian casually added, "Call for someone." The gaunt man was taken aback. Call for someone? He thought he had misheard. On the other side, the crowd was also momentarily stunned. Su Meng furrowed her brows. "If this Su Xian allows him to call for someone, we may all perish today." Su Xian glanced at Su Meng and calmly stated, "No harm. I am invincible. Give him the opportunity to call freely." "Just right." I have been feeling a bit displeased with the Xianin sect. The crowd, Zhang Erniu, witnessing this scene, suddenly felt a sense of deja vu. He suddenly turned his head and said to Su Xiaofan, Xiaofan, there is no need for doubt. This is undoubtedly your biological uncle. Su Xiaofan felt a hint of confusion and inquired, Uncle Zhang, what do you mean by that? Zhang Erniu replied, because I have noticed that all the members of the Su family are rather pretentious, whether it is your father or your uncle here. Feeling offended, Su Xiaofan earnestly defended himself, Uncle Zhang, although I am a member of the Su family, I do not indulge in pretentiousness. Zhang Erniu retorted, indeed. You prefer to play the fool to catch the wise. Su Xiaofan. At that moment, the emaciated man gritted his teeth and declared, let it be done. In the next instant, he produced a jade slip. Su Ming's expression changed dramatically, just as she intended to step forward to stop him. She was obstructed by a figure clad in dark robes. Let him proceed. Su Ming's face turned grim as she said, if he summons a Nirvana realm expert, we will all perish. Su Xian was taken aback. Nirvana realm? This was the first time he had heard of it. His understanding of the cultivation realms in this world was rather limited. Nonetheless, he questioned, do you believe the Nirvana realm to be formidable? Su Ming furrowed her brows and explained, the Nirvana realm and the cave abode realm are entirely different concepts. A Nirvana realm expert can effortlessly destroy cities and obliterate mountains with a mere snap of their fingers. They can shatter space with a single punch. The Nirvana golden body they forge is nearly indestructible, capable of traversing the void at will. They can traverse thousands of miles in the blink of an eye. Would you not consider that powerful? Upon hearing this, the expressions of those present changed drastically. A Nirvana realm expert is indeed terrifying. Su Xian, however, chuckled lightly and remarked, you think that is strength? Su Ming responded, is that not strong? Su Xian shook his head slightly, saying, my friend, your experience is limited. You have yet to witness what true strength entails. Nirvana is but an ant. The crowd was left in a state of bewilderment, especially Su Ming. While others might not comprehend the true might of the Nirvana realm, she was acutely aware. She had witnessed a Nirvana realm expert in action before. They were no longer human. At that moment, Su Xiaofan suddenly asserted, this is definitely my uncle, my biological uncle. Damn it. The resemblance is uncanny. Even the mannerisms are strikingly similar. Simultaneously, Su Ming, somewhat irate, remarked, you fail to recognize a benefactor's heart. Even if your brother Su Xian were here, it would likely be. She halted abruptly, pondering whether Su Xian would be even more pretentious. After a moment of silence, Su Ming furiously stated, if he truly summons a Nirvana expert, then we might as well resign ourselves to death. The figure in dark robes ceased speaking and turned away, presenting the crowd with his back. He then calmly remarked to the emaciated man, summon the person, swiftly. The emaciated man flashed a hint of derision in his eyes. This individual must be out of his mind. Did he truly dare to have me summon someone? Thus, he resolved that they might as well await their doom. With that thought, the emaciated man crushed the jade slip in his hand. In the next moment, the heavens and earth changed colors. The once clear sky was suddenly shrouded by a layer of dark clouds. In an instant, the clouds churned and gradually coalesced into a colossal skull. Inside the imperial palace, Empress Sun's mouth fell agape, her expression one of sheer astonishment. The emperor, with a slight smile, proclaimed with unmatched confidence, this round is certainly ours. In the ruins of the drunken immortal pavilion, Su Ming's complexion changed dramatically. How could he have arrived here? Su Xiaofan suddenly inquired. The crowd turned to Su Ming, their hearts racing with anxiety. Could it truly be a figure from the Nirvana realm? Su Ming replied, the person in question is from the Xianin sect, known as the Withered Bones Master. The Withered Bones Master? Su Xiaofan asked, puzzled. Is he formidable? Su Ming responded, extremely formidable. Furrowing his brow, Su Xiaofan pressed. From the Nirvana realm? Su Ming nodded affirmatively. Indeed. A moment of silence enveloped them, until Su Xiaofan suddenly remarked, perhaps my second uncle can transcend the ranks. My father frequently surpasses his opponents. Su Ming sighed, looking at Su Xiaofan. Xiaofan, you are still too naive. Chapter 58. Have you lost your courage? At that moment, Su Ming's face was ashen. She spoke softly, the reason your father can transcend levels is that he is a Grand Sword Immortal. A Grand Sword Immortal possesses unparalleled combat prowess. Even in the Central Continent, a Grand Sword Immortal stands among the most formidable of warriors. Moreover, even if your father were here, he would likely be unable to prevail. The Nirvana realm is entirely distinct from the primordial spirit and the cave abyss. Unless your father's cultivation reaches the cave abyss or his swordsmanship ascends to the level of Sword Emperor, he could never hope to slay a nirvana being. Otherwise, it is a mere fantasy. But how could that be possible? Even if your father were to arrive, he would be unable to save us, and instead, he would risk his own life. Upon hearing this, Xiaofan's expression turned grim. After a moment of silence, he clung to a glimmer of hope, saying, "My second uncle has already reached the cave abyss. Perhaps he can." Su Ming interrupted him sharply, "Absolutely not." Xiaofan, puzzled, inquired, "Why not?" Su Ming explained, "What I meant is that only sword cultivators can transcend levels, for their combat abilities are invincible. But your second uncle is not a sword cultivator." Xiaofan countered, "Must one be a sword cultivator to transcend levels?" Su Ming replied, "To my knowledge, throughout history, there has never been a case of anyone at the cave abyss transcending to slay a nirvana being. Not even a single instance of a draw. Moreover, this skeletal figure is no ordinary nirvana being. It is a seasoned powerhouse of the nirvana realm." Upon hearing this, the crowd's faces turned pale. At that moment, Zhang Ernius suddenly turned his head, his gaze fixed intently on Xiaofan. Xiaofan felt a twinge of fear as he stammered, "Zhang, uncle, you?" Zhang Hualong said, "Xiaofan, since the Xianin sect is recruiting, why don't you recruit some people as well?" Upon hearing this, the others seemed to seize upon a final lifeline, all turning their eyes towards Xiaofan. "Indeed, is it only the Xianin sect allowed to recruit while we are forbidden?" Xiaofan, however, appeared momentarily stunned. With a bewildered expression, he replied, "Uncle Zhang, where am I supposed to find people for you? I, Xiaofan, am just an honest person and do not know any strong warriors. Furthermore, I have no backing, aside from my father and that suddenly appeared second uncle. I cannot recruit anyone." Zhao Fengyan suddenly said softly, "Xiaofan, one must be sincere in life." Xiaofan wore an expression of grievance. "Teacher, I am truly speaking the truth. Honest people never lie. I come from a small place and have no connections whatsoever. If I had any backing, how could I have been beaten so badly after coming out? Teacher, you have also seen, every time I step outside, I am bound to be beaten." The crowd was left speechless. "Beaten? Was it not because you were everywhere pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger? And did we not have a clear understanding of whether you had been beaten or not? Those who sought to harm you had all been slain by your father. You, Xiaofan, are no honest man at all. All honest people in the world have perished. How could you, Xiaofan, ever become an honest individual? Have you ever seen an honest person who enjoys playing tricks? Which honest person spends all day posturing? Which honest person constantly shouts about lacking connections and support, only to reveal an invincible background? Moreover, your family, the Su family, is but a trivial clan. Such words are hardly sincere. Can a small family produce so many pretentious individuals? Every member hailing from such a modest lineage is a formidable force?" At this moment, Xianghua's expression turned stern as he addressed Xiaofan with gravity. Xiaofan. Startled, Xiaofan responded, "What is it, Dean?" Xianghua, filled with exasperation, admonished, "At this juncture, cease your charade of playing the fool. We are all weary of this tired act. Quickly, summon a few more individuals with the surname Su. If we gather a few more of your kin, won't this matter be resolved? We could avoid this perpetual state of anxiety. Ideally, bring forth an elder from the Su family to annihilate the Xianin sect and spare us the trouble." Xiaofan felt a wave of indignation wash over him, nearly brought to tears. Damn it, when did it come to this? I, Xiaofan, merely wished to be an honest person. At that moment, the emaciated man, shedding his previous timidity, interjected, "What nonsense about the Su family? They are all worthless. Annihilate my Xianin sect? A mere elder from my sect could obliterate the Su family." The crowd's expressions darkened in response. Damn it, so-called experts, merely relying on their influence. At that instant, the emaciated man's lips curled into a derisive grin. Ignoring the crowd, he fixated on the figure clad in black, laughing maniacally. "I've summoned the person. Can you contend with him? You're quite arrogant. Continue with your bravado." Su Xian, with his hands clasped behind him, gazed calmly at the skull in the sky, his expression betraying no change. Witnessing this, the emaciated man grew even more audacious. "What's wrong? Are you stunned? Youngster, don't let a bit of power inflate your ego. Some pretenders are easily sent to their demise." Su Xian, slightly furrowing his brows, turned his gaze towards the emaciated man. "Damn it. I detest being interrupted during my moments of grandeur." The noise became unbearable. In the next instant, Su Xian flicked his finger. Immediately, A plume of dark flame shot forth, hurtling towards the emaciated man. The emaciated man scoffed. What is this trifling flame? What do you intend to do? Burn me to death? Are you jesting? As he spoke, he prepared to swat the flame away. However, upon contact, the dark fire clung to his spiritual essence, igniting fiercely. The emaciated man cried out in pain. He then attempted to summon the energy of heaven and earth to extinguish the flame. To his dismay, the dark fire only intensified, rapidly enveloping his entire being. Panic-stricken, the emaciated man shouted, "Elder, help me." Yet, no sooner had he uttered these words than he suddenly dissolved into nothingness. His spiritual essence had been utterly consumed by the flames. Su Meng, witnessing this, felt her pupils constrict. What terrifying flames! They can burn the very essence of the soul. Meanwhile, amidst the swirling clouds, a skeletal visage formed from the darkened sky emitted a chilling voice. "Humph! To dare provoke members of the Xianin sect in my presence is to court death." In the next moment, a young man clad in black abruptly appeared above the skull. This individual was none other than the Bone Elder. With a cold smirk, the Bone Elder gestured subtly towards a gaunt figure before him. Instantly, dozens of skeletal figures surged forth to attack the man in black. The latter smiled faintly, then unleashed a powerful palm strike. A colossal hand of flame materialized, obliterating the skeletons into mere ashes. Undeterred, the fiery strike continued its trajectory toward the Bone Elder. A flicker of concern crossed the Bone Elder's brow. Such terrifying flames, he thought, as he waved his sleeve, releasing countless bones to counter the assault. However, these remnants too were reduced to dust. Fortunately, the force of the palm strike was sufficiently diminished. The Bone Elder narrowed his eyes, refraining from further action, and fixed his gaze upon the man in black. "Who might you be?" he inquired. The man in black replied, "I am of the Su family." "The Su family?" The Bone Elder pondered, struggling to recall any prominent clan by that name in the Central Plains. Yet, he dared not underestimate the individual before him. Though they had exchanged only a single blow, the opponent's strength appeared unfathomable, especially given his air of confidence. "Very well, I shall retreat for now. I will ascertain the origins of the Su family before making my move." Having roamed the Central Plains for centuries, the Bone Elder was not one to stumble into a trap. After a moment's contemplation, he declared, "Humph! You may wait, young man. I have pressing matters to attend to and shall not linger here." With that, he prepared to withdraw. The onlookers erupted in joy, exclaiming, "By the heavens! We shall not meet our end today." However, at that moment, the man in black scoffed, "Have you lost your nerve?" Hearing this, the Bone Elder halted, and the expressions of the crowd froze in astonishment. Chapter 59. I am invincible. You may proceed. At this moment, the Emperor's expression froze as he observed the Elder of the Withered Bones preparing to depart. Is he leaving just like that? What could possibly be so urgent? "You are a formidable figure in the Nirvana realm. Surely, you could have dispatched that Su Xian with ease." The Emperor's son speculated, did they not just exchange blows? Could it be that Elder Withered Bones has realized he might not prevail? Is he truly afraid of Su Xian? The Emperor shook his head decisively. There is absolutely no possibility of that. Elder Withered Bones is an unparalleled powerhouse in the Nirvana realm, dominating the Central Plains for centuries. How could he possibly be outmatched by a mere cave dweller? Even if Su Xian's combat prowess is extraordinary for his level, he is not a swordsman. There is no way he possesses the ability to transcend tears. Perhaps he genuinely has pressing matters to attend to. Emperor's son hesitated. What about young Su's physical body? The Emperor sighed. We can only seek another opportunity next time. At that moment, a figure in a dark robe interjected. Have you quailed? Upon hearing this, the Emperor's majestic form trembled. Meanwhile, on another side, everyone's attention suddenly shifted to Su Xiaofan. Zhang Erniu abruptly asked, "When will your father return?" Su Xiaofan, somewhat puzzled, responded, "It shouldn't be too soon." The crowd nodded slightly in agreement. Zhang Erniu then turned to Zhao Fangnian and inquired, "May I have a go at your precious apprentice?" Zhao Fangnian nodded. "Just be gentle. Don't let it be obvious, or you might face repercussions." Zhang Erniu agreed. "That sounds reasonable." Su Xiaofan listened in bewilderment, quickly retreating behind Su Meng. To his surprise, however, Su Meng stepped back a few paces. Su Xiaofan's face paled in alarm. "Senior Su, did you not promise to protect me?" Su Meng cast a glance at Su Xiaofan, replying, "Do not speak to me. I am in no mood to converse with anyone bearing the surname Su." Su Xiaofan looked distraught. "Esteemed uncles and seniors, why this treatment?" Zhang Erniu cracked his knuckles, sneering, "You ask as if you do not know." Su Xiaofan felt tears welling up, stammering, "This has nothing to do with me." Zhang Erniu retorted, "He is your second uncle. A debt owed by an uncle must be repaid by a nephew." Su Xiaofan protested, "It's still uncertain. Just because he claims to be my second uncle does not make it so." Zhang Erniu scoffed, "You said it yourself." Su Xiaofan fell silent for a moment. Boom. At that instant, the ground suddenly trembled violently. The crowd turned towards the source of the sound, witnessing the elder of the withered bones being forcefully thrust into the earth by the figure in the dark robe. In an instant, a massive pit opened up in the ground. The onlookers rubbed their eyes in disbelief. Could it be that a Nirvana powerhouse is truly this terrifying? Their gazes shifted towards Su Ming. Su Xiaofan exhaled in relief, then asked, "Is this what the Nirvana realm is like?" Su Ming's face flushed crimson as she felt that Su Xian was not merely striking the elder withered bones but rather was delivering blows directed at her. Reflecting on her earlier words and tone, she felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Su Ming contemplated finding a fissure in the earth to burrow into. That wretched figure of the withered bones has caused considerable harm. After a moment of silence, she remarked, "This withered bone individual may not be as rumored." Zhang Erniu's expression softened, and he replied, "It seems that this withered bone person is merely a name without substance." Su Xiaofan was taken aback. "Uncle Zhang, you are literate?" Zhang Erniu responded with pride, "Your uncle Zhang is well-versed in both literature and martial arts." Su Xiaofan hesitated. "Then what about that saying? Uncle's debts are repaid by the nephew." Zhang Erniu declared, "That was my own creation." "What? Do you not understand it?" Su Xiaofan. At that moment, he turned to Su Ming and asked, "Is it possible that my second uncle is simply too formidable?" Su Ming fell silent, not wishing to utter another word. Zhang Erniu suddenly shot Su Xiaofan a glare and said, "Did you not just express uncertainty about whether he is indeed your uncle?" Su Xiaofan replied, "When did I ever say such a thing? You misheard me, Uncle Zhang." Zhang Erniu. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, the withered bone Taoist soared into the sky, covering his face of exposed, stark, white bones. He glared at the figure clad in dark robes. "I initially intended to spare you, but I did not expect you to be so ungrateful. Do not blame me." The robed figure stood with hands clasped behind his back, the fabric of his robe billowing fiercely in the wind. From his elevated position, he looked down upon the withered bone. His lips slightly parted as he uttered a few nonchalant words. "I am invincible. You may do as you please." The onlookers? Zhang Erniu turned to Su Xiaofan and said, "Damn, how does your second uncle seem to flaunt himself even more than your father?" Su Xiaofan remained silent. At that moment, the withered bone individual laughed in anger. He sneered, "I concede you possess some talent. At your age, even in the Central Plains, you would be regarded as a top-tier genius. However, you are ultimately just a novice. Given another 20 years, it would be effortless for you to slay me. But..." The withered bone paused momentarily before coldly stating, "Today, you shall die. If Su Xian does not perish today, where will my face be?" Damn. Does he truly believe he can strike my face without facing repercussions? At this juncture, the robed figure frowned and said, "Do not dare to label me a genius. A weakling who is yet to mature is what one would call a genius." With that, the robed figure displayed unmistakable impatience. Damn. He preferred to act decisively and swiftly. Yet this individual was dawdling. In the next moment, the withered bone individual let out a cold laugh. Following that, the flesh on his body began to vanish, gradually revealing a pale golden skeleton. Below, Su Ming frowned and remarked, "This withered bone individual has actually achieved the true body of nirvana." Su Xiaofan, somewhat puzzled and worried, asked, "What exactly is this true body of nirvana? Is it powerful?" Su Ming explained, "The so-called true body of nirvana is the perfect fusion attained after refining both the primordial spirit and the physical form to their utmost limits. Those who possess the true body of nirvana in the nirvana realm have strength that far surpasses their peers." As Su Ming sighed, she remarked, "Even with Su Xian possessing the prowess of rebirth, it seems utterly futile." Upon hearing these words, the expressions of those present, which had just relaxed, suddenly turned grave. At that moment, Su Xian cast a casual glance towards the pale golden skeletal figure before him, a hint of disdain curling upon his lips. Subsequently, the fiery mark upon his brow erupted with brilliance. Dark flames surged wildly from his form, distorting the very fabric of space in their wake. The skeletal figure was struck with terror. He could not help but exclaim, "What flame is this, possessing such formidable power?" Despite his vast knowledge, he had never encountered such a terrifying fire in this world. Su Xian replied coolly, "Imperial flame." Imperial flame? What a domineering name. Su Ming sighed from below. No matter how potent the fire, What does it matter? Ultimately, at that moment, the dark flames transformed into a fiery lotus, hurtling towards the skeletal figure. The skeletal being, evidently brimming with confidence in his abilities, sneered and launched a punch towards the flaming lotus. Boom! In the next instant, the lotus exploded. A tremendous shockwave radiated outward from the lotus's epicenter, rendering everything in its path void. Then, a scream of agony erupted from the skeletal figure, resounding through the heavens and the earth. In an instant, the crowd was left in bewilderment. They turned once more to look at Su Ming. Su Ming. P.S. Apologies, dear readers, for the author is experiencing a bit of writer's block. Today may only feature one update. However, rest assured, there will be more once the author is on break. Following this will be the plot regarding the external incarnation. This segment has sparked considerable debate. It is, in fact, a preparation for the content of the second volume. I wonder if you all can accept it? Chapter 60. The Su family is a trivial clan. Upon witnessing the scene, Su Xiaofan felt an urge to jest. Esteemed uncles, do you still wish to strike me? At this, Zhang Erniu instinctively raised his hand, but after a moment's contemplation, he merely patted Su Xiaofan on the shoulder. Damn it, the Su family is not to be trifled with. The bloody examples are far too numerous. Who knows how many prodigies lie within the Su lineage? My Zhang family certainly cannot afford to offend them. Just then, Su Xian beckoned with his hand, capturing the fleeing skeletal spirit effortlessly. The skeletal figure struggled desperately, but to no avail. It then pleaded, if you wish to avoid being pursued by the Xianin sect, it would be prudent to release me. Otherwise, the Xianin sect will not spare you. Su Xian chuckled lightly. The Xianin sect? Do you truly believe I would regard them with any seriousness? A mere sect dares to lay hands on a member of the Su family? Preposterous. He continued, now? Tell me, does your Xianin sect still have others? Su Xiaofan, having suffered at the hands of the Xianin sect, felt an urge to exact revenge upon them. The skeletal figure hesitated momentarily before replying, if I divulge that information, will you allow me to leave? Su Xian retorted, you lack the standing to negotiate terms with me. The skeletal figure offered a bitter smile and confessed, both the Emperor and the Empress of the Great Yu are affiliated with my Xianin sect. Your intelligence was provided to us by the Great Yu Emperor himself. He seeks to seize your nephew's corporeal form. As it spoke, a malevolent glint flickered in its eyes. Damn it. My downfall is entirely due to the erroneous information supplied by that wretched emperor. That scoundrel deserves to die. The crowd's expression shifted dramatically, and Su Xiaofan's countenance darkened. Su Xian exuded a palpable aura of murderous intent, turning his gaze towards the imperial city. In the imperial city, the emperor's legs weakened, and he collapsed to the ground. Empress Sun's face was equally ashen. What shall we do? She asked anxiously. The emperor replied, we must flee. Empress Sun nodded in agreement. The emperor continued, you escape. I will stall for time. Empress Sun was taken aback. You? The emperor urged hastily, hurry. Otherwise, none shall escape. With tears welling in her eyes, Empress Sun felt a surge of emotion. Gritting her teeth, she soared northward. The emperor smirked slightly, watching the direction in which Empress Sun departed, murmuring, husband and wife are like birds of a feather. In times of peril, each takes flight. Do not blame me. He then made his way towards the palace quarters. Upon reaching the palace, he opened a concealed chamber. Had Su Yuan been present, he would have recognized it as a teleportation array. Meanwhile, Su Xian gazed in the direction of the fleeing empress. His eyes turned icy. With a flick of his finger, he ignited Empress Sun from afar, reducing her to ashes. The onlookers involuntarily twitched at the corners of their mouths. In the Su family, there was not a single soul to show compassion. His father was thus. Su Xiaofan was thus. Even this second uncle was no different. Is this trait truly hereditary? At that moment, Su Xian furrowed his brows. He suddenly sensed a force of spatial energy. Directing his gaze towards the palace, he scoffed, trying to escape. At that instant, the emperor had activated the teleportation array. His eyes turned cold. What a daring Su family. Just wait for me. In the next moment, the emperor felt a blur before his eyes. When his vision cleared once more, he found himself in a desolate ruin. Before him stood a young man clad in dark robes, coldly staring at him. In the young man's hand, he held the essence of a skeletal figure. The emperor exclaimed, what is happening? Wasn't he supposed to activate the teleportation array? The skeletal figure suddenly sneered, fool, do you not know that the cave of ceiling can obstruct space? The emperor was still in a daze. At this juncture, Su Xian narrowed his eyes at the emperor and said nonchalantly, you wish to seize my nephew's body? What? Has the emperor grown tired of his role and wishes to become my brother's son? The emperor was taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. With a thud, he knelt before the crowd, exclaiming, "Please spare me, esteemed one." As he spoke, he prostrated himself repeatedly, causing the ground to crack and blood to flow. While bowing, he added, "If you do not reject me, I would gladly kneel as your adopted son." The onlookers were equally perplexed. How had they not noticed this shamelessness before? Suddenly, the emperor turned to Zhang Erniu and said, "Zhang Qing, will you not come and intercede on my behalf?" Zhang Erniu, speechless, turned away, pretending to see and know nothing. The Zhang family had attained their current status through his own valor and had not received a single grain from the royal family. Su Xian, displaying visible disdain, scoffed. "You are unworthy." The emperor, devoid of any remaining dignity, declared, "I can still serve you like a beast of burden." Su Xian's expression darkened, and with a flick of his finger, a dark flame shot forth, incinerating the emperor's body into ashes. In the next moment, a plump middle-aged man's soul appeared at the spot. The crowd was taken aback. Su Xian, however, sneered, "Seizing a body, are we?" Meanwhile, atop a distant pavilion, the sixth prince, Li Bao, witnessed this scene with a drastic change in expression. "What is happening here?" Beside him, Ranli remarked, "Your father has been possessed. As far as I know, the practitioners of the Xian sect possess unique techniques and exceptionally strong souls. They're adept at body snatching." Li Bao gritted his teeth. Xian sect. Simultaneously, all resentment he harbored towards the Su family vanished completely. After a moment of silence, Li Bao instructed a soldier behind him, "Let the black armored guards return." Observing this, Ranli let out a long sigh of relief. If Li Bao truly acted against the Su family, considering their temperament, it was likely that the entire Yu kingdom would face annihilation. Now he finally saw clearly. The Su family was merely a petty clan. Given the 3 members of the Su family present, it was likely their strength was beyond his imagination. Not to mention Su Yuan and Su Xian. Even the younger generation, represented by Su Xiaofan, possesses the formidable capability to conquer the cave ruins. Although he employed secret techniques, the magnitude of his power enhancement is such that once exhausted, he can return to a state of normalcy, which speaks volumes about the terrifying nature of this secret method. At that moment, amidst the battlefield, Su Xian had just extinguished the emperor's soul with a mere snap of his fingers when a fierce roar suddenly echoed from afar. "Who dares to harm my son?" The crowd turned towards the source of the voice and beheld a middle-aged man clad in a resplendent crimson dragon robe, with fiery red hair and eyebrows, descending upon a cloud of flame. The onlookers were momentarily taken aback. Had they not just slain one emperor, and now another was arriving? Subsequently, their gazes shifted to Su Xiaofan, their expressions transforming into something more playful. Su Xian, however, regarded the crimson-haired man with a calm demeanor and inquired, "Who goes there?" The red-haired man surveyed the battlefield with a hint of perplexity, but soon proclaimed, "I am the Emperor of Dian." After revealing his identity, he promptly demanded, "Who is Su Xiaofan?" Su Xiaofan's lips twitched as he quickly retreated behind the crowd. The red-haired man immediately noticed Su Xiaofan's movement and comprehended that the person he sought was most likely this individual. With a thunderous roar, he unleashed his imperial pressure from the Purple Mansion realm and charged directly towards Su Xiaofan. At this moment, Su Xian's brow furrowed slightly. Chapter 61 Father. The red-haired middle-aged man lunged towards Su Xiaofan, causing the crowd to instinctively retreat, harboring a sense of secret delight. Damn it, this brat deserved a good beating. However, Su Xian did not allow the spectators their wish. The oppressive force of the cave ruins realm erupted in an instant. The red-haired man suddenly felt an overwhelming pressure, far surpassing his own strength, bearing down upon him. He was taken aback. Damn, the cave ruins. Without hesitation, the red-haired man fell to his knees with a thud. Face. What does face matter? If kneeling could ensure his safety, he would willingly remain on the ground indefinitely. Simultaneously, he cursed inwardly. I truly have a good son. Why provoke anyone? But choose to antagonize a powerhouse like this? Does he truly believe his father is invincible? At that moment, Su Xian spoke calmly. You wish to strike my nephew? The red-haired man chuckled foolishly. No, merely exchanging pleasantries. The crowd, witnessing the red-haired man kneeling, fell into a profound silence. Su Xian nodded, observing the man's respectful demeanor, and refrained from striking. He then looked down at the withered bone elder. Come on, continue summoning. At these words, the smiles on the crowd's faces abruptly froze. Su Xiaofan was equally bewildered. What nonsense is this? More summoning? Have they lost their minds? Su Ming was rendered speechless. Suddenly, she turned to Su Xiaofan, giving him a meaningful glance. Understanding immediately, Su Xiaofan addressed the figure in the dark robe, which, second, uncle. The figure turned, looking at him with confusion. What is it? After contemplating the potential repercussions, Su Xiaofan mustered his courage and said, Second uncle, perhaps we should know our limits. We've already displayed enough. If we continue, we might risk overdoing it. Su Xiaofan was genuinely apprehensive. Damn. If a being from the cave ruins were to descend, wouldn't he that summon an even stronger entity? What did his second uncle intend to do? Annihilate the Xuanin sect single-handedly? Su Xian glanced at Su Xiaofan, feeling an unusual urge to give him a good thrashing. Yet, in the end, he restrained himself. He questioned, What are you pretending for? I have never been one to show off. I have never pretended to be anything I am not. I simply find the Xianin sect displeasing. The crowd? Just then, the spirit of the withered bone elder weakly inquired, Are we truly summoning? Su Xian replied, Stop dawdling. The withered bone elder's lips twitched. It was the first time he had encountered such a request. After a moment of hesitation, he slightly closed his eyes and said, Very well. Su Xian did not comprehend how he would summon the beings, but he no longer cared. As long as the summoning was executed, that was all that mattered. This was just the beginning. He was not yet satisfied. He had spent so long preparing, only to showcase a grand display. Otherwise, he would have acted himself long ago. At that moment, Su Ming clenched her teeth and suddenly asked, Does your Su family still have more members? Su Xian cast her a glance, neither nodding nor shaking his head. Su Ming had learned her lesson this time, refraining from hasty conclusions. Instead, she remarked, What emerges from the withered bones must undoubtedly be an existence beyond nirvana. Are you confident? Su Yuan, controlling Su Xian's body, replied coolly, I am invincible. Su Ming fell silent. Suddenly, Su Xiaofan inquired, Second uncle, how formidable is our Su family? How do we compare to the Xianin sect? Su Xian shot a glance at Su Xiaofan, furrowing his brow and saying, Xiaofan, your perspective is still too limited. Su Xiaofan's lips twitched. After a moment of contemplation, he asked, What about in comparison to the Wanbage? Su Xian sighed, Still too limited. Su Xiaofan appeared bewildered. Then he cautiously asked, Could it be that our Su family is stronger than the Wanbage? Su Xian glanced at Su Xiaofan and declared, Our Su family is invincible. The crowd was taken aback, struggling to fathom the true strength of the Su family. Su Ming's brow furrowed slightly. Yet she could not recall any family by the name of Su in the Central Land. Even in history, it seemed absent. At that moment, Su Xiaofan asked, Second uncle, what is the extent of our family's invincibility? Su Xian regarded Su Xiaofan with approval before responding, You need not know the details. Xiaofan, just remember that our Su family is invincible. You can act freely. The crowd gasped in awe, their respect for the Su family deepening. However, Su Xiaofan questioned, But second uncle, why has my father never mentioned anything about our family? Su Xian replied, Your father wishes to raise you in poverty. Raise me in poverty? Su Xiaofan was taken aback. He then exclaimed, Second uncle, if our Su family is so strong, does that mean I can simply relax in the future? Su Xian's brow knitted in concern. He thought to himself, this could spell disaster if Su Xiaofan truly became complacent. He hastily admonished, Our family's strength has little to do with you. We can help you fight, but many troubles you must ultimately resolve yourself. Have you not understood this by now? The power of others is ultimately illusory. Only by having a strong fist of your own can you rely on something real. If you wish to rest on your laurels, I might as well ask your father to let you fend for yourself. Fend for myself? Su Xiaofan asked, puzzled. What does that mean? Su Xian explained, literally, to be released and neglected. Su Xiaofan gasped, saying, Then I shall strive. At that moment, an overwhelming pressure suddenly enveloped the area. This force was stronger than any previous encounter. The crowd found it difficult to breathe. Su Ming was struck with panic. Could it be? She could not finish her thought before turning to the figure in dark robes, saying, If the Su family is still present, speak up quickly. Otherwise, this time it will truly be the end. Even if your flames are powerful, they are no match for this individual. This is no longer a mere matter of surpassing boundaries. Clad in dark garments, he gazed towards the distant horizon, his expression serene, seemingly unperturbed. Su Ming, filled with anxiety, exclaimed, Are you not afraid? The figure in dark attire turned and replied calmly, Afraid? The members of the Su family have never known fear. You, Daoist Su, simply do not comprehend. Su Ming was taken aback. What did he mean by that? The figure's lips curled slightly as he continued. The unparalleled stronghold you perceive is but an ant in my eyes. Your vision is still insufficient. Su Ming felt a surge of indignation. How could anyone dare to claim her vision was lacking? After all, she was the 7th elder of the 10,000 Treasures Pavilion. Just then, the ominous aura drew closer, causing the crowd to flail about like ants on a hot pan. The skeletal figure, intent on killing, remarked, "It's one thing to put on a facade once or twice, but do you not know that 3 times is a pattern? Now, you have truly met your match." At that moment, from the other side of the horizon, a streak of azure sword light shattered the void. In the next instant, a figure clad in blue suddenly appeared before everyone's eyes. Xiaofan's face lit up with excitement. "Father." The figure in blue turned and said, "I'm late." My son Su Ming sighed and remarked, "It's futile now." At that juncture, Su Yuan's aura began to surge dramatically. The crowd's pupils constricted in surprise. This presence P.S. Chapter 2 is delivered. The prior plot regarding the external incarnation is somewhat chaotic, and the author intends to revise the names later. Initially, the appearance of the Great Su was not planned, but to realign the narrative, the author has eliminated the originally conceived plot for the 2nd volume. Consequently, these chapters may not be as thrilling as the earlier ones, and I apologize for that. As for the external incarnation, to avoid disrupting the storyline, there may not be extensive elaboration. Additionally, regarding typographical errors, which detract from the reading experience, these have arisen because the author writes and publishes in real time without sufficient time for proofreading. Rest assured, any mistakes discovered will be rectified as promptly as possible. Lastly, I extend my heartfelt gratitude for the countless gifts, each nudge for updates, and the monetary support, along with the chapter ode from yesterday. There will be a total of 2 chapters, which should be delivered shortly. Chapter 62. I am invincible, destined to suppress all enemies in the world. The void. Everyone stood in stunned silence. How on earth did the Su family cultivate? After a moment of shock, Su Ming sighed and remarked, "Even in the void, I fear." Just then, from a distant place, a hoarse voice resonated. "Are you Su Yuan?" At such a young age, to possess such cultivation, one must admit, you are truly formidable. Yet, the more impressive you are, the less my Xianin sect can afford to let you go. Unlike others, I shall not grant you time to develop. Now that I have made my move, no matter the cost, I shall ensure your demise. In midair, a figure clad in green, holding a blue sword, gazed into the distance without uttering a word. Su Xiaofan appeared somewhat anxious and then turned to the figure in dark garments, asking, "Second uncle, is there anyone left in our Su family?" Su Xian smiled faintly and replied, "Do not worry, any one of us from the Su family is invincible." Su Xiaofan fell silent for a moment before looking back at the figure in green and saying, "Father." The figure in green did not turn back, but calmly stated, "Do not fret. As a father who dares to wield the invincible sword, I naturally possess the strength to suppress all enemies in the world." Suppressing all enemies in the world? The corners of everyone's mouths twitched. Indeed. Su Yuan was still that Su Yuan. His audacity knew no bounds. At that moment, Su Ming looked at the figure in green standing tall amidst heaven and earth, her eyes reflecting a mix of emotions. After a brief silence, she urged, "Su Yuan, flee. With your speed as a sword cultivator, you might just escape. As long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not fear a lack of firewood." Upon hearing this, Su Yuan turned to Su Ming and suddenly asked, "Miss Su, do you think I am overly arrogant?" Su Ming was taken aback but then nodded. "Indeed, it is arrogance without limit." Su Yuan replied, "Miss Su, you have misunderstood me." "Misunderstood?" Su Ming asked, somewhat perplexed, then inquired, "What have I misunderstood?" Su Yuan clarified, "I am not arrogant. I am merely powerful." Su Ming. After a moment's silence, she asked earnestly, "Where does your confidence stem from?" Su Yuan glanced at his son, a mysterious smile appearing on his face. He did not offer an explanation but merely tightened his grip on the sword. His gaze suddenly sharpened like a blade. At this moment, he calmly declared, "Miss Su." Su Yuan was contemptuously staring into the distance, his eyes penetrating through the void, observing a young man in black robes approaching him. He then chuckled lightly, "I shall only strike once." Su Ming's mouth fell slightly agape. "Only one strike? Is this a jest? Can a sword cultivator of such caliber truly be resolved with a single strike? Sword cultivators are foremost in offense, invincible among equals, even transcending realms. Yet, this depends on how many realms one surpasses. The visitor is a being above nirvana, and he claims to strike but once? This is beyond arrogance." Su Ming found herself at a loss for words to describe it. At that moment, Su Ming furrowed her brow and said, Su Yuan, do not jest. While sword cultivators are formidable, they are not invincible. Meanwhile, a cold sneer echoed from a distance. Only one sword? You are truly arrogant, boy. Su Yuan, however, chuckled softly and suddenly turned to his son, saying, Xiaofan, watch closely. Su Xiaofan appeared utterly bewildered. Watch. What? Su Yuan smiled but remained silent. What else was there to observe? Of course, it was to witness how his father would perform. With that thought in mind, Su Yuan drew his sword. The formless sword intent shattered the space around him, creating a long fissure in the void. This strike traveled 1,000 miles in an instant, vanishing from the sight of the onlookers in the blink of an eye. After executing this stroke, Su Yuan calmly sheathed his sword and turned to approach Su Xiaofan. The crowd was left in a state of confusion. Su Xiaofan asked, Father, is that it? The opponent is from the Nirvana realm. Su Yuan replied, Xiaofan, you cannot yet fathom the extent of my power. Su Xiaofan was momentarily taken aback, finding those words oddly familiar. At that moment, Su Ming interjected. Su Yuan, take your son and flee. I will help you hold them off. I am from the Wanbao Pavilion. They dare not harm me. Su Yuan turned to look at Su Ming. He smiled and said, Thank you for your kindness, Miss Su. However, the word flee does not exist in my vocabulary. Just then, Zhang Erniu stepped forward, advising, Brother Su, you should heed Miss Su's advice. That being is indeed above the Nirvana realm. Su Yuan remained silent, gazing into the distant sky. At that moment, an enraged roar echoed from afar. Su Yuan, wait for me. As the words fell, the terrifying pressure suddenly vanished without a trace. The crowd was momentarily stunned, then looked at Su Yuan in horror. A faint blush appeared on Su Ming's delicate face as she wished desperately for a hole to hide in. How many times had this happened today? She felt that the one most severely slapped in the face today was not the Xianyin sect, but rather herself, Su Ming. Meanwhile, 1,000 miles away, a young man in black attire looked down at the wound on his arm, his lips twitching. He had not felt this close to death in a long time. Damn it. He had never encountered such an absurd sword cultivator. Just then, an elderly man with white hair suddenly appeared beside him. Is it resolved? The young man in black shook his head, saying, Until we understand the Su family's background, we must not provoke them. The white-haired man frowned. Why? The young man replied. The Su family's background is likely quite formidable. The white-haired man asked, How can you tell? The young man responded, Those with the surname Su are exceedingly capable of putting on a show. At that moment, he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, as if something terrifying was fixating on him. He hastily tore through space and fled. Left behind was only the bewildered expression of the white-haired man. In the imperial capital, amidst a landscape of ruins, the crowd anxiously turned their gazes towards Su Xian. He glanced at the bewildered spirit of the skeletal elder in his grasp. At that moment, the skeletal elder weakly inquired, Must I still summon more souls? Su Xian pondered for a moment before responding, No need. The skeletal elder's expression changed dramatically, just as he was about to plead for mercy. His spirit was abruptly crushed by Su Xian's hand. Upon witnessing this, the crowd finally exhaled in relief. Had Su Xian insisted on having the skeletal elder summon more souls, they would have truly been driven to despair. Just then, Su Xiaofan suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. The crowd's expression shifted alarmingly. Su Yuan instantly appeared before Su Xiaofan, assessing his son's injuries. His brows furrowed sharply as his gaze drifted into the distance. The Xianyin sect truly deserved their fate. At this moment, Zhao Fengnian exclaimed, This is grave. All of Xiaofan's meridians have ruptured. If he does not consume the celestial restoration pill soon, I fear. Su Yuan's countenance turned icy. An unintentional aura emanated from him, suffocating those around him. Su Yuan asked, How much time remains? Zhao Fengnian replied, 1 hour. If the celestial restoration pill is not taken within that time, it will be beyond remedy. Su Yuan suddenly turned to Su Ming, speaking rapidly, Miss Su, is 1 hour sufficient? Su Ming's face paled. The celestial restoration pill is a 7th grade elixir. 1 hour may not be enough. Chapter 63. Su just desires invincibility. Is 1 hour insufficient? Su Yuan inquired anxiously. Su Ming hesitated, responding, It may be inadequate. There is a success rate in alchemy, and I possess only a 10% chance of successfully refining the heaven-mending pill within an hour. At that moment, Su Yuan abruptly recalled his external incarnation. He promptly handed the heaven-mending grass to Su Xian and then asked Su Ming, Do you possess the formula for the heaven-mending pill? Su Ming was momentarily taken aback, but upon regaining her composure, she retrieved the formula without hesitation. The crowd was astonished. This Miss Su was exceedingly generous. The heaven-mending pill was a 7th-grade elixir, and the value of this formula was incalculable. Su Yuan nodded slightly, expressing, "Thank you. I shall remember this favor." The atmosphere grew somewhat solemn. A single favor exchanged for a 7th-grade formula was indeed a hefty price. At that moment, Su Xin glanced at the formula, refrained from further discussion, summoned his dark flames, and seated himself on the ground. The crowd was taken aback. Zhao Fingyan remarked, "This esteemed Taoist Su is also an alchemist?" Su Yuan nodded in affirmation. Zhao Fingyan inquired, "What grade?" Su Yuan replied, "7th grade." The crowd was left in astonishment. Zhao Fingyan remarked, "Your Su family certainly harbors no trivial characters." However, he hesitated, adding, "But the success rate for alchemy." Su Yuan interjected, 99%. The expressions of the crowd indicated disbelief. Zhang Erniu sighed, "Brother Su, now is not the time for bravado. Such matters are no jest." Su Yuan fell silent. At this juncture, he truly had no intention of posturing. He spoke only the truth. The system's parameters indeed indicated 99%. What could he do? Suddenly, a peculiar fragrance of elixir wafted into everyone's nostrils. As for the selection for the main academy? Absolutely not. I, Su Xiaofan, would rather starve at home, lying in bed and gathering mold, than venture outside to be beaten. A month later, at the Zhulu Academy, within a guest chamber, Su Xiaofan resolutely faced Xiang Hua and Zhao Fingyan. Damn it, he was genuinely terrified. The beating he endured last time had yet to heal. After considerable effort to put on a show, he barely lasted 3 seconds. Now they wanted him to go outside again? Was that not ludicrous? What was the purpose of going out? To seek a beating? He, Su Xiaofan, had no desire for that. At this moment, Xiang Hua earnestly implored, "Xiaofan, you are the most formidable prodigy in our branch. If you do not go, then who will? It has been years since anyone from our branch has entered the main academy. If this continues, the resources provided to us by the main academy will gradually diminish. At that point, our branch will likely face utter decline." Su Xiaofan instinctively replied, "Isn't there still song?" But he abruptly fell silent. Xiang Hua regarded him with a knowing smile, saying, "Song Qishan, after all, was driven away by you. You must take responsibility." Su Xiaofan remained silent. Zhao Fingyan advised, "Xiaofan, my young friend, one should venture out more. Do not confine yourself within the walls of your home, laboring in isolation. Such a course is unwise. A journey, even if brief, can prove beneficial. It is not imperative for you to return with accolades. Do not burden yourself with expectations." Su Xiaofan felt somewhat troubled. He genuinely did not wish to go. Yet, the thought of having consumed so many resources from the Academy of the Hunt filled him with guilt. Just as he hesitated, the voice of the system elder suddenly echoed in his mind. "You are invited to the Central Continent to participate in the Academy of the Hunt selection. You have 2 choices. First, excel in the examination and receive the reward of advancing 1 major realm. Second, participate anonymously and, upon being eliminated, receive the reward of enhancing your swordsmanship to the level of a grand sword immortal." Upon seeing the rewards of this selection, Su Xiaofan gasped. Both options appeared formidable. Naturally, the second reward seemed even more enticing. He felt a stir of excitement. However, he remained indecisive. After pondering, he inquired, "How often does this selection occur?" Xiang Hua, somewhat puzzled, replied, "Once every 10 years. Su Xiaofan further questioned, "Are there any restrictions?" Xiang Hua answered, "This selection permits only prodigious talents under the age of 25 to participate." Su Xiaofan sighed. A deadlock. He had initially intended to lay low and wait for the next opportunity. Little did he expect there would be an age limit. After a prolonged silence, he finally conceded, "I suppose I can attend, but I cannot guarantee any specific ranking." At this, Xiang Hua and Zhao Fingyan exchanged knowing glances, their amusement barely concealed. Were they not familiar with Su Xiaofan's cunning? He was adept at playing the fool while hiding his true strength. His knack for stirring the pot was unparalleled. Should Su Xiaofan participate in the main academy selection, it would be difficult for their branch not to gain attention. As for his ranking? As long as the main academy was not blind, even if Su Xiaofan did not secure a rank, his entry into the main academy was a certainty. Xiang Hua urged, "Then hasten to pack your belongings. We shall depart tomorrow." Su Xiaofan, puzzled, asked, "So soon?" Xiang Hua hesitated for a moment before responding, "It is quite a distance." Hence the urgency. Su Xiaofan did not notice the expression on Xiang Hua's face and simply nodded in understanding. Observing the two depart, he felt an odd sensation. As they exited Su Xiaofan's quarters, Zhao Fengyan frowned and whispered, "Dean, do we not have a teleportation array to go directly?" "Why?" Xianghua shook his head, saying, "It is his father's intention." Zhao Fengyan inquired, "What does Su Yuan mean by this?" Xianghua contemplated for a moment, responding, "I am not entirely sure. He mentioned that reading thousands of books does not compare to traveling thousands of miles. It is likely the unique educational methods of the Su family." Zhao Fengyan stroked his chin, contemplating for a moment before saying, "I must delve into this Su family's approach to education and see if I can cultivate a few prodigies akin to Su Xiaofan for the Hunting Institute." Upon hearing this, Xianghua's expression darkened. He replied, "If you wish to prevent our Hunting Institute from being annihilated, it would be prudent to abandon this notion. To nurture more prodigies like Su Xiaofan? What a farce. Our institute simply cannot bear that burden. Do you think every disciple has a father with the surname Su?" Meanwhile, on the cliffs of the back mountain of the Hunting Institute, Su Yuan and Su Ming stood together, feeling the wind. Su Yuan inquired, "Miss Su, have you come to see me for?" Su Ming replied, "I am here to offer you a warning." "A warning?" Su Yuan expressed his confusion. Su Ming continued, "While I am unaware of the true strength of your Su family, you must exercise caution regarding the Xianin sect. Their expertise lies in the shadows. The Xianin sect employs a unique cultivation method, their influence permeating the entire continent. Even our Wanao Pavilion cannot ascertain how many of our members are affiliated with the Xianin sect." With that, Su Ming turned to leave. Before departing, she waved her hand and said to Su Yuan, "We shall meet again in the central continent." Su Yuan did not turn back or respond. He was not oblivious to emotions and understood that Miss Su likely harbored feelings for him. Indeed, she was remarkable. Alas, among the myriad words in this world, it is the character of love that is the most lethal. Su Yuan gazed at the setting sun on the horizon and murmured to himself, "I, Su, only desire invincibility. P.S. I apologize for the delayed update. This chapter serves as a transitional piece." Chapter 64. Following Little Su, one would be beaten 9 times in 3 days. Upon a swiftly gliding spaceship, Su Xiaofan, clad in simple garments, stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the distant horizon, lost in contemplation. At that moment, Su Yuan appeared by his side, inquiring, "What occupies your thoughts?" Naturally, Su Xiaofan refrained from divulging his musings to his father, fearing a reprimand for his perceived lack of ambition. Instead, he offered an innocent smile and replied, "I was pondering the whereabouts of Uncle. Ever since awakening, he had not laid eyes on him again." Su Yuan chuckled softly, "Your uncle has ventured to the central land." A hint of confusion crossed Su Xiaofan's face as he questioned, "What purpose does he have there?" Su Yuan merely smiled in silence, choosing not to address the matter. His gaze shifted toward the distance, directed at the Black Corner domain. Although he had already penetrated the domain, perhaps casting his son into it might yield some beneficial treasures from the system. Yet, these considerations were secondary. His son was on the brink of participating in the selection for the Deer Academy's main branch, where many of the most exceptional talents would vie for a scant few positions. Given his son's current prowess at the Linkong realm, he might find the competition rather daunting. Thus, it was imperative for him to undergo further training. Su Yuan gazed at the sky, his heart silently lamenting, "Xiaofan, I truly worry for you." After a brief silence, Su Yuan suddenly stated, "Xiaofan, I must step out for a moment." "Step out?" Su Xiaofan inquired, a trace of confusion evident in his voice. "Father, do you have business? When will you return?" Su Yuan replied, "I am merely going to procure some items. I shall return shortly." Upon hearing this, Su Xiaofan felt a slight wave of relief wash over him. In his father's absence, he felt a distinct lack of security. In the next instant, Su Yuan's figure vanished from the spot. Su Xiaofan resumed his contemplation. Moments later, the spaceship was jolted by a violent tremor. Su Xiaofan furrowed his brow. At that moment, Zhang Hualong rushed onto the deck from the lower levels, his expression fraught with urgency. Su Xiaofan asked, "What troubles you, Brother Zhang?" Zhang Hualong spoke with an anxious tone. "The energy stones powering the spaceship have run out." Su Xiaofan responded, slightly relieved, "Can't we simply replace them?" After a moment of silence, Zhang Hualong replied, "The remaining energy stones were taken by Uncle Su." Su Xiaofan was momentarily at a loss for words. After a pause, he hesitantly asked, "Then what shall we do?" Zhang Hualong sighed, "We can only make an emergency landing." As he spoke, an unsettling premonition washed over him. Yet, Su Xiaofan's sense of foreboding was even stronger. He queried, "Where are we headed?" A bittersweet expression emerged on Zhang Hualong's round face. The Black Corner Domain. Upon hearing this, Su Xiaofan's countenance darkened as well. Meanwhile, along a narrow mountain path, a grand caravan was making its way forward. In the midst of the caravan, a luxurious carriage housed a strikingly beautiful woman, her complexion fair, devoid of makeup, and dressed in purple attire, bearing a hint of concern upon her face. Beside her, a dapper young gentleman in splendid garments reassured her, "Sister, there is no need for your worry. We did not take the deserted path, and our objective remains unclear. Furthermore, this secluded trail is seldom traversed, ensuring we are unlikely to encounter any nefarious individuals." Upon hearing this, the woman spoke with gravity. "Do not be careless before the goods have been delivered." The dapper young man replied, "Sister, even if we were to encounter scoundrels, what of it? Our Fong family has no reason to fear them. We have enlisted a formidable expert from the Divine Concealment Realm to safeguard us. Moreover, I have ascended to the sky-soaring realm at the tender age of 25. If a rogue appears, we shall vanquish him." The woman in violet sighed and said, "Do you believe that an expert from the Divine Concealment Realm is all that impressive? Do you consider yourself a genius simply because you have reached the sky-soaring realm at 25? Little Hang, remember, there are always greater talents beyond us." Fong Hang scoffed. "At least I have never encountered anyone with greater aptitude than mine." Fong Xiaoqian sighed. Her brother had indeed been spoiled by their parents. Just then, the caravan abruptly halted. A burly man approached to report, "Miss, there is a situation." Fong Xiaoqian furrowed her brow and asked, "What is it?" Fong Heng's eyes lit up. "Could it be bandits?" The burly man replied, "It seems not to be bandits, but rather two youths." "Youths?" Fong Heng's interest waned. Fong Xiaoqian, on high alert, inquired, "What manner of youths?" The burly man pondered briefly and said, "One is somewhat handsome, and the other is a portly lad." Fong Xiaoqian nodded and asked, "What do they want?" The burly man answered, "They claim they wish to borrow money." Fong Xiaoqian nodded, concluding, "It must be that unfortunate young master." With that, she retrieved several gold coins from her pocket and handed them to the burly man, instructing, "Tell them they need not repay." The burly man shook his head, "Miss, they are asking to borrow elemental stones." Fong Xiaoqian's brow furrowed slightly. The Fong family was not a prominent clan in this Black Corner domain. They could barely survive by relying on others. Elemental stones were exceedingly precious, and the entire Fong family likely could not muster many. Yet these two youths had the audacity to request elemental stones? After some thought, Fong Xiaoqian declared, "Let us go see for ourselves." With that, she led Fong Heng toward the front of the caravan. Meanwhile, on a high hillside, a group of individuals clad in black lay in wait. At the forefront stood a towering man, his physique brimming with muscle, exuding an aura of ferocity. His gaze was fixed intently on the descending Fong Xiaoqian, salivating with desire. At that moment, his second-in-command remarked, "Boss, it appears the information provided by the Fong families which was indeed accurate." The towering man sneered, "These families are utterly revolting, constantly scheming against their own. Yet, it matters not. We shall ultimately reap the rewards." The second-in-command then asked, "When shall we strike, brother?" The towering man, still fixated on Fong Xiaoqian, declared now. At this moment, Fong Xiaoqian had already arrived at the front of the convoy. Her gaze first settled upon Su Xiaofan. Although Su Xiaofan's attire was not as refined as that of the stout man beside him, he was undeniably handsome. Fong Xiaoqian then addressed Su Xiaofan, asking, "Young sir, do you require the borrowing of some elemental stones?" Su Xiaofan replied, "Indeed, our spaceship has nearly exhausted its energy reserves. Hence we seek to borrow some elemental stones for emergency purposes." However, Fong Xiaoqian shook her head and responded, "I am afraid that is not possible. Elemental stones are exceedingly precious, and we currently do not possess any. My apologies." The two were not surprised by the refusal, as they were strangers after all. Elemental stones were indeed valuable. Why should they lend to someone merely because of their handsome appearance? Being handsome could lead to trouble. Yet, borrowing money remained a challenging endeavor. At this juncture, Su Xiaofan clasped his hands in apology and said, "I am sorry for the disturbance." With that, he turned to leave with Zhang Hualong. Just then, a group of men clad in black suddenly appeared on the narrow path, encircling them completely. Fong Xiaoqian's expression turned icy in an instant. She then glanced apologetically at the two young men. After a moment's thought, she said, "Could you please allow these two young sirs to leave? They possess no money." The burly leader scrutinized Su Xiaofan for a moment before remarking, "With such striking looks, he could fetch a handsome price." Zhang Hualong felt a pang of regret. wishing he had withstood the reprimand from his elder. Had he known this would transpire, he would have resolutely refused to accompany Su Xiaofan. Curse it. Following Su Xiaofan meant he would endure countless beatings. P.S. My heartfelt gratitude to Tianqing Sei Yin Yu Shi, Zhang Gu, Ji Xiao who likes swallowtail fish, and Jing Xian Shi Tai from Heilongjiang. I am overwhelmed by your generous support and encouragement. The little author is truly astonished. A scholar would lay down their life for a true friend. More updates will follow shortly. Chapter 65. Su Chue. Su Xiaofan's lips twitched. He then pulled Zhang Hualong aside. Zhang Hualong, puzzled, asked, "Not going to help?" Su Xiaofan replied, "Let's wait and see for now." Suddenly, Zhang Hualong realized something, his expression turning solemn. After a moment of silence, he said, "Su, I beg you, please change your strategy. This one is outdated." Su Xiaofan sighed helplessly. "I truly did not intend to play the role of a pig to eat the tiger. I merely wished to observe the situation for a moment. If they cannot win, I will have to intervene, even if I don't want to. This is called caution." Zhang Hualong scoffed and fell silent. What a farce. Do not elevate pretentiousness to such grandiose heights. At that moment, Fang Xiaoqian addressed the bandit leader. "I advise you to leave quickly, or else." The bandit leader sneered dismissively, "Or else. What will happen?" Fang Xiaoqian suddenly turned and commanded, "Go, summon elderly." The bandit leader narrowed his eyes, intrigued by the unfolding scene. In the next instant, an elderly man in gray appeared. The gray-clad elder first nodded at Fang Xiaoqian, then cast a contemptuous glance at the bandit leader. "Wise of you to leave," he said. "I am quite old and do not wish to shed unnecessary blood." The bandit leader, filled with disdain, retorted, "Old man, with your age, do not put on such airs. Do not force me to slap you." The gray-robed elder coldly snorted, seeking death. He charged at the bandit leader. In the next moment, he was sent flying. The onlookers were left dumbfounded. Fang Xiaoqian's lips twitched. Elderly, this. The gray-robed elder covered his face and staggered to his feet. Gritting his teeth, he said, "No worries. I let him have that one. I did not expect him to possess some skill." He continued, "Now, I shall be serious." As he spoke, a sword suddenly appeared in the elder's hand. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Even Su Xiaofan watched with keen interest. Indeed, this Blackhorn domain harbors hidden talents. There is even a sword cultivator. This was the third sword cultivator he had encountered. He wondered what level of swordsmanship this elder had attained. Just as he pondered this, the gray-robed elder unleashed his sword. A wave of sword energy was cleaved forth. The bandit leader felt a flicker of tension. However, the strike was not swift. He evaded it with a quick movement. The sword energy sliced through a large tree before coming to a halt. The crowd stared in bewilderment. Is this what sword cultivators are like? Su Xiaofan blinked, immediately discerning that the gray-robed figure was not a true sword cultivator. It was merely a surge of infused essence that he had released. A genuine sword cultivator must comprehend the essence of the sword. At that moment, the bandit leader mocked, "Is this what a sword cultivator is? No wonder they are nearly extinct." With that, he kicked out. The gray-robed elder was sent flying once more. Immediately, he fell into a deep unconsciousness. The siblings of the Fang family turned ashen-faced. At that moment, Zhang Hualong suddenly stepped forward. He proclaimed, "For 100 Yuan stones, we can take action." Fang Heng retorted furiously, "Take action? With just you? And you dare ask for 100 Yuan stones? You must be out of your mind." Zhang Hualong ignored him and turned his gaze to Fang Xiaoqian. He believed she was a person of discernment. After a moment's hesitation, Fang Xiaoqian finally nodded. "Very well. Let us treat this dead horse as a living one." Zhang Hualong smiled faintly and addressed Su Xiaofan. "Brother Su, please commence your performance." Su Xiaofan's face darkened. Damn it. What poor judgment in friendships. But under the pressure of the situation, he let out a resigned sigh and took a few steps forward. The bandit leader was taken aback, staring at Su Xiaofan, before bursting into hearty laughter. "Kid, you haven't even sprouted all your hairs yet. You look handsome, so I won tea at you. If I ruin that, I won't fetch a good price." At that moment, Zhang Hualong interjected, "My brother Su is unrivaled among his peers." Fang Heng frowned and remarked, "Unrivaled among peers? What use is being unmatched in the innate realm?" Suddenly, Su Xiaofan's aura surged dramatically. Everyone was taken aback. The Void Realm. Such a young practitioner of the Void Realm. Fang Heng was equally astonished. This Su fellow seemed excessively youthful. Yet he quickly added, "But what good does that do? Can he truly fight?" Zhang Hualong replied, "My brother Su is not only unmatched among peers, but can also surpass realms." At this, The onlookers regarded Zhang Hualong with incredulity. You must be joking. You need to be more realistic. Surpassing realms? Do you have any idea how difficult that is? Let alone being unmatched. Just then, Su Xiaofan summoned the bloodslaughter sword. The crowd's disdain deepened. What? Another sword cultivator? One was just knocked down. Zhang Hualong spoke with an air of profound wisdom. That one was a mere pretender. You have yet to witness the true strength of a sword cultivator. The crowd shook their heads slightly, with one person commenting, Kid, spare us your pretentious airs, as if you've seen the world. Zhang Hualong pondered for a moment before saying, What I have witnessed far surpasses your experiences. At the very least, I know that sword cultivators are formidable. No, the Su family is formidable. The Su family? The bandit leader's eyes widened suddenly. He turned to Su Xiaofan and inquired, What is your relation to Su Yuan? Su Yuan? Su Xiaofan was momentarily taken aback. Having accumulated a wealth of experience and enduring beatings, he had finally learned to be clever. He replied, I do not know anyone by that name. Upon hearing this, the bandit leader let out a long sigh of relief. It's good that you don't know him. I cannot afford to offend Su Yuan. I witnessed him wield a sword in a blue robe on that ship. At the time, I was merely the second in command. If this person before me has any connection to him, I dare not act recklessly. However, since it matters not. The bandit leader revealed a cruel smile at the corners of his mouth, saying, In that case, young man, do not blame me. With that, he stomped heavily on the ground. In the next moment, stones flew in all directions. The imposing figure of the bandit leader suddenly appeared before Su Xiaofan. At that moment, Zhang Hualong calmly stated, Only one sword. The crowd was momentarily bewildered. Zhang Hualong smiled without explanation, remaining silent. In an instant, Su Xiaofan unleashed a sword strike. The bandit leader's head fell to the ground. The crowd stood in stunned silence. Instantaneous? A leap in an instant? It was at this moment that the crowd finally comprehended the significance of only one sword. Zhang Hualong then glanced at the crowd before turning away. Presenting his back to them, his demeanor enigmatic. Shinsong? Before my brother Su, he is but an insignificant insect. He then cast a sweeping glance at the remaining bandits, declaring, My brother Su is invincible. You may act as you please. Su Xiaofan suddenly turned around, glaring at Zhang Hualong with a hint of annoyance. He struggled to suppress his anger and said, Brother Zhang, refrain from boasting. Let us keep a low profile. Zhang Hualong remained silent, responding, Su, do not feign modesty. With a brother like me, you should revel in it. Su Xiaofan. Zhang Hualong then turned his head, flamboyantly stating, My lady, the matter has been resolved. When shall the payment of the 200 spirit stones be made? At this moment, Fang Xiaoqian regained her composure and hastily said, I left home without spirit stones. Might you accompany me back, and I shall pay the 200 spirit stones then? Upon hearing this, the eyes of the two brightened suddenly. Yet, Fang Xiaoqian hesitated for a moment, adding, By the way, I actually have one more humble request. Chapter 66, Yet Again Deceived. What? Pretending to be betrothed. Forcing my fiancé to withdraw? Fang Xiaoqian nodded and said, Indeed, for I harbor no affection for him. I refuse to spend my life with someone devoid of emotional foundation. Inside the carriage, Zhang Hualong wore a look of astonishment, soon sinking into contemplation. Such a situation seemed perilous. Yet, this stunning beauty, with her pitiful entreaty, stirred within him a desire to acquiesce immediately. After a prolonged silence, he spoke earnestly, Miss Fang, I am willing to agree to your request. However, we must stipulate that it is merely a fade. It must never be taken seriously. Zhang Hualong felt a twinge of apprehension. Given his charm, should Miss Fang become attached to him, it would pose a dilemma. He, Zhang Hualong, was devoted to his path and could not allow himself to be entangled in such romantic affairs. At this moment, Fang Xiaoqian hesitated briefly before saying, Actually, I aim to let Su. Zhang Hualong waved his hand dismissively and declared, Miss Fang, I have but one stipulation. Should you not agree, this matter shall be rendered null. After a moment of contemplation, Fang Xiaoqian gritted her teeth and replied, Then I extend my heartfelt gratitude for your assistance, young Master Zhang. Regardless of the outcome, I shall ensure you are duly rewarded. Meanwhile, Su Xiaofan, who had initially intended to offer counsel, realized that Zhang Hualong's demeanor suggested he could not be dissuaded. Thus, he opted for silence. At that juncture, Zhang Hualong leaned in and whispered, Su, are you not envious? Su Xiaofan, puzzled, inquired, Envious of what? Zhang Hualong retorted, Envious of my superior looks. Su Xiaofan. 3 days later. The group arrived at the Fong family estate in Xuanwu City. Fong Xiaoqian promptly presented 200 yuan stones, stating, "This is for your agreement. The wedding date requires a few more days, so I must kindly ask you to stay at Fong Manor in the meantime." After considering the matter, the two accepted, recognizing that after such a lengthy journey, they were indeed fatigued. On the eve of the grand wedding at the Fong residence, in a study, a captivating matron gazed at the flickering candlelight on the desk, a slight smile gracing her lips. She spoke with mirth. "I initially believed our plan had faltered, leaving no opportunity to eliminate her. Yet, unexpectedly, the eldest daughter has sealed her own fate. How audacious to bring a rogue man home before the wedding. Consequently, even if the head of the family pardons her, the Sun family will undoubtedly seek retribution. My child, your opportunity has arrived." With the eldest branch in disarray, the future of the Fong family shall be dictated by our branch. At this moment, a youthful man seated across from her expressed concern. "Father dotes on that pair from the eldest branch greatly. Do you think you will confront the Sun family?" The matron shook her head, saying, "No. I know your father too well. When it comes to the survival of the family versus familial affection, he will always choose the former. After all, it is the Sun family. Though not the most prominent in the Black Corner domain, they rank among the top 10. With a slight exertion, our Fong family cannot withstand it." The youth continued, "Our ancestor has some ties with the Sword sect. What if the ancestor protects us?" The beautiful woman shook her head once more, replying, "Our ancestor has departed from the Sword sect for many years and is not a prominent figure. He has long lost any connection with them. We can only rely on the Sword sect's reputation to intimidate others." Hearing this, a faint smile crept upon the youth's lips. The following day, on the day of the grand wedding, Xiaofan remained indoors, feeling a sense of unease. Thus, he chose to practice swordsmanship in the courtyard. A terrifying crimson, sword intent permeated the air. However, Xiaofan managed to control it exceptionally well, ensuring not a trace escaped outside. After an hour, just as he was about to take a break, he suddenly noticed a figure standing atop the courtyard wall, a white-clad elder. Xiaofan was startled and cautiously regarded the elder. The elder smiled kindly at him and inquired, "Are you a sword cultivator?" Xiaofan hesitated for a moment before nodding. After all, the other party had already seen him. Further denial would be futile. The white-clad elder nodded in satisfaction and introduced himself. "I am the ancestor of the Fong family. Young man, since you are a sword cultivator, would you be willing to join the Sword sect?" The Sword sect? Xiaofan was somewhat puzzled. What kind of power was the Sword sect? And why had he never heard of it? Could it be a sect for sword cultivators? But weren't sword cultivators nearly extinct? How could there still be a legacy? Noticing Xiaofan's confusion, the elder explained. The Sword sect is the foremost sect in the central continent and the only holy ground in the world that still preserves the complete legacy of the sword path. Xiaofan raised an eyebrow and asked, "How does this Sword sect compare to the Xianin sect?" The elder scoffed. "What is the Xianin sect? How could it possibly compare to the Sword sect?" Xiaofan pondered for a moment before asking, "Does the Sword sect have any great sword immortals?" The elder proudly replied, "The leader of the Sword sect is a Sword Emperor." Sword Emperor? Xiaofan was taken aback. His father was already so formidable. A Sword Emperor must be even more terrifying. At that moment, the elder spoke again. "So, young man, do you wish to join the Sword sect? With your talent, you could undoubtedly become the personal disciple of the sect leader." Xiaofan felt a sense of puzzlement. This elder seemed to hold the Sword sect in high regard. Yet, his father was already so powerful that he saw no need to join this Sword sect. Furthermore, he was not eager to become embroiled in the intrigues of sect life. So Xiaofan shook his head. After a moment of reflection, his curiosity got the better of him, and he asked, "What sword path does the sect leader cultivate?" The elder, slightly disappointed, replied, "The gentleman's sword path." Xiaofan then inquired, "How does this gentleman's sword path compare to the invincible sword path in terms of strength?" The elder hesitated before saying, "You even know of the invincible sword path?" Although I am reluctant to admit it, among the myriad paths of the sword, the invincible sword path ranks first. However, in this day and age, no one dares to cultivate the invincible sword path any longer. Xiaofan instinctively inquired why. The elder replied, "Because the path of the invincible sword is the most arduous. First and foremost, one must possess an invincible sword heart. It is the unwavering confidence that even the greatest of all, with a single stroke, can vanquish the celestial beings. For those who cultivate the invincible sword path, should they fail, their resolve shall shatter in an instant." Xiaofan's mind involuntarily conjured the image of a figure clad in a blue robe. He then asked, What if one is overwhelmed by a higher realm? The elder shook his head, stating, once defeated, one's heart will undoubtedly be harmed. In mild cases, one's swordsmanship will regress, rendering any future breakthroughs impossible. In severe cases, they may never be able to wield a sword again. Thus, it is the mightiest sword path. Upon hearing this, Xiaofan felt an even greater admiration for the elder. At that moment, the elder, somewhat unwilling to concede, said, young lad, do you truly not wish to join the sword sect? Xiaofan queried, if the sword sect is indeed so formidable, can a mere word from you allow me entry? The elder smirked slightly, brimming with pride, and declared, I was once one of the 12 sword-bearers under the sword sect's leader. The 12 sword-bearers? Xiaofan envisioned the sword sect's leader embarking on a journey accompanied by 12 youthful disciples, instantly sensing a hint of pretense in the elder's demeanor. However, as he glanced at the elder's weathered face, he fell into silence. The elder seemed to perceive his thoughts and remarked, that was in my youth. I have since retired in my advanced years. Xiaofan nodded slightly and added, I apologize, esteemed elder, but I truly have no inclination to join the sword sect. After a moment's hesitation, he boldly continued, by the way, esteemed elder, I have a few questions that I hope you might illuminate for me. The elder, donning a faint smile, responded, since you address me as an elder, feel free to ask. Xiaofan first bowed respectfully, then inquired, may I ask, esteemed elder, why are sword cultivators so powerful yet so few in number? I have heard that it is due to the heavenly Tao's retribution, but I know little else. The elder looked at Xiaofan with mild surprise and said, you seem to be quite knowledgeable. Indeed, it is the heavenly Tao's retribution that has made it exceedingly difficult for subsequent generations to comprehend the essence of the sword. This is the principal reason for the scarcity of sword cultivators. Even if I were to randomly select someone and grant them the sword's inheritance, along with boundless resources, they would still be unable to grasp the sword path. Thus, every sword cultivator is a rare gem, a prodigy among countless souls. Xiaofan nodded slightly in acknowledgement, but then expressed his confusion. If that is the case, why doesn't the heavenly Tao simply eradicate the sword path altogether? The elder gently shook his head, saying, I too do not fully understand the reasons behind this. Perhaps it is the heavenly Tao's benevolence that allows for a glimmer of hope to remain? Upon hearing this, Xiaofan once again bowed to the elder and expressed his gratitude, saying, thank you for your enlightening counsel. Just then, a sudden commotion erupted from the direction of the hall where a wedding was taking place, accompanied by the sounds of a struggle. Xiaofan's expression changed dramatically. Without hesitation, he dashed towards the source of the disturbance. The elder also furrowed his brow in concern. In a swift motion, Xiaofan burst into the grand hall where the wedding was being held, only to witness a young man clad in ceremonial attire delivering a powerful kick that sent Zhang Hualong flying. With a slight furrow of his brow, Xiaofan appeared behind Zhang Hualong, catching him with steady hands. Casting a glance at the assailant, he let out a sigh and lowered his head, saying, Brother Zhang, you have been deceived. Zhang Hualong spat out a mouthful of blood, feeling somewhat weak as he asked, what do you mean, Su? Xiaofan pointed towards the young man who had just attacked and inquired, who is this person? Confused, Zhang Hualong replied, he is Fang Xiaoqian's fiancé. Xiaofan looked at the bewildered Zhang Hualong and remarked, Brother Zhang, you are usually so astute. How can you be so easily manipulated by a woman? Zhang Hualong was taken aback. Xiaofan continued, this individual possesses strength, at least at the Sky Ascension level. Moreover, those behind him are formidable as well. With even a Purple Mansion realm expert guarding him, it is evident that he hails from a prestigious family. And what about us? This Miss Fang, fully aware of her opponent's background and strength, still had you masquerade as her lover. What a malicious intent. Zhang Hualong gasped, suddenly realizing. Are you saying that this Miss Fang deliberately used us as a shield? Xiaofan nodded. Brother Zhang, you are not entirely foolish. At this moment, Fang Xiaoqian hurriedly interjected. Gentlemen, I assure you, I did not use you as a shield. Xiaofan sneered. No need for explanations. Your actions speak for themselves. I have encountered many women like you. Fang Xiaoqian found it increasingly difficult to maintain her composure. Beside her, Fang Heng furiously exclaimed. You must not speak of my sister that way. Xiaofan shot him a glance, prompting Fang Heng to fall silent. Xiaofan then turned to the young man in the wedding attire and asked, Young sir, did you hear what we just discussed? The young man nodded slightly. I did. Xiaofan continued, in that case, you should address your grievances with Fang Xiaoqian, not us. The young man nodded again. You are absolutely correct. However, he abruptly shifted his tone, Nonetheless, I do not intend to spare either the Fong family or you. At this juncture, Zhang Hualong slowly rose to his feet and said, "It has all been a misunderstanding. What more do you want?" He added, "I shall overlook your earlier kick. Isn't it better to leave it at that?" The young man scoffed. "Leave it at that? On what grounds should I? The Fong family is but a minor clan. It is an honor for them that my Sun family is marrying her. Yet they dare to summon 2 clowns to mock me. This is simply courting death." Zhang Hualong retorted angrily, "We are also victims." The young man sneered, "And what of it? In the realm of the Black Corner, the unwritten rule dictates that the strong act as they please while the weak grovel in desperation. I am stronger than you. Thus, your lives and deaths hinge solely on my whims." Zhang Hualong found himself at a loss for words. He turned to Su Xiaofan, who merely nodded and remarked, "I find no fault in that statement, Zhang Hualong." At that moment, the patriarch of the Fong family stepped forward, furrowing his brow and exclaiming, "How dare the mere Sun family be so audacious?" The young man retorted, "Old fool, cease your pretense. Your insignificant existence is of no concern to the Sword sect." The corners of the Fong patriarch's mouth twitched. He then turned to Su Xiaofan and his companion, expressing sincere apologies. "Esteemed ones, please leave. This matter indeed falls upon the Fong family. Rest assured, as long as I draw breath, I will ensure no harm befalls you." Su Xiaofan inclined his head respectfully and replied, "In that case, we shall take our leave." With that, the two made their way towards the exit. Just then, the young man let out a cold laugh, saying, "You think you can just walk away?" No sooner had he spoken than a figure cloaked in black appeared, blocking their path. Shinsong? The Fong patriarch's brow knitted in concern. As he prepared to intervene, a formidable presence from the Purple Mansion realm emerged before him. Reluctantly, the Fong patriarch instructed, "Young friend, hold your ground. I shall be there shortly." However, before he could finish, Su Xiaofan revealed a long sword, entirely crimson, suffused with a palpable aura of bloodlust. Casting a glance at the figure obstructing their way, Su Xiaofan nonchalantly uttered a single word, "Scram." In the next instant, a wave of blood-red sword energy surged forth, cleaving the Shinsong realm expert in two, flesh and blood scattering in its wake. The crowd? P.S. This chapter is a combination of 2 segments. Additionally, in response to numerous reader requests, the tiers of cultivation in this book are as follows: Qi Induction, Postnatal Realm, Innate Realm, Skyward Realm, Shinsong Realm, Purple Mansion Realm, Primordial Spirit Realm, Cave Ruins Realm, Nirvana Realm, Tribulation Crossing Realm, Heart of Inquiry Realm, Path Severing Realm, Heavenly King Realm, Supreme Realm, Primordial Chaos Realm, and Emperor Realm. Chapter 67. Brother, you have provoked the wrong person. Zhang Hualong wore a disdainful expression. With a provocative gaze, he addressed the young man, saying, "A mere figure in the Divine Concealment Realm dares to emerge and embarrass himself? Are you aware of who my brother is?" The crowd was taken aback, their attention shifting to Su Xiaofan. Could it be that this young man possessed some extraordinary background? Su Xiaofan's lips twitched slightly as he murmured, "Brother Zhang, what are you doing?" Zhang Hualong replied, "Brother Su, this is merely a pragmatic approach. We can no longer afford to remain low-key. The more discreet we are, the harsher the consequences we face. Outside, while strength is undeniably significant, having a powerful backing proves far more advantageous." Su Xiaofan was about to suggest a more modest approach when the young man narrowed his eyes and hesitantly inquired, "Which family do you belong to?" In these times, one must tread carefully, for offending someone of considerable stature could lead to dire repercussions. At that moment, Zhang Hualong's voice rang out clearly, "The Su family." The Su family? The crowd was momentarily stunned. They had never heard of such a family within the Black Corner domain. Was it possible that they hailed from a prominent family elsewhere? Meanwhile, at the dining table in the hall, a woman with an oval face abruptly halted her actions of serving food. The Su family? Could it be that this young man has some connection to that esteemed elder? Upon contemplating this, she shook her head, dismissing the notion. Surely, such coincidences were exceedingly rare. The young man pressed further, "Which Su family?" Zhang Hualong confidently asserted, "The Su family of the imperial capital in the Great Yu Kingdom, southern continent." Upon hearing this, the crowd turned their gazes towards Su Xiaofan, their expressions tinged with surprise. The young man suddenly scoffed, "Damn it! What nonsense is this Su family? A small family from the southern continent dares to present itself as a backing? You fat fool! Are you jesting?" At that moment, the oval-faced woman dropped her chopsticks in shock. Simultaneously, in the shadows, Su Yuan furrowed his brows. A small family? Such audacity from the Sun family. It seems I must pay a visit to the Sun family for tea when time allows. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a middle-aged man clad in plain attire appeared in the scene. Seeing the newcomer, Fang Xiaoqian softly called out, "Father." The middle-aged man cast a glance at Fang Xiaoqian and coldly snorted, "Wretched child, look at the mess you have created." Fang Xiaoqian, feeling wronged, replied, "Father, I simply do not wish to marry someone I do not like." The plain-clad man sneered, "What, does even the Sun family not befit you?" Fang Xiaoqian retorted, "Father, that is not what I meant. The middle-aged man suddenly bellowed, "Silence." He then turned to the young man from the Sun family and bowed respectfully, "Young master Sun, I sincerely apologize. There is no need for you to take action. I shall clear out the premises immediately." He then glanced at Su Xiaofan and his companion, stating, "As for these two, I shall also handle them." The young man cast a disdainful glance at the middle-aged man in plain clothes and remarked, "You certainly know how to read the situation." The middle-aged man nodded and then approached Su Xiaofan. Su Xiaofan furrowed his brow. Zhang Hualong erupted in a tirade, exclaiming, "What on earth is this Fang family? Each one more ridiculous than the last." At that moment, a melodious female voice suddenly resounded in the hall, "Master Fang, you need not trouble yourself with this matter." Upon hearing this, the man in plain clothes paused momentarily and then bowed towards the direction of the hall. "Yes, Miss Five." Su Xiaofan cast a puzzled glance towards the hall. "Miss Five? Who is this person? Why is she helping me?" Regrettably, his position did not afford him a clear view of the interior. Meanwhile, the young man cast an irritated look towards the hall. What a meddlesome affair. He then stepped forward, coldly regarding Su Xiaofan. "So, you are a sword cultivator?" Su Xiaofan nodded slightly. The young man smiled faintly and said, "I have long heard of sword cultivators. Seeing you today, you are indeed formidable. But what of it? No matter how strong you are, can you challenge those in the Purple Mansion? In this world, strength is secondary. It is the connections that truly matter." Su Xiaofan shook his head disdainfully. "I can see that your connections may be substantial, but you cannot see beyond your own limitations. Do you not realize that mountains can crumble and people can abandon you? At times, one can rely on no one but oneself. While I may have relied on others before, that was merely the strong oppressing the weak. I have never had to rely on connections among my peers." The young man scoffed. "Rely on yourself? Can you truly depend on your own strength?" Su Xiaofan replied, "If I cannot rely on myself, then I shall force myself to be dependable. It is far superior to your kind, who constantly resort to their connections." Upon hearing this, the young man's breathing grew rapid. "Depend on connections? Very well, then I shall challenge you to a duel. Is being a sword cultivator truly impressive? Today, allow me to demonstrate the prowess of a spear cultivator." With that, a long spear suddenly materialized in the young man's hand, causing the onlookers to gasp in surprise. Behind him, an elder from the Purple Mansion stepped forward, saying, "Young master, allow me to handle this." The young man, referred to as the second young master, shook his head slightly. "No need, I can handle this myself." The elder fell silent, casting a glance at Su Xiaofan and the sword in his hand, then sighed. He could only hope that if the situation changed, his own strength would be sufficient to intervene in time. In the next moment, the young man did not hesitate and charged directly at Su Xiaofan, the intent of his spear like a dragon, exuding a chilling aura. Su Xiaofan shook his head slightly and then drew his sword. The crimson sword intent swept forth, causing the very space around them to ripple. The elder from the Sun family furrowed his brow. Although he was not a sword cultivator, he could discern some subtleties. This young man, despite his youth, exhibited remarkable prowess in the sword arts. The second young master may not withstand 3 moves. However, in the next moment, the expression of the elder from the Purple Mansion changed subtly. They beheld the second young master's hand, which wielded the gun, suddenly soar high into the air. The crowd wore a similar expression of bewilderment. Is the sword cultivator truly this formidable? At that moment, Su Xiaofan spoke. "Do you yield?" Damn it. The opponent had always relied on intimidation. He had long desired to retaliate. The young man, pale and furious, retorted, "I refuse to yield." In the next instant, his other hand was also sent flying. Su Xiaofan asked again, "Do you yield? The next sword will sever your head." The young man stammered, "I." Just as he was about to articulate his refusal, a Purple Mansion elder appeared before him. The elder coldly fixed his gaze on Su Xiaofan and declared, "You're courting death, brat. Damn it. With the young master in such a state, he would undoubtedly face the wrath of the family head upon returning. How could he not be enraged?" In the next moment, the elder made his move. Meanwhile, Su Yuan's brow furrowed abruptly, courting death. Just as he was about to intervene, a woman with an oval face suddenly dashed out. This was Sun Qianqian. She furiously commanded, "Stop." The elder from the purple mansion hastily withdrew, looking at Sun Qianqian with confusion. "Fifth miss, what is the meaning of this?" Sun Qianqian coldly replied, "If you dare lay a finger on him, I will ensure your demise." Upon hearing this, the elder reluctantly restrained himself. Sun Qianqian had undergone a transformation. Ever since that sword cultivator named Su visited the Sun family, no one dared to lay a hand on her. Her status within the Sun family had sharply elevated. Even the clan leader treated her with respect. At that moment, the young man fumed. "Sun Qianqian, what are you doing?" Sun Qianqian cast a glance at him and said, "You are already outmatched, and yet you still resort to bullying? You have brought shame upon the Sun family." The young man, infuriated, found himself momentarily speechless. Sun Qianqian then turned, smiling at Su Xiaofan, and said, "This gentleman, Su Gongzi, I sincerely apologize. This incident is a misstep on my family's part." Su Xiaofan found her voice somewhat familiar, surmising that she was indeed the one who had come to his aid earlier. He clasped his hands in gratitude and replied, "Thank you for your assistance, miss." Sun Qianqian smiled gently and said, "There is no need for thanks. It is only right." "Only right?" Su Xiaofan felt somewhat puzzled. Suddenly, Sun Qianqian leaned closer and whispered in his ear, "Su Yuan's esteemed predecessor, what is your relation to him?" Su Xiaofan hesitated for a moment before responding, "He is my father." Sun Qianqian nodded. "Then that is indeed correct. Su's esteemed predecessor has granted me a life-saving grace. Thus it is only fitting that I assist you." At this point, Sun Qianqian's voice rose in volume. "Su Gongzi, do you wish to deal with the Fang family? If you desire, with a word, I can bring about their annihilation." The members of the Fang family were immediately taken aback. The middle-aged man in plain clothing wore a grim expression and asked, "Fifth miss, why is this so?" Sun Qianqian replied, "Because you have offended this gentleman, Su." The crowd gasped, all eyes turning towards Su Xiaofan. Could it be that this young man possesses some extraordinary backing? Even the fifth lady of the Sun family stands by him? At that moment, Su Xiaofan spoke, "Thank you. But there is no need for annihilation. I do not appreciate the act of bullying others with power." Upon hearing this, the members of the Fang family breathed a slight sigh of relief. However, Su Xiaofan shifted the conversation. "Nevertheless, I do have a favor to ask of Miss Sunday." Sun Qianqian replied directly, "Please, go ahead." Su Xiaofan continued, "I need you to intercept any formidable beings above the Purple Mansion realm." Sun Qianqian appeared somewhat perplexed, yet nodded affirmatively, "No problem." But, after a moment's thought, she added, "Shouldn't we also stop those at the Divine Song realm?" Su Xiaofan candidly replied, "Below the Purple Mansion, I can handle them with a single sword strike." His blunt honesty caused the corners of many mouths to twitch uncontrollably. Zhang Hualong suddenly interjected, "Su, my brother." Su Xiaofan turned his head, looking at him with curiosity. "What is it?" Zhang Hualong remarked, "That was quite the boast." Su Xiaofan sighed. "I do not take pleasure in posturing. I rarely engage in such theatrics. I speak only the unvarnished truth." At his words, the twitching at the corners of many mouths intensified. Meanwhile, Su Yuan, hidden in the shadows, nodded in satisfaction. "Excellent. The efforts of so long have not been in vain. My son has finally shown some promise. Though his bravado still seems somewhat juvenile, there is room for improvement." At that moment, Su Xiaofan glanced at Fang Xiaoqian, who was retreating in fright. Su Xiaofan then addressed the ancestor of the Fang family, "Esteemed elder, your explanation would be a favor. Today, I intend to kill members of the Fang family. You may choose to stop me. Just one word from you." Upon hearing this, the elder of the Fang family chuckled bitterly, then shook his head slightly, seemingly profoundly disappointed in the younger generation. He stated, "I no longer wish to involve myself in the affairs of the Fang family." With that, the elder floated away. Fang Xiaoqian, suddenly realizing something, exclaimed, "Elder." The elder of the Fang family snorted coldly, not turning back. Soon, he vanished from the sight of the crowd. Su Xiaofan, wielding his bloodied sword, slowly approached Fang Xiaoqian. Startled, she exclaimed, "What do you intend to do?" Su Xiaofan replied calmly, "Rest assured, I am quite principled. I never strike women." At his words, Fang Xiaoqian let out a quiet sigh of relief. However, in that instant, Su Xiaofan drew his sword. In the blink of an eye, the blade had already grazed Fang Xiaoqian's neck. Fang Xiaoqian clutched her throat tightly, struggling to speak. "You deceived me." Su Xiaofan, with an earnest expression, said, "An honest person never deceives. I truly do not strike women, unless pushed to the brink. Moreover, a woman like you, alive, is a calamity." I am merely eliminating a threat to the people. A profound silence enveloped the scene. What a paragon of honesty. What a champion of the people. At that moment, Zhang Hualong smirked. Deservedly so. Did you truly think my brother Su's nickname came without reason? Sun Chanshan, intrigued, inquired, what nickname does young Master Su possess? Zhang Hualong remarked. Little Su, you scoundrel. Sun Chanshan was taken aback, pondering for a moment before responding. Did he not claim to be an honest man? This nickname carries a hint of rogue spirit. Zhang Hualong chuckled softly. An honest man? He is anything but. To put it plainly, his surname Su has nothing to do with honesty. All the honest men in the world have perished, leaving no room for him to assume that title. Dear lady, his version of honest is far from what you might envision. Remember, there are only misnamed individuals, never wrongly assigned nicknames. Sun Chanshan glanced at Su Xiaofan, then nodded in agreement. That makes sense. At that moment, Su Xiaofan approached, glaring at Zhang Hualong. Brother Zhang, why tarnish my reputation for no reason? Zhang Hualong replied with a hint of irony. Su brother, if you were truly an honest man, why would you fear my slander? Su Xiaofan scoffed. I have nothing to fear. I, Su Xiaofan, conduct myself with integrity. The onlookers were left in silence. Sun Chanshan then inquired, is the matter resolved? Are there still grievances? Su Xiaofan shook his head. I have no penchant for killing. Thus, one demise suffices. Sun Chanshan fell into a contemplative silence. After a moment, she asked, by the way, why are you alone here? Where is Elder Su? Su Xiaofan replied, we originally intended to travel to Zhangzhou, but my father made a stop to purchase supplies. Our spirit vessel has unfortunately run out of energy stones, so we have temporarily taken refuge here. Sun Chanshan nodded. I see. You became separated. Su Xiaofan replied. That's one way to put it. Sun Chanshan considered for a moment. How about this? Come with me to the Sun residence, and I shall assist you in locating Elder Su. Wandering about alone is far too perilous. Su Xiaofan looked puzzled. What danger? Although the Black Corner domain is chaotic, I believe I can protect myself. Sun Chanshan shook her head. It is not convenient to elaborate here. Let us proceed to the carriage. The two exchanged glances and followed Sun Chanshan to the carriage outside. The second son of the Sun family watched, nearly grinding his teeth in frustration. Suddenly, a realization struck him. Su Xiaofan shared the Su surname. A glimmer of malice flashed in his eyes. If he could not outplay them openly, he would resort to underhanded tactics. Regardless of whether you are that person's son, as long as you bear the Su name, I shall turn the falsehood into truth. Meanwhile, within the carriage, Su Xiaofan appeared utterly bewildered. What did you say? My father is the top of the blacklist, and now the entire Black Corner domain is hunting him down? Sun Chanshan nodded. Thus, you are in grave danger. If they discover you are Elder Su's son, they will undoubtedly capture you to force him into the open. If the Tianxin sect calls upon their ancestors, your father may find it exceedingly difficult to cope. As Sun Chanshan's words lingered in the air, suddenly, everyone sensed several formidable presences racing towards them. A slight twitch appeared at the corner of Su Xiaofan's mouth. Damn it. Why is it that whatever is spoken manifests into reality? Chapter 68. The younger generation, I stand for you to strike. Within the grand hall of the heavenly profound sect, the upper echelons and elders gathered in anticipation. The sect leader, Qin Shan, bore a complex expression. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. I have just received news that the son of that old demon Su has appeared near Xuanwu City. Upon hearing this, the faces of those present transformed drastically. One among them inquired, Sect leader, what shall we do? Qin Shan fell into a momentary silence. If we capture him, what shall we do when Su Yuan comes knocking again? They had barely managed to conceal the previous incident. If it were to happen again, Qin Shan raised his gaze slightly, taking in the remnants of Tianxin Mountain. Indeed, should such an event recur, there would be little purpose in maintaining secrecy. At that moment, a disciple hurriedly approached Qin Shan, whispering urgently. Qin Shan's eyes brightened instantly, and he vanished from his spot. The crowd was momentarily taken aback. In the next instant, Qin Shan appeared atop a cliff where a man in white stood. With utmost respect, Qin Shan bowed and said, Elder Bai, why have you come in person? The man in white, hands clasped behind his back, gazed into the distance at the white clouds and remarked, It appears that the contribution of spirit stones from the heavenly profound sect this year has dwindled. By half pausing for a moment, he continued, What? Has your sect grown formidable? Qin Shan, alarmed, responded, Elder Bai, you jest. The heavenly profound sect is forever in service to the Bai family, in life or in death. With a slight sigh, he added, It is not that we wish to withhold our contributions, but a month prior, a swordsman in green attire assaulted our sect. Not only did he destroy our mountain gate, but he also breached the grand protective formation we painstakingly established. This is the reason for our reduced tribute. We require resources to restore the formation and rebuild our gate. I humbly seek your forgiveness. Elder Bai turned his head slightly, revealing a youthful visage with sharp features. A swordsman? Qin Shan nodded repeatedly. A flicker of enigmatic light flashed in Elder Bai's eyes. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired, "Where is this swordsman now?" Qin Shan shook his head and replied, "I am unaware, but it is said that his son has been spotted near Xuanwu City." Elder Bai stated, "In that case, find a way to lure him to the heavenly profound sect." Qin Shan's eyes suddenly gleamed with excitement. It seemed that Elder Bai harbored ulterior motives regarding the swordsman's lineage and intended to take action against the old demon Su. This aligned perfectly with his own intentions. Just then, another disciple approached with a report. "Sect leader, the ancestor has emerged from seclusion." Qin Shan was taken aback. In the next moment, a voice imbued with weariness echoed from afar, utterly preposterous. How dare a mere swordsman strike against the heavenly profound sect? Had I not been in seclusion, I would have ensured that he returned with nothing. Qin Shan remained silent meanwhile. A figure clad in green stood with hands clasped behind his back, slightly raising his gaze to observe several powerful auras converging towards the Sun family's convoy. A subtle smile played upon his lips. Upon the carriage, Sun Qianshan and Zhang Hualong were in a state of panic, while Su Xiaofan remained utterly composed. Zhang Hualong, puzzled, inquired, "Su, why are you so calm?" Su Xiaofan replied nonchalantly, "I've grown accustomed to it." After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Hualong regained his composure and remarked, "Indeed, you have become accustomed to it. I suppose I must learn to do the same." "What do you mean by accustomed?" Sun Qianshan asked, momentarily taken aback. Zhang Hualong sighed, gesturing to his injured face. "Every time I venture out with him, I invariably end up getting beaten. This time, it's merely a minor skirmish." Sun Qianshan questioned, "Is there an even greater confrontation than this?" "I sense the presence of several formidable figures at the Purple Mansion level." Zhang Hualong dismissed her concern, saying, "Purple Mansion? Merely cannon fodder." Su Xiaofan suddenly turned to Zhang Hualong, saying, "That sentiment sounds oddly familiar." Zhang Hualong merely smiled in silence. After a brief pause, Zhang Hualong asked, "Su, do you possess a trump card?" Su Xiaofan, puzzled, responded, "How did you know I had a trump card?" Zhang Hualong replied, "Am I not aware of you? Under normal circumstances, you would have fled by now. The fact that you haven tea speaks volumes." Su Xiaofan chuckled wryly, "Brother Zhang, if I reveal my trump card, it ceases to be one." At that moment, the carriage suddenly jolted and came to a halt. The group hastily disembarked, only to behold several silhouettes hovering in the air. "Purple Mansion. So many experts at the Purple Mansion level," someone exclaimed. "And there's even a soul formation expert." Amidst the commotion, a voice from above called out, "Who is the son of Su Yuan?" The crowd fell silent. Then, the second young master of the Sun family stepped forward. Lacking arms, he desperately gestured with his head towards Su Xiaofan, exclaiming, He is the son of Su Yuan." Su Xiaofan's expression darkened. He regretted not having struck down this fool with a sword earlier. Clearly, this fool had leaked his information, otherwise, how could the news have spread so rapidly? In the air, the gazes of the powerful figures converged upon Su Xiaofan, leading to a heated debate. "I want Su Xiaofan. Who do you think you are, to lay claim? Huh? Do you think you can handle him?" It is said that Su Yuan is a sword cultivator of the Purple Mansion level. At this moment, the soul formation expert waved his hand, declaring, "Silence. The reward for the first on the blacklist is exceedingly generous. Is it not enough to share among yourselves?" Upon hearing this, the crowd fell silent. Meanwhile, below, Zhang Hualong remarked, "Brother Su, it seems these individuals do not regard you highly." Su Xiaofan replied, "Brother Zhang, if you were at the soul formation level, would you even consider a mere nobody like me?" Zhang Hualong contemplated this and agreed, "That does make sense." Suddenly, Su Xiaofan shouted towards the figures above, "Esteemed seniors, it would be wise for you to withdraw. Should I take action, I fear none of you would escape unscathed." In the air, the gazes of the powerful figures fixated on Su Xiaofan, leaving them somewhat bewildered. "What is this little ant saying?" A powerful figure from the Purple Mansion scoffed, "Child, have you been frightened into silence?" Immediately, laughter erupted from the crowd. Su Xiaofan sighed, wielding his bloodthirsty weapon, and earnestly declared, "Esteemed seniors, I speak the truth. Should you refuse to retreat, I shall indeed take a life." Upon hearing this, Even Zhang Hualong appeared somewhat taken aback. How has this fellow changed his approach? At that moment, a mocking voice from the Purple Mansion remarked, "Take a life? Show me if you can." Su Xiaofan shook his head slightly. The sword and tint left by his father within the blade was only sufficient for one final strike. Using it now would be a bittersweet decision. Yet, none of these seniors seemed willing to heed his warning. This left Su Xiaofan rather speechless. In this day and age, even honest words go unheeded. With a resigned sigh, Su Xiaofan proclaimed, "Then I shall draw my sword." Among the crowd, a powerful figure at the primordial spirit realm chuckled, "Child, I understand you wish to put on one last act before your demise. If that is the case, I shall indulge you. Go ahead and strike. I shall remain standing for you to swing. If you can injure me, I shall allow you to leave today." Chapter 69. After 6 months of departure, I returned still an honest man. Upon hearing the words, Su Xiaofan did not hesitate and drew his sword. The longer he delayed, the more people would arrive, and the greater the peril he would face. In the next moment, a streak of azure sword energy was unleashed by Su Xiaofan. Wherever the sword energy passed, the space collapsed into nothingness. In midair, the powerful beings were taken aback in astonishment. A formidable figure from the nascent soul realm roared, "You young rascal. Do not deceive me." In the next instant, all sounds ceased abruptly. The atmosphere was thick with an eerie silence. With a single stroke, all was annihilated. At that moment, Sun Chanqian's lips twitched as she turned to Zhang Hualong and said, "Indeed, Mr. Zhang, you were right. Su Gongzi is certainly no simpleton." As she spoke, Su Xiaofan happened to walk by. He felt on the verge of tears. Damn it, his persona had crumbled yet again. Realizing her misstep, Sun Chanqian offered an apologetic smile and then said, "Let us proceed to the Sun family, Su Gongzi." However, Su Xiaofan shook his head. Sun Chanqian looked puzzled. Su Xiaofan then inquired, "May I ask, Miss Sun, what is the strength of the Sun family?" Without a moment's thought, Sun Chanqian replied, "Though the Sun family is not at the pinnacle of power, it is still formidable." Su Xiaofan asked, "How does it compare to the Tianxin sect?" Sun Chanqian answered without hesitation, "The Tianxin sect is the overlord of the Black Corner domain. The Sun family cannot be mentioned in the same breath." Su Xiaofan stated, "Then I cannot go to the Sun family." Sun Chanqian questioned, "Why not?" Su Xiaofan explained, "If I were to go to the Sun family, I would be a living target, destined for death. It is far better for me to escape on my own." After a moment's contemplation, Sun Chanqian nodded. "What you say makes sense." Su Xiaofan continued, "However, I must ask Miss Sun for a favor." Sun Chanqian replied, "Speak your mind." Su Xiaofan said, "Please help me find my father. If I can locate him, no one in the Black Corner domain will dare to harm me." Sun Chanqian nodded, "Rest assured, Su Gongzi. I will certainly locate your esteemed father." Su Xiaofan expressed his gratitude. "Thank you." Then, with a hint of regret, he inquired, "What is your relationship with that second brother of yours?" Sun Chanqian seemed to grasp Su Xiaofan's intent and replied, "He is unworthy to be called my second brother." At the same time, she recalled the silhouette in a green robe. Blood relations do not necessarily equate to kinship. Those who treat you well are the true relatives. If anyone exploits our blood connection to bully or torment me, I shall sever them with a single stroke. At that moment, Su Xiaofan smiled faintly and said, "I understand." Without even a glance at the second son of the Sun family, he casually swung his sword. In an instant, a head flew into the air. The expressions of the Sun family members were exceedingly complex, yet none dared to utter a word of reproach. Having completed these actions, Su Xiaofan turned to leave. Zhang Hualong immediately declared, "Brother Su, I shall accompany you." Su Xiaofan did not turn around but simply stated, "Brother Zhang, just wait for me at the Sun family." Zhang Hualong hesitated, but Su Xiaofan quickened his pace and immediately rejected him, exclaiming, "There is no but. Damn it. Only a fool would take this guy along to flee. With Zhang Hualong absent, no one can tarnish my reputation anymore. I, Su Xiaofan, have been away for half a year, yet I return as the same honest man." "What did you say?" That youth named Su Xiaofan single-handedly slew a deity-level expert and several formidable figures in the Purple Mansion realm? Qin Shan of Tianxian's sect wore a grave expression. How can this Su be so extraordinarily formidable? At that moment, the reporting disciple speculated, "Sect Master, I observe that Su Xiaofan is merely at the Void Realm. Could it be that he has employed some life-preserving trump card?" Upon hearing this, Qin Shan nodded slightly. The disciple continued, "However, Sect Master, it seems that many of the observing experts have begun to feel a tinge of fear after that youth's single strike." Qin Shan pondered for a moment and said, "Very well, Let us increase the reward for the first spot on the blacklist tenfold, and add Su Xiaofan's name to the second spot as well. Greed drives men to their demise, and I refuse to believe those individuals can resist such temptation. Furthermore, summon the second and third elders to take action. The disciple was taken aback by this proclamation, a sect having 2 entries on the blacklist. In all the years of the blacklist, such an occurrence had never happened, and they were even mobilizing the second and third elders for this, all for the capture of a mere youth at the Void Realm. The spectacle was indeed grand. However, upon reflecting on Su Laoma's deeds, the disciple quickly came to terms with it. Such a formidable individual he would likely only encounter once in his lifetime. At this juncture, Xiaofan inquired, "Where is Su Xiaofan now?" The disciple's expression turned somewhat peculiar as he replied, "The Black Death Forest." Xiaofan frowned slightly. Has Su Xiaofan lost his mind? Daring to enter the Black Death Forest? The disciple remarked, perhaps he had no choice but to do so. Xiaofan contemplated and said, "Let our men wait at the outskirts of the Black Death Forest." The disciple hesitated, but what about Su Xiaofan? Xiaofan, somewhat exasperated, replied, "Let us see how fortunate he is. The Black Death Forest is a forbidden area of our Black Horn domain. If the beings within discover him, he will surely perish. Our men need not accompany him to his demise. If he meets his end there, given Su Yuan's character, he will undoubtedly venture into the Black Death Forest as well. We may lie in wait for our opportunity, just the same." Meanwhile, on the other side, Su Xiaofan transformed into a beam of sword light, swiftly darting deep into the forest. Sensing several relentless auras pursuing him from behind, he felt a surge of relief. Thankfully, he was a sword cultivator. Not only did sword cultivators possess unparalleled combat prowess, but their speed and evasion was also unmatched. How perfectly suited this was for him. In no time, Su Xiaofan had traversed over 100 miles. The next instant, he found himself enveloped in a dense forest shrouded in black mist. Without hesitation, he continued to fly forward. It wasn't until he sensed no one pursuing him that he finally exhaled in relief. Su Xiaofan slowed his pace and shifted to walking. The consumption of vital energy for a sword cultivator was quite extensive, and he was beginning to feel the strain. After walking for a while, Su Xiaofan suddenly furrowed his brow. He noticed a deep gash in the ground, seemingly carved by some unknown force. Beside the gash, 4 ominous characters were scrawled. "Those who enter shall die." Su Xiaofan hesitated for a moment, but ultimately steeled himself and stepped over it. He had no cards left to play. If he did not press forward, he would surely perish if those pursuing him caught up. Given this predicament, he might as well take a gamble. Upon crossing the gash, the surrounding dark mist thickened, limiting his visibility to a mere 5 meters. Su Xiaofan proceeded cautiously. The next moment, he halted, then swiftly drew his sword and struck out. A piercing wail echoed through the air. Glancing back, he beheld a large insect with a single horn atop its head, sprawled on the ground. Su Xiaofan raised an eyebrow. A monstrous beast? He then smacked his lips, nearly drooling. It was said that such creatures were quite delicious. With this thought, Su Xiaofan brandished his sword to dissect the horned insect, then kindled a fire to roast the meat. Just as the meat was nearing readiness, 2 figures abruptly emerged from the mist. Su Xiaofan's gaze sharpened instantly. Chapter 70. Are you truly honest? Su Xiaofan gazed at the suddenly appeared man and woman, his expression wary. The woman in the flowing dress seemed quite familiar. She suddenly smiled and inquired, "What kind of meat are you roasting, young sir?" Su Xiaofan replied, "Meat from a beast." The woman continued, "May we join you? Together?" Su Xiaofan furrowed his brows. The woman quickly added, "We will pay." Su Xiaofan's expression softened. "Of course. You may." The elegantly dressed man beside her twitched his lips at this. The woman boldly sat down and began to feast heartily. While eating, she asked, "Young sir, what brings you to this perilous place?" Su Xiaofan, seated at a distance, frowned and replied, "I stumbled upon this place by accident." "Is it truly dangerous?" The woman looked astonished. "You mean you do not know?" Su Xiaofan shook his head. The woman explained, "This is the forbidden zone of the Black Horn domain, known as the Black Death Forest, shrouded in dense black mist, making it exceedingly difficult to discern directions. Furthermore, a terrifying beast lurks here, and it is said that 9 out of 10 who enter do not emerge." Upon hearing this, Su Xiaofan's countenance shifted slightly. At that moment, the woman added, "We do have a way to exit. However, we have matters to attend to before we can leave. If you are not afraid of danger, you may join us." Su Xiaofan hesitated. He found it hard to trust the words of such a beautiful woman. Yet, after a moment's contemplation, he replied. Then I thank you, miss. The woman wiped the grease from the corner of her mouth and said, no need for thanks. Consider it a gratitude for this meal. Su Xiaofan suddenly interjected. But it should be paid for. Both fell silent for a moment. Shortly after, the elegantly dressed man handed Su Xiaofan a storage bag. Upon opening it, Su Xiaofan's eyes gleamed. Goodness, he had encountered a wealthy heir. A casual handful of gems worth thousands of Yuan stones. Su Xiaofan immediately remarked, if you wish to enjoy roasted meat again, do not hesitate to call on me. They both paused. At that moment, the woman introduced herself. I am Su Yuan, and this is Nangong Xingji. May I ask your name, young sir? Su Xiaofan pondered for a moment and, with a simple expression, replied, I am Zhang Laoshi. Zhang Laoshi, murmured Nangong Xingji, from a small place? Su Yuan slightly furrowed her brows, feeling it was somewhat impolite. Su Xiaofan, however, paid it no mind and affirmed, indeed, I hail from a small place. Su Yuan suddenly covered her mouth and laughed. Young Master Zhang, your name is quite amusing. Su Xiaofan scratched his head and said, I rather like this name. It reflects the person. Su Yuan then scrutinized Su Xiaofan with seriousness and remarked, a person may not always reflect their name, however. Su Xiaofan was taken aback, suddenly feeling a twinge of insecurity. Could it be that he, Su Xiaofan, was not truly an honest person? Su Xiaofan urgently inquired. Why? He yearned to comprehend the reason, believing that once he understood it, he could amend his ways. Su Yuan replied, because you are exceedingly handsome. Su Xiaofan was momentarily taken aback. Nangong Xingji narrowed his eyes, clearly somewhat unconvinced. Su Yuan continued, you appear to be a fickle rogue. Su Xiaofan felt a tinge of helplessness. Damn. So it was his striking appearance that posed the greatest obstacle to his being perceived as an honest man. After a brief silence, Su Xiaofan earnestly asserted, although I may not look like an honest person, at my core, I truly am one. Su Yuan questioned, are you genuinely honest? Su Xiaofan affirmed, absolutely. At that moment, Nangong Xingji rose and declared, it is getting late, let us depart. Su Xiaofan nodded slightly. I am a bit slow, so I shall remain behind to cover your backs. He then positioned himself behind the two, bracing himself against the pressure. Ahead, Nangong Xingji wielded a long blade. Forging a path, beasts occasionally lunged forth, only to be swiftly dispatched by his blade. Observing this, Su Xiaofan turned to Su Yuan and inquired, is this young Master Nangong a blade cultivator? Su Yuan nodded. Su Xiaofan pondered and asked, how does a blade cultivator compare to a sword cultivator? Su Yuan replied matter-of-factly, naturally, blade cultivators are superior. Su Xiaofan was somewhat astonished and pressed. Why? Su Yuan explained, the sword path has long since waned, and those who can cultivate it are exceedingly rare. However, the number of geniuses capable of mastering the blade is in the tens of thousands. Moreover, throughout history, those of destiny have almost always been blade cultivators. Thus, the blade path flourishes. Destiny? Su Xiaofan, puzzled, queried, what exactly is this destiny? Su Yuan elaborated, destiny is not a tangible object. It refers to those favored by the heavens. Each generation of destiny is marked by unparalleled luck and exceptional talent. To put it simply, they can dominate their realm effortlessly, transcend levels as easily as one consumes food and drink, and can stumble upon extraordinary treasures with mere casual outings. There is an old saying, destiny is invincible. Upon hearing this, Su Xiaofan felt a pang of envy. He too desired to be of destiny. He then asked, how does one attain destiny? Su Yuan, with a mix of longing and resignation, replied, destiny must be fought for, contending against the heavens and against others. The path of destiny is inevitably paved with bones. Upon hearing this, Su Xiaofan suddenly lost his desire to be of destiny. Just then, the frontmost Nangong Xingji suddenly announced, we have arrived. Su Xiaofan raised his gaze and beheld the cave ahead. At that moment, Nangong Xingji exchanged a glance with Su Yuan and nodded. Subsequently, Su Yuan addressed Su Xiaofan, young Master Zhang, please wait here for me. If we do not return within a quarter of an hour, you must flee. Su Xiaofan nodded in agreement. Thereafter, the two consumed a pill that seemed to conceal their presence and dashed into the cave. Approximately a quarter of an hour later, just as Su Xiaofan was preparing to escape, the two emerged in haste. Su Yuan whispered, run quickly. In the next moment, Su Xiaofan transformed into a beam of sword light, vanishing instantaneously before the eyes of the crowd. The two individuals stood bewildered. Just then, a sudden roar of a beast erupted behind them, echoing like thunder through the forest, causing their ears to ring. alarmed. Their expressions shifted as they hastened towards the direction Su Xiaofan had departed. Before long, they caught up with Su Xiaofan. Xian inquired, Zhang Laoshe, are you a sword cultivator? Su Xiaofan nodded in affirmation. Xian remarked, Zhang Laoshe, you are not at all honest. You have concealed your talents. Su Xiaofan, feeling aggrieved, replied, I did not hide anything. It is merely that you did not ask. Su Yun fell silent. After a brief moment, Su Xiaofan urgently questioned, what have you done? Su Yun explained, there is a dragon in that cave. We managed to incapacitate it and draw some blood. As she spoke, Su Yun tossed forth a porcelain vial. Inside was the blood of a Nirvana Realm dragon, an invaluable treasure. The mention of the Nirvana Realm made Su Xiaofan's lips twitch, and he immediately felt that the dragon's blood in his possession had lost its allure. At that moment, Su Yun reassured him, do not worry. This Black Death Forest is ensnared by a powerful being's restrictions, preventing the old dragon from escaping. As long as we exit, we shall be safe. Suddenly, the group sensed that the formidable presence behind them had ceased, leaving them in a state of confusion. Yet, this was ultimately a good sign. With a determined resolve, they quickened their pace and soon burst forth from the Black Death Forest. As the trio exhaled a sigh of relief, they abruptly sensed a multitude of strong presences hovering in the air, all glaring at them with murderous intent. Su Yun and Negong Xingji stood in stunned silence, while Su Xiaofan sighed deeply. The two turned their gazes toward him. Su Yun, bewildered, asked, what is happening? Su Xiaofan replied, this has nothing to do with you. They are seeking me. Su Yun blinked in confusion and remarked, did you not claim to be an honest person? An honest person would not provoke so many powerful beings. Su Xiaofan, resigned, responded, Miss Su, you do not understand. In this day and age, honest individuals are the most susceptible to bullying. P.S. The second update is delivered. Chapter 71, The Invincibility of the Su Family, The Black Death Forest. A colossal black dragon, measuring 100 feet in length, glared furiously at the man who had suddenly appeared before it. The man, clad in a blue robe, stood with his hands clasped behind his back, suspended in midair, his gaze as profound as an abyss. His eyes were not fixed on the black dragon, but rather gazed beyond the confines of the Black Death Forest, the corners of his mouth curling into a subtle smile. Ants, perish! The black dragon roared suddenly, lunging forward with a massive claw aimed at the figure in blue. Beneath the enormous dragon's claw, the man truly appeared as insignificant as an insect. In the next instant, the man in blue casually raised a hand, and in a flash, a blade of sword energy pierced through the dragon's titanic claw. The dragon let out a wretched scream, quickly retracting its claw. Before it could comprehend the situation, the man in blue coolly remarked, no need to scream. Speak like a human. In the blink of an eye, the figure in blue appeared directly before the dragon, followed by a swift slap infused with sword intent. Boom. The dragon's massive body was sent hurtling backward. The black dragon, in a low, hoarse voice, exclaimed in shock, by the heavens, you are a grand sword immortal. The man in blue furrowed his brow and delivered another slap. The dragon crashed into several mountain peaks in succession. Only then did the figure in blue say, be more civilized. The black dragon immediately became docile, lowering its great head and pleading for mercy. Predecessor, spare me. The man in blue nodded, very well, but I happen to be in need of a steed. Are you willing? Steed? The black dragon was taken aback, then immediately filled with rage. How dare you? I am a dignified being of the Nirvana Realm, and you ask me to be your mount? You have gone too far. However, upon reflecting on the strength of the man before him, the black dragon fell silent. After a moment's consideration, a cunning glint flashed in its eyes as it replied, that is acceptable, but... The figure in blue shot a dispassionate glance at the black dragon and inquired, what, unwilling? In the next moment, a powerful sword intent instantly locked onto the black dragon. The dragon trembled all over, hastily responding, I am willing, of course, but there is a restriction laid down here. I cannot leave. The man in blue dismissed this with a wave, a trivial matter. The black dragon blinked, saying, the restriction here was set by a Tribulation Realm expert. It is likely that even if Before it could finish, a long sword of pale azure suddenly materialized in the man's hand. With a casual sweep of the sword, boom, an invisible sword energy silently shattered the restrictions in the area. The black dragon was left dumbfounded. Meanwhile, in the central continent, at the Bai residence, in a secret chamber, an elderly man abruptly opened his eyes. Frowning, he remarked, who dares to be so audacious as to break the restrictions I have set? He then scoffed coldly, humph. If it weren't for the critical moment of my breakthrough, I would certainly seek out this person. On the other side, outside the Black Death Forest, the crowd gazed towards the direction of the Black Death Forest. Perplexed, what was that commotion all about? Su Yun speculated. Could it be that the Dragon Clan failed to pursue us and is now in a fit of rage? Nangong Xingji slightly nodded in agreement. It seems so. At that moment, the second elder of the Tianxian sect withdrew his gaze and lowered his eyes to scrutinize the three individuals below, inquiring, "Who is Su Xiaofan?" Su Xiaofan sighed and replied, "That would be me." He continued, "They were merely passing by and have no connection to me. Might I request that you allow these two to leave?" The second elder snorted disdainfully. "I care not whether they were merely passing through. You must accompany me, and as for them, they shall perish." Su Xiaofan frowned slightly, and then turned to Su Yun and Nangong Xingji, saying, "I'm truly sorry. I never intended to put you in harm's way." Su Yun's lips twitched as she remarked, "Didn't you go by the name Zhang Laosher?" Su Xiaofan chuckled, "That is merely my childhood name." Su Yun fell silent. After a moment, she shook her head gently and said, "It's of little consequence, really." With a calm demeanor, she inquired, "What power have you offended to provoke such arrogance?" Su Xiaofan replied, "The overlord of the Black Corner domain, the Tianxian sect." Nangong Xingji scoffed. "A petty sect from a small corner dares to threaten my life? How laughable!" Su Xiaofan exclaimed, "Can you handle this situation, Brother Nangong?" Nangong Xingji stepped forward, leaving the two with his back. Su Yun lamented, "This fool has fallen back into his old habits." Su Xiaofan, puzzled, asked, "What habits?" "Pretentiousness." Su Yun replied. Hearing this, Su Xiaofan nodded. He was familiar with such behavior, though this was the first time he had witnessed anyone other than his father exhibit it. The sensation was rather novel. At that moment, Nangong Xingji addressed the second elder in the air with an indifferent tone. "Do you intend to kill me?" The second elder looked down and nodded slightly. Nangong Xingji suddenly chuckled coldly. "Do you know who I am?" The second elder's heart jolted. Could this fellow possess some formidable background? Cautiously, he asked, "May I inquire your name, sir?" Nangong Xingji proudly declared, "I am of the Nangong clan." The mere mention of the Nangong family instantly changed the second elder's demeanor. He smiled. "Ah, so you are the young master of the Nangong family. I retract my previous statement. You may both leave." Nangong Xingji cast a triumphant glance at Su Xiaofan. What if he was handsome? He had a powerful background. With that thought, Nangong Xingji turned and frowned, stating, "This person is my friend and must accompany us." The second elder shook his head slightly. Nangong Xingji's expression darkened abruptly. What is this? Does the Tianxian sect refuse to honor the Nangong family's reputation? The second elder, suppressing his smile, replied, "We certainly respect the Nangong family's prestige. However, this individual must be taken with us." Feeling somewhat humiliated, Nangong Xingji retorted angrily, "What? Does the Tianxian sect wish to eliminate our clan?" The second elder slightly shook his head and remarked, "The Nangong family is indeed formidable in the Central Land, but—" Nangong Xingji inquired with curiosity, "But what?" The second elder replied, "But in comparison to the Bai family, they are merely a small fish in a vast ocean." The Bai family. Nangong Xingji's expression shifted noticeably, and a moment of silence ensued. He then turned to Su Xiaofan and asked, "Have you offended the Bai family?" Su Xiaofan shook his head and replied, "I am uncertain. It's possible." Observing Su Xiaofan's calm demeanor, which seemed rather nonchalant, Nangong Xingji furrowed his brow and asked, "Are you aware of what the Bai family represents?" Su Xiaofan shook his head again. Nangong Xingji suddenly let out a bitter laugh and said, "The Bai family is among the most elite of families in the Central Land. Compared to the Bai family, our Nangong family is not even on the same tier." Su Xiaofan nodded slightly, acknowledging, "Indeed, the Bai family is quite powerful." Nangong Xingji, somewhat perplexed, then asked, "Aren't you afraid?" Su Xiaofan responded calmly, "Why should I be afraid?" Nangong Xingji stated, "If you have offended the Bai family, your chances of survival are virtually non-existent." Su Xiaofan replied, "I have heard that sentiment numerous times." Nangong Xingji suddenly asked, "Do you possess a stronger backing than the Bai family?" Su Xiaofan pondered for a moment and replied, "It seems so." He did not wish to rely on his connections, yet at times, one has no choice. The enemy is simply too powerful to contend with. At that moment, Su Yun suddenly inquired, "How strong is the backing you have?" Su Xiaofan thought for a moment and said, "I am not entirely sure. But my father claims that our Su family is invincible." Su Yun and Nangong Xingji exchanged a glance, their faces filled with questions. P.S. Another chapter will be released before midnight. Chapter 72. Ascending to the Heavenly Xian Sect. The Su family? The two individuals searched their minds meticulously for any recollection of this clan, yet encountered naught but blankness. At this moment, the second elder, growing impatient, remarked, "Have you finished your chatter, boy?" Su Xiaofan cast a glance at him and inquired, "Are you certain you wish for me to accompany you?" The second elder sneered, "What? Are you afraid?" Su Xiaofan shook his head, replying, "Not at all. I merely fear for the safety of your Heavenly Xian Sect." Upon hearing this, the second elder nearly lashed out. However, upon contemplating the terrifying figure clad in azure, he chose to suppress his anger and retorted, "Fear for what? Do you truly believe your father is invincible? Can our Heavenly Xian Sect be trifled with?" Su Xiaofan then asked, "Are there members of the Bai family within the Heavenly Xian Sect?" The second elder narrowed his eyes and remarked, "You are rather astute, boy." He continued, "Indeed. Thus, if your father dares to come, he shall surely perish." Su Xiaofan probed, "Could it be that a Nirvana realm powerhouse has arrived?" The second elder grinned with pride, "Precisely." Su Xiaofan felt a subtle relief within. A Nirvana realm, then there was no cause for alarm. His father could eliminate Nirvana-level foes and seemed capable of confronting those even above that realm. With this thought, Su Xiaofan dusted himself off, a relaxed expression gracing his features as he said, "Let us proceed." The second elder was momentarily taken aback. Su Xiaofan approached him and asked, "Esteemed elder, are we not departing?" The second elder snorted coldly, "Let us go." Subsequently, he tore through the fabric of space, heading towards the Heavenly Xian Sect with Su Xiaofan in tow. Below, Su Yun wore an expression of helplessness. They had no choice, after all. The Bai family stood behind him. The two young ones could not possibly contend against that. Nangongxing understood. It was futile. They had done all they could. If blame were to be assigned, it would be for daring to offend the Bai family without any backing. Su Yun remarked, "Did he not claim his support came from the Su family?" Nangongxing replied, "Have you ever heard of this Su family?" Su Yun shook her head. "Never." Nangongxing speculated. "I believe he must have fabricated it to instill fear." Just then, the sky abruptly darkened. Was it about to rain? The two instinctively looked up, only to freeze in place. There, in the sky, loomed a colossal dragon, its vertical pupils glaring ominously at them. They were petrified with fright. Su Yun exclaimed, "What is happening? Was it said that this black dragon could not leave the Black Death Forest?" Nangongxing, his lips twitching, replied, "I am equally perplexed." Su Yun's face turned ashen. "It's over." At that moment, a steady voice resonated in their ears. "Where is Su Xiaofan?" The two were momentarily stunned. It was only then that they noticed, atop the black dragon, stood a figure in azure robes, hands clasped behind his back. Their jaws dropped in astonishment, speechless in their shock. What on earth? How could there be a person atop this black dragon? Had he somehow tamed it? How could this be possible? This black dragon was a Nirvana realm powerhouse. The combat prowess is indeed stronger than that of an ordinary Nirvana realm. How could it possibly be subdued? At that moment, the black dragon suddenly spoke in human tongue. "Humph, you two youngsters, stealing my dragon's blood is one thing, but daring to ignore my master's inquiries is tantamount to seeking death." The two swallowed hard. Nangongxing stammered, "Senior, Su Xiaofan has been taken away by the Tianxian sect." The figure in the green robe gave a slight nod. Just as he was about to depart, Su Yun suddenly inquired, "May I ask, Senior, what is your relationship to young Master Su?" The figure in the green robe replied, "He is his father." With those words, the black dragon and the figure in green vanished from sight, leaving the two in a state of bewilderment amid the wind. Within the void tunnel, a dragon and a man traversed. The black dragon suddenly remarked, "Master, the Tianxian sect is not to be trifled with." Su Yuan asked why. The black dragon replied, "Though the Tianxian sect is not formidable, the Bai family backing them is not to be underestimated." "Bai family?" Su Yuan queried, "Is the Bai family that powerful?" The tone of the black dragon turned resentful as he mentioned the Bai family. "The Bai family is one of the most elite families in the Central Land, exceedingly formidable. It was a powerful member of the Bai family who trapped me in the Black Death Forest." Su Yuan nodded but showed no reaction. Instead, he asked, "Why did they trap you? With your immense value, wouldn't it be simpler to flay you?" The black dragon's jaw twitched. After a moment of silence, he declared fiercely, "They sought my dragon's blood. Our dragon blood is a superb elixir for refining the physical body. They use my blood to bathe the bodies of children just starting their cultivation journey." Su Yuan responded, "The Bai family indeed lives lavishly. Rest assured, if they provoke me, I shall extinguish them effortlessly, avenging you in the process." The black dragon paused and cautioned, "Master, the Bai family possesses Transcendence Realm experts." Yuan replied nonchalantly, "Little Black, your perspective is narrow. Do you truly believe that Transcendence Realm is that formidable?" Meanwhile, at the Tianxian sect, within the main hall, the senior members scrutinized Su Xiaofan from head to toe. At that moment, Su Xiaofan appeared relaxed, his demeanor calm, completely unaware of being a captive. He surveyed the hall and innocently asked, "Isn't the Tianxian sect rather impoverished?" The expressions of the crowd instantly turned cold. The foremost figure, Qin Shan, appeared as if he might strike someone. "Impoverished? Damn it. Is it not your father's doing?" At that moment, an elder suggested, "Sect master, since Su Xiaofan is already in our grasp, he has outlived his usefulness. Shall we dispose of him?" Su Xiaofan's lips twitched. "Isn't that a bit hasty?" Qin Shan stroked his chin, genuinely pondering the suggestion. Just then, a young man in white gracefully entered the hall. "Elder Bai?" The demeanor of the crowd shifted to one of utmost respect. Qin Shan also stood up, offering a slight bow as he relinquished the main seat. The young man clad in white plopped down into the position of authority, propping his chin on one hand while scrutinizing Su Xiaofan. After a brief moment, he remarked nonchalantly, "Your talent is indeed commendable." Su Xiaofan had already begun to surmise the identity of this individual in white. The man paused and continued, "Are you also a swordsman?" Su Xiaofan felt a pang of confusion, astonished that the other had discerned his true nature at a mere glance. Reluctantly, he nodded in affirmation. He then inquired, "Do you seek the legacy of the sword cultivators, senior?" The man in white did not respond directly. Instead, he stated, "I once aspired to master the sword, but alas, I lack the aptitude. Although the legacy of the sword cultivators would hold no value for me, it could benefit my family. One day, the Bai family shall surely produce a swordsman." Su Xiaofan, puzzled, queried, "Is that truly necessary? Is it not said that blade cultivators are the mightiest?" The man in white shook his head slightly, saying, "Blade cultivators merely reap the benefits of others' endeavors. In truth, it is the sword cultivators who hold the true supremacy. Otherwise, why would the heavenly Tao impose such numerous restrictions?" At that moment, Qin Shan interjected, "Elder Bai, how shall we deal with Su Xiaofan?" The man in white replied, "Naturally, he must be eliminated. There is no reason to keep him alive. However, I must first extract his soul before his demise." Su Xiaofan's expression shifted, his heart racing. This was a miscalculation. He had assumed the other would at least attempt to coerce him into divulging the sword cultivator's legacy before acting. To his astonishment, the man showed no restraint, immediately overturning the table. Just then, a violent tremor shook Tianxian Mountain. Qin Shan's expression changed dramatically. "Damn it. The recently restored protective array has collapsed again." The man in white raised an eyebrow, remarking, "Indeed, such arrogance. Knowing there was an ambush, he still dares to come alone." He then stood and turned to Su Xiaofan, saying, "Your father arrives at an opportune moment. A father and son facing death together makes for a poignant tale." Su Xiaofan sighed deeply, his gaze lingering on the receding figure of the man in white. Chapter 73. You are unworthy. Outside the Tianxian sect, a figure clad in a blue robe stood with hands clasped behind his back, mounted upon a black dragon. The onlookers who had just exited the grand hall of the sect were momentarily rendered speechless by this astonishing sight. Was this the very dragon confined within the Black Death Forest? A true dragon of the Nirvana realm, now reduced to a mere steed? Qin Shan felt an ominous premonition wash over him. He hastily turned to the elder behind him and said, "This situation may be beyond Elder Bai's capacity to handle. Hasn't he, the ancestor, emerged from his seclusion? We must summon him at once." The elder nodded in agreement. Shortly thereafter, the elder returned alone, leaving Qin Shan perplexed. "Where is the ancestor?" he inquired. The elder replied, "The ancestor is currently refining pills and will not be able to attend for a while." Refining pills? Qin Shan was bewildered. When did the ancestor take up alchemy again? At that moment, the young man in white suddenly furrowed his brow, fixing his gaze upon the black dragon. He then turned his attention to the figure clad in blue and declared, "You possess remarkable audacity to dare touch the treasures of the Bai family." In response, before Su Yuan could utter a word, the black dragon sneered, "When did I, the Dragon Lord, become a possession of your Bai family?" The young man in white retorted, "If I say it is so, then it is." Su Xiaofan smacked his lips, pondering the sheer arrogance of the Bai family. Suddenly, a long spear materialized in the young man's hand, its tip aimed directly at Su Yuan. With a fierce battle spirit, he proclaimed, "You are a sword cultivator, are you not? Draw your sword." Su Yuan merely cast a disdainful glance at the white-clad youth, then slowly shook his head. You are not worthy of my blade. Such contempt. Undeniably blatant. The young man's fury ignited. This was the first time he had been so scorned. How foolish. He scoffed, lunging directly at Su Yuan. Su Yuan glanced at the black dragon and said, You take this one. The dragon roared with excitement. Thank you, my lord. I have longed to deal with the Bai family. With that, it charged toward the young man in white. In the next instant, Su Yuan appeared before Su Xiaofan. The others, including Qin Shan, were so startled that their legs trembled. Su Yuan ignored them and turned his attention to Su Xiaofan, asking, Are you unharmed? Su Xiaofan shook his head, indicating that he was fine, and inquired, Father, where have you been these past few days? Su Yuan replied, I have been searching for you. Su Xiaofan pointed at the black dragon and asked, And who might this be? Su Yuan casually explained, I ventured into the Black Death Forest to find you and chanced upon this creature. So I took it as my steed. Upon hearing this, Su Xiaofan's eyes widened in realization. This must be the formidable presence that Miss Su had spoken of. He then queried, It seems this esteemed one harbors a grudge against the Bai family? Su Yuan nodded, saying, The Bai family imprisoned him and extracted his dragon blood to enhance their offspring. Naturally, he harbors a deep-seated hatred for them. At this revelation, Su Xiaofan suddenly felt the vial of dragon blood in his storage pouch had lost its allure. Meanwhile, Su Yuan turned his gaze toward Qin Shan, who trembled in fright. The black dragon had restricted Elder Bai, and now the ancestor was absent. Su Yuan could indeed eliminate him. At that moment, however, Su Yuan spoke, Bring 2 chairs. Qin Shan was taken aback. In the next instant, he vanished from sight. Moments later, only the exquisite chair reserved for the sect master was brought forth into the grand hall. Then, under the astonished gazes of the assembly, Qin Shan, wearing a fawning expression, said, Senior, please take a seat. Su Yuan nodded slightly and settled comfortably into the chair. He then inquired, I have heard that your ancestor is quite formidable? Qin Shan hastily replied, If my ancestor were to be compared to you, venerable one, he would be nothing at all. Su Yuan cast a sidelong glance in another direction. Meanwhile, in the distant forest, an elder trembled in fright. At this moment, Su Yuan nodded and remarked, By the way, I have heard that your Tianxin sect intends to kill me? Qin Shan's face turned crimson with indignation as he retorted, Senior, that is utterly unfounded. I do not know which scoundrel is spreading such rumors. It is simply outrageous. The crowd fell silent. Just then, Su Xiaofan unexpectedly interjected. Did you not just say you wanted to kill me? The atmosphere in the hall instantly turned frigid. Qin Shan appeared embarrassed. He quickly replied, Young friend, that was all a misunderstanding. Su Xiaofan, with an innocent smile, said, Perhaps it was indeed my misunderstanding. Just as Qin Shan breathed a sigh of relief, Su Yuan fixed him with a gaze that was both amused and enigmatic. Qin Shan felt as though he was ensnared by a terrifying aura, causing his legs to tremble in fear. He inwardly cursed, Damn it, this kid is truly sinister. Boom. At that moment, in midair, the man clad in white was sent flying by the black dragon's claw. The white-clad figure was hurled backward. The structures of the Tianxian sect began to crumble. Qin Shan felt an urge to weep. Meanwhile, the black dragon laughed maniacally. You insolent wretch, continue your arrogance. Yet, the next instant, the white-clad man, disheveled, reappeared in the sky, his face contorted with rage. He then produced a talisman. The black dragon seemed to sense something, and his expression changed dramatically. Cursed be the Heavenly Thunder Talisman. Su Yuan, upon hearing this, felt a twinge of confusion. What exactly was this Heavenly Thunder Talisman? Yet he could not inquire further. To do so would surely shatter his dignity. This was somewhat vexing. Fortunately, Su Xiaofan asked aloud, What is this Heavenly Thunder Talisman? Qin Shan's face lit up with delight, and he instinctively replied, The Heavenly Thunder Talisman is exceedingly precious. It can summon heavenly thunder, with power rivaling that of a strike from a Transcendence Realm expert. Su Xiaofan swallowed hard, feeling a twinge of envy. At that moment, the white-clad man crushed the Heavenly Thunder Talisman. In the next instant, the winds and clouds of heaven transformed dramatically. Soon, a terrifying aura began to coalesce in the heavens. The members of the Tianxian sect wore expressions of joy. Truly, as expected of an elder from the Bai family, his trump cards were plentiful. The white-clad man then laughed maniacally. Damn it, continue your arrogance. Just keep going. Su Yuan furrowed his brow slightly and summoned the Qingxian sword. In the next moment, the Qingxian sword transformed into a beam of sword light, shooting skyward. Seeing this, The white-clad man scoffed. Who do you think you are? What if you are a great sword immortal? This is heavenly thunder. Do you still wish to strike down the heavens with a single sword? The white-clad man had yet to finish his words when the Qin Xian's sword was drawn with a swift motion. In an instant, a magnificent sword aura erupted, cleaving directly towards the firmament. The dark clouds were instantly torn asunder, and the gathering thunderbolts dissipated into nothingness. From within the rift in the sky, a gentle ray of sunlight cascaded down. The white-clad man was momentarily taken aback, his smile freezing in place, while the onlookers stood in stunned silence. Su Yuan sheathed his sword nonchalantly, yet the black dragon burst into laughter, exclaiming, "What nonsense about thunder! It pales in comparison to my master's single strike." The corners of the white-clad man's mouth twitched involuntarily. In the next moment, the enormous claw of the black dragon came crashing down upon him. A quarter of an hour later, the white-clad man lay on the ground, barely clinging to life. The black dragon turned to Su Yuan and inquired, "Master, how shall we deal with him?" The members of the Tianxian sect appeared ashen-faced. The second elder whispered, "It's over." Qin Shan took a deep breath, feigning calmness as he declared, "Fear not. Su Yuan may be reckless, but he wouldn't dare harm anyone from the Bai family. And with the Bai family backing us, we shall surely be safe." At that moment, Su Yuan's indifferent voice cut through the tension, "Kill him." The crowd gasped in disbelief. Chapter 74. The Sun family has already seized the path to death. The man in white suddenly exclaimed with fury, "Dare you kill a member of the Bai family?" Su Yuan replied, "And what of it?" The man in white retorted, "Are you truly unafraid of retribution from the Bai family?" Su Yuan declared, "Should the Bai family dare to retaliate, I shall annihilate them." Annihilate the Bai family? The crowd's lips twitched violently. Goodness, how arrogant. The man in white sneered. Such brazen words. Su Yuan asserted, "I speak with utmost sincerity, and you, I fear, may not witness that day." With that, Su Yuan commanded the black dragon, "Kill him." The black dragon hesitated momentarily. Despite harboring resentment towards the Bai family, he was equally filled with trepidation. After contemplating, he ultimately gritted his teeth and struck down with a claw. Boom. A colossal pit suddenly formed in the ground, and the body of the man in white was reduced to a puddle of flesh. A wisp of his primordial spirit instantly soared into the distance. Su family, mark my words, await your reckoning, for today's vengeance shall come in due time. Before he could finish his words, a massive figure abruptly appeared before him. The black dragon scoffed, "Wait for your mother." With a flick of his tail, he shattered the primordial spirit of the man in white into fragments. Meanwhile, in a wooden house belonging to the Bai family, an oil lamp extinguished abruptly. Immediately, a furious roar erupted from within a secret chamber. Who dares to kill a member of the Bai family? Investigate. Find out who it is. At the Tianxian sect, the crowd was left in shock. If the Bai family had been slain, what fate awaited the Tianxian sect? Just then, an elderly man with white hair appeared out of nowhere. Upon seeing the newcomer, Qin Shan was overjoyed. "Ancestor!" Slap. In the next moment, the grand ancestor of Tianxian struck Qin Shan, sending him flying. Qin Shan slowly crawled out from the rubble, then spat out a mouthful of blood, bewildered. "Ancestor, you've mistaken the person." The grand ancestor of Tianxian snorted coldly, berating him, "I aimed precisely at you. You wretched fool, how could I have a descendant like you? I told you to be discreet, yet you refused to listen. And now look where we are." Qin Shan was taken aback, his face full of grievance. "Ancestor, when did you?" Before he could finish, the grand ancestor of Tianxian reappeared before him in an instant. He then planted a foot squarely on Qin Shan's face, sending him flying once more. The grand ancestor huffed. "Do you still wish to argue?" After these actions, the grand ancestor turned with a smile towards Su Yuan, saying, "Esteemed senior, my Tianxian sect has indeed wronged you. Please accept my apologies." With that, he presented a storage ring, stating, "Senior, this contains 99% of my Tianxian sect's assets. Consider it a small token of compensation. Should you remain unsatisfied and wish to vent your frustrations, feel free to do so. I harbor no objections." Su Yuan glanced at the storage ring and remarked, "You are quite astute." He then accepted the ring and tossed it directly to Su Xiaofan. Su Xiaofan was overjoyed. He has become a wealthy man now. Damn it. Relying on one's family is truly delightful. What need is there for hard work? With this thought, he swiftly stashed the storage ring into his bosom, instinctively casting a wary glance around. The onlookers were speechless. At this moment, Su Yuan remarked, "Releasing the Tianxian sect is not out of the question." The elder of the Tianxian sect was overjoyed and inquired, "What are your demands, senior?" Su Yuan glanced at Su Xiaofan and continued, 1 year. You shall serve as my son's protector for a year. Without hesitation, the elder nodded in agreement. After all, serving as a protector for a junior was a trivial matter for someone of his stature. Seeing this, Su Yuan nodded slightly. He then rose and said, let us depart. Upon the broad head of the black dragon, Su Yuan gazed silently at the distant horizon. He vowed never to return to this desolate place, the Blackhorn domain. Initially, he had hoped to reap some rewards, but to his dismay, after exerting so much effort, he found himself empty-handed. After a prolonged silence, Su Yuan turned his gaze towards the grinning Su Xiaofan, instantly deducing what his son was contemplating. He suddenly spoke, what is this? Have you decided not to strive anymore? Su Xiaofan was taken aback, nodding honestly as he replied, I feel that in this lifetime, relying on my father is sufficient. Su Yuan's lips twitched. What kind of reliance is that? If Su Xiaofan encounters a formidable opponent in the future, will he just hide behind his father to attract enmity? How could he cultivate his son in such a manner? A young person must endure some trials and tribulations to truly grow. Thus, Su Yuan admonished seriously, Xiaofan. While relying on family is permissible, one cannot depend on it for everything. Your father will not always be by your side. Unexpected events will inevitably occur. Moreover, the future of our Su family depends on you. Upon hearing this, Su Xiaofan fell into deep contemplation. Meanwhile, Sun Qianqian had just returned to the Sun family with Zhang Hualong when they were unexpectedly subdued by a powerful figure. The two exchanged bewildered glances. Zhang Hualong inquired, Miss Sun, did you perhaps take a wrong turn? Sun Qianqian appeared even more perplexed. Glancing at the familiar faces around her, this is indeed the Sun family. Zhang Hualong continued, but why are they apprehending us? Sun Qianqian pondered for a moment and suddenly exclaimed, this is bad. Su Xiaofan has been captured. At this, Zhang Hualong was taken aback. He rapidly asked, what do you mean by that? Sun Qianqian explained, I have relied on Senior Su's connections to gain a foothold in the Sun family. If Su Xiaofan is captured, Senior Su will undoubtedly go to the Tianxian sect. The Sun family would assume that his fate is sealed. In other words, they believe I currently have no backing. Naturally, they would seek to deal with me. Zhang Hualong's expression turned one of anguish. Damn it. A single misstep can lead to eternal regret. Then, as if recalling something, Zhang Hualong asked, are there any Nirvana realm experts in the Tianxian sect? Sun Qianqian shook her head. No. At this, Zhang Hualong suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. Sun Qianqian remarked, yet behind them stands the Bai family, one of the most prestigious families in Zhangzhou. Zhang Hualong scoffed, rest assured, the Bai family is of little consequence. Sun Qianqian, puzzled, inquired, why is that? Zhang Hualong responded with a slight smile, because the Su family is comprised entirely of lunatics. At that moment, a middle-aged man stepped forward. It was Sun Gang, the head of the Sun family. He cast a cold glare at Sun Qianqian and stated, Su Yuan is destined for a dead end at the Tianxian sect. Unfortunately, I am unable to end his life myself. As for you, Sun Gang let out a chilling laugh, leaving his words hanging in the air. Sun Qianqian's expression darkened. The head of the family sure changes his demeanor swiftly. With a disdainful snort, Sun Gang ignored her and turned his attention to Zhang Hualong, asking, are you a friend of that Su boy? Zhang Hualong nodded. Sun Gang casually waved his hand, ordering, take him away and chop him up to feed the dogs. Zhang Hualong, being dragged by two individuals, chuckled coldly. Your Sun family has already paved the way to your demise. Observing this, Sun Gang frowned slightly. You dare speak such words when death is imminent? Aren't you afraid? Zhang Hualong replied, of course, I fear death, but the thought of your Sun family's fate only brings me amusement. Sun Gang, perplexed, questioned, do you truly believe that the Su father and son can emerge from the Tianxian sect? Preposterous. Just then, a formidable aura suddenly enveloped the skies above the Sun family. The crowd instinctively looked up, momentarily frozen in place. In the air, a colossal dragon, 100 feet long, appeared. Upon its head stood several figures, among whom one in a green robe was particularly striking. Sun Gang's pupils suddenly constricted. Su Yuan. Chapter 75. I, Su Xiaofan, bear the majesty of an emperor. Sun Qianqian watched the figure in the azure robe depart, then turned to glance at the ruins that were once the Sun family. Her eyes betrayed no emotion, only indifference. Within the void tunnel, Su Xiaofan expressed his concern, saying, Father, you obliterated the Sun family with a single sword stroke. What about Miss Sunday? Su Yuanji cast a sidelong glance at Su Xiaofan and replied, "What? Are you fond of that young lady?" Su Xiaofan shook his head, clarifying, "Not at all. She merely saved my life." Su Yuanji reassured him, "Do not worry. She will be fine." At this, Su Xiaofan nodded thoughtfully. Suddenly, he inquired, "Father, if I fail to gain admission to the Central Academy this time, will you be disappointed?" He sought to prepare his father for the possibility, as he had no intention of entering the academy, at least not in the coming years. The Central Academy was filled with prodigious talents and formidable individuals. It was far too perilous. He planned to return to the southern continent and bide his time for another decade before attempting to return to the Central Plains. Even if he could not join the academy as a student, possessing strength would suffice to attain the status of an elder. This was a pragmatic choice. For to receive guidance from the esteemed predecessors, one must trigger significant events. At that moment, Su Yuanji smiled slightly, exuding confidence as he declared, "My son possesses the bearing of an emperor. Joining the academy will be more than sufficient." Su Xiaofan fell silent upon hearing this. After a brief pause, he remarked, "Father, could we refrain from saying that in the future?" Su Yuanji, puzzled, asked, "Why not?" Su Xiaofan replied, "I fear retribution." Su Yuanji responded, "No worries. You have your father to protect you." Su Xiaofan countered, "But among the younger generation, you cannot intervene." Su Yuanji asserted, "As long as you bear the Su surname, you shall be invincible among your peers." Su Xiaofan sighed, "Father, I simply wish to be a modest person." Su Yuanji cast a fleeting glance at him and remarked, "A modest person would never declare themselves as such." Su Xiaofan fell silent, his resolve wavering. At that moment, Zhang Hualong approached Su Xiaofan, exclaiming with enthusiasm, "Su, do you not feel your blood boiling with excitement?" Su Xiaofan regarded him with disdain. "Brother Zhang, could you not indulge in such frivolous thoughts?" Zhang Hualong retorted, "What are you thinking? I am speaking of the Academy's selection process. It occurs once every decade, admitting only 100 individuals each time. Imagine the thrill of competing against the world's most extraordinary prodigies, stepping on their heads as you ascend to the pinnacle." Su Xiaofan sighed, "Brother Zhang, there are so many admirable pursuits. Why must you revel in showiness? What if you end up feigning death? The Zhang family has no other heirs." Zhang Hualong was left dumbfounded. "Wait, Su, are you not the one who is being hypocritical?" Su Xiaofan chuckled lightly, choosing to ignore him. Was it truly his penchant for showiness? It was all out of necessity, after all. Time passed, and soon they arrived before an ancient city. As the group appeared, this incident naturally drew the attention of the crowd. After all, most of the onlookers were merely walking, and the fortunate few were traveling by spaceship. However, witnessing someone arriving on the back of a true dragon was indeed a rare sight. Under the scrutiny of so many eyes, Su Xiaofan felt a twinge of anxiety, fearing that an inconsiderate individual might suddenly emerge and take offense at him. In these times, individuals with his honest disposition were exceedingly scarce, while foolishness was abundantly prevalent. Su Xiaofan could not help but murmur, "Father, perhaps we should let the elder black dragon wait outside while we enter the city on foot." Su Yuan let out a soft sigh. His son's character was indeed difficult to change. Even though he presented an invincible demeanor and had established a mysterious family, his son was not inclined to stir up trouble or seek to impress others. Rather, he preferred to take a laid-back approach. It seemed that the road to his own invincibility was still fraught with challenges. Reflecting on this, Su Yuan replied calmly, "No need for concern. I possess a sword that can summon the city." Upon hearing this, the crowd broke into a cold sweat. Just then, a guard shouted, "Impudent! This is Xianyang City, and beasts are not allowed to enter." As Su Yuan frowned, he witnessed the guard being kicked aside. Suddenly, a figure in simple clothing appeared in their midst. It was none other than the familiar Zhao Fengyan. Su Xiaofan blinked in disbelief. "Teacher?" Zhao Fengyan then waved at him with a smile. Soon, everyone gathered before Zhao Fengyan. Su Xiaofan, somewhat puzzled, asked, "Teacher, what brings you here?" Zhao Fengyan first nodded at Su Yuan, then smiled slightly. "This Xianyang city is the territory of my Zhao family." Upon hearing this, Zhang Hualong was taken aback. "Master Zhao, you are indeed from the central continent?" Zhao Fengyan nodded lightly. Su Xiaofan inquired, "Teacher, is the main academy selection taking place in Xianyang City?" Zhao Fengyan shook his head. "Of course not. The main academy selection occurs in a special secret realm." As the two were conversing, a man clad in scholarly robes approached, accompanied by a suave gentleman wielding a folding fan. Noticing this individual, Zhao Fengyan's brow furrowed in concern. The scholar stood before Zhao Fengyan and said with a smile, Zhao Fingyan, after all these years, you finally deigned to return. So, this time, you represent your branch from Dayu? To be honest, your branch is resource poor, and your teaching methods are quite difficult to evaluate. It seems you may once again return empty-handed. At these words, Zhao Fengyan's expression darkened, while Su Xiaofan narrowed his eyes, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing within. Meanwhile, the crowd murmured upon hearing Zhao Fengyan's name. Was this not the once-renowned prodigy of Xianyang City, Zhao Fengyan? It was said that he had been exceptionally recruited by the main academy due to his extraordinary talent. Yet, how had he now only reached the Divine Concealment Realm? What many did not know was that Zhao Fengyan had once been deceived by the individual before him, Lu Suo of the Lu family, and led to a secret realm. Although he returned safely, he bore severe injuries, leading to the decline of a once great prodigy. Subsequently, he voluntarily accepted a position at a remote branch, serving as a mentor. After that, there was no further news. But that cannot be right, given the formidable strength of the Zhao family. Should not the Lu family have been targeted as well? It goes without saying that Zhao Fengyan has been rendered ineffective. Although Lu Suo may not possess the same innate talent, he still has a measure of ability. At the time, Lu Suo's mentor intervened to resolve the matter. Naturally, Lu Suo faced consequences and was reassigned to a branch academy. As these words reached his ears, the murderous intent in Su Xiaofan's eyes was nearly impossible to conceal. At that moment, Zhao Fengyan coldly remarked, "So, you claim your teaching prowess is exceptional?" Lu Suo replied with pride, "At the very least, I surpass you. My previous disciples have all entered the main academy." He then gestured to the dapper young man behind him, saying, "This is my 7th disciple, despite his youth. He has already reached the pinnacle of the Ascendant Realm. He will undoubtedly make the list in this selection." The pinnacle of the Ascendant Realm? A mocking smile appeared on Zhao Fengyan's face. He then glanced at Su Xiaofan and said to Lu Suo, "And you dare to claim that such a trivial accomplishment could earn entry into the main academy? How amusing." Lu Suo retorted with derision, "What, is Zhao's disciple perhaps superior?" Zhao Fengyan replied nonchalantly, "My disciple Su Xiaofan possesses the demeanor of an emperor." The mention of the demeanor of an emperor elicited amusement among the crowd. Chapter 76. The bottom line of the honest man, do not touch. Lu Suo wiped away tears of laughter and remarked, "Zhao Fengyan, oh Zhao Fengyan, after all these years, you've become quite the blusterer. What nonsense about being an emperor? Does he even qualify? My disciple could defeat him with one hand tied behind his back." Su Xiaofan suddenly transformed into a state of eerie calmness. Indeed, he, Su Xiaofan, was an honest man, always the one to take a beating, always the target of ridicule. None of it mattered. However, even an honest man possesses a bottom line. Just as a dragon has a reverse scale, touching it spells death. His bottom line was straightforward. He could be provoked, but not his friends, family, or loved ones. At that moment, Su Xiaofan stepped forward 2 paces, standing before Zhao Fengyan. The crowd displayed signs of astonishment. Su Yuan's eyes suddenly sparkled. Even his gaze towards Lu Suo softened. Zhang Hualong smacked his lips in confusion. Had Su Laosher finally heeded advice? Was he preparing to change his approach? Simultaneously, Zhao Fengyan came to his senses, puzzled. "Xiaofan, what are you?" Su Xiaofan pointed at Lu Suo and said, "He seems a bit displeased." Lu Suo's expression turned icy. Being scolded by a junior in such a manner was somewhat intolerable. Yet, before he could speak, Su Xiaofan asked first, "Your disciple is quite strong, isn't he?" Lu Suo replied coldly, "Naturally." Su Xiaofan beckoned towards the elegant young master standing behind Lu Suo. "Dare to fight?" Lu Suo was momentarily taken aback, then a mocking glint appeared in his eyes. The young master smirked and stepped forward, saying, "Kid, confidence is commendable, but excessive self-assurance can lead to demise. I won't bully you. I'll fight you with one hand. After all, your teacher's teaching level." Before he could finish his sentence, Su Xiaofan appeared before him in an instant and delivered a swift slap. The speed was astonishing, leaving the young master no time to react, and he was sent flying. Curse it! The young master was left dumbfounded. Su Xiaofan's figure flickered again, and he kicked the young master squarely in the face. Boom! The young master's body was embedded into the city wall. As the crowd looked on, his face had swollen to resemble that of a pig's head. A large shoe print adorned the left side, and a handprint marked the right. The crowd was in shock. At this moment, the young master protested, "Kid, you resorted to a sneak attack." Su Xiaofan chuckled coldly. "Fine, let us fight again." The young master climbed out from the wall, his face twisted with rage. "Very well. Today you shall perish." He then wielded a folding fan and charged at Su Xiaofan. Just as he approached, he abruptly opened the fan. A cloud of white powder wafted into the air. The crowd was momentarily stunned. Using underhanded tactics? Xiaofan inhaled sharply, his expression changing dramatically. This was bad. It was Yuan grass. Upon hearing this, the crowd suddenly wore expressions of disdain. Although Yuan grass was not poisonous, however, its efficacy is capable of temporarily obstructing the flow of vital energy within the cultivator's body. Just as Xiaofan was about to take action, a surge of sword intent erupted from Su Xiaofan's entire being. Vital energy? He required none. He could effortlessly overpower the individual before him. With another sweeping strike, he delivered a resounding slap. The dapper young man was left bewildered by the blow. Yet this was not the end. Su Xiaofan seized the young man's hair and unleashed a flurry of sword-infused punches and kicks upon his face. Moments later, the once proud young man lay slumped like a dead dog, dragged before Xiaofan by Su Xiaofan. Su Xiaofan leaned down and inquired, "What were your earlier remarks regarding my teacher's teaching prowess?" The young man choked back his words. "You dare to humiliate me in such a manner. You seek." Before he could finish, Su Xiaofan struck him again. A series of slaps followed, rendering the young man as docile as a child. Through tears, he exclaimed, "Your teacher's teaching ability is truly impressive, far superior to mine." Su Xiaofan nodded with satisfaction, tossing the young man at Lu Sua's feet, declaring, "Did you hear that? He is better than you." Lu Sua's face twitched with anger, yet he forcibly restrained himself. In Xianyang City, the Zhao family held dominion. His Lu family could not compete. He could only muster the courage to utter threats. "You just wait," Lu Sua proclaimed, dragging his defeated disciple away into the shadows. Observing this, Su Xiaofan turned to Xiaofan, offering a hearty smile. Xiaofan's face beamed with pride as he spoke to his companion Su Yuan. "You have a remarkable son." Su Yuan responded, "Are you envious?" Xiaofan nodded in affirmation. Su Yuan chuckled, "You have not." Xiaofan. In Xianyang City, the Zhao family, Xiaofan, flushed with pride, boasted about his disciple to the family members. Su Xiaofan sat in silence in a corner, his head bowed. After several rounds of drinks, he suddenly rose and addressed the crowd. "I am feeling a bit weary. I shall take my leave to rest." With that, he excused himself and departed. Su Yuan watched his son's retreating figure, his gaze profound. He sighed softly, murmuring, "There is indeed some progress." Yet he remains too timid in his endeavors. With that, he followed closely behind his son. However, Su Xiaofan did not return to his quarters. Instead, he exited the Zhao residence and procured a set of black attire from a street vendor. After inquiring about Lu family's whereabouts, he set forth under the cover of night, heading directly for Lu's residence. Along the way, a figure clad in green suddenly appeared atop a nearby rooftop. Su Xiaofan paused, scratching his head innocently. "Father, it seems you anticipated this." Su Yuan queried, "Why do you wish to eliminate Lu Sua?" Su Xiaofan replied, "He threatened me. Furthermore, he has enmity with my teacher." Su Yuan cautioned, "What if he was merely attempting to intimidate you and does not truly dare to act? What if your teacher intends to take matters into his own hands against him?" Su Xiaofan remarked, "Even if there is only a 1 in a million chance, I must eliminate him. Otherwise, I find it difficult to find rest. Moreover, I am avenging my master. The life I take is as if my teacher has taken it." Su Yuan gently shook his head. "You could simply tell me, and I could extinguish the Lu family in an instant." Su Xiaofan smiled faintly. "Father, you once said that many things must rely on oneself." Upon hearing this, Su Yuan felt a sense of comfort, though he was not particularly fond of his son's method of assassination. He then inquired, "What are your odds?" Su Xiaofan replied, 1 in 10. Su Yuan furrowed his brow. "Can't you be a bit more confident?" Su Xiaofan shook his head with a smile. "Father, one must always prepare for the worst." Su Yuan slightly shook his head and said, "Go on then." With that, the figure clad in green vanished from sight, while Su Xiaofan, with unwavering determination, set forth once more towards the Lu family. His actions were driven by another compelling reason: 2 choices presented by the elder of the system, one of caution and one of boldness. This time, he chose to be cautious. Having emerged from Xuanqing, he had encountered numerous tribulations along the way, yet he had ascended to a new level of understanding in the path of caution. The essence of caution is to be both prudent and brave. It is not merely about enduring humiliation, living modestly, or avoiding the limelight and conflicts. It also requires strategic planning and foresight. The disciples of Lu Sua are numerous. Within the main academy, they undoubtedly possess some influence. To target him during the selection process at the main academy would be effortless. That alone is not an issue. However, should he once again find himself unexpectedly at the forefront, the consequences would be dire. Thus, he must eliminate potential threats in advance. With these thoughts, Su Xiaofan quickened his pace. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to him, Su Yuan remained behind, gazing at his son's retreating figure with a bemused smile. Foolish boy, if I were any more foolish, you would truly have me deceived. Chapter 77. Am I truly such a person? In the dead of night. After stealthily departing from the Lu family's premises, Su Xiaofan transformed into a streak of sword light, heading toward the outskirts of Xianyang City. Moments later, an enraged roar erupted from within the Lu family estate. Damn it, who dares to assassinate a member of the Lu family? Hearing the distant shouts of fury, Su Xiaofan gritted his teeth and quickened his pace. He flew over 100 miles before daring to remove his night cloak, disguising himself once more to return to Xianyang City. The following morning, the elder of the Lu family stormed into the Xiao family with palpable fury, ready for confrontation. The Xiao family members were equally infuriated. Setting aside their historical enmity with the Lu family, who could remain calm when confronted at their doorstep so early in the day, the crux of the matter was that the Lu family had always been overshadowed by the Xiao family. What was the purpose of this visit? A rebellion? As tensions mounted, Zhao Fengyan reluctantly stepped forward and addressed the elder of the Lu family with a furrowed brow. What do you intend, Lu family? Are you declaring war on us? The elder of the Lu family, fuming with indignation, retorted, What do I intend? I wish to inquire what your esteemed disciple intends to do. Confounded, Zhao Fengyan responded. What do you mean? Unable to contain his anger, the elder of the Lu family snapped. Damn it. Are you still pretending? Do you truly have no idea what your disciple has done? Zhao Fengyan replied. Are you referring to the incident involving Lu Suo? With a cold smirk, the elder of the Lu family declared, Do not attempt to divert the topic. Last night, a sword cultivator infiltrated my Lu family estate and brutally killed Lu Suo. The perpetrator is none other than your precious disciple. Upon hearing this, Zhao Fengyan felt a mix of confusion and elation. On one hand, Lu Suo's demise avenged a long-standing grievance. On the other, it appeared that Su Xiaofan had become the implicated murderer. After a moment of contemplation, Zhao Fengyan said, Cease your baseless accusations. My disciple is merely an honest child. At the mention of honest, the elder of the Lu family trembled with rage. He is no such innocent. Do not presume I am unaware of your disciple's notorious reputation across the southern continent, and even in the Black Corner domain. Taken aback, Zhao Fengyan pondered the Lu family's intelligence network. How had they managed to gather such detailed information on Su Xiaofan in such a short time? Regardless of whether Su Xiaofan was indeed the culprit, he could not acknowledge it. Lu Suo, despite his lack of strength, held the position of branch academy director. This was still the central land. The murder of a branch director was no trivial matter, and the main academy would undoubtedly seek accountability. If Su Xiaofan were to be labeled as the murderer, it would spell significant trouble. Although the hunting academy refrained from engaging in worldly disputes, it certainly possessed formidable strength. On the contrary, the might of the hunting academy was genuinely terrifying, having stood tall in the central land for a millennium, nurturing countless powerful beings. With a powerful call, one can summon countless formidable individuals. Even Su Yuan would find it hard to cope. Contemplating this, Zhao Fengyan declared, You allege that my disciple is the murderer. Where is your evidence? Evidence. The ancestor of the Lu family scoffed, then waved his hand. Shortly thereafter, a gruesomely mutilated corpse, unrecognizable and horrific, was brought forth. The Lu ancestor pointed at the body, stating, These wounds are the handiwork of a swordsman. Your disciple, Su Xiaofan, is a swordsman. If he emerges to confront this directly and discern the sword intent, the truth will undoubtedly be revealed. Zhao Fengyan frowned. There are other swordsmen in the world besides my disciple. You are framing him. Suddenly, the Lu ancestor questioned, refusing to comply? Zhao Fengyan, with a flick of his sleeve, retorted, I will not comply. The Lu ancestor nodded, a cold smirk gracing his lips. Very well. Without hesitation, he gestured again. The warriors of the Lu family surged forward. Seeing this, Zhao Fengyan's brow furrowed in concern. Although the Zhao family possessed significantly greater strength than the Lu family, their ancestral elder was currently in seclusion, striving for the primordial spirit realm, leaving no one to restrain the Lu ancestor. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a chilling snort echoed from within the Zhao residence. In the next moment, an overwhelming sword intent enveloped the entire area. Following that, severed heads soared into the sky. creating a truly spectacular scene. Amidst the astonishment of the crowd, a calm voice resonated from within the Zhao residence. Those who dare to cross this line shall perish. As the words fell, the ground was suddenly cleaved by an invisible sword chi, creating a fissure that extended deep into the earth, stretching towards the street's end. The members of the Liu family were left in utter shock. After a moment of silence, they swiftly turned and departed, not daring to utter another harsh word. Once outside the Zhao residence, a middle-aged man furrowed his brow. Ancestor, the one who just acted appears to be Su Xiaofan's father, as per our intel. The Liu ancestor nodded. It must be this person. The middle-aged man expressed admiration. Fortunately, ancestor, you withdrew swiftly and did not confront him directly. The Liu ancestor shot a glance at the middle-aged man, remaining silent. The middle-aged man felt a bit awkward and after a brief pause, inquired, "Who, then? Was the one who tipped us off?" The Liu ancestor replied, "Whoever it may be is unimportant. As long as they are not at odds with the Su father and son, they are our allies." The middle-aged man nodded and continued, "Ancestor, what shall we do next?" The Liu ancestor pondered for a moment. "We may not be able to contend with Su Yuan, but we can certainly take action against his son. The selection for the main academy is only a few days away. Spread the word. Whoever can slay Su Xiaofan will be generously rewarded by the Liu family." Hearing this, the middle-aged man reflected for a moment. It seems this will only attract some disciples from humble backgrounds. With Su Xiaofan's talent, it is likely. The Liu ancestor coldly chuckled. Disciples from humble backgrounds? Anything, once it reaches a critical mass, can lead to a qualitative transformation. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man experienced a moment of enlightenment, swiftly replaced by an expression of reverence. The ancestral patriarch truly possessed unparalleled wisdom. Just as the elder of the Liu family was about to erupt in laughter, his countenance suddenly grew stern. Meanwhile, in the Zhao family, Zhao Fengyan arrived at Su Xiaofan's courtyard, where he found Su Xiaofan diligently practicing swordsmanship, his expression devoid of any peculiarity. Master Su Xiaofan sheathed his sword, displaying an endearing demeanor. Zhao Fengyan nodded in acknowledgement and proceeded to recount the recent events. Su Xiaofan's fury ignited instantly. The Liu family is utterly brazen, daring to tarnish my reputation in such a manner. Am I, Su Laoshi, truly that kind of person? Observing his reaction, Zhao Fengyan appeared somewhat skeptical. Is it really not you? Su Xiaofan responded with utmost seriousness. It is not. Zhao Fengyan nodded, seemingly convinced. Su Xiaofan felt a wave of relief wash over him. Yet a sense of confusion lingered within. What exactly transpired? At that moment, a member of the Zhao family approached to report, "Young master, the guest has been invited to the main hall to rest." Zhao Fengyan nodded and turned to Su Xiaofan, saying, "A dear old friend wishes to see you." An old friend? Su Xiaofan pondered with curiosity. P.S. There is another chapter that will arrive later. Chapter 78. The bet. The two individuals arrived at the hall. Upon seeing the newcomer, Su Xiaofan was momentarily taken aback. The visitor was none other than Su Ming. At that moment, Su Ming was seated across from Su Yuan, sipping tea. With a gentle smile, Su Ming addressed Su Xiaofan, saying, "I come bearing good news." "Good news?" Su Xiaofan inquired, puzzled. Su Ming did not keep him in suspense and handed him a storage bag. Su Xiaofan opened the bag, and his mind was instantly clouded with astonishment. Yuan stones. An abundance of Yuan stones. Yet, he was even more perplexed. Why would Senior Su deliver such a substantial amount of Yuan stones to him? At that moment, Su Ming explained, "The grand selection of the main academy is approaching, and at Wanbao Pavilion, we have a long-standing tradition." Su Xiaofan pressed further, "What tradition?" Su Ming replied, "The bet." "The bet." Su Xiaofan was somewhat bewildered. Su Ming clarified, "The so-called bet means that Wanbao Pavilion will select the top 3 talents among countless prodigies and provide them with resource support." Su Xiaofan asked, "No strings attached?" Su Ming chuckled softly, "There is one." Su Xiaofan sighed, realizing that indeed, there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Su Ming continued, "However, it isn't really a significant condition. The sole requirement is that those prodigies owe Wanbao Pavilion a favor." Upon hearing this, Su Xiaofan remarked, "Isn't this a losing venture?" Yet, Su Ming shook her head. "As long as we hit the mark with just one, the return on investment will be astronomical." Su Xiaofan pondered for a moment, clicking his tongue in realization. Such formidable powers indeed had their reasons for being so strong. A favor from a true powerhouse could not be exchanged for mere resources. After a brief silence, Su Xiaofan felt a twinge of confusion and queried, But among so many prodigies, why choose me? Su Ming reassured him, be confident. You are more than capable of standing shoulder to shoulder with the most exceptional geniuses. Su Xiaofan inwardly sighed, cursing himself for being a genius that was impossible to conceal. At that moment, Zhao Fengyan suddenly interjected, Miss Su, since you are here today, why not enlighten Xiaofan about the selection process of the main academy? Su Xiaofan, puzzled, asked, Teacher, aren't you from the Deer Hunting Academy? Don't you know? Zhao Fengyan replied nonchalantly, I was admitted under special circumstances in my time. Su Xiaofan responded with a silent acknowledgement. Meanwhile, Su Ming took a sip of her tea and began, allow me to explain. The main academy selection is divided into 3 stages. The first stage is a fundamental strength test, essentially a martial arts competition. The top 1,000 will advance. This stage shouldn't pose much pressure for you, Xiaofan, she added. Su Xiaofan remarked, only the top 1,000? How many will be eliminated? Su Ming replied, it is estimated that nearly 10,000 will be disqualified. Su Xiaofan was taken aback. The ratio was almost 10 to 1. The competition for the main academy selection was indeed fierce. At this juncture, Su Ming continued, the second assessment is even more ruthless. You will be randomly transported to a tower. Each level is guarded by a sentinel, and only by defeating them can you obtain the tokens they possess to ascend. This tower comprises 100 levels, with the height signifying your rank. The stronger the guardians become as you ascend, and due to the randomness of it all, you remain oblivious to the formidable opponents you may encounter. Should you find your rank unsatisfactory, you may continue to challenge higher levels until you reach the pinnacle. Su Xiaofan pondered for a moment and remarked, so, if I am randomly transported to the top level, I would directly confront the strongest guardian? This method of assessment seems to heavily rely on fortune. Su Ming replied, fortune is also a facet of strength. Su Xiaofan chuckled wryly, that is indeed true. At that moment, Su Ming's expression suddenly turned grave. The previous encounters were mere trifles. The real peril lies in the third challenge, entering the demon abyss to engage in combat with demonic beasts. Only those who survive for a month shall progress. Upon hearing this, Su Xiaofan's countenance shifted. He inquired, what exactly is the demon abyss? Su Ming explained, the demon abyss has an ancient history. In the past, the demon clans wreaked havoc across the land. The Hunting Academy rallied the mightiest warriors to carve out a small realm and drove the demons into it, thus forming the demon abyss. Su Xiaofan, somewhat puzzled, asked, why not eradicate the demon clans directly instead of complicating matters? Su Ming shook her head, I cannot say. The history of the Central Land does not provide detailed records. Su Xiaofan nodded, then questioned, is there any assurance of safety? Su Ming shook her head again, none. To prevent the demons from escaping, the barrier of the demon abyss is exceedingly formidable. The Hunting Academy will not concern themselves with your fates, and others cannot enter. Thus, you must rely solely on yourself. Upon hearing this, Su Yuandao furrowed his brow. Such danger? Previously, Su Xiaofan had sustained grave injuries at the Bloodsword ruins. This time, it appeared even more perilous. However, thinking of his son being the destined one, and with his grandfather's protection, he felt a slight sense of reassurance. At that moment, Su Xiaofan continued to inquire, what are the odds of survival? Su Ming responded, out of 100 who enter, perhaps a mere dozen will survive. In the demon abyss, the threats are not solely the demonic beasts but also other individuals. After all, no one wishes to acquire an additional enemy. Su Xiaofan's expression darkened. Yet, contemplating the rewards bestowed by the system's predecessor, he gritted his teeth. Damn it, I will give it my all. At that moment, Su Ming slowly rose and said, that is about it. Xiaofan, you have half a month until the assessment. Do your best. Su Xiaofan nodded on the surface while inwardly grumbling. Indeed, he needed to exert himself toward being eliminated. After saying this, Su Ming took her leave. Departing from the Zhao family, Su Ming transformed into a beam of white light and swiftly vanished into the horizon. In the void, a sudden voice, aged and resonant, echoed in Su Ming's ear. Little girl, is this truly worthwhile? In your pursuit of this coveted position, you have undoubtedly offended many. That lad from the Su family possesses exceptional talent, rivaling even the most esteemed prodigies. However, his mannerisms are rather peculiar, and he has an affinity for... Oh, what is that term again? My age is catching up to me, and I find it difficult to keep pace with the trends. The elder paused, seemingly at a loss for words. Su Ming chuckled. Master, are you referring to playing the pig to eat the tiger? The aged voice quickly affirmed. Yes, precisely. Su Ming continued, nonetheless, the talent of that young man is the most formidable I have ever witnessed. He certainly possesses the capacity to play the pig to eat the tiger. The elder inquired, is his talent truly that exceptional? How does it compare to the current prodigies of the four prominent families? Su Ming asserted confidently, not in the slightest inferior. In fact, I believe he is qualified to compete for the destiny of this generation. The elder fell silent for a moment before speaking with a hint of gravity. It may be quite challenging, for that young man is a swordsman. P.S. The second chapter is delivered. I apologize for the delayed update. Chapter 79. Father worries for you. Su Ming smiled gently. Who said that a swordsman cannot contend with destiny? An aged voice remarked, in these times, it is quite challenging for a swordsman. After a brief pause, the voice continued, take that Confucian sword emperor from the sword sect, for instance. The century mark is swiftly approaching, yet he remains unable to break through. For years, he has troubled me, inquiring if I possess any means to evade the heavenly tribulation. What means could I possibly have? I cannot even contend with the heavenly Tao. At this moment, Su Ming hesitated and asked, Master, is there truly no way to transcend the heavenly tribulation? The aged voice replied, there is. Su Ming's heart leapt with joy as she inquired, what is the method? The voice answered, subdue the heavenly Tao. Su Ming fell into silence. After a moment, the voice suddenly took on a peculiar tone. Wait a moment, child. Speak honestly. Are you perhaps interested in that Su Yuan? A faint blush crept onto Su Ming's face as she chose to remain silent. The aged voice sighed. This Su Yuan is not a serious individual. He is too. At this, the voice faltered. Su Ming instinctively chimed in, pretentious? The voice affirmed, indeed, pretentious. Child, this Su Yuan will eventually bring about his own demise. Why do you concern yourself with him? Do you think he is aware of your thoughts? Su Ming pouted, Master. What nonsense are you speaking? I do not like him. She then awkwardly shifted the topic. By the way, Master, how much do you know about the Su family? The aged voice replied, I am not privy to much, nor can I uncover anything substantial. I have managed to glean a bit about Su Yuan, but it seems rather unreliable. As for Su Xian, he is even more enigmatic, as if he appeared from nowhere, leaving no trace behind. Su Ming was somewhat astonished. Even you do not know? The voice responded, I am not omniscient. However, I suspect that the Su family may very well originate from the third heaven. The third heaven? Su Ming exclaimed. Is it the same third heaven you mentioned before? The voice confirmed, indeed, and I suspect that the Su family holds considerable significance in the third heaven. Su Ming's expression suddenly turned somewhat despondent. The aged voice inquired, Child, what troubles you? Su Ming confessed, insecurity. The voice, puzzled, remarked, Did you not claim that you do not have feelings for Su Yuan? Su Ming sighed, Master, it is no wonder you remain single. The aged voice fell into an eternal silence. Zhao family. Zhang Hualong stood nervously, knocking on the door. Uncle Su, you called for me? Su Yuan's voice resonated from within. Enter. Zhang Hualong gently pushed the door open, only to find a figure clad in a blue robe standing by the window, gazing into the distance. After a moment, Su Yuan spoke, Little Zhang, I would like you to assist me with a task. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hualong was momentarily taken aback. Immediately, a look of ecstatic joy appeared on his face. Uncle Su is indeed an unparalleled powerhouse. Such an illustrious figure has sought his assistance? How extraordinary. This moment will surely be boasted about for at least a decade. He patted his chest and declared, Uncle Su, just say the word. Even if it means ascending a mountain of knives or descending into a sea of flames, I, Zhang Hualong, shall not utter a single word of refusal. Su Yuan nodded and said, during the selection at the main academy, ensure that Xiaofan does not remain overly low-key. Zhang Hualong expressed his confusion. What do you mean, Uncle Su? Su Yuan explained, Xiaofan is still a bit too cautious. While this is commendable, it does not bode well for his growth. Young people must strive for distinction. After pondering for a moment, Zhang Hualong nodded and responded, I understand, Uncle Su. But how can I encourage Su Laoshi to be more ostentatious? Su Yuan replied, boast. Zhang Hualong contemplated this single word and immediately grasped its profound meaning. This is simple, it is my forte. Su Yuan shook his head and said, this is also a skill. Come, let me teach you a few phrases. Moments later, Zhang Hualong exited the study in a daze. Goodness, those phrases are quite impressive. No, I must return and digest this information. In the room, Su Yuan gazed deeply into the distance at the setting sun, murmuring to himself, Xiaofan, I truly worry for you. Meanwhile, Xiaofan had disguised himself and, with a storage bag in hand, left the Zhao family. He headed towards the Alchemist Association. The Alchemist Association is founded by the most esteemed and authoritative alchemists on the continent. Though its power may not rival that of the Wanbao Pavilion, it remains a significant force within the Central Land. The selection at the main academy is about to commence. Although Su Xiaofan held little interest in entering the main academy, he still wished to enhance his strength to ensure absolute security. The quickest shortcut to this is, of course, consuming medicinal pills. The Alchemist Association nearly monopolizes the pill trade. Even the Wanbao Pavilion cannot compete with the variety of pills available here. At the same time, Zhang Hualong, still in a daze, happened to witness this scene and felt puzzled. Why is Su Laosher dressed this way? After some contemplation, Zhang Hualong decided to follow him. Soon, Su Xiaofan arrived at the branch of the Alchemist Association in Xianyang City. An elderly man, beaming with a smile, handed Su Xiaofan a scroll. The scroll displayed an array of medicinal pill names along with their prices. The starting price for these pills is 1 Yuan stone. With ample funds in his pocket, Su Xiaofan was naturally generous and ordered a considerable quantity. Finally, his gaze settled at the top of the scroll, where the words read, Heavenly Restoration Pill, priced at 10,000 Yuan stones. Su Xiaofan's eyes sparkled. This item is truly remarkable. He immediately exclaimed, I would like some of the Heavenly Restoration Pill. The elderly man's brow furrowed slightly as he scrutinized Su Xiaofan before asking, How many would you like, esteemed sir? After some thought, Su Xiaofan realized that the more, the better. The pathway, a mere 100 or so will suffice. The elder fell silent for a moment, his expression darkening. Can you truly afford such a quantity? Su Xiaofan immediately realized that he had perhaps been a tad too ostentatious. He quickly surveyed his surroundings, relieved to find that no one was paying attention to him. He then added, Do not be deceived by my appearance. I possess a modest fortune. The elder scrutinized Su Xiaofan and asked, You are not jesting with me? Su Xiaofan nodded earnestly, Of course not. The elder continued, The Celestial Restoration Pill is not an ordinary 7th grade elixir. I only have 2. Do you still want them? Su Xiaofan felt a tinge of disappointment, but replied, I do want them. Just then, a man clad in dark garments stepped forward, declaring, I shall take both of those Celestial Restoration Pills. I can offer double the price. The elder paused, then turned his gaze towards Su Xiaofan. After a moment's contemplation, Su Xiaofan suggested, How about we each take one, my friend? The man in dark attire, his face cold, retorted, Who do you think you are to contend with me? Su Xiaofan furrowed his brow, considering his options. He decided to rise and depart, for he was a man of integrity and understood the value of patience. After all, he could always strike later, achieving 2 objectives with 1 action. At that moment, Zhang Hualong, who had lagged slightly behind, witnessed the unfolding scene and was instantly enraged. He strode forward, exclaiming, How dare you? What are you to challenge my brother, Su? Su Xiaofan's expression froze in an instant. P.S. A new chapter will follow shortly. Chapter 80. Do you still pretend to have a background? The expression of the man in black suddenly turned extremely grim. Gritting his teeth, he asked, Do you know who I am? Zhang Hualong gave the man a once-over and shook his head dismissively. How the hell would I know who you are? The man in black trembled with rage. Just as he was about to strike, an elderly figure behind him restrained him. The old man leaned in and whispered, Young master. This person is so arrogant. There must be someone backing him. We should investigate first before taking action. Upon hearing this, the man in black forcefully suppressed his fury. He was not a fool. The power behind him was not formidable enough to allow him to act recklessly. Therefore, today's incident must be put on hold. He decided to first look into the origins of these 2 individuals to avoid stepping on a landmine. Just as the man in black turned to leave, and Su Xiaofan breathed a sigh of relief, Zhang Hualong suddenly called out, Stop. Did this young master grant you permission to leave? The man in black's lips twitched. Turning around with a forced smile, he asked, What else do you want? Zhang Hualong replied, Apologize before you go. At these words, the man in black could no longer contain his anger. Damn it, you're pushing your luck. In the next moment, he charged at Zhang Hualong with a punch. In midair, Zhang Hualong was somewhat astonished. Why are all these individuals from the Central Land so talented? However, a smirk played on his lips. He might not be able to compete with his father, but he could rely on his brother. In an instant, Su Xiaofan appeared in front of Zhang Hualong, delivering a punch of his own. The man in black's arm instantly shattered. Subsequently, he was left utterly bewildered. At that moment, the surrounding guests watched the scene unfold with amusement. How dare they act out in the Alchemist Association? This young man truly had no sense of the world's dangers. The next moment, a woman in purple suddenly appeared, scolding, "Do you dare to cause trouble here? Do you wish to die?" Boom. A wave of pressure emanating from the purple mansion realm erupted instantaneously. Xiaofan remained unfazed, while the young man in black was forced to his knees under the pressure. Feeling somewhat guilty, Xiaofan turned to the woman in purple and said apologetically, "I'm sorry, we didn't mean to." The woman in purple stared at Xiaofan, her gaze revealing slight surprise. This young man could withstand my pressure? How intriguing. Yet, the dignity of the Alchemist Association must not be tarnished. The woman declared, "I do not care who you are or what background you have. Do you know the consequences of daring to create chaos here?" The man in black's face turned pale as he pleaded, "Forgive me, Senior. I understand my mistake." The woman in purple snorted coldly, "I wouldn't bother with you youngsters. Call your family and provide me with an explanation." The man in black's expression shifted slightly, but he nodded, "Senior, I will call." Xiaofan interjected, "Senior, I wish to clarify. They struck first. We were merely acting in self-defense." The woman in purple spoke coldly, "Enough of your nonsense. Call someone or face death." Xiaofan fell silent for a moment. At this moment, Zhang Hualong glanced at the woman in purple and sighed lightly. She was indeed quite beautiful, but had a penchant for drama. After a moment of contemplation, Xiaofan said, "Senior, there is truly no need to call for your elders. This matter can be resolved by myself. I can compensate the Alchemist Association." Before he could finish, the woman in purple interrupted icily, "The reputation of my Alchemist Association cannot be purchased with money. If you were a bit older, you would already be dead. Enough talk. If I ask you to call, you shall call. I shall see what kind of background you possess to be so audacious in public." Xiaofan wiped away a bead of cold sweat, saying, "Senior, it is not that I do not wish to call. I fear that doing so may lead to trouble." The woman in purple let out a cold laugh. "Oh, now you realize the potential for trouble at home?" Xiaofan replied, "Senior, that is not my intention." She warned, "If you do not call within 15 minutes, do not blame me for taking action." Zhang Hualong, witnessing this, smirked and said, "Just wait." He then turned and walked away. Xiaofan sighed, looking bitterly at Zhang Hualong's departing figure. He truly did not wish to escalate the situation. He merely sought to purchase a medicinal pill. Just then, a middle-aged man in red appeared at the scene. He first nodded slightly to the woman in purple. "I apologize for the disrespect. I beg your pardon." Upon seeing him, the expression of the woman in purple shifted in surprise. It was none other than Danshin, the sect leader of the alchemist sect and a 7th-tier alchemist. Her demeanor softened immediately. "Since my friend has arrived, let us proceed without further ado." The onlookers were taken aback. How accommodating. But upon realizing his identity as Danshin, they understood. After all, he was a 7th-tier alchemist and the leader of a sect. Danshin nodded lightly and then turned to look at his son. Upon doing so, his eyes widened in shock. He exclaimed angrily, "Who did this? Who is responsible?" The man in black pointed with his remaining hand at Xiaofan. "Father, it was him." Danshin's furious gaze fell upon Xiaofan. "You, boy, this matter is far from over." Xiaofan, feeling helpless, replied, "Initially, it was your son who sought to snatch the medicinal pill from me, and then he struck first." Danshin retorted, "And what of it? You have harmed my son, and you shall pay the price." Xiaofan fell silent. In this day and age, is there not a single person who values reason? Just then, Xiaofan walked in with a grim expression. Upon seeing him, the woman in purple immediately relaxed. No wonder he was so arrogant. It turned out he was from the Xiao family. However, having offended the alchemist sect, it seemed the Xiao family would not be able to protect this boy. As she pondered this, Danshin suddenly remarked, "The Xiao family, is it? I thought it was someone of significance." Xiaofan furrowed his brow, looking at Danshin. He was, of course, well acquainted with this individual. After all, the influence of the Dan sect in the Central Land is indeed formidable. At this moment, Danshin declared, "If you kill this child, I shall spare your Xiao family. Otherwise, your Xiao family will find no reason to exist." Xiaofan felt a twinge of irritation. Did he truly believe the Xiao family feared him? He retorted, "Do you genuinely consider the Dan sect to be of any significance?" Danshin sneered. "It appears the Xiao family is courting death." Xiaofan replied, "I advise you to leave promptly. Otherwise, you will not comprehend how the Dan sect meets its demise." Enraged, Danshin exclaimed, "Seeking death." Just as he was about to strike, he suddenly noticed an elderly man appearing in the arena. Danshin furrowed his brow, recognizing the insignia on the elder's chest. This was a member of the Wanbao Pavilion. But what was this individual doing here? At that moment, the elder slightly bowed to Su Xiaofan and said, "Greetings, young Master Su." Dan Qin's expression faltered, astonished. The woman in purple was equally dumbfounded. The Wanbao Pavilion addressed this child as young Master Su? What could this possibly mean? Following this, the elder turned and coldly glared at Dan Qin, stating, "Do you dare to lay a hand on one of my Wanbao Pavilion's entrusted treasures?" Upon hearing this, the crowd was left utterly speechless. To be regarded as a treasure by the Wanbao Pavilion meant one was an extraordinary genius, rare in a million. Meanwhile, the man in black felt a surge of indignation. "Damn it, if you had a background, you should have mentioned it sooner." Su Xiaofan. P.S. I have just completed the writing. I apologize for the late update. Dear readers, hurry and get some rest after reading. Good night. Chapter 81. Have I encountered an impasse? Ding. Your son has offended a 7th grade alchemist. As the opponent's cultivation is weaker than yours, a random task has been issued. Please use alchemy to defeat the opponent. Reward, 8th grade alchemy. In the room, Su Yuan gazed into the distance, his expression tinged with surprise. Had his meticulous plans yet to commence when his son had already stirred up trouble? Meanwhile, at the Alchemist Association, Su Xiaofan wore a look of indignation. He felt more wrong than doughy. Was this intentional on his part? Wasn't it all due to your coercion? At that moment, Dan Qin, having recovered from his shock, fixed his gaze on Su Xiaofan, his tone icy. "Kid, I acknowledge that you possess some influence. But do you think that by summoning Wanbao Pavilion, you can escape unscathed?" Upon hearing this, the elder from Wanbao Pavilion furrowed his brows. What audacity from the Dan sect leader! Dan Qin let out a cold laugh, and then shattered a jade slip. The onlookers, witnessing this, exchanged puzzled glances. Just then, a figure clad in black robes appeared. Dan Qin turned to the elder in black, saying, "Mo Lao, assist me in eliminating this brat." The elder addressed, as Mo Lao glanced at Su Xiaofan and replied, "Have you thought this through? If I kill this child, the debt of gratitude I owe you shall be absolved." Dan Qin nodded affirmatively. "Absolutely." Mo Lao